A certain man, widely regarded as the useless eldest son of the Perum family, bore a reputation that overshadowed him. He was seen as uncontrollable, a reclusive swordmaster confined to his room, often dismissed as a madman. His name was Gin Perum. Amidst the chaos, a knight clad in armor trembled in pain, struggling to comprehend the reality of his defeat. He had fallen to Gin, someone he had considered nothing more than human garbage. The thought was inconceivable. As the finest knight in the north, how could he have been bested by such a man? Surrounding him lay the lifeless bodies of several others who had met the same fate. As the injured knight quivered, another figure approached. This newcomer, clad in fine armor and wielding a massive axe, observed the scene with cold detachment. He remarked on the substantial expense he had incurred in setting up the traps, his tone devoid of emotion. His icy gaze bore into the injured knight as he casually asked if the surroundings were to his liking. Enraged, the knight struggled to accept that someone like Gin, whom he deemed a worthless bastard, could have orchestrated such a scheme. Through clenched teeth, he demanded to know if Gin had foreseen everything. Without hesitation, Gin stepped closer, his expression unyielding, and revealed that he had anticipated every detail. He spoke of knowing their numbers, the identities of their spies, and even the source of their reinforcements. With chilling calm, he informed the knight that every move had played directly into his hands. Overwhelmed by the revelation, the knight refused to believe it. Raising his voice, he declared that he always had a hidden ace up his sleeve and demanded to know how someone as insignificant as Gin could have orchestrated such a victory. But before he could finish, Gin silenced him with a brutal kick to the face. "Stop talking," he commanded. Removing his opponent's helmet, Gin made his intentions clear. He would not only win this battle, but every war to come. Smiling, he confidently stated that victory was assured because he held every plan necessary for triumph. The narrative shifted to a year earlier, inside a soldier's camp near the Perum estate, within the kingdom of Lithuania. In one of the tents, Gin awoke abruptly, his heart pounding as he realized he was still alive. Instinctively, he reached for his neck, his fingers trembling as he confirmed his survival. His mind raced, memories flooding back to him. The last thing he remembered was kneeling in defeat, his sword knocked from his grip, blood dripping from his mouth. Above him had stood a knight, distinguishable by his red hair and golden armor. That knight, known as the noble warrior Eden, was one of the 7 strongest men on the continent. With a voice heavy with finality, Eden had declared the war over. Pointing his sword at Gin's throat, he had asked if the defeated man had any last words. Struggling for breath, Gin had admitted his only regret, his failure to fulfill his vengeance. But with defiant resolve, he had added that he hoped Iden would meet his end as well. The noble knight had merely smirked, dismissing Gin's words as arrogance. He had gone on to taunt him, revealing that he knew of Gin's past, the fact that he was the eldest son of the fallen Perum household, the same son who had abandoned his family after the death of his sister. Gin had been taken aback. How could a man from a different kingdom know so much about him? Eden, reading his surprise, had explained that he had worked tirelessly to track him down. Then, with a cruel smile, he revealed something even more shocking. The Perum family's downfall had not been the work of one enemy alone. The Duke Gileian household had not acted alone. Iden and his allies had conspired to bring them down. Gin had been stunned by this revelation. His mind reeled, struggling to process the weight of the betrayal. But before he could react, Iden had raised his sword, pressing the blade against his throat. "No need for more words," he had said coldly. "Accept your fate." But Gin had refused. Filled with fury, he had vowed never to forgive him. Unmoved by his defiance, Iden had struck the decisive blow, severing his head with a single stroke. The scene abruptly shifted back to the present. Gin stumbled forward, his breath ragged as he reached for a barrel of water. Gazing into its reflective surface, his hands trembled as he confirmed that his head was still attached. Confusion gripped him. Was he hallucinating? His mind struggled to reconcile what had happened. Looking around, he realized something even stranger. He appeared younger than he remembered. Suspicion gnawed at him. Had he been captured? Used as an experiment by mages? If so, he would make them pay. His eyes fell on a sword resting beside the barrel. His fingers twitched as he considered his next move. But before he could act, a voice called out to him. "Young master!" A figure entered the tent, his tone calm yet firm. He stated that he knew Gin was awake and urged him to come outside. The man, Ricardo, a soldier serving the Perum household, stepped closer. Gin reacted instantly. In a flash, he moved behind Ricardo, pressing the sword against his neck. Startled, Ricardo froze, but rather than panic, he simply sighed. "Young master," he said, his tone steady, "you're crossing a line." Gin narrowed his eyes. Despite the blade at his throat, Ricardo remained unfazed. For the first time since awakening, uncertainty flickered through Gin's mind. With surprising nonchalance, Ricardo shoved Gileian back and pointed out that he'd exhausted himself earlier with a tantrum before passing out. He then reminded Gileian of his earlier outburst about wanting to lead a raid against the orcs. Still disoriented, Gileian accused Ricardo of talking nonsense, but Ricardo remained unfazed. Picking up a bag, he instructed Gileian to pack, explaining that others were waiting. Unease crept into Gileian's voice as he asked where they were going. Ricardo, already walking past him, replied without looking back, "The Perum estate." Stunned, Gileian grabbed Ricardo, demanding clarification. "You mean that Perum estate?" he asked, his voice filled with disbelief. The scene shifted. Now standing atop a cliff, Gileian stared at the estate in the distance. It was unmistakably the Perum estate. But something was wrong. It looked untouched, pristine. Yet, in his memory, he had seen it burn to the ground. How could it still be standing? Ricardo, stepping closer, eyed Gileian with suspicion. "What's with you? Having a nightmare?" he asked. He scoffed at the idea of calling the Perum estate fallen, warning that the Count would have him thrown out for such words. But Gileian barely heard him. His mind reeled. This had to be a dream. Pinching his cheek, he winced at the sharp pain. Reality sank in. It wasn't a dream. His reflection confirmed it. His face was younger, untouched by the scars of war. His estate was whole. And in that moment, the truth hit him. He had returned to the past. Memories of his younger self surged forward. Resentment toward his family, his immaturity fueled by inferiority, the constant criticism that drove him away. He had left, survived countless battles as a mercenary, and earned a fearsome reputation. But when he finally returned home, there was nothing left. His estate, his family, gone. Now standing before it once more, intact and unscathed, relief flooded through him. A laugh burst from his lips, uncontrollable, teetering on the edge of madness. He almost wanted to sing. But the moment was fleeting. Ricardo's words from earlier resurfaced in his mind. A raid. On the orcs. His blood ran cold. He remembered that raid. The disaster. The deaths. In his past life, he had joined the mission eager to prove himself. Reports claimed there were only 3 orcs. Overconfident, he insisted on leading. But when the squad encountered over 20, it turned into a massacre. Nearly everyone perished. Not this time. He would change the outcome. He would handle the monsters strategically. Orcs weren't cunning, but their brute strength made them deadly. However, earning the trust of soldiers who saw him as a failure would be just as difficult. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by a thunderous crash. A wooden guard post flew through the air and slammed into the ground before him. A soldier screamed, "Orcs! We're under attack!" Chaos erupted. Men scrambled to form defensive lines. Gishin's heart pounded. They're early. This wasn't how it happened before. He watched in horror as massive, hulking figures tore through the ranks, their weapons cleaving through armor with terrifying ease. Among the chaos, a voice cut through the panic. "Hold formation!" It was Skoven, the squad's commander, clad in blue armor. He barked orders, rallying the men to stand their ground. But as he stepped forward to engage, an orc swung its massive weapon. Skoven barely managed to block, but the sheer force knocked him back. His face twisted in realization. This was an ambush. There were far more orcs than they had been led to believe. Before he could recover, another orc loomed behind him, ready to strike. A voice rang out, "Watch out!" A figure shoved Skoven aside just as the axe came down. It was Gileian. Skoven's eyes widened in shock. His young master had thrown himself into the fray. As the orc's weapon descended, Gileian moved with precision. He stabbed the creature's hand, severing its fingers in one swift motion. The beast roared in agony, staggering back. Without hesitating, Gileian followed up with a sharp slash to its thigh, halting its advance. Soldiers froze, staring in disbelief. The orc collapsed, howling in pain. But Gileian wasn't satisfied. His attack had been weaker than he expected. "Mana, I still can't use it yet." Frustration boiled within him. If only he had returned sooner. Turning to Skoven, his voice was firm. "Give me a weapon."
Thank you to all our Patreon VIP members who support us and get access to up to 16 episodes early. Link in the description.
Amid the chaos of battle, Gin turned to the commander with an audacious request. He wanted command of the squad. Skoven, caught off guard, could hardly believe what he was hearing. He had always seen Gin as reckless, but demanding leadership in the heat of combat, with soldiers' lives hanging in the balance, was beyond reckless. It was outright madness. Standing his ground, Skoven refused. The authority to lead was not something to be tossed aside, especially not during a life-or-death struggle. Gin, though annoyed, understood. If an inexperienced fool had approached him with such a demand, he likely would have reacted the same way. But before he could argue further, an orc lunged at him. "Fall back," Skoven ordered, convinced Gin had no place in the fray. But Gin didn't move. He took a stance. Then, to everyone's shock, he hurled his sword. Skoven instinctively dodged, spinning to demand an explanation, but before he could speak, a sickening sound behind him made him freeze. He turned to see Gin's blade lodged deep in the orc's skull. The beast crumpled, lifeless. The commander stared at the fallen creature, then at Gin. "How?" Gin didn't bother answering. Instead, he addressed Skoven directly. "Victory on the battlefield isn't just about skill. It's about morale. If the soldiers are paralyzed by fear, they've already lost." Skoven glanced at his men, shaken, hesitant, on the verge of breaking. Gin smirked and seized the moment. Without waiting for permission, he sprinted forward, yanked his sword from the orc's skull, and launched himself into the heart of the enemy. Gasps rang out as he landed atop another orc, driving his blade straight through its head. Standing on its corpse, he bellowed, taunting the remaining orcs, daring them to face him. "Come on, you pathetic beasts! I'll kill every last one of you!" The orcs snarled, their fury ignited. They turned their attention to Gin, rushing him in a frenzied charge. Unfazed, he danced between them with deadly precision, slicing open the stomachs of two, severing the arm of another, cutting through them with efficiency no one expected. Blood sprayed, heads rolled, and in mere moments, he had turned the tide. From the sidelines, Skoven watched in stunned silence. Even with his mastery of mana, he found it difficult to take on orcs with such ease. Yet here was Gin, a young man who, as far as anyone knew, lacked mana entirely, cutting them down like a seasoned warrior. But Skovin noticed something else. Gin was tiring. His movements, once sharp and fluid, became smaller, more calculated. He wasn't just swinging wildly. Every strike targeted weak points with surgical accuracy. That's when Skovin realized the truth. Gin wasn't fighting like an amateur desperately trying to survive. He was fighting like a master, a swordsman who had perfected his craft without ever relying on mana. Even as exhaustion set in, Gin didn't stop. He taunted the orcs, laughing, claiming he wasn't even warmed up yet. From the sidelines, Ricardo watched in horror as the orcs, now enraged, charged at Gin in full force. A soldier beside him pointed out what seemed obvious. Gin was retreating. Ricardo's heart pounded. Skovin! Skovin narrowed his eyes, watching the battlefield unfold. No, he muttered, he's drawing them in. Gin's sudden sprint toward the cliff puzzled Skovin. The path led straight to the edge, and as realization struck, Skovin understood his young master's intent. Wasting no time, he commanded his troops to form a shield wall and prepare to follow. At the cliff's edge, Gin braced himself against the relentless assault of the orcs, silently hoping that Skovin, with his keen strategic mind, would discern his plan. Though he would have preferred to handle the orcs himself, his stamina was nearly depleted. With a faint smile, he reassured himself that he had done enough. As if on cue, the orcs turned at the sound of advancing soldiers. Skovin and his men, spears raised, their shield wall unyielding, charged forward. The sight caused the orcs to hesitate. Seizing the moment, Gin grinned and declared the timing perfect. Without hesitation, he leapt off the cliff. The instant Gin vanished from sight, Skovin shouted the order. His troops surged forward, driving their spears into the monsters and forcing them back. Overwhelmed, the orcs tumbled one by one over the edge, their massive bodies crashing to the ground below, staining the earth with blood. As the dust settled, the soldiers stood in stunned silence, marveling at their victory. They had triumphed against overwhelming odds. But Skovin wasted no time in celebration. He rushed to the cliff's edge, calling out for Gin. Relief flooded him when he spotted his young master clinging to the rock face, his sword embedded deep to hold him steady. Gin, breathing heavily, managed a weak smile. Skovin stretched out his hand to help him up, but Gin's strength had run dry. His fingers slipped before he could grasp Skovin's hand. The sword came loose, and Gin plummeted into the abyss. Skovin and his soldiers could do nothing but watch in horror. Darkness swallowed him, and then a hazy memory surfaced. A familiar voice called his name. He knew it at once. It was Elena. Visions of his sister flooded his mind, her tear-streaked face when their mother died, her gratitude for his care, the bitter words she once hurled at him claiming she hated him. The memories blurred, and suddenly he saw a much younger Elena, tugging at his sleeve, begging to go with him. Gin's eyes snapped open. He was lying in a room, a damp cloth resting on his forehead. The realization dawned. His soldiers had managed to save him. Relief washed over him, but the dream's lingering presence unsettled him. Attempting to sit up, a sharp pain shot through him, his body trembling from the toll of battle. The door creaked open and a white-haired maid entered. Belinda. Her face lit up with relief as she spotted him awake. Setting a bucket down, she scolded him gently, reminding him that she had warned him to leave the battle to the soldiers. Before she could say more, Gin suddenly lurched forward, pulling her into a tight embrace. Belinda froze, startled by her master's uncharacteristic display of affection. Confused, she asked if she had done something to offend him, but Gin only tightened his grip, assuring her that he was simply happy to see her. Since childhood, Belinda had been his personal tutor, standing by his side despite his reckless antics. Yet in his past life, after the Perum family fell to ruin, she had vanished. He never saw her again. Belinda, still perplexed, remarked that they saw each other every day. Why was he acting as if they had been apart for years? Gin hesitated. He felt an urge to tell her the truth. His expression grew serious as he urged her to listen carefully. A catastrophe would soon befall their family. Belinda frowned, uncertain of his meaning, and pressed him for an explanation. Gin met her gaze. "I died," he said, "and I came back to life." For a moment, silence hung between them. Then Belinda laughed, assuming he was exaggerating due to his brush with death. Gin shook his head. "I'm not talking about the battle with the orcs." But she dismissed his words, urging him instead to focus on his recovery. Frustration stirred within him. She didn't believe him. Sensing his mood, Belinda changed the subject. She playfully asked what he would have done if his injuries had kept him from attending the upcoming festival. Gin blinked. The festival? Belinda reminded him that Elena had been eagerly waiting for this day, to go to the festival with him. It was the perfect chance for them to mend their strained relationship. Gin's gaze drifted to a framed picture of himself and his sister. Memories of the annual festival surfaced. In his previous life, his trauma had kept him from ever enjoying it. "When does it begin?" he asked. Belinda smiled. "Next week." Gin's breath caught. A week from now. That was the day his life changed forever. Lost in thought, he barely registered the sound of footsteps approaching. The door opened. Gin turned and froze. Elena stood before him. Gin darted forward without hesitation, wrapping his arms around his younger sister. Belinda and Elena both froze, eyes wide with surprise. Elena, taken aback by her brother's sudden display of affection, stiffened before shoving him away. "What are you doing?" she demanded, her expression caught between confusion and suspicion. "I missed you," Gin admitted earnestly. Elena recoiled, dusting off her clothes. "Creepy," she muttered, eyeing him warily. Gin, stunned by both her words and the sheer strength behind her push, barely managed to steady himself. He'd never realized just how strong she was. Shaking off the moment, Elena explained her presence. "Belinda asked me to come," she said, her tone growing sharp. "Now tell me, what game are you playing? You think this changes anything?" Gin blinked, genuinely lost. "What are you talking about?" Elena's gaze hardened. "Don't act like you don't remember. You were the one who told me to stay out of your life. You called me annoying, said even the sound of my breathing disgusted you." The words hit him like a punch to the gut. A terrible memory surfaced, one he wished he could forget. In his past life, he had been distant, even cruel to Elena. He had never appreciated her, never realized how much he had taken her for granted. The weight of regret settled over him like a crushing tide. "I'm sorry," Gin said quietly, sincerity thick in his voice. Belinda's mouth fell open. Her master apologizing first? That was unheard of. Elena, on the other hand, looked unconvinced. "Did you hit your head?" she asked bluntly. "I heard an orc landed a solid blow on you during the raid." Gin scowled. "Why does everyone keep saying that?" "I wasn't beaten. I was the one who took down the orcs." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sharp pain shot through his body. His legs buckled and he collapsed. Elena smirked, arms crossed. "Oh yes, so impressive. And yet, here you are, trembling on the floor." Belinda snickered, and Elena joined in, the sight of Gin writhing in pain apparently amusing to them both. He stared at them, bewildered, but deep down, warmth stirred within him. He had missed this, missed them. But then a dark thought crept in. He remembered the festival happening next week. In his past life, he had rejected Elena's invitation to go, using the aftermath of the raid as an excuse. That had been the last time he ever saw her. Days later, her body had been found, torn apart along with her guards. The memory haunted him. Before he could dwell on it further, a knock at the door shattered his thoughts. 2 armored men entered, Jamal and Philip, Elena's bodyguards. Jamal inclined his head. "Lady Elena, we're ready whenever you are." Elena sighed, rubbing her temple. "I told you to wait outside." Jamal looked sheepish. "Apologies, my lady, but the servants have asked for your help overseeing the festival preparations." Gin's brows furrowed. "Why are the maids asking you to do that?" Belinda rolled her eyes. "Because you're useless," she said flatly. "You spend all your time lazing around while the estate struggles. There's a workers' shortage. Genius." Gin stiffened. A shortage? That was news to him. But thinking back, it made sense. He had never once paid attention to the affairs of the estate before. Elena exhaled. "I need to go." She turned to leave, but Gin took a step forward. "I'll help," he said. Both Elena and Belinda stared at him as if he had just grown a second head. "You must have been hit really hard," Elena muttered. Later, as the town bustled with festival preparations, Gin trailed behind Elena despite her repeated protests. "You're just going to scare everyone," she huffed. He shrugged. "Is that really how you treat someone offering to help? If you really want to help, go back to the manor and stay out of the way," she snapped. Gin barely listened, his mind elsewhere. In his previous life, Elena's body had been discovered near the slums, far from the festival grounds. Someone had lured her there. But who? And why? If he wanted to prevent history from repeating itself, he needed to know every inch of the estate, every potential danger. His thoughts were interrupted when a soldier sprinted toward them, his voice carrying through the crowd. "My lord!" Gin turned, immediately recognizing the man. "Fergus!" The old soldier skidded to a stop, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his brow, but his relief was evident. "Thank the heavens," he breathed. "You're alive." Fergus grabbed Gin's hands, his grip firm. "Forgive me, my lord. I came the moment I heard about the orcs. I am your loyal servant, always." Gin stared at him, his chest tightening. Fergus had been loyal even in his past life, yet Gin had never truly appreciated it. This time, things would be different. Gin, growing weary of the endless mentions of the raid, brushed off the conversation with an impatient wave. Elena, ever the opportunist, turned to Fergus with a knowing grin. She praised his prompt arrival before slyly adding that her brother had been acting strangely since regaining consciousness. With exaggerated concern, she pleaded with Fergus to escort Gin back to his quarters. The old soldier, seeing no reason to refuse, nodded in agreement. Gin, however, clenched his jaw in frustration. His reputation as a reckless troublemaker was proving to be more of a curse than he had anticipated. Even now, it hindered him from making decisions without interference. Realizing that pushing back would only deepen their suspicions, he chose a different approach. He would postpone his investigation of the castle for now. Instead, he turned to Fergus with a request of his own. "Take me to the old training grounds," he said firmly. Fergus hesitated, clearly taken aback. "The training grounds? Why?" Gin's expression was unwavering. "I want to train." The veteran soldier stared at him, scanning his face for any signs of deception. After a long pause, he finally exhaled and gestured for Gin to follow. Upon arrival, Gin found himself unexpectedly impressed. The training ground was in pristine condition, far better maintained than he had expected. Weapons were neatly arranged, the soil was firm but well kept, and not a single speck of dust marred the equipment. It was a stark contrast to the crude and worn-out facilities he had used during his mercenary years. Fergus watched Jin take in his surroundings before explaining, "It's always been ready, in case you ever decided to use it." His voice carried an air of quiet conviction. "I always believed you'd grow out of that reckless phase." Gin was momentarily at a loss for words. The old soldier's unwavering faith in him, despite everything, struck a chord deep within him. Smiling faintly, he reached out and tapped Fergus's armor. "I don't plan on dying anytime soon," he said, his tone lighter than before. Then his expression darkened slightly as he added, "Death is an experience I never want to go through again." Fergus stiffened at those words, studying Jin with narrowed eyes. "You talk as if you've already been through it," he said cautiously. Jin smirked, sharp as ever. He met Fergus's gaze and spoke plainly. "That's because I have. I died, and now I'm back." Fergus frowned, unimpressed. "I don't have time for nonsense, boy." Jin chuckled. "Then don't waste your time arguing with me. Just leave. I'm going to train." Though clearly skeptical, Fergus knew better than to push the matter. Bowing slightly, he took his leave. Once alone, Gin finally allowed himself a moment of reflection. His past life had been riddled with mistakes. He had treated those around him like obstacles or nuisances, failing to see the allies he had cast aside. That ignorance had cost him dearly. He remembered it all too well. Elena's murder had been orchestrated by a rival territory, a calculated move to provoke Perum into a war. That war had led to the downfall of their entire household. Her death had been the spark that set everything ablaze. But this time would be different. Determined to change fate, Gin steeled himself. Strength was the key. His body was still weak, but he had the knowledge and the experience to rebuild it. Time was limited, but he wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Settling into a lotus position, he focused inward. Mana, the mystical energy that allowed humans to transcend their natural limits, was notoriously difficult to sense, let alone control. But for Gin, it was as natural as breathing. Even in the heat of battle, he had always been able to weave mana as effortlessly as spinning thread. In his previous life, forming a single mana core had been a feat in itself, but Gin had gone beyond that. He had uncovered a forgotten technique, a method described in a half-burned grimoire. By forging multiple interconnected cores, he had pushed his strength to new heights. 2, 3, even 5 cores, all linked together in a network, had granted him an explosive edge in battle. He clenched his teeth as he forced the mana through his body, attempting to recreate the process. Agony ripped through him. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth, his vision blurring from the strain. When the pain finally subsided, he let out a bitter laugh. 3 cores. That was all he could manage. In his past life, he had reached 5. The technique was powerful, but it came with a cost. It demanded an enormous amount of mana, draining him faster than he could replenish it. It had been his downfall in his final battle. He could still remember it vividly. His duel with Iden, the noble knight. Eden had arrived with an entire order of warriors at his back. Gin had fought like a demon, but when his mana reserves finally ran dry, he had been overwhelmed. He had always believed he would have won if the battle had been fought on equal footing. His fists clenched. It didn't matter anymore. He was young again, stronger than before. This time, he would perfect the technique, refine it until it was flawless. A slow, smoldering rage burned in his chest as he vowed to take revenge, not just on Aiden, but on the traitors who had orchestrated the destruction of House Delhi. This time, they would be the ones to fall. He swore that this time it would be him who delivered the final blow. The scene shifted to the day of the festival. Gin donned his gear and made his way to the bustling grounds, his mind focused. Elena, spotting her brother among the crowd, was visibly shocked to see him there. "Is something wrong?" she asked, concern coloring her voice as she approached him. "You've never shown any interest in these events before." Gin gave a calm, measured response. "As a member of the Perum household, it's important to attend gatherings like this from time to time." Elena eyed him with suspicion. "You've been acting strange lately," she remarked, her gaze narrowing. "I heard about your week-long training regimen. That's not like you." Gin hesitated for a moment, then explained with a nervous smile, "There's nothing odd about the air of a noble family training hard. It's just what's expected." Elena's eyes widened as she reminded him, "But you've never cared about any of this before. You even called Father annoying and said you couldn't wait to take his place." Gin's jaw dropped as he heard his own words echoed back to him. A bright smile spread across Elena's face as she continued, "I think I like the changes in you. It feels like you're becoming the brother I used to know." As Gin processed her words, he reflected on the past week. His actions had indeed begun to change the way people saw him, shaping not only how others perceived him, but also what the future might hold. While Gin was lost in thought, he noticed Belinda giving orders to Elena's bodyguards. She told them to handle any potential problems caused by Gin themselves, stressing the need to avoid trouble, especially with so many visitors around. The two guards nodded, assuring her that they could manage. Despite the smooth flow of the festival, Gin found it difficult to gauge how his actions affected the smaller details. For him, it became essential to respond to each situation appropriately, using the information at hand to make the right choices. He stayed close to his sister throughout the festival, keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. Eventually, Elena took a seat, a thoughtful look on her face. "I've enjoyed the festival a little," she mused, "but it feels so repetitive. Is there anything new this year?" Gin couldn't shake the feeling that nothing unexpected had happened. He wondered if his mere presence had deterred any incidents. As he pondered this, a soldier approached Elena, suggesting they visit other parts of the festival where new events were reportedly taking place. His friend had mentioned them, and he invited Elena to join him. Surprised but intrigued, Elena took the soldier's hand, her excitement palpable at the prospect of exploring more activities. Gin, however, noticed something unsettling. The two soldiers accompanying them, Jamal and Philip, were traitors. Gin couldn't believe what he was seeing. The men who had once been his sister's most trusted knights, the ones who swore to protect her for as long as they lived, had now turned their backs on her. They'd been her defenders, ready to lay down their lives for her. But now, they were enemies. Jamal, with a grin plastered on his face, ushered Elena forward as though nothing were amiss. But the venue before them was deserted. No guests, no decorations, nothing. It was an empty stretch of road. "What's going on? There's no one here," Elena asked, her tone suspicious. Jamal brushed it off with a nervous chuckle. "The event's a bit delayed, but everyone will be here soon." Elena didn't buy it. "A performance in a place like this?" she mocked. Gin, his instincts on high alert, scanned the area. Everything about the situation felt wrong. The exits were blocked. This wasn't an accident. It was all planned. Elena tugged on his arm. "We need to go," she said. Jamal stopped her with an urgent gesture. "Just wait. It's worth it," he urged. But Elena wasn't convinced. "I'm not staying here," she replied firmly. Gin, trying to ease the tension, teased, "You've been hitting the gym. You look stronger today." Just as she was about to respond, Philip appeared, his face grim. "Hold on," Philip ordered, his voice sharp. Elena froze. "What's going on?" she demanded, voice shaking. Jamal, now visibly uneasy, offered a half-hearted apology. "Sorry for scaring you. We just had to bring you here." Before she could react, 3 men entered the scene. 2 wore black, while the leader stood apart, dressed in blue with a matching hat. Frank, the leader, looked at Jamal with a smug smile. "Well done," he said approvingly. "You've brought her, just as we agreed." Jamal puffed out his chest. "Our part's done. The deal's done." But Frank's eyes landed on Gin, his face darkening. "What's he doing here?" he growled. Elena stepped forward, fear creeping into her voice. "What's going on? What are you two planning?" Jamal's smile faltered. "We didn't plan for him to follow," he said. "But now he's here, he's walking into his death." Gin stepped forward, eyes narrowed. "You think you can escape this?" His voice was deadly calm. Jamal smirked. "We're leaving this place. You know, we've had enough of it. All the raids, the poverty. We're going somewhere far away." Gin's sword was out in a flash. He didn't hesitate. In an instant, he struck, slicing through Jamal's armor as if it were paper. Jamal collapsed, dead before he hit the ground. Gin stood over him, voice cold. "Those who run away don't get to betray their own." Gin turned to Philip, who was already moving to grab Elena. Philip's face twisted with rage as he spat at Jamal's corpse. "Idiot," he muttered, disbelief and anger mixing in his voice. "A knight brought down by an amateur?" Before Philip could draw his sword, Gin was already on him. A single, clean strike ended his life, and he crumpled to the ground. Elena rushed to Gin's side, her eyes wide in horror. She glanced at the lifeless bodies of the 2 men who once pledged to protect her. One of the men in black turned to Frank, disbelief in his voice. "Is this really Gin?" Another man, still reeling from the shock, added, "But he's never trained? How can he? This isn't possible." Frank, though, wasn't fazed. "I don't know how he's doing it, but he's not your average fighter. His mana..." He glanced at Gin, impressed but wary. "This is no coincidence." Elena, trembling, turned to Gin. "What's happening? What are you doing?" Gin didn't answer. Instead, he struck her neck with a swift motion, knocking her out cold. He gently set her down, his expression cold. "Rest," he muttered. Frank, watching in surprise, took a long drag from his pipe. "Well, I didn't expect that. You've got some impressive tricks hidden up your sleeve." Gin wiped the blood off his sword, his eyes narrowing. "Why do you care about my abilities?" Frank smirked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I'm just wondering how you've been hiding this power all this time." Gin's eyes flicked to the remaining men. The 2 in black were nothing compared to Frank. Gin could feel Frank's power radiating. It was on a whole different level. This wasn't going to be an easy fight. Gin released his own mana, preparing himself. He couldn't afford to hold back. One of Frank's men, still stunned, asked if they should kill Gin. Frank, shaking his head, said, "No. Alive. Capture him alive and break him. We want him to suffer." Frank's grin widened. "His screams will be beautiful." The 2 men rushed at Gin. He was ready. A firecracker appeared in his hand, distracting one of them just long enough for Gin to close the gap and strike. The man fell, dead before he knew what hit him. The last man charged, calling Gin's previous attack a cheap move. Gin blocked his sword with ease, then decapitated him in one swift motion. Frank, undeterred, charged at Gin. Gin was ready. He used his second sword to deflect Frank's attack, then shoved Frank's sword to the side, delivering a blow that made Frank stumble. Frank, caught off guard, reinforced his neck with mana to avoid the fatal strike. "I'll give you credit," he said with a grin. "You're faster than I expected. If it weren't for my mana, you'd have killed me." Gin didn't respond. His sword was already raised. Frank's eyes narrowed, and he charged once again. Gin wasn't backing down. This was far from over. Shoving Gin back, Frank sneered at his feeble mana, arrogantly confident in his inevitable victory. However, Gin's smile in response unsettled him, causing Frank to hesitate in confusion. Seizing the moment, Gin parried Frank's sword and threw off his balance. He followed up with a swift kick to Frank's face, sending him stumbling backward. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Frank smirked and reminded Gin that his attacks were futile against his reinforced mana. Yet, moments later, Frank coughed violently and collapsed to his knees, stunned by the unexpected strength of Gin's blow. He struggled to comprehend how Gin's seemingly weak mana had bypassed his defenses. Gin slowly closed in, revealing that he had suspected someone of orchestrating his sister's death, but never imagined the true culprit. With a piercing gaze, Gin unleashed his third core, dramatically boosting his mana. Frank, visibly shaken, couldn't react in time before Gin appeared right in front of him, moving faster than Frank's eyes could follow. Gin's strikes came relentlessly, each one heavier than the last. Despite his best efforts, Frank's arms went numb under the assault, and his sword was close to breaking. Frank tried to regain his composure, reminding himself that excessive mana surges usually had limited effects, but Gin's burst defied all logic. It was as though Gin had completely transformed. Seeing Frank faltering, Gin shattered the assassin's weapon with a decisive strike. Without hesitation, he drove his sword deep into Frank's torso, causing Frank to cry out in agony. Gin silenced him by grabbing his throat and pinning him against the wall, his sword still embedded. He demanded answers, insisting that Frank reveal who had ordered the assassination. Frank refused, instead producing a hidden blade and swearing to take Elena with him, determined to inflict more harm before his death. Before he could act, strings wrapped around his wrist, halting his movement. Gin, controlling the strings with cold precision, warned Frank not to make any rash moves. Gin then proposed a deal, offering to sheath his sword if Frank complied and refrained from further resistance. Frank, stunned, realized the threads binding him were made of mana, something he couldn't fathom how Gin had created with such precision. Gin drove his sword deeper into Frank's body and remarked that someone of Frank's skill should be able to patch up the injury. His voice was cold as he warned that once Frank's mana core was destroyed, no amount of healing would matter. Panic flashed in Frank's eyes as he looked down and saw Gin's sword glowing ominously. The assassin screamed in pain, accusing Gin of madness and claiming the backflow of mana could cause a catastrophic explosion, wiping out the entire area. He questioned whether Gin intended to self-destruct. Gin, with unflinching calm, replied that only the unskilled made such mistakes and assured Frank that he had complete control over the situation. Frank, realizing Gin wasn't bluffing, accepted his impending death and screamed, revealing that Count Desmond had orchestrated the assassination. The Count, Frank explained, sought to ignite a war between the Perum and Deard families. Gin was taken aback by this revelation. Such schemes were usually carried out by families allied with Duke Gileian. The fact that the Duke was pulling strings from the shadows, remaining uninvolved, infuriated him. Gin demanded to know if this was the reason Frank had targeted his sister, to which Frank confirmed with a grim smile. Without hesitation, Gin drove his sword through Frank's body, causing Frank to cough up blood. Frank, with his last breath, reminded Gin of his earlier promise to put the sword away. Gin smirked and asked why Frank, who had taken so many lives, was now afraid of death. Frank laughed, catching Gin off guard, and moved closer. He declared that his death would change nothing. The Deard family's mission was accomplished and Perum was doomed to ruin. He sneered, questioning whether anyone would listen to someone like Gin. As Frank taunted him, Gin grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall with a sinister smile. Gin declared that his rebirth after death meant everything would be different this time. His sword began to glow brighter, and Frank's screams filled the air. A burst of energy erupted from Frank's mouth, and the explosion lit up the sky like fireworks. Moments later, Frank's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Gin, breathing heavily, surveyed the scene. Bodies scattered, his sister unconscious and safe. Satisfied that no one else was nearby, he discarded his sword, took a deep breath, and collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. Wiping his mouth, Gin muttered that detonating 3 mana cores had once been effortless for him. Steeling himself, he rose, vowing not to fall here. Heading to a nearby building, he kicked open the door and found 2 bodies inside. In his previous life, a 3rd body had been discovered here alongside Elena's. This time, based on Frank's earlier words, Gin identified one of the bodies as the son of the Degard family. The boy had been murdered alongside his escort knight, their deaths staged to frame Elena. Gin moved the bodies, knowing that revealing them would undoubtedly spark a war. Deciding to eliminate all evidence, he set the building ablaze with a firecracker, watching the flames consume the damning proof. Gin then carried his sister and began walking away, determined to ensure that his enemies would never succeed in their plans. Unbeknownst to Gin, a figure hidden in the trees observed his every move. After watching for a moment, the person disappeared into the shadows. The setting shifted to a round table, where the observer informed a group of high-ranking officials about the failure of the assassination. The members of the council appeared rattled, struggling to understand how Frank and the two knights had failed in their mission. The council members interrogated the spy, accusing him of underestimating the task, assuming it would be an easy success. The spy nervously admitted that their failure was due to Gin, a revelation that stunned the men at the table. They found it hard to believe that the so-called useless bastard of the North could achieve anything noteworthy. One member dismissed the accusation, claiming that blaming Gin was merely an excuse for failure, and demanded the spy stop using him as a scapegoat. However, the spy insisted that Gin was not like the reports and rumors had portrayed him, recalling how Gin had dealt with their men. The spy explained that Gin appeared to be an entirely different person. He reassured his superiors that their plans to eliminate the Degard family were still intact, and that starting a territorial war would not be difficult. Pleading for another opportunity, the spy promised to fix his mistake. The council, unimpressed, silenced him, scolding him for his failure to gather sufficient intelligence on a single individual. They condemned him for delaying their plans and were outraged by his request for another chance after such a failure. The group decided to eliminate the spy, but before the order was carried out, a man sitting on a throne intervened. His voice cut through the noise, and he dismissed the commotion as tiresome, asking the spy to explain what kind of opportunity he was requesting. The spy confidently assured the man that he could eliminate Gin. When asked how, the spy proposed arranging a duel. He explained that he had someone in mind for the task, and the council demanded to know the identity of this individual. The spy revealed that his choice was Cain Lois, a young man renowned for his strength-based swordsmanship and widely regarded as a paragon of raw power. The spy argued that no one in the north could match Cain's strength, and assured the council that setting up the duel would be easy, as Cain was Gin's cousin. The man on the throne, fixing the spy with a cold gaze, warned that there would be no more chances if he failed again. The spy swore not to disappoint. The scene then shifted to the training hall of the Perum household, where Fergus entered the room to inform his master that it was time for a meal. As soon as he spoke, something flew toward him. Gin, practicing with his mana thread, had wrapped the thread around the sword near the entrance and pulled it toward himself. He carefully observed his own movements, testing the thread's handling as he swung the sword, fine-tuning his control. Fergus approached, apologizing for interrupting the training session, and asked how his master had managed to pull the sword. Gin showed him the mana thread and explained that it was a technique for manipulating mana as a string. He recounted that in his past life, he had relied on this method extensively, but in his current state, his limited mana reserves required him to implode his core to use the technique effectively. Gazan noted that Gin's lack of mana now restricted him to creating fewer threads. Fergus, visibly impressed, admitted that he had never seen such a technique before. Despite believing himself to be well-trained in mana manipulation, he was puzzled by how Gin, whom he had considered unskilled and untrained, could master such an advanced method. Noticing Fergus's lingering presence, Gin asked if he needed something. Fergus replied that he had stopped by to deliver some news and bowed his head, expressing his gratitude to Gin for protecting his younger sister. Gin, surprised by the old man's gesture, replied that he had merely done what was necessary and invited Fergus to join him for a meal. The next day, the festival was temporarily halted, as expected, following the incident involving a knight's attempt to traffic the young lady inside the castle. Helena voiced her frustration to her brother, lamenting that no one believed her when she said he had saved her. She urged Gin to speak up and set the record straight. Gin reassured her that it wasn't necessary, adding that no one would believe him either. Belinda, overhearing the conversation, was visibly irritated. She expressed her disgust at Jamal and Philly, declaring that she had always suspected the two knights were perverts and accusing them of trying to take Elena for their own gain. Jin, meanwhile, felt a sense of relief knowing his sister had survived the ordeal and that he had managed to avert the potential war. Despite that, he was acutely aware that their enemies would not let up easily. Realizing that he couldn't confront these threats on his own for much longer, Gin concluded that it was essential to create his own military force. As he contemplated his next course of action, a maid entered the room with a food cart. She set a plate before him, and when Gin uncovered it, he was startled to find just a single slice of bread. Surprised, he turned to Belinda and inquired when they would have dessert. The maid, shocked by his question, asked if he was truly unaware of their dire situation. Before Gin could respond, loud shouting from outside caught his attention. Stunned by the noise coming from the castle gates, he paused for a moment. A plump man with a beard was demanding compensation from the Perum household for the losses incurred by the sudden cancellation of the festival. He wasn't alone. Other angry men joined him, holding pitchforks and shouting similar demands. They called out for Gin and Elena to appear, accusing them of wasting the county's money. The guards attempted to calm the crowd. Gin peered out the window to assess the situation, struggling to understand the source of the unrest. Belinda, standing beside him, explained the situation. She told him that the county's economy heavily relied on merchants, whose prosperity depended on the profits generated by the festival. While last year's event had been profitable, this year's sudden cancellation had left many merchants in distress, and their anger was understandable. Gin was taken aback, not realizing how fragile the county's financial situation had become. Recognizing the potential danger if the merchant's anger continued to escalate, he decided to take action. He turned to Fergus and asked about the soldiers' current status, ordering him to deploy them to quell the disturbance. However, Fergus revealed that there were no soldiers available. Gin was shocked by this news, and Fergus explained that most of their forces had been sent to the Forest of Monsters for reconstruction after an orc raid. Frustration spread across Jin's face as he processed the situation. Perum was caught in an ongoing struggle, squeezed between barbarian raids from the north and the looming threat of monsters from the forest on the other side. The difficulties of governing the region were becoming clearer by the day, and Gin realized that swift and strategic action was necessary to manage the growing unrest. Struggling to accept their harsh reality, no money and no soldiers, he pulled Belinda aside and reminded her that she was responsible for managing his finances. He asked her to use any remaining funds to appease the merchants. Belinda, visibly shocked, informed him that there were no funds left. Stunned, Gin demanded an explanation, and Belinda reminded him that the Count had cut off his allowance due to his previous reckless spending. Realizing he was financially broke, Gin pleaded with Belinda to lend him some money, but she admitted that she, too, had no cash. The scene shifted to Gin, gazing out the window at the town below, his mind racing. He couldn't believe how precarious their situation had become. Without money, even his foreknowledge of the future seemed to offer no advantage. Gin began to wonder if there was anything in their current situation that could change their fortunes. As he pondered this, Ricardo suddenly burst into the room, breathless. Startled, Gin asked why he was in such a rush. Ricardo, visibly distressed, informed him that there was an issue. Kane wanted to see him. The mention of Kane shocked Gin. The scene shifted once more to Scoven, who was struggling to stay on his feet. His face was battered and his opponent struck him again, delivering a blow so powerful it pierced his chest plate and sent him crashing to the ground. Outside the tavern, Gin arrived just in time to witness the commander's collapse. Scoven, noticing Gin, weakly called out. Gin, irritated by the sight, turned his gaze to Kane, who greeted him with a wide grin.
Want to stay ahead of the story? Get up to 16 episodes early only on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and be the first to know what happens next. Click the link in the description, and we'll see you way ahead in the story. Now, back to the video.
Facing Gin was a towering young man, Cain Lowes, the heir to Lowes County. Gin recognized him immediately, memories of their past flashing through his mind. Cain had always been a mix of friend and rival, a figure who stood both beside and above him. As Cain strode up the stairs, Gin turned to Ricardo for an explanation. Ricardo wasted no time in revealing the situation. He and Sken had come to the tavern to investigate reports of an incident. Upon arrival, they had stumbled upon Cain and his personal knight. Cain, having recognized them, had immediately begun asking questions about the rumors surrounding Gin. When Skav had tried to explain, Cain had cut him off with a sinister smirk, gripping his jaw tightly. Without hesitation, he accused Skav of daring to deceive the heir of Lowes County, then proceeded to pummel him. With Skav subdued, Cain turned his attention to Ricardo, demanding the truth. The rumors claimed that Gin, a man with no formal training, had somehow managed to defeat an orc with his bare hands and take down a group of treasonous knights single-handedly. Cain scoffed, dismissing the story as absurd. He claimed he had only been trying to teach the commander a lesson to bring him back to reality. Then his gaze shifted fully to Gin, his lips curling into a sneer. He accused him outright, saying that none of this chaos would have unfolded if Gin hadn't spread lies. Gin's mind wandered back to his past encounters with Cain. His arrogant cousin had always looked down on him, treating him like an underling rather than an equal. Every time Cain visited Perum, trouble followed in his wake, yet no one dared to challenge him due to his status. His confidence and reckless nature were celebrated as signs of a future leader, while Gin's quiet demeanor was seen as weakness. Yet, instead of reacting with anger, Gin did something unexpected. He smiled. Cain's expression faltered for a split second. He had been expecting fury, perhaps even an impulsive attack, but certainly not this. Hours earlier in Lowes County, a spy had approached Cain with an intriguing proposition: eliminate Gin. Initially, Cain had been taken aback, but curiosity kept him listening. The spy assured him that if he succeeded, those in power, the ones who truly mattered, would back his family. Cain had considered the request. Defeating Gin wasn't a challenge, but outright killing the heir of another noble house was no simple matter. He had questioned how such an act could be pulled off without causing an uproar. The spy had reassured him with a simple plan. They would lure Gin into a duel and orchestrate his death to appear as an unfortunate accident. The fight would seem like a mere dispute between noble heirs, nothing more. Cain had listened carefully, weighing the opportunity. Then, with a slow, wicked grin, he had realized the truth. This wasn't just a chance to defeat his cousin, it was a chance to end him. At this very moment, Cain found himself wondering why the shadowy organization wanted Gin eliminated. He had a strong suspicion that something about his cousin had changed. A smirk tugged at his lips as he turned to Gin and asked why he was just standing there so casually on the stairs. His tone shifted, becoming more demanding. He insisted that Gin bring whatever he had prepared. Gin, confused, tilted his head and asked Cain what he meant. With an amused chuckle, Cain reminded him of the festival's interruption and insisted they should make up for it by having some fun. He spoke as if they were still partners in crime, bringing chaos wherever they went. With a dark gleam in his eyes, Cain asked if he was wrong. Unfazed by his cousin's imposing presence, Gin took a moment to think. Then, it clicked. Cain was referring to alcohol and women, the same indulgences he had forced Gin to provide for him during his past visits. Back then, Gin had obeyed without question, fearing the consequences of refusal. He had drained his own funds to meet Cain's demands, which suddenly made Belinda's earlier warning make sense. His father had cut him off due to reckless spending. As the realization settled in, Gin couldn't help but smile. The solution to his financial troubles had been in front of him all along. Kane's voice snapped him back to reality. Growing impatient, he called out again, demanding what was owed. Gin met his gaze and assured him he'd have what he wanted soon, but there was another matter to settle first. His eyes sharpened as he spoke, making even the spy observing from the shadows flinch. Kane frowned, clearly caught off guard. He asked what Gin was getting at. With an eerily calm smile, Gin explained that all the lavish entertainment Kane had enjoyed in the past hadn't come for free. Every luxury had been funded from Gin's own pocket, and now it was time for repayment. A hefty sum of 1,000 gold. Kane's expression twisted with disbelief. He scoffed, arguing that the costs couldn't have exceeded 100 gold. Laughing, he dismissed the demand, calling it nothing more than a token of friendship. Gin's smirk widened. "You really are an idiot," he remarked. "You've always treated me like a doormat." The mood in the tavern shifted as Gin leaned in slightly. "I'll give you a choice," he said coldly. "Pay up now, or I'll take it out of you another way." The entire room fell silent. Onlookers gawked at the audacity of Gin's words. Kane's companions bristled, one of them stepping forward and accusing Gin of acting out simply because Kane had been lenient with him. The noble heir himself scoffed at the idea that Gin had truly gotten stronger. He called him a fraud, claiming he had spread false rumors about defeating knights in battle. With a sneer, Kane went further, labeling Gin a parasite, a disgrace to the north. Then, with a clenched fist, he barked at Gin to pull himself together. Without warning, Kane swung. Gin moved like a shadow, easily sidestepping the blow. The bystanders, including Ricardo and the spy, looked on in shock. Kane, frustrated, adjusted his stance and aimed for Gin's head this time. But once again, Gin avoided it, ducking low before delivering a sharp counterstrike to Kane's ribs. A grunt of pain escaped Kane as he staggered back, disbelief flashing across his face. Gin didn't hesitate. He threw another punch, this time aimed at Kane's head. At the last second, Kane managed to block it with his palm, his lips curling into a triumphant smile. The moment was short-lived. Kane's expression twisted in agony as he collapsed to his knees, clutching his hand. A scream tore from his throat. The spy rushed to his side, alarmed. "Kane, are you all right?" Gin, unimpressed, rolled his eyes. "Quit whining. You blocked the hit, didn't you?" The spy's gaze snapped toward Gin, his expression darkening. "Stay away from him," he warned. The tavern remained deathly silent. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Kane, once seen as an untouchable force, had been brought low before their very eyes. Kane, however, had no intention of letting this humiliation go unanswered. He shot a subtle glance at the spy and whispered under his breath, "Was that convincing?" The spy's lips curled into a sly grin. "Perfect," he murmured. "Everything is in place." With that, Kane steadied himself and reached into his coat. From his pocket, he pulled out a blue glove, a symbol of noble duels. He raised it high, voice steady despite the pain. "Gin, you've disgraced the nobility. You struck without provocation. You." Before he could finish, Gin's own glove smacked him in the face. The tavern gasped. Gin tilted his head, his smile unshaken. "Kane Lowe's," he said smoothly, "you just insulted an heir and attacked my knight. In doing so, you've tarnished the dignity of the nobility." His eyes gleamed. "Do you intend to deny it?" Kane clenched his jaw, taking a deep breath before letting out a laugh. He had always thought Gin was a fool, but he hadn't expected him to dig his own grave this thoroughly. With a slow, deliberate motion, Kane drew his sword. "Fine," he said, his voice dripping with menace. "If you want a duel, I'll give you one." His eyes darkened with promise. "And I'll make sure you regret it." His grip tightened on his blade. "Even if it costs me my life." Gin called out to Ricardo, who immediately responded to his command. Gin instructed him to bring the merchants who were protesting outside the castle, though Ricardo hesitated, clearly taken aback. Gin, now wearing a smile tinged with madness, reassured Ricardo that the merchants would make a substantial profit from this arrangement. Gin had realized that the cancellation of the festival had left both merchants and tourists frustrated, but he was confident that an event like this would reignite their excitement and ease the tension that had built up in the town. The scene shifted to a makeshift stage where Gin and Khan stood poised for a duel. The crowd around them buzzed with anticipation, eager to witness the confrontation. Many of them were eager to see Gin humiliated, and the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Merchants had reopened their stalls, selling goods to the eager tourists who had returned for the spectacle. Among the crowd, a rotund merchant loudly encouraged people to place bets, certain that Khan would emerge victorious. Confident in Khan's superiority, the merchants placed heavy wagers in his favor. Khan, resting his enormous sword on the ground, looked at Gin and questioned why he had turned a sacred duel into some kind of marketplace display. With a sinister grin, he warned Gin that his sword would not stop, even if Gin surrendered. Gin, unfazed, simply pointed out that enough people had gathered, signaling the beginning of the duel. Just as the fight was about to begin, a spy stepped forward, halting the proceedings. He argued that the bets couldn't proceed without a proper wager on Gin's side. The chubby merchant revealed to the crowd that no one had placed a bet on Gin, a fact that didn't surprise anyone. After all, most believed it would be foolish to wager on Gin considering the odds. Khan mocked Gin, laughing that even his own people didn't trust him. Undeterred, the chubby merchant suggested a different type of bet. They could wager on how long Gin would last against Khan. At that moment, Scovin, supported by Ricardo, stepped forward and placed a heavy bag of gold on the table, declaring his bet on Gin. The crowd was stunned by this bold move. Elena, too, approached, dropping an even larger bag of gold, announcing that she was betting on her brother. This move caught even Gin by surprise. When the merchant was asked if the amount was enough, he confirmed it was. Belinda, who had been standing nearby, reminded Elena that she had warned against making such a bold bet. Kane, growing increasingly irritated by the delay, demanded that the duel begin immediately. The referee signaled the start of the fight, and Gin, with a quick glance at his cousin, reminded Khan that, as his elder cousin, it would appear strange for him to make the first move. This statement confused Khan, who retorted that it was far too late for Gin to pretend to be the older brother. As the referee gave the signal, Khan charged forward, using his weight and momentum to swing his massive sword at Gin. Gin was able to block the strike, but he was shocked by the sheer force and weight of the weapon. With a taunting smile, Khan mocked Gin, claiming that he had sunk so low he no longer even acted like an elder sibling. Khan shoved Gin back with the hilt of his sword, then immediately followed up by swinging it toward Gin's head. Gin ducked, narrowly avoiding the blow, but Khan was relentless, following up with a powerful kick. Gin managed to avoid the kick, but the force of Khan's leg shattered the ground beneath them, causing the crowd to gasp in awe. It was clear that Khan's strength was overwhelming, and he showed no signs of giving Gin even a moment to recover or counterattack. With a cocky grin, Khan reveled in his own strength, clearly enjoying the feeling of dominance. Gin, however, remained unshaken by the display of power. He noted his cousin's pride, but it did not intimidate him. On the other hand, Belinda, witnessing the brutal display, began to panic. She grabbed Elena's arm and urged her to stop the fight. Nearby, the spy smiled knowingly, confident that it was already too late. He understood Khan's strategy perfectly. Overwhelming strength combined with relentless attacks would force Gin into a defensive position, leaving him exhausted and vulnerable. The spy knew that once Gin was worn down, Khan would strike the final blow. It was a strategy Khan had honed over time, and he had always emerged victorious using it. As Khan's attacks grew more intense, it seemed that Gin was running out of options. Gin nimbly dodged Kane's attacks with remarkable agility, evading his cousin's strikes. Kane, watching the evasive moves, remarked with a smirk that Gin remained as slippery as ever. He acknowledged that his cousin had certainly grown stronger since their last fight, and decided to change his approach. Without warning, Kane grabbed his sword by the blade and swung the hilt toward Gin, mocking him. He reminded Gin that, as always, he had been exceptional at running away ever since their childhood days. Gin managed to parry the attack with his own sword, but Cain used the hilt to push Gin into the air, sending him soaring. The crowd gasped in collective disbelief, expecting this to be the end of the duel. The spy, watching intently, allowed himself a smug grin, sure that victory was already in Cain's grasp. As Gin descended, however, he muttered under his breath that he had intended to go easy on his cousin. But Cain had crossed the line. Gathering his energy, Gin focused his mana into his legs, steadying himself as he landed with precision. He immediately surged toward Cain, catching his cousin off guard with a sudden burst of speed. Cain gasped in pain as Gin's blade sank into his stomach. The spy, stunned by the turn of events, realized that Gin had cleverly used his mana to regain his footing and move with incredible speed. Gin taunted Cain, accusing him of being foolish and ignorant in his swordplay. He pointed out that Cain had grown arrogant, believing himself invincible simply because his opponents feared his strength. Taking a more solid stance, Gin vowed to show his cousin the error of his ways. Furious, Cain charged at Gin, swinging his sword with fury, but Gin swiftly countered by kicking Cain's blade to knock him back. Before Cain could recover, Gin leapt aside, narrowly avoiding another strike. He then delivered a precise blow to Cain's shoulder, striking the hand that held the sword. Cain, struggling to retaliate, thrust his sword forward in a desperate attempt to recover, but Gin anticipated the move. With a graceful sidestep, Gin pressed the blade down with his foot, and in a single, fluid motion, landed a cut close to Cain's neck. Blood began to trickle from the shallow wound Gin had left, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Then, as if on cue, cheers erupted. No one had expected Gin to display such expertise, and many in the crowd began to regret betting on Cain. Elena, pleased by the unexpected turn of events, pointed it out to Belinda, who smiled knowingly. Meanwhile, Cain, noticing the wound on his neck, realized it was a shallow cut. He deduced that Gin had held back, knowing that he could have inflicted far worse damage if he had wanted to. Confusion clouded Cain's thoughts. How had Gin become so skilled? He couldn't understand it. Gin locked eyes with his cousin, throwing his sword aside in a bold move that shocked the crowd. He declared that the difference in their skills was too vast for the duel to continue with swords. Turning to Cain, Gin informed him that they would now fight without weapons. Cain, visibly irked by Gin's challenge, demanded an explanation. Gin, maintaining his calm demeanor, explained that he saw this duel as a chance to teach his cousin a lesson. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared that the lesson would be delivered with his bare hands. Cain, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. Gin clarified further, telling Cain that his swordsmanship was far superior, and if Cain wanted a real challenge, he would need to fight without a weapon. Gin suggested they engage in a hand-to-hand combat duel, an area where Cain was more skilled. With a firm and unwavering voice, Ghazan declared that he would double the original wager, boldly adding 1,000 gold. His confidence in victory was absolute. The crowd gasped at this unexpected turn, struggling to comprehend Gin's audacity in raising the stakes so drastically. Among them, the spy was the most shocked. He found it almost impossible to believe that Gin had the nerve to challenge Cain to a bare-handed fight. Yet, despite his disbelief, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction, convinced that Gin's recklessness had played right into his hands. As the fight was set to begin, the rotund merchant wasted no time, inviting spectators to place additional bets and announcing that the match had officially become a bare-handed contest. Opinions among the onlookers were sharply divided. Some dismissed Gin's decision as foolish, believing he stood no chance against Cain in raw strength. Others suspected he had a plan and placed their wagers on him instead. Cain, meanwhile, was stunned by his cousin's choice. After a brief hesitation, he simply shrugged and allowed Gin to do as he pleased. Removing his coat, he lifted his sword, his expression hardening as he made his intentions clear. Without warning, he lunged at Gin. Watching from the sidelines, Belinda clicked her tongue in frustration. "Master, pick up your weapon and end this," she urged. But Gin remained calm. As Kane's sword came slicing toward him with lethal intent, Gin dodged effortlessly, a smirk playing on his lips. It was clear to him now. Kane needed a lesson. Kane swung again, but Gin swiftly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the blade. As Kane tried to adjust, Gin moved to his side in a flash, delivering a solid punch to his thigh. Before Kane could react, another crushing blow landed on his jaw, sending him stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. For a moment, Kane lay there, dazed. He couldn't fathom how Gin, the cousin he had always considered beneath him, had executed such precise, effortless movements. The crowd erupted in astonishment, murmurs spreading like wildfire. Suddenly, the idea of Gin winning no longer seemed impossible. Standing over his fallen cousin, Gin's gaze was steady, his voice calm but firm. "Get up, we've barely started." Kane's blood boiled at those words. Snarling, he charged again, swinging his sword with reckless fury. But no matter how many times he slashed, Gin evaded each attack with ease. Then, in a single fluid motion, Gin caught Kane's arm, twisted it sharply, and locked him in place. Before Kane could counter, Gin drove his knee into his ribs, forcing a gasp of pain from his lips. Blood splattered from Kane's mouth as he staggered, disoriented. He couldn't process it. Gin, the cousin who had always bowed to him, always stayed in his shadow, was now dominating him with ease. It was humiliating, yet Kane refused to accept it. He had been certain that this fight would be an easy victory, one that would secure his family's standing. But Gin showed no mercy. He pressed his advantage relentlessly, unleashing blow after blow with no pause, no chance for Kane to recover. By the time Gin finally stepped back, Kane's face was swollen, his entire body bruised. Trembling, he looked up at his cousin, who now towered over him with an air of quiet dominance. Gin grabbed Kane by the hair, his voice low. "Your father was a man of honor. Count Lowe's stood by my father through ruin and hardship, all because of loyalty and friendship. But you," his grip tightened, "you chose a different path." A memory surfaced, a moment from years ago. He had stood before his father, seething with frustration as they argued. "Why?" he had demanded. "Why do you keep sending aid to Perum? Our own county is struggling." His father had met his anger with quiet resolve. "Because Count Perum is my friend," he had said simply. The memory faded as Kane returned to the present, just in time to see Gin's fist flying toward his face. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, but the blow never came. When he dared to look, Gin was standing before him, hand extended. "It's over," he said. Kane stared at him for a long moment. Then, head bowed, he exhaled shakily. "I lost." The crowd erupted in disbelief. Gin's name was chanted over and over, his victory sending shockwaves through the gathered spectators. Those who had bet on Kane cursed their misfortune, while those who had believed in Gin cheered in triumph. Among them, Elena beamed with pride at her brother's unexpected success. Meanwhile, Belinda and the two soldiers beside her stood frozen, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Then, in the midst of the celebration, the spy stormed onto the stage, his face contorted with rage. He approached Kane, his voice a furious snarl. "Why did you surrender?" he demanded. "You were barely at a disadvantage." Kane didn't even lift his head. "I'm done," he said simply. "Let's go." The spy fumed, his fists clenching, but before he could say more, Gin's voice cut through the tension. With a confident smirk, Gin turned to the crowd. "A round of meat and drinks for everyone," he announced. "Courtesy of our generous friend here." The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating their young master's generosity. The spy's eyes widened in horror. "What? I never agreed to that." Gin clapped a firm hand on the man's shoulder, his grip tightening just enough to send a message. "Consider it the price of losing," he said smoothly. "And don't worry, this isn't coming out of the betting pot. This is an additional contribution." His voice turned cold. "And if you try to run, you won't like the consequences." A shudder ran through the spy. He hesitated for only a moment before dropping to his knees. "Fine," he muttered. "I'll pay." The following day, in the quiet of his room, Gin placed a large box on the table. As he lifted the lid, his breath hitched slightly at the sight. Stacks of gold coins, his winnings from the bet. The sheer amount was staggering. This could fund an entire mercenary corps, he murmured to himself. Yet he knew the difficulty of amassing such wealth again. His enemies wouldn't wait. He had to act. and he had to act fast. As he sat in contemplation, Elena and Belinda entered, exchanging glances before hesitantly stepping forward. Jin noticed their nervous expressions and raised an eyebrow. Something wrong? Elena's lips curled into a bright smile. Brother, what are you going to do with all that money? Jin chuckled. Why? Do you want some? Elena shook her head. Just curious. Belinda, however, smirked knowingly. I already know what you're planning, she teased. Lady Amelia's birthday is coming up, isn't it? This whole grand display. You did it just to buy her an extravagant gift, didn't you? Jin blinked, taken aback. Elena gasped. Wait, you're working this hard just to impress your fiancé? Jin froze. Fiancé? For a moment, he looked completely lost, as if he had no idea what they were talking about. Jin turned to his sister for clarification, but Belinda, clearly amused, urged him to drop the act. There was no need to feign ignorance out of embarrassment. Elena then stepped in, reminding him that they were talking about Amelia from Rail County. The mention of the county's name caused Jin's expression to darken. He vividly recalled Amelia Rold, a noblewoman he once likened to a spider. Amelia Rold had been widely admired for her kindness and selflessness, winning the unwavering support of her people. Yet, in time, she would become infamous for leading a rebellion, earning the title the Witch of the North. Aligning herself with the Gileian, she played a crucial role in the downfall of Pam. To Jin, she was nothing less than a traitor. A faint smirk crossed his lips as he turned to Belinda, casually asking when their father was expected to return. She informed him that their father, the Lord, would be back in a week. That time frame was sufficient. Rising from his seat, Jin announced his intention to visit Rold County. Belinda, surprised, pointed out that Amelia's birthday was still some time away and asked why he planned to go. Jin simply stated that he needed to secure funds from the county. The scene shifted to a striking noblewoman stepping onto the ground, her shoes left behind. She had piercing red eyes and a small spider tattoo near her mouth. It was Amelia. She handed her shoes to a ragged young girl who stared at them in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that Amelia was gifting them to her. With a serene expression, Amelia remarked that only she deserved to walk barefoot on this land. Then, turning to her soldiers, she instructed them to provide food and shelter for the people gathered around. Without hesitation, her men set to work distributing provisions, leaving the crowd in awe. As Amelia departed, grateful voices rose in thanks for her generosity. The scene transitioned again, this time to the lush garden of Rold Manor. A man knelt before Amelia, carefully washing her feet. This was Bernard, her loyal escort knight. As she idly stroked a cat lounging on the table, Amelia recalled her father's strict philosophy, absolute obedience from their people. She noted that commoners would follow anyone who kept them warm and well-fed. Bernard acknowledged her wisdom, praising her strategy. Winning the hearts of the people, he assured her, would be crucial in the battle to determine her father's successor. In response, Amelia playfully struck Bernard's face with her foot, though her tone remained commanding. She then inquired about a duel between the North's greatest swordsmen. Bernard, bowing his head, explained that he had deliberately avoided participating. Drawing attention too soon could disrupt their plans. He reminded her that the time had not yet come for her to reveal her true strength. With unwavering devotion, Bernard pressed his lips to her foot, pledging his blade to her cause. Amelia, calm yet imposing, reminded him that he was already her blade. After all, she had personally invested in his development. Lifting his chin, she leaned in closer, her gaze darkening. Her voice dropped into an ominous whisper as she warned him that weakness was unacceptable. Then, letting go of him, she shifted the conversation, inquiring about the merchants. Bernard reassured her that the Arca merchants posed no threat. Their guild had secured contracts for materials needed to rebuild the Bee outpost, recently destroyed in an orc attack on Perum. He further detailed how they were discreetly reclaiming the annual support funds Count Rold had been sending to Perum. Additionally, they had begun recruiting seasoned soldiers and knights from the region, battle-hardened men with experience fighting barbarian tribes, valuable assets to their growing forces. Amelia commended his efforts but reminded him to ensure their guild remained outwardly unremarkable. Their true intentions had to remain concealed until the time was right. As they spoke, a steward entered the garden. Bernard, displeased by the interruption, immediately stood and confronted him, his voice sharp with authority. Unfazed, the steward calmly explained that there was news from the gate. Gin had arrived to see Amelia. Amelia raised a brow, genuinely surprised. What business could Gin possibly have with her? She questioned the steward, who relayed that Gin had claimed he needed to discuss matters concerning the merchant guild. Both Amelia and Bernard exchanged glances, caught off guard by this unexpected development. The scene shifted once more to the visitors' room. Amelia entered, her posture poised and composed, and took a seat. Across from her sat Gin, draped in a rough coat, holding a small flower. He greeted her warmly, but Amelia's expression remained cold. She wasted no time chastising him for arriving unannounced, calling his manners disgraceful. Undeterred, Gin smiled and told her he had come to deliver an early birthday gift. He placed the flower on the table, casually remarking on its pleasant fragrance and mentioning that he had acquired it from the local merchant guild. Then he added that he intended to do all his future flower purchases through that guild, specifically the Arkham Merchant Guild. Amelia listened, but her expression revealed no understanding of his underlying message. Rising from her seat, she dismissed herself, claiming she saw no reason to stay now that she had received his so-called gift. But just as she turned to leave, Gin spoke again, his tone cold and commanding. "Sit back down." A chilling energy radiated from him, freezing Amelia in place. She hesitated, startled by the unfamiliar presence before her. This was not the timid young man who once stammered in her presence. There was something different, something formidable about him. Gin lifted his teacup, his gaze never wavering. He spoke with sharp precision. "I won't waste your time. I need 10,000 gold." Amelia blinked, caught off guard. Of all the things she had expected, a sudden demand for such an outrageous sum was not one of them. "You came all this way just to ask for money?" she asked, her voice laced with disbelief. She then questioned whether their father had sanctioned this, but Gin quickly clarified that his father had no involvement. He was simply asking her to hand over the gold. Without breaking eye contact, Gin casually poured his tea onto the floor. A smirk tugged at his lips as he made a pointed remark. "You never intended to marry me, did you?" For a brief moment, Amelia faltered. Gin continued, his words striking like daggers. If rumors spread about her secret efforts to amass power, especially during such a volatile succession struggle, it could spell disaster for her. As he spoke, Amelia's cat leapt onto the table, hissing at him. Amelia scoffed, dismissing his words as nothing more than a poor attempt at intimidation. But Gin remained unfazed. He assured her that, for now, her secret was safe with him. However, his silence was not guaranteed if he left empty-handed. Amelia's lips curled into a cold smile. "That scenario will never happen." Without hesitation, she called for Bernard. The knight entered immediately, placing a hand over his chest in greeting. Gin's eyes flickered with recognition. Bernard was more than just Amelia's escort. He was one of the finest swordsmen in the north, a warrior capable of rivaling legends. Gin turned back to Amelia, his voice calm but firm. "If I die here, a war will break out. Are you ready for that?" Amelia remained unfazed. With a serene expression, she replied, "If a ruffian barged in, caused chaos, and was cut down by my knight, that's the story the world will hear." Then with a smile, she gave Bernard a simple command. "Kill him." The knight moved without hesitation, drawing his sword in a fluid motion. Gin's expression hardened. There was no room for negotiation now. With a steady hand, he reached for the hilt of his own blade, ready to meet the challenge head-on. Just as Gin prepared to act, Bernard's knowing smile caught him off guard. Before he could process it, a sudden clatter shattered the tension. An assassin burst from the hollowed-out armor of a knight stationed behind him. The intruder lunged, aiming for Gin's chair, but Gin reacted instantly, leaping out of harm's way. As the assassin struggled to free his lodged weapon, Gin delivered a crushing kick to his chest, sending him hurtling through the window. The crash left both Amelia and Bernard momentarily stunned. Gin, unfazed, turned to his hosts, his disbelief evident. He scoffed at Amelia's feigned politeness while scheming an ambush, his words dripping with sarcasm as he retrieved his sword. Without another word, he lunged at Bernard, his blade slicing through the air. Bernard met the strike with a steady block. his cold gaze locking onto Jin's. "Has Rold County abandoned the principles of chivalry?" Gin asked, his voice laced with contempt. Bernard remained unmoved, responding with a mocking apology. He pointed out that it was Gin who had first shown disrespect, arriving uninvited and disturbing his mistress. With a sharp twist, Bernard trapped Gin's sword within his arms and declared that etiquette was wasted on someone like him. Seizing the opportunity, Bernard launched his own attack, but Gin was quicker. He sidestepped effortlessly, then vaulted into the air, delivering a powerful kick that forced Bernard back. The knight steadied himself, reassessing. Rumors had painted Gin as a braggart with little actual skill, but the man before him told a different story. Watching intently, Amelia's expression darkened. "Why are you holding back?" she snapped at Bernard. Frustration bled into her voice as she commanded, "Bring me his head. You know what that means." At her order, Bernard exhaled, his stance shifting as he released his mana. The air grew heavy with his presence. "Step forward if you dare," he challenged. Gin chuckled at the absurdity of it, a mere escort knight issuing commands. "Bold," he remarked, but Bernard wasn't posturing. In a blink, he closed the gap, his sword a blur. Though Gin narrowly dodged, the knight's blade still grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Stunned by Bernard's speed, Gin found himself forced on the defensive as a relentless barrage followed. Each strike came faster, heavier, testing Gin's limits. Amelia, watching from her perch, clenched her fists. This wasn't the battle she had expected. Gin, the so-called weakling, was holding his own. Yet, her confidence in Bernard didn't waver. In a swift counter, Gin locked blades with Bernard, pressing his sword dangerously close to the knight's throat. But before he could deliver the final strike, Bernard twisted away, ensnaring Gin's weapon with his arm in a seamless maneuver. He countered with the same technique Gin had used earlier. Gin smirked, thinking he could disarm Bernard again. But this time the outcome was different. The knight's body pulsed with mana reinforcement, his grip unbreakable. With a chilling calm, Bernard declared, "Your trick won't work twice." Then, with sheer force, he slammed Gin to the ground. Wasting no time, he surged forward to capitalize on his advantage. Gin, however, recovered swiftly. He deflected the incoming strike and leapt back, putting distance between them. His mind raced. Bernard's mana infusion was giving him an undeniable physical edge. Bernard, too, was reevaluating. "You're not the man the rumors spoke of," he admitted. One couldn't truly know an opponent's strength until clashing blades with them. He studied Gin's movements, noting the lack of formal technique. "Your swordsmanship, it's not polished, not trained, more like refined through bloodshed, barbaric even." He tossed Gin's sword aside, shaking his head. "This wild style may work on the battlefield, but here it ends now." Gin, breathing heavily, remained silent. He knew the tide was turning against him. Bernard's precise thrusts disrupted his rhythm, targeting vital points with uncanny accuracy. The knight's larger frame, combined with his honed skill, created a suffocating advantage. Realizing he was up against someone beyond his current level, Gin made his move. Raising his hand, he revealed a thin mana thread wrapped around his wrist. "Your time's running out too," he murmured. He yanked the thread. Bernard, unfamiliar with the technique, hesitated. A mere fraction of a second, but enough. Gin exploited the opening, smashing the hilt of his sword against the back of Bernard's head. The knight staggered, his stance breaking. Gin followed up with a brutal knee to Bernard's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Bernard's mind reeled. How had Gin positioned his weapon so perfectly? Amelia shouted his name, but before he could respond, Gin pressed forward, sword poised for the final blow. Yet, to his surprise, Bernard blocked the strike at the last second. With a powerful counter, he shoved Gin back. Their duel, fierce and unrelenting, reached a tipping point. Bernard turned to Amelia, his voice steady. "Leave the room," he instructed. "I can't guarantee your safety anymore." Determination burned in his eyes as he tightened his grip on his weapon. "Now, I'll fight at my best." Gin, unshaken, grinned. "That's exactly what I was hoping for," he said, eyes gleaming. "It's been a long time since I had this much fun." The scene shifted to Amelia, storming out of the room with her cat in tow. Humiliation burned within her as she replayed the encounter with Gin. How had he uncovered the truth about the Merchant Guild? It had to be an inside leak. There was no other way he could have known such details. Frustration gnawed at her, but as she ran, she begrudgingly admitted that the rumors of Gin slaying orcs and rescuing his younger sister from assassins were likely true. Even so, she remained convinced that much of his reputation was built on luck and exaggeration. As she turned a corner expecting to see her stationed guards, she instead froze in shock. The guards lay unconscious on the ground, and standing amid them was a hooded woman. The stranger turned, a faint smile playing on her lips. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" The hood fell back, revealing Belinda. Startled, Amelia demanded an explanation, but before she could react, Belinda moved with lightning speed. In an instant, she was beside Amelia, a blade pressing against her throat. "Silence," Belinda commanded, her tone calm but unyielding. Amelia stiffened, unable to believe what was happening. Belinda's gaze flickered to the spider clinging to Amelia's lips. With practiced ease, she plucked it away, her expression unreadable. "I overheard Count Perum and Count Rold during the engagement ceremony," she mused. "Your siblings always mocked your love for spiders, didn't they? You raised them to get revenge, yet you still wear one. Is it a symbol of overcoming the past, or simple defiance?" Without waiting for an answer, she tossed the spider to the ground and crushed it under her heel with a sharp crunch. "Either way, it doesn't suit you." Her tone remained unsettlingly composed as she leaned in. "Now, cooperate." Back in the room, the clash between Jin and Bernard continued. Gin's instincts sharpened as he sensed the shift in the air. Bernard was now releasing an overwhelming amount of mana. The knight's gaze locked onto him with disdain. "You called me entertaining," Bernard sneered. "Only a lowly mercenary would speak like that." He tightened his grip on his weapon. "You are unworthy of calling yourself a noble, let alone one who serves a mistress." Gin's eyes narrowed. "You're an escort knight, Bernard. Don't overstep." With that, Bernard lunged. His strikes came in a blur, rapid, precise, relentless. Gin barely managed to parry, each impact growing harder to deflect. The knight's expression remained firm. "A noble must carry dignity," he stated, his attacks intensifying. Gin gritted his teeth. This was getting dangerous. "Enough of this," he growled. Summoning his strength, he twisted his sword to deflect Bernard's blade and aimed a decisive thrust toward the knight's head. But Bernard reacted instantly, redirecting the attack and forcing Gin to retreat. Then, with blinding speed, Bernard drove his sword forward, his blade slicing into Gin's shoulder. The knight's confidence wavered when he realized what had happened. Gin had deliberately taken the hit, using the impact to knock Bernard's blade aside and create an opening. Without hesitation, he struck back. Bernard barely blocked in time, the narrow escape making him reassess his opponent. Tightening his stance, Bernard locked down Gin's sword, then delivered a brutal kick, sending him backward. "This is the difference between a true warrior and someone who treats battle as entertainment," he said coldly. Gin, breathing heavily, couldn't help but smirk. Despite the pressure, the fight exhilarated him. Bernard had the upper hand. His speed, reach, and relentless strikes kept Gin on the defensive. Every attempt to counter was shut down. Then, in a deceptive maneuver, Bernard locked their swords together. On the surface, it appeared they were evenly matched, but Gin knew the truth. His current mana reserves weren't enough to overpower Bernard's superior strength. The situation was dire. As Bernard surged forward again, Gin made his decision. This fight needed to end. Bernard had accounted for nearly every variable, except one. Drawing upon his third mana core, Gin unleashed an explosive surge of energy. The room trembled as his strength skyrocketed. When their blades met again, the force of his strike sent Bernard's sword crashing downward, wrenching it from his grip. The knight froze, stunned beyond belief. "Impossible," he muttered. Before he could recover, Gin raised his sword, ready to end the fight. But then, "Stop!" Gin turned his head. Amelia stood nearby, fury radiating from her expression. "Take the 10,000 gold and leave," she snapped. Irritated, Gin lowered his weapon and took a step back. "Would have been easier if you just handed it over when I asked nicely," he remarked dryly. Belinda, watching from the sidelines, chuckled. "Gin, this is way past a lover's quarrel." Gin shrugged. "Just a difference of opinion." With a deliberate stride, he approached Amelia, resting his sword on his shoulder. His voice was calm but firm. "There's been a change of plans. The fee has doubled." His gaze locked onto hers. 20,000 gold. Amelia hurled a vase against the floor, the sharp crash echoing through the room as shards scattered in every direction. Bernard stood beside her, his head bowed slightly in apology. He admitted his failure. Jin was far stronger than expected. The rumors had vastly underestimated him. Bernard explained that Gin had unleashed mana surpassing even that of an advanced knight. Amelia's expression darkened. "He's changed," she said grimly. When Bernard cautiously suggested reporting this to Duke Deli's faction for development, Amelia reacted instantly. A sharp slap landed across his face. Grabbing his collar, she pulled him close, eyes blazing with fury. "Do you have any idea what kind of terror the Duke inspires?" she snapped. Exposing this incident would mean their doom. The alliance with Duke Deli was a dangerous, secret pact, one her father knew nothing about. The Duke had pledged his support for her rebellion, but only in return for her help in toppling Perum. If word of this deal ever got out, her own siblings would not hesitate to kill her. Her anger deepened as another thought crossed her mind. Jin might already know. He had inside knowledge of the Merchant Guild's secrets. If he had even a hint about her arrangement with the Duke, no, she couldn't take that risk. She turned to Bernard, her voice cold and resolute. Gin must be eliminated, no matter what. Bernard nodded without hesitation, accepting the command. Amelia then inquired about Gin's injuries. Bernard explained that while he had inflicted minor cuts across Gin's body and a deeper wound on his shoulder, the explosive burst of mana Gin had used would likely leave him weakened for some time. However, using knights from their own forces would be too risky. It would leave a trail. Amelia acknowledged the problem. "That's why I trained them," she murmured. Bernard immediately understood. "The Wild Cats?" She nodded. This elite group was composed of war orphans, outcasts, and those without noble status. Only the most naturally talented in mana control had been selected. Amelia placed a flag on the map before her, marking a specific location. "Send a dozen of them here. Only those with mastery over mana." Bernard studied the map. The ravine she marked was the only narrow passage between Rail Territory and Perum County, a remote, treacherous landscape. It was the perfect place for an ambush. "Understood, my lady," he said. Amelia's eyes burned with determination. "Jin will pay for what he did to me." Meanwhile, inside a carriage, Gin sat quietly, wrapping a cloth around his injured arm. His mind churned with thoughts. He could feel it. Amelia was already planning her next move. Across from him, Fergus studied his face. "You all right?" Gin offered a small, reassuring smile. "Just surface wounds." Reflecting on his recent battle, Gin acknowledged he had pushed himself to his limits, but it was worth it. The 20,000 gold he had taken from Amelia was more than enough. It would serve as the foundation to rebuild Perum. For his struggling territory, it was the equivalent of years of savings. Despite his anger toward Amelia, he had chosen not to kill her. That would have sparked a war, and Perum was in no position to handle that right now, not with the looming threat of barbarians. Retreat was the wiser choice. Besides, the information he had on the Aram Merchant Guild was already a heavy burden for Amelia. As he shrugged on his jacket, Belinda, his ever-watchful maid, observed him closely. "So, is everything going according to plan?" She reminded him of his previous orders, how she and Fergus were to subdue the guards upon hearing fighting noises and to take Amelia hostage if she stepped out of the room. Gin smirked. "I left that part to Fergus." Before he could say more, a sharp pain ripped through his body. His vision blurred and suddenly, he coughed up blood. "Jin!" Belinda and Fergus rushed to his side. Jin gritted his teeth. He recognized the sensation. This was the recoil from opening his third mana core. Though the pain wasn't as crippling as before, it was still significant. He needed a solution. He couldn't afford to be incapacitated every time he accessed his full power. Belinda wasted no time. Grabbing his hand, she pulled out a long mana-infused needle. "Your mana flow is chaotic," she observed, her tone sharp with concern. Without hesitation, she began pressing the needle into precise points on his palm. Gin stiffened, startled by the odd sensation. He felt something being released from his body. A sharp exhale left his lips as his tangled mana pathways started to untangle. This technique. It required an advanced understanding of mana control. He studied Belinda with renewed curiosity. He had always known she wasn't just an ordinary maid. His mother had brought her into their household, but even now, her true origins remained a mystery. Why would someone with such rare skills choose to serve as a mere headmaid in the countryside? Gin pushed the thought aside. It didn't matter. Skilled people in his territory were always an asset, and the challenges ahead were only beginning. Belinda, finishing her work, met his gaze. "No matter what happens, you have my loyalty," she assured him. Gin smirked. "Then help me spend some money," she blinked. "What?" He leaned back. "Amelia was the richest person I knew. It made sense to take from her." Belinda and Fergus exchanged stunned looks. "You ended your engagement over that?" Belinda asked, incredulous. "If Count Rayfold finds out..." Gin waved her off. "Amelia won't tell her father, that much I know." Belinda huffed in frustration. "Then at least tell me what you plan to do with it." Gin's expression shifted. "I'm going to conquer the forest of beasts." Silence filled the carriage. Belinda's eyebrows shot up. Fergus scoffed. "That's been impossible since your great-grandfather's time." Gin merely smiled. "That's why we need him." Fergus hesitated before speaking. "The man you asked me to find, he's at the designated location, but..." He hesitated. "Gin, he's not stable, he's not in his right mind." Gin's eyes gleamed. "Doesn't matter. If he's alive, he's useful." Belinda crossed her arms. "You're in no condition to travel." Gin sighed. "You think Amelia will just let us walk away?" Belinda clenched her fist. "I can fight. So can Fergus," Gin agreed. "But this isn't about battle. It's about expertise, and for that, we're going to meet the vanguard." Their journey led them deep into the forest, where an old wooden house stood, abandoned and decayed. Belinda frowned. "Are you sure this is the place?" Fergus gave a firm nod. "This is the address." They knocked. The door creaked open, revealing a massive, disheveled man with long, unkempt hair. His bloodshot eyes studied them with suspicion. "Who the hell are you?" Belinda leaned toward Gin, whispering, "He looks like he's barely surviving." But Gin remained unfazed. The man scoffed, dismissing Gin as just another bored noble. "Go away," Gin's voice cut through the air. "Ex-captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Gileian." The man froze. Slowly, he turned back, eyes narrowing with a mix of caution and recognition. Gin smiled. "I've been looking for you." The group stood frozen in shock, struggling to process the revelation before them. The man they had believed to be a mere vagrant was none other than the former leader of the Ratatosk mercenaries, a once legendary force whose members were required to master nearly every weapon. Though the group had long since disbanded, their reputation endured, their name still whispered with reverence even in foreign lands. Without warning, Gileian suddenly hurled an axe straight at Gin. The blade missed by a hair's breadth, slicing through his jacket. Alarmed, the group instinctively drew their weapons, stepping in to defend their master. But Gileian, his expression dark and unreadable, demanded Gin state his purpose. Belinda, wary of Gileian's erratic behavior, urged Gin to retreat, warning him of the man's instability. Yet Gin remained unmoved. Instead, he uttered two words, "eternal punishment." At that, Gileian froze, his eyes widening. Gin then revealed that he knew the cure for the disease afflicting Gileian's daughter, describing the terrifying symptoms: relentless fever, bloodied coughs, and red spots spreading like flower petals across the skin. The illness was so excruciating that it had earned the name Eternal Punishment. Gin's voice was calm but firm as he asked Gileian if he was willing to listen. After a long pause, Gileian grudgingly stepped aside, allowing the group entry. Inside, agonized screams filled the air. Rachel, Gileian's daughter, writhed in pain upon her bed. As Gin observed her condition, he quickly determined that there was still time to act. Memories from his past life surfaced. He had once sought out Gileian to recruit him, but by the time he found him, it was too late. Rachel had died. Gileian had sold everything in a desperate bid to save her. And in his grief, he had ultimately taken his own life. The near-barren house, stripped of all but weapons, was proof that history was repeating itself. Rachel, sobbing, begged her father to end her suffering. Realizing there was no time to waste, Jin removed his jacket and announced that treatment would begin immediately. Before he could act, Belinda grabbed his shoulder, urging him to reconsider. She admitted she had no idea what he intended, but reminded him that priests had failed, declaring the disease a divine curse. How could he possibly succeed where holy power had failed? Gin brushed her hand aside, unwavering. He assured her he could save Rachel. Belinda remained skeptical, calling out once more. Gin turned to face her, reminding her of the promise she had made to trust him. The reminder silenced her hesitation. Without further delay, Gin handed her a list of medicinal herbs and instructed her to procure them at once. Though surprised by the requested ingredients, Belinda obeyed, swiftly returning with the necessary supplies. Survival, for mercenaries like Gileian, often depended on knowledge. Though eternal punishment was deemed incurable in the present, Gin knew that a cure would be discovered in the future. Armed with this foresight, he prepared to put it into practice. The remedy itself was surprisingly simple to create, though obtaining its key component, the rare and costly fairy's blessing, was the greatest challenge. With precise movements, Gin finely chopped the herbs, packed them tightly into a bottle, and submerged them in distilled alcohol. He shook the mixture thoroughly, letting it settle before adding the remaining ingredients and stirring them together. The final product glowed with an eerie purple hue. Gin handed the vial to Gileian, instructing him to administer the medicine to Rachel immediately. Desperate and out of options, Gileian complied. Within moments, the red splotches on Rachel's skin began to fade. The group stood in stunned silence, barely able to believe what they were witnessing. Gileian, more shaken than anyone, stared in disbelief at his daughter's transformation. Jin, composed as ever, simply remarked that the outcome had been expected. With a trembling voice, Gileian demanded to know how this was possible. Even divine magic had failed. How could Gin succeed where the gods themselves had not? Gin explained that while divine power could bolster a body's strength and aid in recovery, it was not a true cure. The disease required more than just holy intervention. It needed the right remedy. Gileian's hands trembled as he clutched Jin, his voice raw with emotion. Then, "She will be healed," Jin reassured him. Rachel would recover completely, though it would take a few months. Overwhelmed, Gileian stepped back, lowering his head in gratitude. He understood now. Jin had come to this place with a purpose. Stripped of everything, Gileian had nothing left to offer but himself. He dropped to his knees and swore his loyalty, pledging to become Jin's servant, or even his dog, if that was what was required. But Gin shook his head. "I don't need a servant," he declared. "I need the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries." Gileian lifted his head. For the first time, he truly saw Gin, not just as a healer, but as a man filled with unshakable ambition. Something within him stirred. Without hesitation, Gileian seized an axe and severed his long ponytail. As the strands fell to the ground, his entire demeanor shifted. He no longer looked like a broken man. He was reborn, exuding an aura of strength and determination. Moving toward his weapons, Gileian asked if Jin had brought others. Jin confirmed that his group was the only one present. Gileian then asked if Jin had enemies. Jin smirked. "Plenty, and I'll be making more." Gileian picked up a spear, expertly tying a rope around its shaft. Without hesitation, he hurled it straight through the wooden wall of the house, sending it deep into the forest beyond. A sickening crunch followed. The wall splintered, revealing an unseen assassin pinned to a tree, impaled through the chest. The room fell into stunned silence. Gileian yanked the spear back with a swift tug of the rope, dragging the dying man into the house. He seized the assassin by the throat, his grip unyielding. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The assassin, barely able to speak, recognized Gileian instantly. He was a member of the Wild Cats, a group not easily taken by surprise. And yet, Gileian had detected him with ease. Gileian turned to Gin, awaiting his command. Jin, already suspecting the source of the attack, rested a hand on his sword. He sighed. "I really don't feel like drawing my blade again today." At that, Gileian grinned. Placing a hand over Jin's sword hilt to stop him, he nodded. "Leave it to me." Without hesitation, he snapped the assassin's neck. Belinda, witnessing the scene unfold, could barely contain her shock. The sheer ruthlessness, the swift and effortless way Gileian had executed his target, she struggled to understand why her master wanted someone this dangerous by his side. Yet Gin had no doubts. Gileian, dropping to one knee, pledged his life to Gin, vowing absolute loyalty. Gin, recognizing the power of having such a formidable ally for the battles ahead, smiled. "Good," he said. "There was much work to be done."
Sorry for the interruption, but if you're loving this series, you don't have to wait. Get up to 16 episodes ahead right now on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and stay ahead of the story. Links in the description. Now back to the video.
Deep within a secluded cabin in the woods, a group of wildcats traffickers had gathered. A tense silence filled the room as a member of their ranks delivered grim news. One of their own had been killed. The revelation sent a ripple of shock and unrest through the group. Vigo, their leader, swiftly demanded silence. Apologizing for the disturbance, the traffickers explained that Bernard had assured them Gin would neither discover their reconnaissance unit nor possess the strength to eliminate them. Doubt crept into Vigo's expression as he questioned whether the team had erred or if they had been misled with false intelligence. A subordinate, trembling, hesitated before revealing a shocking detail. Gileian had joined Jin's group. Startled, Vigo seized the man by the neck, demanding confirmation. Struggling for composure, the subordinate insisted he had seen it with his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Vigo's lips curled into a smirk. He expressed his satisfaction, remarking that his former captain had finally decided to act. The scene then shifted to Gileian, traveling through the forest alongside Jin and the others in a carriage. Inside, Belinda groaned about the sheer number of weapons Gileian had brought along, complaining that they had even been forced to buy another carriage to fit his entire arsenal. Turning to Gin, she questioned whether all of it was truly necessary, remarking that a sword or two should have sufficed. Gin, unbothered, reminded her that an extra carriage had already been needed to ensure Rachel's comfort. He assured Belinda that it wasn't an issue and urged her to endure it for now, emphasizing that their primary focus was escaping the ravine. Curious, Belinda then inquired about the assassin they had captured, suspecting Amelia was behind the attack. Gin confirmed her suspicions. At this, Belinda revealed that the assassin's mask bore the symbol of the Wild Cats, an infamous and highly dangerous trafficker guild enrolled. Gin, intrigued, pressed for more information. According to Belinda, the Wildcats were not just traffickers. They specialized in smuggling, assassination, drugs, and human trafficking. Former mercenaries made up their ranks, granting the guild formidable combat prowess. Their reputation as a shadowy, ruthless organization made them feared across the land. Gin was surprised that Belinda knew such details, given her time spent mostly in the castle. She admitted that before becoming the head maid, she had learned about such matters. She urged him to be cautious, warning that the Wildcats were relentless. Smiling confidently, Gin reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. They had Gileian on their side. Just as the words left his mouth, something stirred beneath the ground. As their carriage rolled forward, figures emerged from the earth, swiftly closing in on them. Gileian immediately sensed their presence. In an instant, the Wildcats attacked, launching a surprise ambush. Gileian reacted swiftly, drawing both an axe and a sword to parry their strikes. With precision, he severed one assailant's hand before driving his axe into another's chest. Before the wounded attacker could retaliate, Gileian ruthlessly tore his head apart, leaving both bodies crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Before he could recover, more Wildcats sprang into action. Ropes were released, triggering massive trees to topple onto the carriage. Belinda shouted a warning. If the trees landed, they would be crushed. Thinking fast, Gileian seized the reins, slowing the horses just in time to avoid catastrophe. However, the road ahead was now blocked. Jin, unfazed, remarked that he had anticipated an ambush. From the shadows, more traffickers closed in, and one of them stepped forward, Vigo. His gaze locked onto Gileian as he addressed him directly, calling him by a title that made Gileian's expression shift, the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Vigo accused Gileian of cowardice, blaming him for disbanding their group, all for the sake of his daughter. Stepping down from the carriage, Gileian denied any knowledge of what Vigo was claiming. Vigo's irritation flared. He scoffed, insisting that Gileian had forced him into the life he now led. He He questioned whether Gileian had grown senile or was simply pretending not to remember his past comrades. Gileian remained silent. Vigo's smirk widened. If Gileian refused to remember, then he would make him remember. With that declaration, he commanded his men to attack. The wildcat surged forward, but before Jin could step in, Gileian held up a hand, declining his help. He assured Jin that this was personal and that he could handle it alone. Before the attackers could reach him, Gileian infused his axe with mana and swung with devastating force, instantly cutting down 4 enemies in a single strike. The sight stunned the remaining attackers, but they quickly regained their resolve and rushed him. Drawing his short sword, Gileian swiftly dispatched the first enemy who lunged at him. He then spun, plunging his axe into the neck of another before cleaving a third assailant in half. Vigo watched the carnage unfold, unimpressed. It was clear that Gileian had lost none of his strength. Still, he had a plan. Ordering his men to split into 2 groups, he commanded them to encircle Gileian. As they moved into position, Gileian leaped onto a horse, wielding a larger axe. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a mana-infused strike that cut through several foes in a single blow. The remaining wildcats hesitated, realizing their direct approach would be suicide. Instead, they shifted their focus to Gileian's horse, hoping to take away his mobility. But before they could act, Gileian secured a rope to his axe and swung it in a deadly arc, carving through their ranks. Belinda watched in astonishment as Gileian tore through his enemies like a force of nature. With his forces nearly wiped out, Vigo made his move. Lunging forward, he launched a direct attack. Sensing it, Gileian swiftly equipped a shield, blocking the strike. Vigo's eyes burned with fury as he accused Gileian of ruining his life, vowing to kill him. With 3 blades in hand, Vigo hurled them at Gileian's horse, bringing the beast crashing down. Gileian dismounted just before impact, landing on his feet, only to be met with an incoming blade. With lightning reflexes, he blocked the attack with a smaller axe, his voice firm as he once again denied being the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Then, with brutal force, he bashed Vigo's ribs with his shield, sending him stumbling backward. Breathing heavily, Vigo demanded answers. If Gileian was not their former captain, then who was he? Gileian's response was resolute. He had abandoned his past. Now, he served as Jin's subordinate. The words ignited a fresh wave of rage in Vigo. Snarling, he charged forward, vowing to kill Gileian at any cost. Gileian skillfully parried Vigo's attacks as the 2 men clashed, with Vigo pushing his sword into Gileian's shield. He revealed the disheartening truth. After Gileian had left, the mercenary company had disbanded. Vigo lamented how he had lost his purpose, descending into a disgraceful existence, just struggling to survive. With a swift motion, Gileian deflected the sword and countered with a powerful swing of his axe. Vigo dropped low to avoid the strike, then quickly retaliated with a kick. Gileian blocked it with his wooden shield, but the shield shattered under the force. Vigo, frustration evident in his voice, explained how he had dedicated his life to making the Ratatosk mercenaries the greatest force in history. He could hardly believe that his former captain had abandoned everything to become a mere pawn for a spoiled noble. Drawing several blades, Vigo imbued them with mana and threw them at Gileian. Gileian intercepted with his axe, but Vigo, closing the gap, tried to stab him. Gileian narrowly dodged and countered with an overhead swing. Vigo blocked the strike with his sword, smiling as the intensity of their fight escalated. Vigo believed Gileian hadn't changed much from the captain he once admired, though he now saw him as weakened by his years spent searching for a cure for his daughter. Vigo, on the other hand, claimed to have grown stronger through countless battles, convinced that Gileian was no longer his equal. Gileian unleashed a massive swing, but Vigo dodged it by flipping over him, using his sword to leverage himself. Landing behind Gileian, Vigo kicked the blades that Gileian had previously blocked, sending them hurtling back toward him. Gileian used his armor to deflect the projectiles, and as Vigo charged forward, Gileian anticipated the attack. He swung his axe, but Vigo avoided it once more, taunting that the fight was over. In response, Gileian channeled mana into his hand and caught Vigo's strike, stunning Vigo in the process. He realized Gileian had been holding back. Gileian then asked if Vigo's pursuit of vengeance was driven by hatred. Vigo, still stunned, didn't answer. He just stared at Gileian's display of mana, unable to comprehend the shift in his former comrade. With a swift motion, Gileian slammed the head of his axe into Vigo's face, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Standing over his fallen opponent, Gileian questioned why Vigo had waited so long to act. Vigo bitterly admitted that he had already visited Gileian's former residence, only to find a feeble, old man, unworthy of death. Anger filled Vigo's voice as he demanded to know what had become of the Gileian he once revered. Gileian threw Vigo's dagger to the ground and ordered him to pick it up. He explained that he was now just a body bound to another's will. Unsheathing his sword, Gileian promised to give Vigo the highest respect, even in their confrontation. He declared he would act as the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Vigo, visibly pleased, picked up his dagger and charged at Gileian, excited to finally experience the fight he had long desired. The battle intensified as Vigo attacked more fiercely. Gileian stood firm, blocking Vigo's strikes with his axe. He then aimed to end the fight with a powerful swing, but Vigo dropped low, countering with a swift strike. Gileian parried the attack with his axe, forcing Vigo's dagger downward, and then drove his sword into Vigo's ribs. Despite the injury, Vigo gritted his teeth and retaliated. Gileian evaded, raised his axe high, and paused for a moment to acknowledge Vigo as the 5th unit commander of the Ratatosk mercenaries, calling him by his full name, Vigo Volos. Vigo smiled, but it was fleeting. Gileian plunged his blade into him, ending his life. With Vigo's lifeless body at his feet, Gileian picked up the dagger and stood silently, gazing at his fallen comrade. Ghislain commended Gileian's effort, and Belinda remarked that looting the wildcats could be quite profitable. Gileian, apologizing to Gin for the delay, was reassured by Gin, who expressed admiration for Gileian's skill. Reflecting on his early days as a mercenary, Gin admitted that stories about Gileian had inspired him and helped lay the foundation for his rise to becoming the mercenary king. This encounter confirmed that recruiting Gileian had been the right choice, as he had gained a reliable ally. Gin then asked Gileian if he remembered who Vigo had been. Raising Vigo's sword, Gileian replied that Vigo had been an old comrade. These words resonated deeply with Gin, prompting him to reflect on his own former comrades. He wondered where they were now and what their lives had become, knowing that their paths had long diverged before meeting him. Gin resolved to reconnect with them one day. Turning to the group, Gin instructed them to follow Belinda's suggestion and gather any valuables from the wildcats. Belinda ordered Gileian to lead the effort, but Gileian curtly reminded her that he was not her subordinate. 2 days later, the group arrived in Perum territory. Belinda, visibly relieved, commented on their arrival. Gileian looked at the city ahead and asked Gin if it was Perum. Gin confirmed it, feeling a sense of contentment at returning home. He reflected on how, when he had first run away, he had believed he could return any time. Gileian, studying the county, was asked for his opinion. Startled, he nervously responded that it seemed great, but Gin disagreed. He pointed out that the houses were outdated and renovations were impossible. He revealed that the fields lay uncultivated because the farmers had been conscripted into the military, leaving the land barren. Gileian remarked that he had heard of Perum's perpetual conflict with the northern barbarians, but admitted that the situation was worse than expected. Gin affirmed the dire circumstances but expressed determination to fix the issues. Turning to Gileian, he declared that he needed his strength to make it happen. Both Belinda and Gileian were surprised by this sudden appeal. Gin understood that the upcoming battle would be long and arduous, a fight to eradicate everything tied to Duke Deline and to safeguard what had been taken for granted. Resolute, he vowed to restore the land no matter the cost. As the group entered the county, Belinda noticed something unusual and urged her master to look ahead. When Gin lifted his gaze, he saw an unexpected figure, a man in armor with a coat draped over his shoulder. It was his father.
At Perum Castle, a tense discussion unfolded as a group of men gathered before the Count. The topic at hand was a surprising one. He proposed reducing their forces. Shock rippled through the room. One man immediately objected, arguing that maintaining the front lines would become nearly impossible with fewer troops. Another suggested seeking aid from the Rold family, but the general administrator delivered grim news. The Rolds had not only cut financial support, but were also amassing soldiers and stockpiling supplies instead. This revelation left the knights visibly unsettled. Another pressing issue was raised: the need for funds to rebuild the Forest of Beast garrison, recently ravaged in battle against the orcs. One knight pointed out that reducing their military strength wouldn't ease their financial burdens enough to justify the risks. Jin observed the heated debate, unsurprised by the tension. Among those present were Randolph, the stern and commanding knight captain, Albert, the bearded and ever-serious treasurer, and Homer, the composed but pragmatic general administrator. As the debate raged on, Gin's thoughts drifted to his father. Though only a few months had passed since they last met, for Gin, who had lived decades as the mercenary king, it felt far longer. When Count Perum, Gin's father, finally arrived, his son's words of welcome caught him off guard. Their interactions had always been formal, and the unexpected warmth in Gin's tone was unusual. As a child, Gin had found his father's strict nature suffocating, but now he could see the weight of responsibility pressing down on the Count's shoulders, etched into every weary line on his face. Sipping his tea, Perum noted Gin's week-long absence from the castle. Gin explained that he had been visiting the Rolds. The Count, wary, asked if he had caused trouble. Gin reassured him that he had not. Albert, the treasurer, interjected, bringing up rumors of a duel. Gin had supposedly bested Canaan and walked away with a sizable sum of money. Skeptical, Albert questioned whether Gin had gone to Rayfold to gamble. Irritated, Gin clarified that his trip was an investment-related visit, specifically for business with Amelia. Homer, ever the voice of caution, reminded Gin of his responsibilities as Perum's future ruler, urging him to conduct himself with care. Gin, maintaining his composure, acknowledged the advice but dismissed any need for concern. Homer, however, grew more frustrated, sensing that Gin was disregarding his words entirely. At that moment, Zwal set down his tea, instructing his subordinates to drop the subject. He then turned to Gin and, with a curious expression, mentioned hearing about some good trouble his son had caused. Gin, puzzled, waited for an explanation. Zwal then asked if it was true that he had executed Jamal and Philip for attempting to sell Elena. The mention of those disloyal knights surprised Gin. Before he could respond, Randolph, the knight captain, scoffed at the idea that Gin could have single-handedly defeated them. He speculated that they must have turned on each other, and Gin had simply delivered the final blow. Gin recognized Randolph's disapproval. Despite the knights' treachery, their deaths at Gin's hands unsettled the captain. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Gin chose not to argue and allowed Randolph's assumption to stand. With a smug expression, Randolph declared his theory correct. However, Perum had a different reaction. Much to Gin's astonishment, his father praised him. The details of how the traitors were dealt with didn't concern him. Elena's safety was what mattered. It was the first time Gin had ever received such a genuine compliment from his father. Encouraged, Gin took the opportunity to make a request. Zwal, surprised, listened as Homer swiftly cut in, warning Gin not to ask for money. Randolph, irritated, joined in, citing the numerous reckless incidents from Gin's past, selling military provisions for gambling, setting fire to the castle gates just to grill an army horse, and melting down armor to forge a useless, legendary sword. Gin couldn't deny these accusations. He didn't recall all the incidents clearly, but he knew he was likely responsible. However, he clarified that he wasn't asking for money. Instead, he needed his father's permission. Zwal raised an eyebrow. "For what?" Gin answered without hesitation. "I want to pioneer the Forest of Beasts." Silence fell over the room. Shocked expressions surrounded him. Later that evening, Gin reclined in his quarters, recounting the scene with amusement. Unsurprisingly, his father had denied his request, reacting with alarm and shouting at him. Belinda, unfazed, remarked that such a response was inevitable. The forest was infamous, teeming with monsters and offering nothing of value in return. Turning to Gileian, Gin asked if he had heard the plan. Gileian nodded, recalling that Gin intended to use the money from Amelia to fund the venture. However, he warned that the Forest of Beasts was no ordinary danger zone. It was a death trap. No one who entered had ever returned alive. Its terrifying reputation stretched far beyond Perum, but Gin was unfazed. With a calm smile, he assured his guard that he knew exactly what he was getting into. "Then why risk it?" Belinda pressed. Gin merely smirked, because waiting any longer would be a waste of time. Rising to his feet, he walked toward the door, signaling that it was time to depart. Belinda, arms crossed, reminded him that the Count hadn't granted permission. Gin glanced over his shoulder, his eyes unwavering. That was just a courtesy. I don't need his permission. Belinda frowned. Then, what are you hoping to find in that forest? Gin didn't answer right away. The truth, if revealed too soon, could be disastrous. Buried near the entrance of the forest lay something invaluable, a hidden vein of runestone. When infused with mana, it produced runestones, an extremely rare mineral sought after by mages for crafting magical tools, barriers, alchemy devices, and powerful enchantments. In his previous life, Duke Gileian had discovered this treasure trove, but in this lifetime, only Gin knew of its existence. Belinda, still unable to understand her master's determination, sighed and chose to trust him. Fine, she relented. You must have a plan. Gileian, ever loyal, reassured Gin of his commitment. Gin nodded. Belinda, head to the nearest guild and hire 200 mercenaries. Belinda's eyes widened. 200? You're willing to spend that much after nearly dying to earn it? Gileian, frowning, warned of the dangers of hiring mercenaries in large numbers. They were notoriously unruly and known for betraying their employers if the opportunity arose. Gin acknowledged the risks, but explained that he and Gileian would personally select the most reliable fighters. Gileian hesitated. Where exactly? Do you plan to find such mercenaries? A knowing smirk spread across Gin's lips. We're heading north to find the best small-scale mercenary group. Realization dawned on Gileian. His expression darkened. The Mad Dogs? He asked warily. Gin nodded. Gileian grimaced. The Mad Dogs, also known as the Curious Mercenaries, were notorious. Skilled, yes, but they had a reputation for turning on their employers the moment things went south. Yet Gin remained confident. We're going to put a leash on the Mad Dogs. Soon after, Gileian led Gin's horse toward the outskirts of Zimbar territory, where the Curious Mercenaries were based. From a distance, a mercenary spotted them approaching and alerted his companion. The second man laughed. Poor bastards. They have no idea what they're walking into. He took a second look through his spyglass and realized one of the approaching figures was a noble. His grin widened. A noble, huh? This'll be easy money. His amusement was cut short as a hand suddenly grabbed him. A scream of pain erupted, startling the camp. Gileian had seized the mercenary, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. The man cursed, demanding to know what was happening, until Gileian hurled him into the ground with bone-crushing force. Remaining mercenaries erupted in outrage. One stepped forward, swinging a spiked chain. You must be feeling brave with a noble behind you, he sneered, but you won't be leaving here alive. At that moment, another voice cut through the commotion. Gin, still seated on his horse, gazed down at them with cold authority. Shut up and fetch your captain. The mercenary scoffed at the demand, spinning his chain in a show of defiance. With a sneer, he taunted Gin, calling him a pampered noble brat who needed a lesson in responsibility. Without hesitation, he hurled the spiked chain toward Gin, only for something to intercept it midair. A dagger struck the chain, halting its momentum and sending the spiked ball crashing to the ground. The one responsible was Gileian, his blade lodged firmly between the links. The mercenary's eyes widened in shock as Gileian twisted the dagger, further entangling the weapon. Gin smirked at the display. Words alone won't be enough, he remarked. Handle this, Gileian, but no fatalities. Acknowledging the order, Gileian seized the chain and yanked hard. The mercenary had no time to react before he was sent hurtling toward him. As he came within reach, Gileian struck him in the stomach with the spiked ball. The man howled in pain, collapsing to his knees. His comrades erupted in rage at the sight, shouting that Gileian's status as a noble servant meant nothing to them. Without a word, Gileian twisted his dagger deeper into the chain, using it as leverage to hoist the injured mercenary into the air. With a powerful throw, he sent the man crashing into the approaching group, knocking several off their feet. The remaining mercenaries hesitated, stunned by his strength. From atop his horse, Gin sighed. How much longer are you going to keep me waiting? He asked, his tone laced with impatience. Dismounting, he ordered them to summon their captain. Before they could move, a voice cut through the tension. What's all this commotion? The mercenaries instinctively parted, making way for a man with fiery red hair and an imposing presence. He exuded authority, his sharp gaze sweeping over the scene. I'm Ka, he introduced himself, captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. Now tell me, why are you looking for me? Gin found the question absurd. Isn't it obvious? He said flatly. I have a job for you. Ka raised an eyebrow. You attack my men and then expect me to listen to a request? He scoffed. A noble should know better manners. Gin merely smiled. "This is how I greet people," he replied. "It's the most effective way to tame them." Ka let out a chuckle. "Then I wonder what would happen if you greeted us twice." The scene shifted to Ka's tent, where he sat across from Gin and Gileian, surrounded by his men. Leaning back, he folded his arms. "All right, let's hear it. What exactly do you want?" Gin's answer was simple. "I want to hire your mercenary group to pioneer the forest of beasts." Silence fell over the room. Then, incredulous laughter erupted from Ka's men. "Did he just say the forest of beasts?" one mercenary muttered. "That place is suicide," another added. They exchanged uneasy glances. The forest was infamous, teeming with deadly creatures and bordering Perum territory. No sane man would willingly venture there. Ka, however, remained composed. "Tell me," he said, his voice measured, "what kind of person must you be to even consider disturbing such a place?" Gin leaned forward, his expression unchanging. "The young lord of Perum." The tent burst into laughter. Ka and his men could hardly believe it. The infamous young lord from the rumors was sitting before them, calmly asking for their help with a suicidal mission. Wiping a tear from his eye, Ka smirked. "You really have no idea what that forest is like, do you?" He shook his head. "Sheltered nobles like you don't belong there." He gestured to his men, who immediately raised their weapons. Gileian tightened his grip on his axe, ready to fight. But Gin remained unbothered. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Ka. "Are you afraid?" he asked. The question caught Ka off guard. Then, his smirk returned. "Disappointed," he corrected. "I've heard stories about the Cerberus mercenaries' skills, but now I see they were nothing but exaggerations." Ka placed a boot on the table between them. "Listen, noble brat. Mercenaries don't take jobs without worthwhile rewards." Gin's expression darkened. "The weak always make excuses." Ka's amusement faded. "You're really ruining the mood," he muttered. "But since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you walk away. You just need to compensate us for this little disturbance." Gin's demeanor turned sharp. "No." Ka's eyes narrowed. "Instead," Gin continued, his voice unwavering, "I want a Marana recognition." The tent fell silent. Gileian stiffened, while the mercenaries exchanged stunned glances. Ka's eyes flickered with interest. "You know what you're asking for, don't you?" Ka said, voice low. Jin's confident smirk returned. "Of course." Marana recognition was a brutal mercenary duel, bound by strict rules. Each fighter wielded a single dagger, their arms tied together. No mana was allowed. Stepping out of the designated circle meant instant loss, and most of the time, the duel didn't just claim the loser's life, but sometimes even the victor's. The stakes were absolute. The loser admitted total defeat and became the winner's subordinate, a mere dog at their command. Jin leaned forward. "So, Captain, do you accept the bet?" Ka let out a low chuckle, then threw his head back in laughter. "You hear that, boys?" he called, grinning. "This noble thinks he can prove himself by our standards." His men laughed along, amused by the absurdity of the situation. Outside, the two fighters stood ready. Their arms were bound, daggers placed in their hands. Ka removed his jacket, revealing his battle-hardened physique. His men cheered for him, roaring for their captain to put the noble in his place. Ka gave Gin a condescending look. "You've got nowhere to run now, brat," he sneered. "I've fought in 5 of these duels. You?" Gin pulled him closer, with the binding, his eyes cold and unwavering. "Over 100. Ka's smirk disappeared. For the first time, his confidence wavered. At the signal, both men lunged at each other, daggers flashing. Their opening strikes barely missed, each narrowly dodging before launching into another precise exchange. Despite the rapid blows, neither managed to land a hit. Jin pressed forward, with sheer force, forcing Kerr onto the defensive. Spotting an opening, Kerr yanked Gin toward him, twisting to stab him from behind. Gin, unable to see the blade clearly, relied on instinct and skill to block each attempt. As Kerr overextended on a missed strike, Gin ducked low to evade and countered swiftly. But Kerr was just as quick, sidestepping and yanking Gin closer before slamming a powerful kick into his leg. The impact was brutal, but Gin gritted his teeth and endured. Kerr, momentarily surprised by Gin's resilience, scoffed. He doubted Gin's claim of having participated in over 100 Moriana recognitions. Most mercenaries never even experienced one. Charging again, he sneered, mocking Gin for making such an outlandish bluff. This time, he refused to give his opponent a chance to counter. The Cerberus mercenaries cheered for their captain, urging him to end it. But their enthusiasm died under Gileian's sharp glare, silencing them instantly. From the sidelines, Gileian watched closely, aware of the duel's harsh conditions. The confined space barely allowed room for one person to lie down, and with mana and external forces prohibited, only raw skill and physical strength mattered. Gin was at a disadvantage. His bound hands restricted his movements, limiting his ability to evade or defend, while Kerr had the upper hand in both size and control. Kerr capitalized on this, grabbing Gin's arm and forcing him down before swinging his dagger toward him. Gin narrowly escaped, rolling to the side, but landed unsteadily. A sharp pain shot through his leg, the same one that had absorbed Kerr's earlier kick. Without mana to dull the pain, the accumulated damage was beginning to wear on him. Kerr noticed the brief flicker of discomfort on Gin's face and smirked. "You look pale," he taunted. "Already at your limit?" He pressed the attack, driving Gin into a desperate defense. Despite his disdain for nobles, Kerr acknowledged Gin's determination, more than most of his kind ever showed. Even so, he remained, convinced that Gin lacked real skill. He had observed Gin's strategy, deflect dagger strikes while absorbing lesser blows. But in Moriana recognition, endurance meant little. Without mana, each injury added up, and now it was catching up to Gin. Kerr spun his dagger and lunged. Gin blocked, but Kerr immediately followed up with a strike toward his head. Gin dropped, low to dodge and countered from below, but Kerr easily deflected it. Seizing Gin's arm again, he forced him down and delivered another brutal kick, this time to his already wounded leg. Gin winced, and Kerr, seeing the reaction, assumed victory. Raising his dagger, Kerr declared the fight over. His men roared in triumph, certain of their captain's win. From the sidelines, Gileian tensed, gripping his axe, ready to intervene. But then, Gin smiled. In an instant, he dropped lower than before, evading Kerr's blade in a move that caught his opponent completely off guard. Before Kerr could react, Gin shifted and delivered a precise cut near his ribs. Gasps erupted from the watching mercenaries. Even Gileian was momentarily stunned. Enraged, Kerr charged blindly, but Gin was faster. Moving low again, he weaved past the attack and struck, this time slashing across Kerr's chest. The gathered mercenaries fell into stunned silence. Moments ago, their captain had dominated the fight, tossing Gin around like a plaything. Now, he was the one bleeding. The men shouted for Kerr to prove his strength, demanding he finish the fight. Meanwhile, Gileian watched intently, now realizing that Gin's skill was far greater than he had anticipated. Kerr lashed out, aiming for Gin's head, but Gin ducked, then rose swiftly, ramming his shoulder into Kerr's face. With his dagger clenched tight, he delivered a rapid barrage of strikes. Before Kerr could recover, Gin twisted his grip and drove his blade into Kerr's hand. Yet, despite the injury, Kerr did not cry out. Instead, he roared in defiance and charged once more. But Gin sidestepped easily. The shift was undeniable. Kerr, who had once dominated, now struggled. Gileian's eyes narrowed in understanding. Kerr had relied too much on brute strength, stiffening his body with every swing. His movements had become predictable and sluggish. Meanwhile, Gin had never tried to match him head-on. Instead, he remained fluid, letting Kerr's own momentum turn against him. Recognizing the inevitable outcome, Gileian quietly rested his axe back in its sheath. Kerr panted, his stance unsteady. His men jeered, telling him to stop playing and finish. Gin, watching his opponent struggle, nodded in approval. "I'll give you credit. You didn't break the rules and resort to mana," he said. "Most would have." Kerr, smirking despite his exhaustion, replied, "You talk like someone who's actually fought in 100 Moriana recognitions." He admitted his disadvantage in a straight fight, but reminded Gin that victory wasn't just about overpowering an opponent. There was another way. Jin's eyes narrowed as Kerr suddenly grabbed him and hoisted him into the air. Stepping out of the circle meant automatic defeat, and Kerr intended to throw Gin out. With confidence, he flung Gin toward the edge, certain of his win. But just before Gin's foot could touch the ground, he twisted mid-air, tightening his grip on Kerr's arm. Using Kerr's own legs as leverage, he reversed the momentum, pulling his opponent toward him instead. Gasps rang out as Gin maneuvered behind Kerr and locked his arm around his neck. Then, in one swift motion, he slammed Kerr's head into the ground, just outside the circle's boundary. Silence. The mercenaries stood frozen, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Kerr, realizing his loss, glared at Gin in frustration. Jin smiled. "I win." Kerr, still in disbelief, turned to him. "Who are you?" he demanded. The skill Jin had displayed didn't match the image of a noble. Jin's expression turned cold. "That attitude of yours," he said, his piercing gaze unwavering. "You're speaking to your new master now." Pulling Kerr to his feet, Gin looked him straight in the eye. "So, what now?" Kerr assumed the fight was over, but Gin, calmly clenching his fist, corrected him. "I haven't stepped out of the circle yet." The realization hit, and Kerr's breath hitched. Jin smirked. "It's time to discipline my subordinate." Gin's actions made it clear. The fight was far from over. He drove a powerful punch into Kerr's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Dazed, Kerr quickly raised a hand, signaling for a pause. He reminded Gin that the duel was decided the moment a fighter stepped outside the designated circle. Rather than acknowledging his words, Gin struck him again, coldly demanding to know if Kerr truly intended to follow battlefield etiquette. Seething with anger, Kerr spat out a curse, calling Gin a bastard and insisting that nobles weren't supposed to behave this way. His outburst was met with a stern command from Gileian, who warned him not to speak disrespectfully to his master. Kerr, undeterred, scoffed and branded Gin a madman. That insult earned him yet another punch. Blow after blow followed, until Gin's knuckles were slick with Kerr's blood. Watching from the sidelines, the mercenaries shifted uneasily. They had assumed their captain would be spared after losing the duel, but Gin showed no signs of stopping. Kerr, his face swollen beyond recognition, finally begged for mercy. Instead of relenting, Gin hauled him to his feet and, with a chilling calm, reminded him that he had yet to leave the circle. Panic seized Kerr as he turned to his men, shouting for them to intervene and kill Gin. The mercenaries hesitated, hands tightening around their sword hilts. But before they could move, Gileian unsheathed his axe. His voice rang with lethal authority as he warned them. Anyone who interfered would be executed on the spot. Seeing the deadly resolve in Gileian's eyes, the mercenaries froze. Kerr, trembling like a beaten stray, turned back to Gin. The noble met his gaze and asked if he was done. Instead of answering, Kerr let out a shaky, almost hysterical laugh. He had miscalculated. For the first time, the overconfidence that had always served him so well had betrayed him. He had long believed nobles were nothing but entitled weaklings, easy to manipulate with the right amount of pressure and intimidation. That belief had earned him the nickname Mad Dog, a title he had worn with pride. Yet now, the so-called Mad Dog was at the mercy of the noble he had foolishly underestimated. The watching mercenaries exchanged uneasy glances. Their captain was battered, his strength drained, and his usual defiance all but shattered. Gin, assessing Kerr's injuries, finally turned to them. Breaking the tense silence, he ordered them to bring water, bandages, and a towel. Caught off guard, the men hesitated. But when Gin coldly warned that their captain would die if they didn't act fast, they sprang into motion. Gileian observed carefully. Moments ago, these mercenaries had been wild and unruly, loyal only to their own interests. Now, without hesitation, they obeyed Gin's command. In a world where power mattered more than rules, Gin had asserted himself in the most direct and undeniable way by proving he was the one in control. Later, Kerr sat slumped in a chair, his body wrapped in fresh bandages. Gin placed a document on the table before him and instructed him to sign. Defeat weighed heavily in Kerr's eyes as he picked up the pen, knowing he had no other choice. He signed, his movements slow and reluctant. As he handed the paper over, he muttered a nervous request for Gin to take it. Gin, his gaze icy, ordered him to repeat himself. Visibly shaken, Kerr swallowed hard and forced out a trembling declaration. He looked forward to working together. Gin gripped his hand, causing him to flinch. His tone was calm but firm, as he stated that they were now family. Whether Kerr liked
it or not, this was their new reality. A few days later, on the outskirts of Perum's territory, a group of mercenaries had gathered in the early morning light.
One of them, rubbing sleep from his eyes, asked why they had been summoned so early. A bald man with a shield chimed in, mentioning a rumor that their new employer was none other than the young lord of Perum. The news was met with disbelief. One mercenary scoffed, calling Gin nothing more than a brat, incapable of leading seasoned fighters. He was certain this job would be easy. At that moment, a towering, muscular mercenary clapped his hands to draw their attention. Known as Gordon, the Muscle, he grinned and addressed the group. If their employer was just a rich kid, then they needed a representative to deal with him properly. His imposing presence made it clear he saw himself as the best choice. The others murmured in agreement, nodding along. Gordon smirked, praising them for their quick thinking and finding ways to profit with minimal effort. But he warned them that if they wanted to succeed, they needed a unified front. The mercenaries agreed, recalling past failures caused by poor coordination. The bald man asked how Gordon planned to handle things, and Gordon explained that knowing one's boundaries was key. He opened a bag of coins and declared that he would act as their spokesperson, pressuring their employer as needed. In exchange for his efforts, he expected contributions from the group. Impressed by his confidence and size, the mercenaries saw no reason to argue. They tossed coins into the bag, believing Gordon was the perfect man for the job. But their scheming was interrupted when one of them spotted someone approaching. They turned to see Jin riding toward them alone. Surprised, one mercenary remarked that the noble might turn tail and flee once he laid eyes on Gordon. Smirking, Gordon instructed the group to move forward as one, creating an intimidating presence. It was time, he declared, to teach the young lord a lesson about how the real world worked. But as Gin drew closer, Gordon's confidence wavered. Behind the noble, another group emerged from the distance. As they approached, the mercenaries recognized the newcomers instantly, the infamous Cuss mercenaries, distinguishable by their signature dog-snouted helmets. A wave of shock rippled through the group. Gordon, his smirk faltering, muttered a stunned question. How had Gin managed to recruit the feared mad dogs? Jin finally reached them, his expression unreadable. Instinctively, the mercenaries stepped back. He turned his gaze to Gordon. "Are you their representative?" he asked. Gordon, suddenly less certain of himself, nodded stiffly. Jin studied him for a moment before continuing. "Your name?" Swallowing, Gordon answered, "Gordon the Muscle." Jin smiled faintly. "Interesting name," he remarked, tapping Gordon's broad chest. "Pretty cool." Then his expression hardened. "I am Gin, young lord of Perum," he declared. His voice left no room for argument. "Gather the mercenaries. We begin the pioneering of the Forest of Beasts today." Belinda fastened the last piece of Jin's armor, ensuring he was fully equipped. The expedition was finally ready. Their temporary base had been established, supplies secured, and most importantly, the troops had been gathered. Before moving out, Gin instructed Belinda to conduct a final head count. She promptly reported the numbers. 148 mercenaries contracted through the office, and an additional 41 he had personally recruited. Their total force stood at 192. Gin nodded in approval, commending her efforts, then asked if Skav had been properly informed. Belinda reassured him. Skav had not only been notified, but had also taken an unexpected initiative. Despite her concerns that he might resist, the knight had stepped in to ensure their passage through the Forest of Beasts remained undetected. As the commander of the forest post, Skav's involvement put her at ease. She urged Gin not to worry, and her confidence brought a slight smile to his face. Without further delay, Gin summoned the mercenaries and addressed them. "The land ahead is ours to claim," he declared. "I know you've heard the rumors about this forest. It's a place of unknown dangers, filled with creatures beyond imagination. But I refuse to let fear stop us. We will conquer it." A murmur spread through the ranks. The mention of the Forest of Beasts unsettled the mercenaries. Whispers of dread filled the air. Some claimed they hadn't been warned about such dangers. Others feared for their lives. Belinda stepped forward and silenced them with a sharp glare. "Do not interrupt your leader," she commanded. Jin, unfazed, offered an ultimatum. Anyone unwilling to proceed could withdraw, no questions asked. However, if they succeeded in this mission, he promised to pay them triple their current wages. A stunned silence followed. The offer was almost too good to be true. Belinda, stepping closer, leaned in and whispered, "Master, we've already spent everything on preparations." "How do you plan to pay them?" Gin remained composed. "A promise like this is necessary to keep morale high," he said. He was confident in their success. The rewards would come in time. "Do you trust me?" he asked. She exhaled, knowing she had no choice. "I do." Nearby, Kerr turned to Gileian. "Our master's lost his mind," he muttered. "How does he expect to pay up?" Gileian smirked. "He always has a plan." With that, Gin officially named them the Forest of Beasts Expedition Team and ordered the march forward. As they advanced, the group wasted no time cutting through the dense foliage. Even Gin worked alongside them, wielding an axe with precision. When he finally felled a tree before him, sunlight broke through the thick canopy. Raising his hand, he directed the men. "Clear the path ahead," he commanded. "Chop the fallen trees into logs, load them onto the carriages, and dig out the stumps." Gin had prepared well. In his past life, he had obtained a forest of beasts. Developmental journal, a rare resource detailing the land's hidden potential. If properly managed, this forest could be transformed into a thriving region. But for now, his priority was clear: securing the quickest route to the runestone Vin. The wealth from this expedition would be crucial in stopping the conspiracy surrounding Perum. As they worked, Kay observed their employer's unusual dedication. "Strange," he mused. "Why is he working so hard?" One mercenary shrugged. "Probably just putting on a show to maintain his noble dignity." Another scoffed. "Nah, he'll give up soon enough." Belinda overheard and shot them a withering glare. "Enough gossip, get back to work." Though they obeyed, their dismissive attitude irritated her. She approached Gin. "Master, you went through great trouble hiring these men. Why do this yourself?" Gin wiped sweat from his brow. "The faster we finish, the better. Staying here longer than necessary is a risk." She studied him for a moment before sighing. "You speak as if you already know what's ahead." Kay, watching their interaction, chuckled. "Imagine that. Our employer has someone worrying about him, while I'm willingly walking into danger. Like a loyal dog." Gileian, overhearing, smacked Kay with a log. "Hey, you trying to start something?" Kay grumbled. Their bickering continued, but the expedition pressed on. The Duchy of Gileian had long sought to develop the Forest of Beasts, but Gin had never uncovered the Duke's true motivations. Still, he had managed to acquire invaluable records, maps, pinpointing key resources, and detailing the monster ecosystem. This knowledge gave him an edge. Among the supplies, one mercenary noticed an unusual abundance of oil lamps. Why so many, he wondered. Wouldn't torches be cheaper? Gin didn't answer. Something was off. The deeper they ventured, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. "Stay sharp," he warned. As the sky dimmed unnaturally, a mercenary paused mid-swing and frowned. "Is it night already?" Another smirked. "Still no monsters. Maybe the rumors were just that, rumors." His companion chuckled. "At this rate, we're getting triple pay for an easy job." A bald mercenary slapped Gordon on the back as he carried a log. "Hey, maybe you should give the boss a refund." Gordon, however, wasn't laughing. Something felt wrong. Turning, he scanned their surroundings and spoke slowly. "We've cut down a lot of trees, right?" The others nodded. His face darkened. "Then why is the path behind us blocked?" Silence fell. The mercenaries turned in unison. Their escape route had vanished. Thick trees now stood where they had just cleared moments ago. Panic spread. Jin's voice rang out, firm and commanding. "Stay together. Weapons ready." Tension thickened as the realization sank in. The mercenaries who had mocked the dangers now gripped their swords, eyes darting through the eerie gloom. Jin turned to Gordon. "Move slowly. Come back toward us." Gordon obeyed, but his foot caught on a root, sending him sprawling. "Idiot," someone muttered. He turned back. Nothing happened. No monsters, no attack. Confused glances were exchanged. A bold mercenary let out a laugh. "All this panic for nothing. The trees just look similar, that's all." He scoffed at Gin. "You're overreacting, boss. This forest is nothing but dense trees and scary stories." Jin's expression remained unreadable. "Step forward," he ordered, "if you want to live." The mercenary sneered. "You're trying to scare us." And then, without warning, something coiled around his waist. His breath hitched, and in an instant, he was gone. Before he could react, the vines coiled around him and yanked him upward, lifting him high into the air. His frantic struggles were futile as he was dragged toward the top of a towering tree, where a monstrous, gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth awaited. In a single horrifying instant, the colossal tree-like beast swallowed him whole. The creature had no discernible presence, making it impossible to detect before it struck. It was the perfect ambush predator, thriving on catching prey off guard. Suddenly, an eerie eye opened amidst the bark, revealing its identity, Dirus ant. Gin's eyes darted around and his stomach dropped. More of them. Countless Dirus ants encircled the group. Panic erupted among the mercenaries as they scrambled to escape, their terror escalating as the creatures extended their vine-like limbs, snatching several unfortunate men and dragging them into their cavernous maws. Gordon, clutching desperately onto a tree trunk, screamed for help. One of his comrades rushed toward him, axe in hand, urging him to hold on. Swinging the axe with all his strength, the mercenary's expression turned to horror as the blade merely glanced off the vine, leaving it unscathed. While deep cracks splintered through his weapon, he barely had time to process his failure before the vine yanked Gordon even higher, inching him closer to his doom. Just as Gordon's fate seemed sealed, Gin sprang into action. Channeling his mana, he infused his sword with raw energy and slashed cleanly through the vine. As he landed, he drove his blade directly into the creature's eye. A deafening shriek erupted as blood sprayed from the wound. The mercenaries, frozen in awe at their employer's display, quickly realized the truth. Their best chance at survival lay in targeting the Dirus ant's eyes. Drawing in a sharp breath, Gin barked a command that cut through the chaos. He ordered the mercenaries to stop running and form a tight shield formation. Scattering would only make them easier prey. His decisive tone snapped them out of their panic, and they hastily complied, one of them muttering through gritted teeth that he refused to die here. Jin sprinted toward the carriage and demanded an update from Kerr. "Do we have the oil lamps?" Kerr nodded, realizing immediately what Gin had in mind. Without hesitation, Gin ordered him to light them and hurl them at the creatures. As the flames flickered to life, the purpose behind bringing so many lamps became painfully clear. Just as Kerr and his men prepared to throw, a warning rang out. "They're watching us!" There was no time to hesitate. "Throw them now!" Gin commanded. One by one, the lamps were hurled toward the monstrous beings, but the Dirus ants reacted swiftly. Their vines lashed out, swatting the projectiles away before they could make contact. Stunned, one of Kerr's subordinates muttered in disbelief. "It's not working." A vine lashed toward them, but before it could reach, Gileian intercepted it with a powerful cleave of his axe. Belinda, steadying her aim, fired her shots directly at the creature's eyes, each impact causing an agonized shriek. Jin seized the moment. "Gileian! Belinda! Get ready for a coordinated attack!" He turned back to the mercenaries, raising his sword high. "I'll draw their attention. Cover me!" Without another word, Gin charged forward. The Dirus ants responded instantly, vines whipping toward him from every direction. Belinda shouted a warning, but Gin was already moving, weaving through the onslaught with remarkable agility, his blade slicing through the relentless tendrils. Then, one of the creatures raised a massive leg, preparing to bring it down and crush him. The mercenaries held their breath, convinced their leader was done for. But Gin did not falter. Channeling his mana once more, he slashed upward with all his might, severing the colossal limb in one clean strike. Using the momentum of his leap, he drove his sword deep into the monster's eye. A ripple of horror passed through the remaining Dirus ants as their attention snapped toward him. Gasps echoed among the mercenaries, but Belinda kept her composure. "Now, throw the lamps again." This time, the mercenaries acted without hesitation. The lamps shattered against the creatures, flames erupting upon impact. Ear-piercing shrieks filled the air as fire crawled across their bark-like bodies. A cheer rose from the Cerberus mercenaries, but Gin was quick to cut it short. "Don't stop. Keep throwing until they're all burning." The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the monstrous creatures, their agonized howls ringing through the battlefield. A nervous murmur ran through the group as one of them voiced a new fear. At this rate, the whole forest might go up in flames. Gordon, attempting to mask his own unease, scoffed. "They're just weak to fire. Nothing special." Gin's sharp command snapped them all back to reality. "Stay focused. This fight isn't over yet." The urgency in his tone sent a fresh wave of tension through the mercenaries. Then, as if responding to his words, The dirus ants unleashed a dense cloud of steam, blanketing the battlefield. Confusion rippled through the group. "Did the fire go out already?" someone muttered. Belinda and Gileian rushed to Gin. "What's happening?" His expression was grim. "Their outer shells burn easily, but inside, they're different. The fire reached their moist cores. That's what's causing the steam." As the thick vapor dissipated, the mercenaries recoiled in horror. The dirus ants stood transformed, their grotesque true forms emerging from the burnt husks of their previous appearances. The creatures released guttural, bone-chilling screams, more terrifying than before. Disbelief spread like wildfire among the men. "They're still alive?" Gin wasted no time. Raising his sword high, he called out with unwavering resolve. "Ready? Your weapons. We're taking this fight to close quarters." With a battle cry, he launched himself toward the creatures, leading the charge, his unshakable determination igniting the will of those who followed. The true battle had only just begun. Gin advanced alone with unwavering confidence, while the mercenaries behind him hesitated, the weight of their task pressing down on them. Fear was evident in their eyes. One voiced his disbelief. Attacking such a colossal beast at close range seemed beyond reason. Another muttered that a single mistake would mean certain death, while a third admitted outright that facing such creatures felt impossible. Yet Kerr didn't hesitate. He sprang forward, shouting for Kerberos to advance, his energy bursting forth as if he had been waiting for this moment. The others followed, drawn by his fearless charge. Belinda, worried for her young master, moved after him, while Hurley kept close. Gileian turned to the frozen mercenaries, his voice cutting through their fear. "What are you waiting for?" he demanded, his tone sharp. He reminded them that the order had come directly from their young master, Gin. Trust him. Obey him. His words carried reassurance, promising safety if they followed Gin's lead. The sight of Gin standing alone against the advancing dirus rekindled their courage. A mercenary raised his weapon, rallying the others with a defiant cry. What would happen, would happen. Another added that if disaster struck, the young master would find a way to save them. Gordon roared a battle cry, and the group surged forward, forming squads to take on each dais. Jin's instructions rang clear. Strike the creature's burned shells. Without mana, they were now vulnerable. "They're nothing but oversized scarecrows," he said, dismissing their fear. At the front, Kerr, Gileian, and Belinda took position, weapons ready. The battlefield erupted into chaos, yet their attacks were systematic. Mercenaries struck wherever they could. Gin soared into the air, his superhuman strength allowing him to land powerful blows on their weak points, while Belinda stayed close, guarding his back. Gileian met the herd head-on, unwavering, while Kerr darted between the creatures, felling them one after another. Gin steeled himself. Hesitation meant death. With unshakable resolve, he lunged toward the gaping maw of a dais and delivered a devastating upward slash, splitting its jaws apart. His final strike signaled the end of the last creature in their path. For a moment, silence hung in the air. The mercenaries stood tense, scanning for more threats. Then, realization set in. They had won. Heavy breaths filled the clearing. Gin stepped forward, addressing the group. He acknowledged the dangers of the forest of beasts. They had barely crossed its threshold, and had already faced such formidable foes. A somber tension settled over them, but Gin's voice was resolute. "I'll always be at the front," he assured them. "Trust me, follow me." Their previous hesitation vanished, replaced with a unified affirmation. They pressed on. Not long after, they came across a massive boulder containing a runestone. Gin glanced at it but chose to ignore it for now. Clearing the path forward was the priority. Their journey brought them into battle once more, facing herds of orcs and swarms of flying monsters. Kerr fought with reckless enthusiasm, but even in the chaos, he felt a sting of jealousy at how Belinda fussed over Gin. Then, they encountered a new threat, a towering rat-like monster, 3 meters tall, its razor-sharp teeth gleaming as it screeched, eyes fixed on them as prey. Gordon stepped forward, taking the vanguard. Frustration rippled through the group. Another monster? How many more lay ahead? Before they could react, the beast lunged. Kerr and Gileian moved instantly. Kerr struck first, severing one of its legs with a powerful swing, but the creature still charged. Gileian stood his ground, an immovable force, intercepting the attack. Gin seized the moment, driving his blade into the monster's gaping mouth, silencing it for good. A quick head count confirmed no losses. As they moved forward, the mercenaries shared an unspoken understanding. Survival hinged on following their master's command. Together, they could overcome anything. Gileian noted their progress. "They're starting to look like a real unit," he observed. "Nothing teaches better than real combat," Kerr added. Jin nodded. "Then let's move. Clear the path ahead." Without hesitation, the mercenaries got to work, chopping down trees and forging their way forward. Not all shared their resolve. One mercenary privately thought the forest had driven them mad. By nightfall, they reached a pristine lake. The exhausted mercenaries rushed to wash their faces and fill their water pouches. Ever watchful, Belinda stayed close to Gin, her worry clear. Gin surveyed the area and determined the lake would serve as a crucial waypoint. They would camp here for the night. As fires were lit and food was shared, tension simmered among the group. Some whispered doubts about the mission, wondering what greater horrors lay ahead. At one campfire, Manus voiced his misgivings outright. "This isn't worth our lives," he argued. "The young master is chasing glory through brute force." Gordon scoffed. "You were paid, weren't you?" A mercenary with a patch over one eye spoke calmly. "He saved us more than once." Manus wasn't convinced. Nobles see mercenaries as expendable. His words planted seeds of doubt, though Manus himself secretly planned to use the others as cannon fodder for his escape. But then the one-eyed mercenary gestured toward Gin. "Look." Manus turned and scowled. Jin was tending to an injured mercenary, carefully applying medicine. "Keep it dry," he advised. "It'll heal faster." The mercenary nodded gratefully. "Thank you." Belinda approached, frustration spilling over. "That medicine is too valuable to waste like this." Gin dismissed her concern. "Medicine, left unused, is worthless." Then he called the next injured soldier forward. The patch-eyed mercenary addressed the group again. "Would a man who sees us as expendable waste expensive medicine on us?" Silence. Another mercenary nodded. "He's nothing like our last master." Manus clenched his jaw, anger bubbling beneath his skin. His attempt to sow discord had failed. Muttering curses under his breath, he walked off. Jin, having noticed the exchange, addressed the group. "Finish eating. Rest." Then he called Kerr and Gileian aside. Kerr, ever direct, wasted no time. "Are we just going to let Manus do as he pleases?" Gin remained calm. "The forest will deal with him." He glanced toward the night-darkened trees. "There are bigger concerns." Belinda frowned. "Like what?" Gin's gaze darkened. "How many lamps do we have left?" Kerr answered instantly. 24. Jin's expression turned grim. Supplies were dwindling. And yet, something was off. "The monsters attack constantly," he murmured. "But the past 2 nights have been quiet." Realization dawned on them. Gileian's voice was serious. "We've entered a territory ruled by something stronger." Jin nodded. "And whatever it is, it's watching us." A hush fell over the group. They had survived the forest of beasts so far, but the real danger was still ahead. Wait. Before we continue, did you know you can watch up to 16 episodes ahead right now? Join our Patreon to unlock exclusive early access and support the series. Don't miss out. The link's in the description. All right, back to the action. Jin carefully placed several lanterns around the camp, their warm glow flickering in the darkness. The mercenaries, unaware of his intentions, slept soundly, exhausted from the day's journey. Even Gordon, bare-chested and leaning against a tree, drifted into deep slumber. Then, a faint sound broke the silence. Gordon's eyes snapped open. His breath caught in his throat as he spotted a lantern floating in midair, as if gripped by an invisible force. Before he could react, the lantern vanished into the darkness. A strangled cry escaped his lips. Moments later, his alarm turned into sheer terror. From the shadows, 4 pairs of glowing red eyes emerged, burning like embers in the night. Gordon's scream shattered the stillness of the camp as he scrambled to his feet, swinging his weapon wildly at the unseen creatures. His frantic shouts urged the others to wake. The commotion stirred the mercenaries from their sleep. They rushed to Gordon's side, weapons drawn. One of them demanded an explanation. Still breathless, Gordon insisted that a monstrous presence had been right next to him. But his claims were met with skepticism. No one else had seen a thing. Some exchanged confused glances, while others groaned, convinced that he had been dreaming. Gordon's pulse pounded as he scanned the darkness. He knew what he had seen, but as his eyes adjusted, the creatures were gone. One mercenary grumbled about the needless panic, while another suggested cutting Gordon some slack. After all, their recent encounters with monsters had been unnerving. Then, a voice cut through the doubt. A third mercenary admitted waking up to see a lantern vanish before their eyes. Murmurs spread through the group. Someone mentioned hearing a chilling laugh. Unease tightened its grip on the camp, as more mercenaries shared similar eerie experiences. A one-eyed veteran finally spoke, his tone grave. "Something is here," he said with certainty. His words, calm yet firm, steadied the rising panic. At that moment, Jin stepped forward. The mercenaries instinctively parted to let him through, their respect for him evident. At his side stood Gileian and Kerr. Without hesitation, Gin issued a command. "Regroup." The mercenaries obeyed, forming a defensive circle. The high-ranking members gathered inside a tent to hear Gin's explanation. Gordon, still shaken, demanded to know if they were truly surrounded by monsters. The one-eyed mercenary voiced his concern. The creatures were invisible, and if they couldn't see them, how could they fight? Jin nodded grimly. "They're shadow hunters," he explained. "Powerful beings that thrive in darkness. Physical attacks won't harm them. They steal light, turning it into a hunting ground where they control the fight." A heavy silence fell over the group. Gordon swallowed hard. "How many are there?" Jin's gaze darkened. "Hundreds." Gasps rippled through the tent. Belinda's eyes darted to the remaining lanterns, her voice barely above a whisper. "The light. It's dimming." Kerr clenched his fists. "They're toying with us," he growled. "We should strike first." Gin shut the idea down immediately. "Attacking blindly will only escalate their harassment. We need to wait for the right moment to counterattack." Belinda frowned. "But if we wait, the light will be gone. If we act recklessly," Gin countered, "they'll force us into a battle we can't win. We need to strike all at once, and decisively." Skepticism flickered in Gileian's eyes. "How do you fight something you can't see?" Jin's expression remained steady. With these, he reached into his pack and produced several magic scrolls. "Belinda, you've prepared them," she nodded, distributing the scrolls to each mercenary. As Gin knelt, he drew a plan in the dirt. The mercenaries crowded around, listening intently. "The creatures are circling us from 3 sides, using stolen light to tighten their grip," he explained. "We can't defend the entire camp. We'll be flanked, but the lake at our backs keeps them from surrounding us completely." Gileian nodded, grasping the tactical advantage. "So we use that to our benefit?" Gin's lips curled into a smirk. "Exactly. We hold the initiative." Belinda hesitated. "How?" "We'll divide into 3 units," Gin continued. "A shield unit to absorb their attacks, a crossbow unit for ranged suppression, and an elite assault unit, led by me. The shield and crossbow units will form a tight formation at the center, while the assault team will break through their left flank. Once we regroup, we'll encircle them and wipe them out in one decisive strike." Gordon furrowed his brow. "Will that really work?" Kerr clapped him on the back. "As long as the center holds, we can pull it off." Belinda, ever sharp, raised a critical point. "But we can't even touch them in the dark." For once, Kerr had a reasonable suggestion. "What about mana?" Gin nodded approvingly. "That's where the magic scrolls come in." As night deepened, the mercenaries braced for battle, shields locked into formation. Crossbowmen took aim, ready to unleash a volley at a moment's notice. A voice rang out, a mercenary reporting the loss of the final lantern. Darkness closed in. Jin remained calm, recalling an entry from the pioneering journal of the Delini Ducal house. The shadow hunters had one weakness: light. He pulled a scroll from his belt. With a sharp motion, he tore it open. A surge of magic erupted. Light flooded the camp, turning night into day. A collective gasp followed. For the first time, the mercenaries saw their enemy. The shadow hunters, eel-like creatures with shifting, grotesque forms, screeched as they were exposed. Gordon's face twisted in a mix of horror and resolve. They were here all along!" The creatures, now fully visible, launched their attack. Chaos erupted. "Hold the line!" Gordon bellowed, rallying the shield unit as the first wave struck. The crossbowmen loosed their bolts, their projectiles slicing through the monsters now stripped of their camouflage. Jin's sword flashed in the artificial daylight. Assault. "Unit, with me!" Gileian charged at his side without hesitation. Kerr grinned, relishing the battle ahead. Belinda, ever vigilant, stayed close to Gin, ready to watch his back. With a single commanding motion, Jin raised his sword. "Now!" We end. This! With a war cry, the mercenaries surged forward, determined to turn the tide. Kerr's desire for battle burned brighter with every strike, his passion for combat igniting with each blow. His heart raced as he fought fiercely, his blade cutting through the air like a whirlwind. Gileian, with her tactical brilliance, moved fluidly across the battlefield, her weapons held with purpose. With a swift thrust, she pierced through several monsters in one motion, and with a quick swing, her blade swept through more foes in a wide arc. The pale creatures, adept at blending into the darkness, were no match for her sharp precision. Their fragile bodies crumpled under her strikes, unable to withstand her relentless assault. Jin, observing the situation, quickly assessed the battlefield. With this formidable team, he knew they could break through the enemy's defenses in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand, signaling his forces to press on and reduce the number of monsters in their path. Gileian, skilled as ever, engaged in battle with both her sword and axe, drawing the monsters' focus while expertly deflecting their attacks. Meanwhile, Kerr moved with fluid precision, disrupting the enemy's formation, cutting through their ranks with his blade, his every strike intentional and decisive. Despite his strength, the sheer number of monsters soon began to overwhelm Kerr. Sensing the danger, Belinda acted quickly. She hurled 8 daggers with deadly accuracy, each one finding its mark and clearing a path around Kerr. Once she had done her part, she called to Gin, signaling it was time for him to step in. Jin responded without hesitation, leaping high into the air, his sword moving in a dance of deadly grace. As he descended, his blade cut through the monsters with brutal efficiency, each strike leaving a trail of fallen foes. The strength of Pum's elite force was on full display as magical light illuminated the chaotic battlefield. The mercenaries, steadfast behind their shields, held firm, firing arrows without pause. The monsters had yet to break through their defenses, but the pressure was mounting. One mercenary cursed the overwhelming numbers, while another anxiously reported that they were running low on bolts. The situation grew more desperate with every passing moment, and the mercenaries began to fear the oncoming assault. Just as things seemed to take a turn for the worse, the assault squad arrived, charging in from the flank. Their weapons slashed through the masses of pale monsters with ruthless efficiency. Gin paused briefly, silently acknowledging the efforts of the shield and crossbow units who had held the line until now. The tide of battle was shifting in their favor. One of the mercenaries called out with relief, "The boss has arrived!" Another, equally relieved, shouted, "We're saved!" Gordon, observing the battlefield with satisfaction, nodded. Jin, however, remained focused. He ordered his forces to spread out and encircle the remaining monsters, tightening the noose. The mercenaries moved forward with precision, charging at the remaining enemies in an organized fashion. But then, something unexpected happened. A horned pale monster issued a loud, eerie scream, signaling a retreat. The mercenaries hesitated, confused by the strange turn of events. The pale creatures were not known for their intelligence, and it was unusual for one to give orders to retreat. Jin quickly deduced that the horned monster was their leader and immediately ordered Belinda to track it down. "Find the one with the horns," Jin commanded. "That's the one calling the retreat." Kerr, watching the pale monsters begin to pull back, asked, "Should we continue the chase?" Belinda, ever the strategist, considered the situation before answering. "Wouldn't it be better to let them go?" Gin shook his head, his decision clear. "The pale monsters are relentless. Even if they retreat now, they will follow us for days. The only way to stop them from hounding us again is to take out their leader. If we break their command structure, the rest will fall apart." Belinda smiled, impressed by the growth of her young master. She swiftly retrieved a hook attached to a line, infused it with mana, and expertly threw it toward a nearby tree. Using the line, she propelled herself into the air, soaring over the retreating pale monsters and heading straight for their leader. She spotted the horned creature and, with a precise flick, launched the hook toward it. With a signal to Gin, Belinda called for him to join the pursuit. Gin, seeing the signal, knew the time had come. He gathered his strength, pouring mana into his legs, and launched himself forward. He tore through the ranks of the retreating pale monsters, his sword cutting through them as he made his way toward the leader. With a final, decisive thrust, Gin's blade drove deep into the heart of the horned creature, ending its life in a single, swift motion. "It's over," Gin muttered, his sword cleaving the leader's body into two. With the leader down, Gin turned to the remaining mercenaries. "Finish them," he ordered. The mercenaries wasted no time, charging at the remaining monsters with all the fury of their recent victory. Jin stood resolute, watching the mercenaries charge into the fray. One mercenary, filled with anger, shouted, "Let's make these monsters regret ever crossing our path!" Kerr, eager to prove his strength, joined in the rallying cry. "We'll show them we're stronger than the last remnants of the Ratas." Gileian, overhearing Kerr's challenge, let out a soft sigh but said nothing. The battle was far from over, but the victory was now within their grasp. As the first rays of the sun bathed the battlefield, casting a golden hue over the chaotic remnants of the fight, the mercenaries stood victorious. They had fought through the night with unwavering determination, using light scroll magic to aid their efforts. Jin, standing tall among his men, delivered the final blow to the last of the pale monsters, his sword cleaving through its body, signaling the end of the battle. The mercenaries, exhausted but triumphant, erupted in cheers, their voices filled with both relief and the sweet taste of victory. The air was thick with the satisfaction of a job well done. The big three, Jin, Gileian, and Belinda, gathered together, exchanging words of praise and gratitude. Gileian, ever the tactician, offered a few kind words to Gin, commending him for his leadership and the precision with which he executed his plans. Jin, ever humble, acknowledged the compliment with a nod, but quickly redirected the praise to his mercenaries, recognizing their commitment and teamwork. Belinda, ever the protector, immediately noticed Jin's worn appearance. Her eyes scanned him for any signs of injury. "Are you hurt anywhere?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Jin, always focused on the task at hand, gave a quick wave of dismissal. "Check the head count, Belinda," he instructed, his voice steady. He then turned to Kerr. "Get the Cerberus mercenaries moving, no rest. We need to clear the area." He looked to Gileian and continued, "We'll scatter the corpses of the pale monsters around the camp to drive off any other creatures." Kerr, confused by the plan, asked, "What's the point of scattering the bodies?" Jin, with his usual calm demeanor, explained, "The scent of these corpses will repel other monsters. The pale are high-ranking creatures, especially around the forest of beasts, and their remains will act as a natural deterrent." Gileian, with a mischievous glint in her eye, added, "And it'll keep this camp safe. I wouldn't want to sleep in a place full of these monsters, would you, Kerr?" she teased, calling him Kid in her usual playful manner. Kerr, always ready to rise to the challenge, shot back with a grin. "You want to settle this today, Gileian?" His posture was ready for a challenge, but it was clear that he relished the banter more than the fight. Jin, relieved to be distracted from his heavy thoughts, let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but reflect on the time spent in the forest of beasts. 10 days, he realized. 10 days of constant danger and uncertainty. Now that the pale threat was neutralized, only the task of mining the runestone veins remained. As the sun climbed higher, Gin couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was behind them. Belinda approached him with her report. "The Cerberus Mercenary Corps has 41 members. 3 contracted mercenaries were lost, leaving us with 126. Gin nodded thoughtfully, noting that Cerberus had suffered no casualties. Kerr, clearly pleased with his leadership, puffed out his chest and smugly declared, "No surprise there. Who else could lead such a fine group of mercenaries?" He shot a pointed glance at Gileian, almost daring her to disagree. Gileian, always calm and composed, merely raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a faint smile. Jin, more focused on the task at hand, asked about the 3 mercenaries who had perished. Belinda was quick to answer, though her news wasn't as straightforward. "Their bodies are missing. We don't have confirmation of their deaths," Gordon added grimly. "Manus is also unaccounted for. Some speculate he perished in the fight, but there's no evidence of that." Another mercenary offered an alternate theory, suggesting Manus had sneaked off during the battle. It wasn't surprising to anyone familiar with Manus's track record. It seemed likely that Manus had convinced 2 other mercenaries to abandon the group and leave. As Gin processed this, 2 of Manus's former followers began talking. One mercenary, shaking from the intensity of the battle, remarked, "We would have died if Manus hadn't urged us to run." The second one added, "Now that we're safe, we can afford to slow down." But Manus, ever the pragmatist, snapped back at them, "Keep moving. The monsters are distracted, but we need to get as far away as possible while we can." It was too late. When Manus turned to check on his companions, he saw them frozen in fear, their eyes wide in terror. The 2 mercenaries pointed behind him, and Manus, still unaware of the danger, turned around. What he saw made his blood run cold. Looming over them was a gigantic serpent, its crimson eyes glowing with hunger. Its massive body was coiled, ready to strike, and Manus realized, far too late, that they had provoked something far beyond their ability to escape. The 3 mercenaries stood, frozen, knowing they had no chance against the terrifying creature. The blood python, instead of devouring the 3 fleeing mercenaries, carried them in its powerful coils. it tossed them carelessly into a massive heap of corpses at the heart of its lair, nestled within the runestone vein Jin had been searching. For Gin had been right all along. His journal, the one he had retrieved from his memories, proved accurate. The runestone vein lay just a short distance deeper into the forest, as he had suspected. The mercenaries, once grumbling and irritable, now worked with surprising discipline as they forged a path through the dense woods. They began by cutting down trees and carefully trimming them into manageable logs. Kerr stood back in astonishment, watching them work with no need for instructions. It was the first time he'd seen these mercenaries display such focus and efficiency. They had always been lazy, but today they were methodical and determined. Gileian muttered under his breath, sensing that this moment had been inevitable. Curry nodded in agreement, noting the irony. He then voiced a thought aloud, wondering if the mercenaries would disband once the mission was over. It would be a waste to use them only for this one expedition. Gin, focused on chopping through a tree, casually replied that he planned to hire them all as his personal soldiers. The mercenaries, through their experience on this journey, had shown potential beyond their usual roles. Gin believed they could form the core of a new force that could help him expand his influence. Gazelle approached with a report, informing Jin that monster corpses had been scattered near the clearing, as per his orders. Kerr acknowledged the report and nodded in approval. The tactics had worked. There hadn't been any signs of monsters between their camp and their current position. It was a good sign, a confirmation that their approach was effective. His gaze flickered briefly toward Gin. While the animosity from their past encounters seemed to have faded, an uneasy feeling lingered with Gin. He couldn't shake the sensation that something wasn't quite right, but he tried to ignore it. Suddenly, Belinda appeared, swinging from a tree before landing gracefully and kneeling. Her excitement was palpable as she spoke a single word that made Gin's heart race. There was something ahead. Instantly, Gin understood the significance. He ordered the mercenaries to clear the path quickly. Their goal was within reach. Energized by the command, the mercenaries pushed forward with renewed strength. Not long after, they arrived at the site of what they had been searching for. The runestone vein, radiant and alive with shimmering crystals, lay just beyond the final line of trees. The sight of it took their breath away. The crystals, jutting from the earth like a towering mountain, were beyond anything they had imagined. The mercenaries, for the first time in a long while, were speechless. One muttered in disbelief, "This can't be real." Another echoed the sentiment, stunned by the sight. Jin, calm as ever, explained that this was precisely why they had embarked on this expedition. The runestone vein before them was top grade. It was a discovery of immense value. Kerr marveled at the sight, realizing that the forest had hidden something far more valuable than he had expected. Nearby, Gileian couldn't help but smirk, offering a rare compliment to Jin for his foresight. But before anyone could celebrate further, Belinda, ever the enthusiastic one, sprang to Jin's side. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around him in a tight embrace, asking excitedly how he had known about the vein. One of the mercenaries, still in awe, wondered aloud if the scattered crystals were truly runestones. Another mercenary, filled with excitement, shouted that they had stumbled upon something most people could only dream of finding once in a lifetime. Talk quickly turned to mining the crystals and the wealth they could bring. However, the moment of triumph was abruptly shattered by a harsh voice that cut through the thick fog. "None of you are going anywhere." The mercenaries froze. The voice was unmistakable. They turned to see Manus, standing unnaturally still, as if under some dark influence. Before anyone could act, Manus collapsed, engulfed in a thick mist. The mercenaries rushed to his side, shouting in frustration and confusion. Jin, with the authority that had become second nature to him, raised his sword and ordered them to fall back. Without hesitation, he drew back his broadsword, preparing for what was to come. With a single swing, the force of his strike sent a blast of wind that swept the mist away, revealing the scene that lay hidden beneath. The mercenaries were stunned. Before them was the blood python's lair, a massive mound of bones, littered with the remains of countless creatures. Horror spread across their faces. One mercenary shouted, horrified by the sheer number of corpses scattered across the ground. Another demanded to know what had happened here. As they examined the scene, they realized the truth. this was no abandoned lair. Among the monstrous bodies were human remains as well. The evidence was clear. This place had been home to something far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Belinda and Gileian immediately assumed defensive stances, awaiting Jin's orders. Jin's gaze swept across the scene, his mind racing. Peaceful mining of the runestones was no longer an option. The scale of the carnage around them suggested that this was the nest of high-ranking monsters. The presence of fresh, undecayed bodies indicated that this place had not been abandoned for long. Jin's mind worked quickly. The discovery had shifted from an opportunity to mine valuable resources to a deadly confrontation. They were no longer the hunters, they were the hunted. The toxic gas from the scattered corpses had merged with the mist, clouding the area in an invisible danger that went unnoticed until it was almost too late. Gin cursed under his breath, remembering that no special threats had been recorded near the vein. Realizing the imminent danger, he quickly commanded everyone to be alert, his voice firm and steady as he sensed something drawing near. His instincts proved correct. The massive blood python materialized out of the mist like a nightmare come to life, its movements so quiet it was almost impossible to track. Without warning, the serpent opened its gaping maw, preparing to strike at Gin. His mind raced as he shouted for the mercenaries to scatter. Belinda, Kerr, and Gileian instantly positioned themselves, while Jin himself stepped forward as the vanguard. Unfazed by the looming threat, he leaped into the air, his sword raised high and ready for combat. As the python lunged toward him, Gin deftly dodged its strike, swinging his sword in a smooth arc. His momentum from the leap carried him closer to the serpent's body, and with a surge of mana, he thrust his sword toward its skull. Even with the power of 2 attacks, the sword only left a shallow mark on the python's scales. Watching from the sidelines, Gileian muttered in disbelief, astonished at how little effect the strikes had despite the mana infusion. Kerr, equally stunned, voiced his confusion, unable to understand how such a creature could withstand such powerful blows. As Gin attempted to retreat, the python immediately countered, opening its mouth wide and spraying venom from its fangs. Still in midair, Gin twisted his body and used his cape to shield himself from the poisonous spray. But the attack didn't end there. The serpent's tail came crashing down, aiming to strike Gin with a brutal force. Gin, anticipating the move, swung his sword with all his might, meeting the tail head-on. The impact was overwhelming, sending him crashing to the ground with a force that rattled his bones. Belinda's frantic voice cut through the chaos, filled with worry as she called out to her young lord. The ground trembled as the python's body writhed in fury, causing utter mayhem around them. One mercenary, caught in the chaos, screamed for everyone to watch out for the snake's rampage, while another demanded to know what kind of beast could possess such immense size. A third mercenary screamed in terror as the snake's overwhelming power began to tear through their ranks, crushing everything in its path. With the mercenaries in disarray, the experienced trio swiftly sprang into action. Gileian moved with precision, pulling 2 mercenaries out of harm's way. Belinda, with a swift motion, used a rope to help several others climb to safety, throwing them clear of the python's crushing force. Kerr, ever the leader, barked orders, commanding his group to scatter and avoid the destructive rampage of the serpent. The snake's fury seemed unrelenting. The mercenaries, overwhelmed by its monstrous strength, could do little but scream in terror as they fought to escape its crushing wrath. Still on the ground, Gin focused, forcing his body to circulate mana, preparing for his next strike as the python's deadly gaze remained locked on him. He knew this creature was the true master of the runestone vein. Jin's mind raced as he assessed the situation. The blood python was one of the legendary creatures within the forest of beasts that were deemed nearly impossible to hunt. It resided deep within the forest, far from human reach. Yet here it was, and Gin had not expected to encounter it so soon. The chances of victory seemed slim. The option to retreat crossed his mind, but there was no time to waste. He clenched the runestone tightly in his hand, steeling his resolve. If he turned back now, everything he had done thus far would be meaningless. He had come too far to give up now. Gin's mind was made up. He was not just fighting for himself. He was someone burdened with far greater responsibilities, and he would not back down. With a determined breath, Gin activated the 3 mana cores in his upper body, his sword raised in defiance of the monstrous creature before him. His eyes blazed with unyielding resolve as he summoned all the power he could muster. Considering his next move, Gin opened his 3rd mana core, wondering if he could muster enough strength to defeat the blood python. The serpent, having already wreaked havoc on the mercenaries, set its sights on him once again. Sensing the rising power within the seemingly insignificant human, the creature's mouth opened wide as it charged toward Gin, its massive form bearing down on him. Gin's sword flared with the mana he infused into it. With a quick sidestep, he deflected the python's strike, sending the creature's attack to the side. Without hesitation, Gin ran his blade along the serpent's head, but its scales proved far too tough to penetrate. Adapting his stance, Gin swung his sword upward like a dancer with a broadsword, before bringing it down with precise force, managing to gouge out one of the serpent's eyes. But the battle was far from over. The blood python retaliated, swinging, its massive tail down to crush Gin. Standing firm, Gin blocked the attack with his sword, the force of the blow reverberating through him as if he were a fortress. Mana surged through his veins, pushing him beyond his limits. Meanwhile, the serpent opened its mouth again, preparing to devour him whole. The blood python unleashed a rapid barrage of attacks, each strike made heavier by its colossal weight. Gin, relying on both his strength and the power of his 3rd mana core, managed to hold his ground, refusing to yield. With a fierce scream, Gin pushed back against the overwhelming odds, determined to stand his ground. The odds of survival were slim, but Gin knew there were some battles that had to be fought. Just as his father had borne the weight of their family's territory, Gin now carried the burden of his estate and its future. Kerr, Belinda, Gileian, and the rest of the mercenaries stood in awe as they witnessed their young lord fighting with everything he had. It was the first time they had seen Gin unleash all his strength in battle, and they couldn't help but marvel at the sheer intensity of his will. Gin moved closer to the snake's head, raising his sword to strike at its open mouth. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the moment he would fulfill his responsibility. After putting some distance between himself and the python to catch his breath, Gin observed the creature closely. It showed no signs of faltering. The thought crossed his mind that keeping his 3rd mana core open for too long was dangerous. He might run out of energy before he could finish the creature off. To his surprise, the mercenaries, whom he had led into battle, charged forward to help him. Belinda shouted for him to turn toward her, and Gin saw Gileian standing in front, ready to face the enormous serpent. Even Kerr stepped forward, preparing to fight alongside him. Belinda checked Gin for injuries and urged him to fall back to safety, pleading for him to retreat while they held off the serpent. Jin's response stunned them all. He commanded the mercenaries to leave immediately, to retreat from the battle. Kerr and Gileian paused, confused by the unexpected order, and Belinda was left bewildered. She wondered what Gin meant, her mind racing. Gordon questioned aloud whether their boss had truly given that command, while Gileian also spoke up, seeking clarification. Gin explained calmly, his voice resolute. He knew that even with all his power, he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. Against such a monstrous foe, he couldn't afford to lose anyone here, not after everything they had done to get this far. He made it clear that he valued their lives far more than the battle itself. Belinda was still in shock. She couldn't believe he was willing to push himself even further, especially when surviving this long already felt like a miracle. She silently wondered why Gin would go to such lengths, but her question went unanswered. Jin's aura flared. Once again, mana surging through his veins and into his sword. The blood python responded by releasing a cloud of poison, aiming to overwhelm the group with a deadly spray. Gin shouted for the mercenaries to flee immediately, but instead of retreating, they moved forward, raising their shields to protect him from the onslaught. Gin was taken aback by their unexpected response, unable to comprehend why they had chosen to fight rather than run. One mercenary shouted, expressing their willingness to fight alongside him. Another declared that they had never met an employer like him before. Gordon chimed in, affirming their loyalty, saying that they had survived countless battles thanks to Gin, and they would do so again. Kerr, with excitement in his voice, added that the treasure waiting for them was theirs for the taking if they could bring down the serpent. Belinda, with a voice full of conviction, vowed that she would not leave him behind. Gileian, the first to swear his loyalty, offered to create an opening by distracting the serpent. He told Gin that just as they believed in him, he should now believe in them. Jin steeled himself, fully understanding the risks. He knew that he might lose one of his men in this fight, but retreating was no longer an option. He warned them of the blood python's size, its poison, and the impenetrable scales that could deflect even mana-imbued blades. If the serpent landed, even a single blow, one of them would surely die. But Gin was resolute. This battle was his, and he would finish it, no matter the cost. Belinda was still in shock, struggling to comprehend why Gin was so determined to defeat the serpent. Her mind raced, but then Gin's gaze shifted toward the blood python's mangled right eye and the exposed wound. In that moment, the opportunity became clear to him. He knew he could strike. Raising his blade, Gin called out to the mercenaries with authority, commanding them to fall into formation and act as one. His voice rang with determination as he ordered them to heed his command. Without hesitation, the mercenaries rallied. Together, their resolve unwavering. The blood python towered before them, a terrifying force of nature, but the mercenaries were undeterred. Its gaping mouth opened wide, ready to strike, but the mercenaries raised their shields in preparation. Belinda, dagger in hand, positioned herself behind Kerr, who held his oddly shaped blade, both preparing to strike the serpent's right eye. Gileian, axe raised, aimed for the creature's vulnerable mouth, while Gin carefully moved, his blade searching for an opening. Together they restricted the serpent's movements, using every ounce of strength they could muster. Kerr thrust his blade into the serpent's right eye, drawing its attention. Furious, the snake reacted swiftly, swinging its head and opening, its jaws in a deadly snap, aimed directly at him. But Belinda was quick to act, yanking Kerr out of harm's way with a forceful pull that saved him from the serpent's lethal bite. Gileian saw his opening and leapt forward, his axe crashing down with tremendous force. Though the blade couldn't penetrate the serpent's tough scales, the sheer strength behind the strike drove the creature's head to the ground. Seizing the moment, Gin darted in from the side, heading straight for the remaining eye. The snake attempted to stop him, but it was too slow. With precise accuracy, Gin plunged his blade into the serpent's eye, causing it to shriek in agony. Jin's mind raced as he carried out the strike. He knew what would happen next, but the thought of standing by while others perished was unbearable. He had no choice but to finish the fight. The mercenaries, seeing their young master's resolve, attacked with everything they had, Gileian continuing to pin the serpent down. In its final moments, the blood python's remaining strength surged, and it jerked its head upward, sensing Gin's powerful mana rising above it. With fury, the serpent charged. Gin leapt into the air, his blade raised high, determined to end the battle once and for all. He had no choice but to finish it now. He was the only one who could protect the estate, and failure was not an option. As the serpent's massive jaws opened wide, it surged toward Gin, ready to swallow him whole. The mercenaries and Belinda watched in stunned horror, convinced that the young master had been devoured. But then, in a shocking turn of events, Gin's blade emerged from the serpent's head, piercing through its skull from the inside. He split the serpent's upper head in two, emerging from the wreckage, drenched in poison but victorious. The blood python was dead. Kerr and Gileian couldn't hide their smiles, relief flooding over them at the sight of their young master standing tall and unharmed. Belinda, overwhelmed with joy, was just as relieved. Gin had survived the impossible. He had done it for them, for the future of Perum. Gin knew that he couldn't allow the expedition to fail. As the mercenary king, he couldn't let those who followed him die without purpose. With the blood python defeated, the expedition to the runestone vein was a success. But back at Perum Castle, Albert was in a fury. He raged about Gin's defiance,
condemning the young lord's actions as nothing short of treason. Entering the forest of beasts without permission was a direct challenge to authority. Walter, the Count of Perum, and Homer both tried to calm Albert's rising anger.
Homer, knowing full well the young lord's reckless nature, mused that if Gin thought he was now the ruler, they'd have to handle it. Albert's accusations were sharp, his voice full of frustration. Homer sighed, trying to reason with him. explaining that there was no point in getting worked up now. Gin had been in the forest for over 2 weeks. If Skov had not falsified his report, they could have intervened earlier. Homer still couldn't understand why Skov had risked his knighthood to help Gin, though he understood the young lord's impulsiveness. Albert, growing more furious, insisted that they could no longer ignore Gin's actions. The lord had to act swiftly before Gin caused even more chaos. Homer reluctantly agreed, adding that once Gin returned, he would need to be imprisoned and severely punished. Walter remained silent, his mind racing. He couldn't fathom why his son had stirred up so much trouble. Suddenly the door swung open, and Rand, the captain of the Perum Knights, rushed in with urgency. The atmosphere shifted immediately, and everyone in the room sensed the weight of his words. Rand revealed startling news. The young lord had returned. Outside, Gin strode confidently toward Perum Castle, fully aware that meeting his father would come with consequences. But as he walked, he was certain that once his father saw the results of his actions, everything would be fine. He had secured the future of the estate, and no matter the consequences, he would stand by his choices. Gin walked into the room, his expression calm, as he approached the seat before his father, Walter, and the other officials, including the Knight Captain Albert. Though Albert was seething with fury, he remained silent, waiting for the Archduke to speak. Even Randall and Homer were at a loss, unsure of what the young man had planned. Walter, though visibly relieved that his son had returned safely from the Forest of Beasts, couldn't conceal his displeasure. Gin had blatantly disobeyed his orders, and that was not something easily overlooked. Gin, unbothered by the tense atmosphere, spoke first, his voice light and almost childish as he explained his return. He casually reminded his father that he had done what was necessary. Walter, his face hardening, calmly reminded Gin that he had explicitly told him not to go into the forest. Gin, in turn, apologized, but stood firm in his reasoning, stating that it was something that had to be done. Homer, still confused, demanded clarification. What exactly did Gin mean by, "it had to be done"? Randall quickly followed up, pointing out the gravity of the situation and questioning whether Gin truly believed it was worth disobeying orders. He reminded Gin of the perilous risk, not just to his own life but to the estate itself. If monsters had emerged from the forest and attacked the estate, it could have led to a catastrophic outcome. Gin, unfazed by their scolding, simply replied that he was still alive and that no monsters had attacked the estate. His calm response seemed to only fuel Homer's frustration, and Randall, his voice rising, demanded to know how Gin could be so reckless. Albert, who had been silent until now, spoke up, his voice tinged with frustration. He sarcastically asked if Gin found the situation amusing simply because no incidents had occurred in the forest. His tone suggested that, while angry, he might be willing to let this pass. However, Albert quickly put a letter on the table, signaling that this matter was far from over. Gin immediately recognized the letter as coming from Count Rayfold. Albert confirmed it, explaining that he had suspected something might go wrong when Gin visited Rayfold without warning. The situation was even worse than he had feared. Gin had extorted 20,000 gold from Lady Amelia, who had been sending support funds to Perum. This had enraged Count Rayfold, leading him to sever all ties with the estate and call off the engagement. Albert's words were harsh, underscoring the severity of the issue, which could shake the very foundations of the estate. Gin paused for a moment, contemplating. He wasn't troubled by the details of the report. Manipulating a greedy count was hardly a challenge, but he realized that Amelia's connections with the enemy had been her downfall, and her leverage over him had evaporated. The real issue, Gin understood, was that if he had delayed his mission any longer, he would have been trapped within the estate. As he processed this, Walter placed the letter back on the table, urging Gin to speak. Albert questioned him coldly, demanding to know if Gin had anything to say in response. Homer, never one to hold back, suggested that the 20,000 gold should be returned immediately. Randall, equally displeased, remarked that the sum would have been enough to cover the knight's expenses for quite some time. Gin simply replied that he had already spent it all. The room fell silent as the others exchanged bewildered glances. Gin, unfazed, explained that the money had been used to develop the Forest of Beasts. Albert, unable to believe what he was hearing, demanded to know if Gin had truly spent the entire amount on a forest full of monsters. Jin, refusing to make excuses, simply apologized for the situation with Rayfold. The apology did little to calm Albert, who grabbed Jin by the collar, cursing him as a reckless fool. He reprimanded Jin for jeopardizing the future of the estate with his actions. Homer, growing even angrier, declared that Jin was no longer fit to be the Archduke of Perum and insisted that he should be restrained and thrown into prison. Jin, however, remained calm and indifferent, responding in a nonchalant tone. He calmly assured them that he would personally provide the necessary support funds moving forward, including the 20,000 gold. Walter, clearly perplexed, asked his Yiba son what he meant by that. Without hesitation, Jin called out to Belinda, who had been waiting outside the room. She entered, holding a box in her hands. Jin explained that if his goal had merely been to enter the forest of beasts and return, he would never have started developing it in the first place. Belinda walked up to the table, placing a box gently down before opening it. The older men gathered around, their expressions puzzled as they gazed at the glowing crystal inside. Walter, however, recognized it instantly, his eyes widening with understanding. Jin explained calmly that it was a top-grade runestone. Those familiar with such rare treasures knew immediately of its value. Albert, seeing the crystal for the first time, was taken aback, his surprise evident. Homer, intrigued, picked it up and examined it closely, his voice full of curiosity as he asked Jin where he had found such a valuable item. Randall, still processing the discovery, quickly shot a skeptical look at Jin, accusing him of trading the 20,000 gold for it. Jin, unfazed, shrugged and explained with a casual tone that he had mined it himself from the forest of beasts. Belinda, standing nearby, shot an exasperated glance at the older men for doubting Jin's word. Albert, still recovering from the surprise, commented that while the runestone was indeed precious, it wouldn't be nearly enough to sustain the estate on its own. Jin nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with Albert but assured them that this was only a small part of the haul. With that, he led them outside to the estate's outskirts, where the full extent of his expedition was laid out before them. Massive piles of high-grade runestone were stacked up, with more being brought in by carriage. The bodies of various monsters, valuable for their remains, were being sorted by the mercenaries Jin had hastily gathered for the mission. Homer, astonished by the sheer scale of the operation, asked Jin how much of this had been collected in just 15 days. Randall, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioned whether he was seeing things correctly. Walter, equally surprised, turned to Belinda, seeking confirmation that all of this had indeed been gathered during the expedition. Belinda nodded firmly, stating that Jin had personally led the effort and secured everything himself. Jin, his voice full of pride, explained that the haul included the remains of dangerous creatures like the Dirus Int and the blood python, though the runstones were just a fraction of what had been mined from the vein. He stressed that the goal of all this was to benefit the estate, and as such, everything collected should be used for its advancement. Albert, taking in the situation, estimated that with this much material, they would no longer have to worry about financial support. The realization hit Randall and Homer, leaving them both stunned and impressed. Their expressions softened, and they approached Jin, offering praise for his outstanding success. Randall, acknowledging Jin's exhaustion from the expedition, spoke first, offering his admiration. Homer quickly followed suit, adding his own compliments. Both men even massaged Jin's shoulders in gratitude. However, before he could fully accept their praise, Jin outlined his conditions. The first was that Scoven and Ricardo, who had only followed his orders, be immediately released. His second condition was that access to the Forest of Beasts remain restricted to prevent harmful rumors from spreading about the estate. Homer, after a brief moment of thought, agreed that these requests seemed reasonable. But Jin's third condition was more contentious. He insisted that he should personally recruit and manage the mercenaries and security forces, arguing that any interference with troop movements would only cause delays. Alarmed by this, Homer immediately raised his objections, demanding to know if Jin was suggesting the formation of a private army. Randall, equally concerned, questioned what Jin might do with such a force. Albert, maintaining a calm demeanor, intervened to clarify the situation. He reminded Jin that his current position required him to seek forgiveness, not make demands. Jin, however, remained unfazed, calmly explaining that his conditions were necessary to replace the financial support previously provided by Rayfold. He added that any delays in these operations would only hurt the estate's finances. Jin then turned to Albert, challenging him to consider whether he was truly willing to bear the consequences of any delays. Albert stood frozen for a moment, unsure of how to respond. The tension in the air was palpable. In that moment, Albert turned to Z. Walter, urging him to step in and take control before Gin's demands put the future of the estate at risk. However, Z. Walter remained silent, observing the situation unfold without intervening. Just as the atmosphere grew more tense, a voice broke through from behind, calling out to Gin. Everyone turned to see Gileian approaching, smiling warmly. Kerr, standing nearby, also greeted Gin with a smile. Gileian praised Gin for his efforts, and Gin responded with a nod, acknowledging the compliment. The mercenaries who had joined them on the expedition stood behind Gileian, clearly sharing in the respect and admiration for Gin. Gileian then reported that the loading of the runstone was nearly complete and that they were waiting for further instructions. With a single command, the mercenaries were prepared to move at a moment's notice. Kerr, speaking with newfound respect, reported that, as instructed, the Diracint bark had been stored without preservatives. He then asked for guidance on what to do with the blood python. Gin, without hesitation, issued the necessary instructions, detailing how to dismantle the creature's body, separating the venom, blood, flesh, and hide in order to prevent decay. The mercenaries acknowledged his orders, ready to carry them out immediately. Z. Walter, observing the mercenaries, was visibly impressed by their presence. However, he couldn't quite grasp how Gin had managed to command such an elite group. He commented on their formidable appearance, prompting Gin to turn and acknowledge the remark. Gin explained that while the mercenaries were indeed impressive, their assistance had been crucial to the success of the expedition. Without them, the mission would have been nearly impossible. As Z. Walter looked at his son, he saw him in a new light, recognizing his growth and capabilities. The moment was brief, but it marked a turning point in their relationship. Z. Walter then gave the command for the officials to return to the estate. As he began walking away, the others hesitated momentarily, but Z. Walter gave no chance for argument, and they followed swiftly behind him. Before departing, Z. Walter addressed Gin, choosing to overlook his recent actions. He reminded his son that if he ever defied his orders again, there would be consequences. Gin, both grateful and resolute, responded with a firm yet respectful tone, thanking his father while also expressing that one day he would inherit the estate as its rightful successor. As he walked away, Z. Walter remarked that Gin had the spirit of the Northern Wolf, a title given to the Count of Perum, who had long defended the northern frontier of Lithuania. Gin's father had led a lonely life, managing an estate in poverty and defending the northernmost boundary of the kingdom with a weak military force. He had dedicated his entire life to safeguarding the estate, even without the company of his wife, Elena, or his son. In the end, Z. Walter had passed away, his death solitary and largely forgotten, a stark contrast to the legacy he had hoped to leave behind. With the immediate tension fading, Kerr let out a relieved sigh, remarking that they could finally afford a moment of rest. However, Belinda, still concerned for Gin, asked if he was planning to head straight back to the castle. Gin shook his head, explaining that he couldn't rest yet. He instructed Belinda to prepare everything for departure, as they needed to be ready to leave at any moment. Surprised, Belinda asked if he wasn't going to rest after everything he had just endured. Gileian, noticing the weariness in Jin's demeanor, suggested that he take some time to recover, pointing out that it was nothing short of miraculous that he had survived being inside the blood python. Belinda, recalling the effort it took to detoxify him from the venom, sternly reminded him of the toll it had taken on his body and urged him to rest. Despite the exhaustion weighing on him, Gin placed a reassuring hand on Belinda's shoulder, expressing his gratitude for her support. He also assured her that he was relying on her, but deep down, he knew he couldn't afford to waste any time. The mining operation was a crucial part of securing the estate's future, and he was aware that word of the runestone vein would spread fast. Soon, it would reach the ears of those who might seek to take the estate for themselves. Determined to press on, Gin turned to leave, though each step grew more difficult. His breathing became shallow, and his body felt heavier with each passing moment. The urgency of strengthening their forces weighed heavily on his mind, as he knew they needed to reach a level of power where no one would dare to challenge them. But just as he was about to take another step, his body betrayed him. With a sharp intake of breath, he collapsed, unconscious, to the ground. Belinda cried out his name in panic, and though there was no immediate response, a wave of pain washed over everyone who had witnessed Gin's sudden fall. The sight of the once unyielding Archduke now lying motionless on the ground struck a deep chord in their hearts.
In the dim glow of a candlelit chamber, a lone pigeon descended through the shadows, a scroll clutched tightly in its talons. It landed gracefully on the arm of a man seated upon an imposing throne. The room was vast, the air thick with the scent of old parchment and burning incense. As the man untied the scroll, his sharp eyes flickered with intrigue. Partial reclamation of the Forest of Beasts confirmed, the message read. Commence territorial war with the Daigold family and wipe out Perum. After that, the ducal house will step in. A smirk played on his lips. The destruction of Perum, huh? He mused aloud. Are you saying we should turn it into a lordless land? A voice from the shadows answered. The time has finally come. This means the ducal house intends to appoint a new ruler for Perum. His gaze shifted toward the round table before him, where his most trusted retainers sat in silent anticipation. How many of our people remain in Perum? He inquired. A man with graying hair leaned forward. 2 retainers and 1 knight, my lord. Send the retainers to Digald's territory, he commanded. The death of Digald's missing heir in Perum will be justification enough for war. The room fell into murmurs until another voice spoke, tinged with hesitation. And who shall lead the campaign, my lord? The man on the throne leaned back, his fingers tapping against the armrest. Victor will take full command of this operation. A hushed silence followed, then a scoff from one of the men. Victor? I can't believe we're bringing out Desmond's strongest card this soon. Another man, younger and more cautious, interjected. If Frank had done his job properly, Perum would have collapsed on its own. One of the older retainers spoke next, his tone laced with concern. My lord, Victor will undoubtedly succeed, but isn't it premature to reveal our strongest asset? We've played our hand cautiously until now. This move feels rushed. The man on the throne studied him for a long moment before responding. Why does the ducal house, which has always operated in the shadows, now interfere directly in Perum? No one spoke. Because of the Forest of Beasts. The tension in the room shifted immediately. The Forest of Beasts, one man echoed, his voice carrying a hint of alarm. Every decision follows Duke Belfine's will. Do not question any orders. Prepare for war. The figure in the throne rose, his dark cloak billowing. At last, his identity was clear. Count Desmond. The murmurs in the chamber ceased. This was no ordinary territorial dispute. This was a calculated maneuver orchestrated by a far greater force. Harold Desmond, he continued, addressing one of his closest advisors. Does anyone else know about this situation? Meanwhile, in another location, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of an opulent chamber. A woman, clad in a deep crimson gown, clutched the fabric of her dress as if to steady herself. Giselle Perum, she screamed, her voice laced with fury and anguish. A man hurried forward, placing a firm yet gentle hand on her shoulder. My lady, he said softly, trying to console her. Her breath came in ragged gasps. That bastard secured the runestone mine, using the 20,000 gold he took from me. The man's expression darkened. Even after sending the wildcats, they failed to kill him. I even bowed my head to that damn father to cut off Perdium's funding, and still, he lives. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. This makes me look like a fool. The man beside her didn't flinch. This isn't like you, my lady." Her chest rose and fell with measured breaths. "You're right," she admitted, forcing herself to calm. "I let my emotions take over. What's done is done." "Then give the order," the man urged. "Now that Perum has found the runestone mine, they'll soon escape their financial troubles." She turned to him, eyes alight with calculation. It might seem like a victory for them, but the key detail is that they haven't sold the runestones yet. "Haven't sold them yet?" he echoed. A smirk curled her lips. "According to our latest intel, they secured the runestones no earlier than 2 days ago. That's not nearly enough time to establish a supply chain." The realization dawned on him. "We'll exploit that weakness." "Exactly. We know where they'll try to sell them." His brow furrowed. "And where is that?" Her voice was sharp, precise. "There's only one place in the north where they can sell runestones." She stepped toward the window, gazing out over the moonlit expanse. The Northern Tower, ruled by the 7th Circle Archmage Delmud. A pause. Then, with a slow, satisfied breath, she spoke the name that would determine the next battle. The Tower of Advancement. Runestones are the lifeblood of magical research, a resource so vital that the great magic towers guard their supply chains with ruthless efficiency. In the depths of a candlelit chamber, a cloaked figure laid out the plan before his gathered allies. "The Tower of Advancement is our target," he declared. "Not Giselle. Our focus is on the workers transporting the runestones." Another figure, draped in a dark hood, nodded in understanding. "We strike swiftly, hit and run, disrupt their supply lines, cut them off before they reach the tower. And in the chaos," a third voice added, "we seize the runestones for ourselves." Yet a murmur of uncertainty arose. "But what about the Crimson Tower in Brivant territory?" a man questioned. "Shouldn't we consider splitting our efforts?" A woman stepped forward, her expression unwavering. "That was the past. Things have changed," she said firmly. "The Crimson Tower has been in decline ever since it lost its top position. No mage in their right mind would choose it over the Tower of Advancement, not even Giselle Perum." Her eyes darkened with cold determination. "This time, I will take everything from you, Giselle," she vowed.
Want to stay ahead of the story? Get up to 16 episodes early only on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and be the first to know what happens next. Click the link in the description and we'll see you way ahead. In the story. Now, back to the video.
Far away, within the silence of his chambers, Giselle was lost in the depths of a dream. A dream that soon turned into a nightmare. A monstrous creature loomed before him, its jaws widening as it swallowed him whole. Darkness engulfed him, and then came the venom, oozing from its insides, a corrosive force meant to break him down before he even reached the creature's stomach. But Giselle's body burned with defiance. His third mana core flared to life, incinerating the venom upon contact. The resulting fumes, however, were a new kind of torment, a poisonous haze that threatened to steal his breath, to pull him into unconsciousness. "Endure," a voice echoed in his mind. "If you lose consciousness here, it's over." His expedition, his future, everything he had worked for, it would all be lost. His grip on reality tightened. "If I can't avoid the poison," he resolved, "then I'll make it mine." The venom that had infiltrated his body, he wouldn't fight it. He would absorb it. Drawing it into his mana core, he spun it with fierce control, neutralizing the toxins in a process only a superhuman could achieve. Then, a realization struck. Could this be used as an alternative fuel? A new method to withstand mana explosions? His eyes snapped open, breath steady, body refreshed. He sat up, disoriented. "Is this my room?" he muttered. "What happened?" He remembered making amends with his father, but after that, Nothing. A voice broke the silence. "You're finally awake." He turned to his left and found Elena watching him intently. "You left without a word and collapsed the moment you returned," she said, her voice tinged with concern. "Elena?" Giselle asked, still dazed. Without warning, she pushed him back onto the bed and bolted from the room. "Belinda!" she shouted down the hall. "Brother is finally awake." Giselle remained still, processing her words. 2 days. He had been unconscious for 2 whole days. "I pushed my body to the limit," he thought. "I barely received first aid after emerging from the python, and yet I feel fine." He flexed his fingers. His body should have been battered, but instead, he felt stronger. No, more than that. His mana capacity had increased. Its very nature had shifted. His gaze darkened in thought. Could the blood python's energy have fused with me? A possibility he had never considered in his past life. I didn't plan for this, but the risk I took has paid off. Excitement stirred in his chest. If this method worked, he could grow stronger, faster, by unimaginable leaps. He needed to run tests, but there was no time for that now. For now, there was only one priority: the runestones. 2 days had passed. By now, word had already spread. He swung open his cabinet. "I need to gather the mercenaries immediately." A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "You don't need to knock," he called. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing not just Belinda, but also his father, Walter Perum. A rare sight. "Father?" Giselle said, momentarily caught off guard. Walter studied him for a long moment before speaking. "I heard from Belinda," he said, "that you jumped into a python's body and got poisoned." His tone was steady, unreadable. "Are you all right?" Giselle met his gaze. "As you can see," he replied evenly. Walter exhaled slightly, a subtle sign of relief. "Good." Belinda stepped forward, touching his face lightly. "You suddenly collapsed," she murmured. "You know how worried we were?" "I'm fine," he reassured her. But then his father's voice cut through the moment. "Giselle," he said, "we need to talk." A pause. "I have a request for you." Giselle's eyes narrowed. "A request?" he repeated.
Father and son strode toward the training grounds, their steps the only sound in the still air. Each carried a sword, their grips firm, but Gin's attention was drawn more to the man beside him. It was rare, almost unheard of, for the two of them to be alone like this. In his past life, Gin had always avoided these moments, fearing the inevitable reprimands that would follow. But now, he held his ground, determined to face whatever came next. When they reached the center of the arena Zed, Walter finally broke the silence. He apologized for summoning his son so soon after his recovery. Gin waved off the concern, casually mentioning that 2 days of rest had left him feeling better than ever. But his father's words lingered in the air, and Gin could sense there was more to this meeting. Growing uneasy, he decided to address the topic himself, asking directly about the request his father had made earlier. For a long moment, Walter simply studied him. Then, as if making a deliberate effort, he averted his gaze. Gin narrowed his eyes. His father's uncharacteristic hesitation set off warning bells in his mind. The silence stretched between them, heavy and unspoken. Jin's thoughts drifted to a distant evening from his childhood. He, his mother, and Eleanor had sat atop a grassy hill, looking out over Perum. That day, his mother had shared something about his father, something Gin had barely understood at the time. She had called him a man who rarely showed his true emotions, who always placed duty before himself. But when it came to her, she had said with a quiet laugh, he was different. Gin had dismissed her words back then, but standing before his father, now the memory carried new meaning. Without warning, Walter shifted into position, raising his sword. He instructed Gin to do the same. Suppressing his nerves, Gin complied, gripping his weapon tightly. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, but he locked eyes with his father, bracing for what was to come. Then, in a flash, Walter lunged. His blade shot forward, swift and precise. Gin barely had time to react, turning his sword just in time to deflect the attack. But the reprieve was brief. His father pulled back, spinning his sword before swinging downward with staggering force. Gin gritted his teeth and planted his feet, blocking near the hilt to absorb the impact. He retaliated with a swift counterattack, striking from behind. Walter was faster. He brought his sword down to block, then retaliated in a single, fluid motion, his movements as sharp and deliberate as a striking viper. Gin barely managed to parry in time. Their duel intensified, each exchange coming harder and faster than the last. Walter's technique was effortless, a mix of power and grace, but Gin held his own. He thrust with deadly precision, forcing his father to evade and counter in quick succession. With each clash, Gin became more aware of the nature of his father's swordplay. It wasn't just a weapon meant to overpower enemies, it was a blade that could both protect and destroy. As they fought, something shifted in Gin's understanding. He could feel the weight of the blade in his hands, not just as an instrument of battle, but as an extension of himself. His father had mastered the delicate balance between strength and restraint, and now Gin could sense it too. Then, in one final exchange, Walter came at him with overwhelming force. Gin braced himself, blocking with the hilt before twisting to strike from the side. His father responded instantly, raising his sword in defense. For a fleeting moment, they both saw it, an opening. They moved as one, their blades finding each other's throats. Locked in place, their gazes met. The match had ended in a draw. Gin studied his father, searching for any sign of emotion in his expression. Meanwhile, Walter looked upon his son with newfound wariness, as if seeing him in an entirely new light. Breaking the silence, Walter offered a rare word of praise, acknowledging how much Gin had grown. Gin, caught off guard, muttered a quiet thanks. But before he could dwell on it, his father continued, offering him advice. He pointed out that while Gin possessed the strength and reflexes to take down even monsters in the wild, his movements were too easily telegraphed. A skilled opponent would be able to read his intent. Gin frowned, considering the critique. He had always relied on analyzing his enemies in battle, but perhaps his father was right. There was more to combat than raw strength and speed. He would need to refine not just his body but his mind as well. As Gin reflected on his father's words, a revelation struck him. Until now, he had relied solely on instinct and experience, his swordsmanship shaped by survival rather than structured training. He had never been formally instructed, never had a mentor to refine his skills or correct his flaws. There were undoubtedly gaps in his technique, flaws he had compensated for in battle, but had never consciously addressed. Yet now, standing before his father, he realized that learning from someone else was not a weakness, but a strength. A newfound sense of gratitude settled within him. Turning to Walter, he sincerely thanked him for the lesson. His father, however, remained silent, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he finally spoke, admitting that his initial intention had not been to instruct Gin, but to reprimand him. This revelation caught Gin off guard. Walter explained that no matter how skilled or capable a person was, breaking the rules had consequences. If merit alone justified disobedience, order would collapse and chaos would reign. Gin listened, without protest. He was no longer the reckless youth he had once been, blindly challenging authority. He was evolving, and his father saw it too. "You've changed," Walter remarked. Unlike others who sought personal gain or recognition, Gin's motivations ran deeper. He wasn't merely chasing accolades, he was preparing for something greater. With a measured tone, Walter urged him to stay the course, to consider not only himself, but the people of Perum. His role as the estate's successor came with responsibilities that could not be ignored. The weight of that word, responsibility, settled heavily on Gin. Though he did not say it aloud, his resolve had been set the moment he had woken in the barracks. Before his father departed, Gin remembered the request Walter had alluded to earlier. Pressing for an answer, he was met with uncharacteristic hesitation. Finally, his father turned and asked, almost reluctantly, if Gin had any money. The funds were needed for the reconstruction of the northern fortress. Later, draped in his cape, Gin strode toward the Forest of Beasts encampment. His mercenary force awaited him, the strongest of them standing at the front in silent acknowledgement of his arrival. As he approached, the ranks straightened, and a chorus of voices greeted him with practiced unity. A rare smile crossed his lips at the sight of them. He asked how they had fared in his absence, and the mercenaries responded with fervent energy, their admiration evident. Kerr noted how well Gin appeared, while Gileian, his voice tinged with concern, inquired about his condition. Jin reassured them, apologizing for the delay in his return. His next question was about Rachel, Gileian's daughter. The answer pleased him. She had recovered beyond all expectations. With a grateful bow, Gileian expressed his heartfelt thanks. With pleasantries exchanged, Gin's expression hardened. His voice carried an undeniable authority as he addressed his closest subordinates. "The estate is in danger," he declared. His words cut through the air, and his men immediately understood the gravity of the situation. They had fought beside him in the forest of beasts, had witnessed firsthand the battles he waged. If Gin was warning them of an impending threat, it was not to be taken lightly. Inside the confines of a tent, he laid everything bare. He recounted the attack on Elena, the forces conspiring in the shadows, the sinister plot aimed at igniting war. No detail was withheld. His subordinates listened with unwavering attention, knowing that whatever came next, they would stand at his side, prepared to fight. Jin's mind churned as he processed the grim reality before him. The corpse of the Dal Prince, the encroaching threats upon Perum, and the unsettling realization that spies had likely infiltrated the estate long ago. His pulse quickened. If enemies had been lurking in the shadows for so long, then how much had they already seen? How much had they already planned? Belinda, sharp as ever, finally understood why Gin had been in such a rush. She had assumed that uncovering the runestones would bring a rare moment of peace, but it was clear now, there was no time for respite. Perum had always been a place of turmoil, and now its newfound wealth made it an even greater target. Kerr, ever eager for conflict, smirked. After the mess in the Forest of Beasts, war seems like the only logical next step. Gileian nodded grimly. With the runestones discovered, our enemies won't just sit back and watch. They'll move fast. We've only delayed the inevitable. Gileian confirmed their fears with a firm nod. They won't let Perum be. Belinda, practical as always, suggested alerting the retainers and the Lord immediately, but Gin's expression darkened. "No," he said, shaking his head. Even Elena's own knights turned on her. There could be spies among the retainers as well. If we revealed too much, we might be handing our enemies the advantage they need. A heavy silence settled over the group. They had bought some time by saving Elena, but the discovery of the runestones had likely forced their enemies to act even faster. A storm was coming. Kerr was the first to break the silence. "Say the word, and I'll follow." His usual reckless demeanor had disappeared, replaced by unwavering resolve. Gileian followed. "I pledged my loyalty long ago. I'll see this through to the end." Belinda crossed her arms. "If anyone's guarding you, it'll be me." Ginny exhaled slowly, a rare smile forming at the edges of his lips. Their loyalty wasn't in question. These three had proven themselves countless times. But now, they would need to be more than just loyal. They would need to be ruthless. His voice turned steely as he laid out the stakes. The greatest threat to Perum wasn't just a faceless enemy. It was the Duke of Deligny, a man who had long sought to bring Perum under his control. Count Desmond and Amelia, two cunning manipulators under the Duke's command, were already making their moves. Gin had no intention of letting them succeed. "The next step," he revealed, "is to head south to the Scarlet Flame Tower." Kerr's grin widened. "So it's time to sell the runestones?" The thought of the fortune they'd rake in clearly excited him. Belinda, however, furrowed her brow. "The Crimson Magic Tower is closer. Wouldn't they pay more?" Gin shook his head. "Perhaps, but dealing with them would create more complications than we can afford right now. The Scarlet Flame Tower will be the safer bet." Gileian, always the tactician, nodded in agreement. "Handling high-value goods like this requires more than just a good price. It requires careful planning. We should assume we won't be the only ones interested in this transaction." Belinda tensed at the implication. An ambush? Gin's gaze sharpened. "It's possible. Last time we tried something like this, we barely escaped unscathed. The Scarlet Flame Tower had once been the dominant force in the south, but after Delmont of the Crimson Magic Tower achieved the level of a 7th Circle mage, the balance of power had shifted. Now, the Scarlet Flame Tower struggled to maintain relevance. But Gin's interest in them wasn't just strategic, it was personal. There was someone there, someone from his past life, someone he needed on his side. The towering Scarlet Flame Tower loomed ahead, its imposing silhouette cutting through the sky like a monument from a forgotten age. The structure, far more advanced than anything around it, stood as a testament to an era of magical prowess. Inside, its vast library, nestled between towering shelves lined with ancient tomes, a lone woman sat trembling, her fingers clutched tightly around a staff as she whispered her teacher Wanat's name, her voice barely audible. She gazed into the distance, wondering when the light her mentor had spoken of would finally pierce through the darkness. Meanwhile, the party pressed forward toward the Scarlet Flame Tower, their expressions shifting as they took in its grand presence. Belinda and Kerr were visibly astonished, their eyes tracing the tower's immense height. Jin took the lead, ensuring he would not be burdened with paying the merchant's share. Among them, Gordon, the seasoned warrior, could hardly contain his awe. He had heard of the tower countless times, but never imagined he would witness it in person. One of the mercenaries echoed his sentiment, marveling at finally seeing the legendary structure up close. As they walked, Gordon made an observation. There was a stark divide between the lives of those within the tower and the struggling people of Perum. The world beyond the tower's walls seemed vastly different, almost like a separate reality. Magic. Towers often fostered thriving trade, and the Scarlet Flame Tower was no exception. Unlike the dirt-ridden streets of lesser settlements, the surroundings here were pristine, reflecting the wealth and influence of the mages who resided within. This tower, still standing among the great magical strongholds, was known for producing powerful magic scrolls. On the bustling streets, mages moved with effortless precision, weaving spells to repair roads and set down fresh street tiles. They worked not as mere scholars, but as craftsmen of the arcane, their gestures as fluid as master artisans. One mercenary gaped in disbelief, questioning how such labor could be done purely through magic. Another was even more astounded, having only ever seen magic channeled through scrolls, never as freely wielded as this. As the party continued onward, the mages working nearby took notice. Their gazes, cold and scrutinizing, briefly settled on the mercenaries with an air of quiet disdain. Then, without warning, their hands moved in unison, conjuring blue flames that crackled through the air. The fire coiled around them, not with destructive fury, but with an eerie, consuming intensity. Within moments, the mages vanished from sight, dissolving into thin air as though they had never been there at all. The mercenaries exchanged stunned glances. One muttered in amazement at what they had just witnessed. Gin, ever composed, explained with a measured tone, it was merely a concealment spell. The mages had no intention of being observed. Kerr scoffed, unimpressed. He chastised the others for their reaction, rolling his eyes at their amazement. Belinda, though shaken, could not deny her admiration. Even if the Scarlet Flame Tower had lost some of its former prestige, its influence remained undeniable. Gileian, the pragmatist, interjected. Bryant was among the wealthiest regions in the kingdom, after all. It was only logical that such a tower still commanded importance. But Jin remained deep in thought. Outwardly, the tower still carried an air of grandeur, yet something beneath the surface told a different story. A tale of decline, hidden beneath its polished exterior. At last, they reached the massive gates of the Scarlet Flame Tower. Standing before its formidable entrance, they paused, taking in the sheer scale of the structure before them. Gin allowed himself a small nod of satisfaction. They had finally arrived. Kerr craned his neck upward, struggling to take in the tower's full height. With a wry chuckle, he muttered that if he kept looking, he might just snap his neck trying to see the top. Lines of mana etched into the air, snaking toward the armored figures. At once, the lifeless suits of armor sprang to life, shifting into defensive stances. Their axes gleamed menacingly as a deep, hollow voice bellowed from within the enchanted. "Steel! State your names and purpose." Belinda observed the moving armor with suspicion. "They're like puppets," she muttered. Kerr snorted. "Lazy mages. Can't even be bothered to come down and speak to us in person." Gileian stepped forward, speaking with authority. "This is Gin, Archduke of Perum. We request an audience with the trademaster. The mages on the gate sneered. One scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Perum, that backwater place. You expect us to waste time dealing with shoddy materials and third-rate potions? Leave. Belinda bristled at the insult. You cowards. At least face us properly. The mages ignored her, motioning for the enchanted guards to take an offensive stance. The axes gleamed as they raised them higher. Gileian turned to Gin. What now? Gin studied the mages calmly before reaching into his coat and retrieving a small stone. He held it up, letting the light catch its intricate runic carvings. The mages squinted, unimpressed at first, until realization dawned on them. Their expressions shifted from scorn to disbelief. An entire carriage of runestones? Gin smirked. Are you sure you want to turn this away? The mages exchanged hurried glances before the gates creaked open. Moments later, Gin and Belinda were escorted inside to meet the trademaster. Two men greeted them with respectful bows, one introducing himself as Cylon, the tower's trading overseer. Cylon was quick to assure them of his assistance, but Gin was uninterested in pleasantries. I need someone with real authority. I want to meet the tower master. Cylon faltered for a moment before nodding. I will arrange it at once. Belinda, still fuming, whispered bitterly. They should have treated us with respect from the start. Before another word could be spoken, a deep explosion shook the tower's foundations. Jin's gaze sharpened. What was that? Cylon waved it off. Nothing unusual. Just another experiment in the research lab. Jin didn't press the issue, but his mind lingered on a particular thought. Elsewhere, deep within the research lab, a heavy door creaked open. 3 figures strode in, their robes marking them as high-ranking disciples of the tower. The air was thick with residual magic, and on the ground, a lone figure lay motionless. A blonde-haired mage stepped forward, his voice sharp with condescension. How many times have you been warned? You don't belong here. His sneer deepened as his gaze fell upon a black-haired girl. You have no magic, and yet you think you deserve a place here? He glanced to his side, where another disciple stood, a man with dark hair, his smirk matching the blonde's. He chuckled. I suppose we shouldn't be surprised. After all, she was taken in by that teacher. The girl remained silent, her grip tightening on her staff. The air in the lab grew heavy. Something was coming. A blonde-haired man sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. You should be grateful we even let you set foot in the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower. He scoffed. The black-haired girl lay crumpled on the cold stone floor, her body weak and disheveled. She gasped for air but managed to force out a reply. Her voice, though strained, carried defiance. As a mage, I have just as much right to use the research lab as anyone else, she declared. Aloy let out a cruel chuckle, his lips curling into a smirk. Calling yourself a mage. How amusing. With a flick of his wrist, crimson flames burst to life around his staff, the heat distorting the air. He raised his hand and cast his spell, fire gathering into a deadly sphere. If you're truly a mage, then block this, he challenged, hurling a blazing fireball toward her. The girl struggled to steady herself, raising her trembling hand in a desperate attempt to cast a defensive spell. But as the fireball hurtled closer, her strength wavered. She wasn't going to make it. Then, in an instant, a caped figure appeared between them. A flash of steel cut through the haze of flames. Jin moved like the wind, his sword slashing cleanly through the fireball, dispersing it before it could touch the girl. His presence alone shifted the energy in the room, the oppressive tension melting into stunned silence. He turned to the gathered mages, his expression unreadable. Is this what passes for research in the Scarlet Flame Tower? He mused, his tone laced with quiet disdain. Bullying the weak instead of advancing magic? Meanwhile, in the Tower Master's conference room, chaos of a different kind was unfolding. Hubert, the master of the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower, clenched his fists, his frustration barely contained. Our supply of runestones is nearly depleted, he repeated, his voice rising with every word. How could this happen? His head throbbed as he stared down the elders, who stood before him in uncomfortable silence. The reality was dire. Without runestones, their magical research would stagnate. Worse yet, the gap between their tower and the Crimson Magic Tower would only widen. Didn't I order you to secure enough runestones in advance? Hubert snapped, his patience unraveling. One of the elders, a man in a yellow hat, resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Hubert had spent more time rubbing shoulders with nobles and indulging in luxuries than managing the tower's resources. Yet now he had the audacity to lash out at them. Another elder, donning a red hat, shared a knowing glance with his peers. The problem wasn't just the lack of runestones, it was the tower's master himself. A third elder, dressed in green, spoke up, his tone measured but firm. Even if we secure more runestones, our master remains only a six-circle mage. Meanwhile, Delmud of the Crimson Magic Tower has already reached the seventh circle. The mere mention of Delmud sent a vein pulsing at Hubert's temple. He slammed his fist against the table. "If I had more runestones, I would have reached the seventh circle by now," he bellowed. "That lowborn mage isn't superior to me. He's just hoarding resources." His anger spiraled further, his accusations growing more desperate. "There's nothing special about those runestones. The Crimson Magic Tower shouldn't have such an edge over us." The elder in the green hat pressed on. "Then what do you propose we do if we run out completely?" Before Hubert could unleash another tirade, the door burst open. San, the tower's trade manager, rushed in, breathless. "Master Hubert, elders, you need to come down immediately." Hubert scowled. "San, this is not the time." "It is," San cut in urgently. "A massive shipment of runestones has just arrived." The room fell silent. For a moment, the weight of the situation seemed to shift. The elders exchanged glances, their initial skepticism turning into cautious hope. Back in the research lab, the fight raged on. Aloy, his frustration mounting, launched another series of fireballs at Gin, determined to overwhelm him. Yet Gin moved effortlessly, his blade cutting through every attack with infuriating ease. Each failed strike only fueled Aloy's anger. Grinding his teeth, Aloy poured every ounce of his mana into a final massive fireball. Flames roared as he hurled it toward Jin with all the force he could muster. Jin, unshaken, simply raised his sword. With a single downward slash, the fireball split cleanly in half, its energy dissipating harmlessly around him. The room fell into stunned silence. The gathered mages watched, wide-eyed, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Aloy's strongest attack, rendered useless. Aloy staggered back, his face a mix of rage and disbelief. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, before he could receive an answer. A thin wire of energy coiled around his limbs, tightening with lethal precision. His breath hitched as he realized he was completely immobilized. From the shadows, Belinda stepped forward, her cold gaze locked onto Aloy. "Attacking." "My young master," she mused, her voice as sharp as a blade. "A mistake you won't be repeating." She pulled the wire tighter, watching as Aloy's earlier arrogance crumbled into fear. Aloy struggled against his restraints, panic creeping into his voice. "What? Who are you people?" Before anyone could respond, a commanding voice rang through. "The lab! Enough!" The room tensed as Hubert strode in, his expression a storm of barely contained fury. The four elders trailed behind him, their eyes scanning the chaotic scene. Aloy, helplessly bound, Gin standing tall with his sword drawn, and the black-haired girl still recovering from the ordeal. The air crackled with tension as all eyes turned to the Tower Master. This was far from over. The arrival of the Tower Master sent a ripple through the tense atmosphere. Vanessa let out a startled gasp, struggling to collect her thoughts. Standing beside her, Gin remained unmoved, his expression unreadable despite the presence of the most powerful mage in the tower. At his command, Belinda loosened the bindings around Aloy, allowing him to collapse onto the floor, breathless and shaken. Scrambling to his feet, Aloy clung to his master's robes, his voice frantic as he pleaded his case. He insisted that intruders had breached the tower, and that he had only been trying to stop Vanessa from entering the lab when the young man had assaulted him. His words quivered with desperation, as he painted himself as the noble defender, shielding a helpless girl from danger. Belinda scoffed, her sharp gaze filled with mockery. "You sound like a frightened little girl," she sneered. Aloy's face turned red with indignation. "I am not a girl," he snapped, his pride stinging more than his injuries. Meanwhile, Vanessa, still seated on the cold stone floor, mustered a weak explanation. "I only wanted to use the lab," she murmured. Her words stirred something deep within Gin, an old memory from a past life. He recalled a name that once sent tremors through the magical world, the Red Nightmare, a seventh circle mage known for her insanity and unpredictability, a force of nature. And yet, here she was, reduced to this state. Even legends had their vulnerable moments. Hubert's patience snapped. His voice boomed through the hall as he condemned the intruder. "Not only have you forced your way into my tower, but you dared to lay a hand on my disciple." Flames sparked at his fingertips, his magic surging as he prepared to unleash a fiery assault. The threat was clear. He would burn this insolent youth to nothing but ash. But Gin did not flinch. Belinda turned to him with a quiet but knowing look. "What are your orders, young master?" Despite the tension crackling in the air, Gin remained composed. With effortless confidence, he stepped forward and introduced himself, his voice steady and unwavering. "I am Gin Perum, Archduke of the Perum territory. I've come here to trade runestones." A stunned silence fell over the room. For a long moment, Hubert did not react, struggling to process what had just been said. A noble? Trading runestones? The absurdity of it all left him momentarily speechless. Aloy, his earlier indignation forgotten, gaped at Gin. You actually brought runestones here?" Gin smiled, as if the answer was obvious. "Would you like to see them?" Without waiting for a response, he led the group outside. The sight that greeted them left even the most seasoned mages dumbfounded. 10 wagons, overflowing with runestones, stood lined up before the tower gates. The elders, who only moments ago had been locked in a bitter debate over their dwindling resources, were now struck speechless. The sheer quantity of the magical stones was staggering, far beyond what they had dared to hope for. The first to break the silence was the Blue Hat Elder. This can't be real," he muttered in disbelief. The Red Hat Elder was equally shaken. "Where in the world did someone so young acquire this many runestones?" The Yellow Hat Elder turned to Hubert, awaiting his decision. "Tower Master, what should we do?" Hubert, however, did not answer immediately. He stood motionless, his face unreadable, but behind his composed exterior, his mind was whirling. This was no mere trade opportunity. This was power. If he secured these runestones, he could finally crush the Crimson Magic Tower once and for all. The mere thought of it sent an uncontrollable thrill through him. A slow, maniacal laugh threatened to escape, but he forced himself to remain calm. Outwardly, he maintained his dignified demeanor, but within, his ambition burned hotter than ever. From the sidelines, Kerr's grip tightened around his sword. The audacity. They had risked everything to deliver this cargo, and now Hubert had the gall to act unimpressed. Vanessa, hesitant but earnest, spoke up. Even just one of these wagons would be enough to sustain the tower for weeks. But Hubert cut her off with a sharp glare. Silence. His voice dripped with disdain. "You've already caused enough trouble." His gaze flicked toward Ma, her with cold indifference. "Your late master left behind nothing but a burden," Gin observed silently, his expression unreadable. "So this is how they treat her." Hubert turned to the elders. "Well?" The elder in blue, catching on to Hubert's game, plucked a stone from the nearest wagon and inspected it with an exaggerated frown. It's not quite what I imagined." The elder in yellow followed suit. "Considering the source, there's a chance these might be counterfeit." Belinda's eyes flashed with anger. "Are you seriously suggesting that our Lord brought fake runestones?" Gin remained unshaken, watching their performance unfold. The elder in green shrugged. "We must be cautious. Scams are everywhere these days." Gin, finally speaking, let his words cut through the tension like a blade. "So you're saying you won't buy them?" The elder stiffened. Hubert's smug expression faltered. Gin turned on his heel. "We're leaving." Belinda, her lips curling into a smirk, shot the elders a look of pure mockery before following Gin's lead. Hubert's mind raced. No. If they walked away now, this unprecedented opportunity would slip through his fingers. "Hold." He forced a chuckle, signaling to the Blue Hat Elder, who quickly fell into step with his charade. Now, the elder said smoothly. "Perhaps we spoke too soon. Out of respect for your efforts, we might be willing to negotiate." Hubert, regaining his composure, nodded. "Yes, perhaps we were too hasty. As a gesture of generosity, we will purchase all of your runestones, at a slightly reduced price, of course." Gin barely reacted, his expression calm. "Ah, I see the misunderstanding now." He turned to Kerr. "Leave one wagon. The rest, take them back." Kerr hesitated for only a second before smirking. "Understood." Hubert's face paled. The elders stiffened. Jin crossed his arms. "We only ever agreed to sell one wagon's worth." Panic rippled through the Scarlet Tower's ranks as realization sank in. If they let the rest slip away, their chance at securing the upper hand against the Crimson Tower would vanish. Seizing the moment, Kerr turned to the mercenaries. "Move the wagons. Now." The mercenaries obeyed immediately, their efficiency catching the elders off guard. Hubert, suddenly desperate, barked, "Wait! What is the meaning of this?" But Gin merely smiled. "I believe we're done here." And with that, the wagons, save for one, began their slow but steady departure, leaving Hubert and his elders scrambling to regain control of the situation they had so carelessly thrown away. Gin sighed, shaking his head as he offered an explanation. "It seems there was a simple miscommunication about the quality of the runestones. One of my subordinates misjudged them," he said smoothly. "In any case, our real destination is the Crimson Magic Tower. We just need liquid funds for travel expenses." Hubert's heart clenched. The thought of those runestones slipping away, right into the hands of his competitors, was enough to send a chill down his spine. If the Crimson Magic Tower got their hands on such a resource, his own position within the Scarlet Magic Tower would be in jeopardy. He couldn't allow that to happen. Forcing a chuckle, Hubert waved a hand dismissively. "Ah, my earlier comments? Just a little humor to lighten the mood," he said, plastering on a grin. "Come now, no need for hostilities. Let's discuss this properly." Gin smiled, knowing full well that he had the upper hand. Without hesitation, he accepted the invitation, and soon they were seated in the Tower Master's office. Hubert, the four elders, and Gin sat around the table while Gin's most trusted stood nearby, observing. Trying to reassert authority, Hubert formally introduced the elders. "These men are all Fifth Circle mages," he said, pride lacing his words. "The most powerful in the tower aside from the master himself." Gin nodded as if impressed. Fifth Circle mages. That's certainly noteworthy. His tone remained neutral, but there was an unmistakable undercurrent of amusement. "The Scarlet Magic Tower is indeed formidable. The second strongest tower in the north, after all." A nerve twitched in Hubert's jaw. "You must have heard wrong," he said hastily. "The Scarlet Magic Tower is still at the very top. The rumors about the Crimson Magic Tower surpassing us are exaggerated." Jin merely shrugged. "If you say so." Belinda leaned toward Gileian, whispering her unease. Is he trying to provoke them? Gileian, however, remained unbothered. "Jin knows what he's doing," he assured her. Meanwhile, Kerr watched with barely contained excitement, relishing how easily Gin was manipulating the elders. Wanting to regain control of the conversation, Hubert cleared his throat. "All right, let's talk business. How much are you selling the runestones for?" He smirked. "If you tried taking them elsewhere, I guarantee you won't get a better deal." Jin lifted a hand, silencing him before calmly naming his price. "Double the market value." The room fell into stunned silence. "Double?" Hubert barked, leaning forward with a scowl. "That's outrageous!" Gasps and murmurs rippled through the elders. Hubert's face twisted with irritation. "Do you have any idea how—" "Business works, boy. Negotiation is about fair trade, not daylight robbery. Whoever taught you these methods has done you a great disservice." Jin remained unruffled. "I simply believe that the Scarlet Magic Tower should pay double for these rune stones." The blue-hatted elder scoffed. "Unbelievable! Do you take us for fools?" Another elder snapped. Hubert slammed a fist onto the table. "You have a lot of nerve speaking so boldly at your age," he said through gritted teeth. "Do you even understand the consequences of what you're saying?" Yet, despite the raw fury in the room, Gin remained composed. He met Hubert's glare without so much as flinching. The power difference between them was undeniable, but it did nothing to shake Gin's confidence. Hubert exhaled sharply, forcing himself to calm down. "Look, I understand that you're young. Mistakes are bound to happen," he said, trying a more measured approach. But deep down, he knew Gin was no fool, and this so-called mistake was anything but accidental. Realizing that a direct confrontation wouldn't work, Hubert changed tactics. He softened his tone and offered a compromise. paying slightly over market price in exchange for the entire batch of runestones. Jin didn't answer. Instead, he stood up. "Where are you going?" Hubert demanded. Without missing a beat, Jin replied, "You don't seem interested in the deal." He turned toward the door. "If double is too much, I'll just take these to the Crimson Magic Tower instead." Panic flashed across Hubert's face. "Wait!" he called out hastily. Jin paused. Hubert forced a smile, swallowing his pride. "I didn't mean to reject your offer outright. Sit back down. We can negotiate." Jin turned back, his expression amused. The big three, who had been silently observing, exchanged glances. It was clear now. Hubert and the elders were being played, and there was nothing they could do about it. Grinding his teeth, Hubert sighed in frustration before conceding. "Fine, we'll pay double." Jin nodded, pleased. "Good, but I'll only sell 1 wagon load." Hubert's patience finally snapped. "Are you joking? Sell everything!" Jin remained unfazed. "If word gets out that the Scarlet Magic Tower paid double, the Crimson Magic Tower might offer triple," he explained coolly. "Why should I sell everything for just double?" Hubert's face twisted with rage. "You're pushing your luck!" Jin simply stood up again. "Fine," Hubert shouted. "Triple! We'll buy everything for triple." A small smile played on Gin's lips. He turned back and settled into his chair once more. "Now we're speaking the same language," he said smoothly. He threw in a half-hearted compliment. "I suppose the Scarlet Magic Tower does deserve its reputation as the strongest magic tower in the north." That flattery was enough for Hubert to rise, eager to retrieve the money and finalize the deal. But as he moved toward the door, Gin's voice stopped him. "One more thing." Hubert froze. His shoulders stiffened before he turned back, his patience hanging by a thread. "What now?" Gin leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "I want Vanessa handed over to me." The room fell into a stunned silence. With no seasoned negotiator present, the room remained still. No one dared take the lead. Then, without warning, Gileian broke the silence with a request that stunned everyone. He wanted Vanessa. The words hung in the air like smoke. All eyes turned to him. Hubert was the first to react. His voice cut through the tension. "You're serious? You want Vanessa?" Gileian didn't flinch. He turned to the Tower Master and nodded. "Yes, I'll take her as my personal mage." As he spoke, flashes of a distant life stirred in his mind, visions of smoke and laughter under the stars. Back when he commanded a mercenary band, he'd once used a sword as a makeshift grill. They were camped for the night between campaigns, stealing rare moments of peace. Beside him sat Claude, a trusted companion, more than a soldier, his favorite slave. Claude's right hand was a hook, the mark of countless battles. The meat on the blade had started to blacken, and Gileian had scoffed at the mess. With a mix of irritation and sarcasm, Claude shot back. "You expect a one-handed man to cook dinner?" "Properly?" Gileian answered with a raised fist, silent and deliberate. Claude chuckled and waved it off as a joke. Then, shifting the topic, Claude had mentioned a name that made Gileian pause. "There's a new rumor going around about someone called the Red Nightmare. Ever heard of her?" "Vanessa." Gileian had shaken his head, and Claude had gone on, lowering his voice. "They say she's a mage who torched half of northern Lithuania, 7th circle level, supposedly mad as a hatter but terrifyingly strong." "7th circle?" Gileian raised a brow, intrigued. "That title's a bit theatrical, don't you think?" Claude nodded. "Maybe, but the reports are consistent. She didn't use the usual mana circle path. Instead, she took up mana cultivation, like a warrior. That's not just rare, it's unheard of." "Why would a mage abandon the circle method?" Gileian asked. Claude answered without hesitation. "Because she lost her mind. They say she left scorched cities, dead nobles, and economic ruin in her wake. She's the reason behind the latest extermination mission." Even then, sitting by firelight with the sound of crackling wood in his ears, Gileian had smiled. She sounded more like a force of nature than a person. "We should find her," he had said to Claude. Claude had stared at him like he'd lost his mind. That plan never bore fruit. By the time Gileian located Vanessa, her magic had spiraled out of control. She was barely alive. But something in her hadn't faded. Even broken, she still had the capacity of a seventh circle mage, perhaps even more if given guidance. Now, with the wisdom of another life and a seat in Perum's hierarchy, Gileian had made a quiet vow. He would protect and refine her. Under his care, she would reach her true potential. Back in the present, the group surrounding him began to murmur. Gileian frowned. "You mean that girl from earlier? She didn't exactly look powerful." Carr scoffed. "She seemed average at best." Belinda leaned closer and whispered, "Please, just let me know ahead of time next time you bring someone in. Some warning would be nice." Whispers rippled through the gathered mages. In a far corner, an elder wearing the red hat smirked. "Perfect outcome," he whispered. "She's been a liability for ages." The yellow hat elder gave a slow nod. "We've done our duty to Leonardo. Caring for her until now should be enough to repay that debt." With a deep breath, Hubert stepped forward. "Vanessa is one of our tower's most exceptional mages," he began formally. "She represents—" "Spare me," Gileian interrupted, his tone suddenly harder. "You're not just giving me Vanessa. I want third circle or higher combat mages sent to Perum as well." Hubert froze. The words struck him like a slap. His chest tightened. What is he planning? A fortress? A war? "You need them for construction?" he asked bitterly. "No," Gileian said plainly. "For territorial defense. Battles are coming." That statement sent a chill through the room. The elders stiffened, eyes darting to one another in alarm. Whatever peace they thought they had, Gileian had just rewritten the terms. Combat mages were not cheap. They earned hazard pay for a reason. Battlefield deployment of their kind was no small matter. And now the Scarlet Flame Tower was being asked to provide them for free. Gileian stood firm, his voice cold and unwavering as he laid out his demands. Triple the market rate. Third circle or higher mages stationed in Perum for a full year. Vanessa, assigned to him personally. Not one of these terms was negotiable. The trio of elders across from him stiffened. Just the demand for triple price was outrageous, but Gileian hadn't stopped there. He'd piled on. On the other side of the chamber, a slow burn of fury spread through the elder mages. Their glares sharpened. Hubert's thoughts swirled. Sure, the runestones were urgently needed, but this felt like outright extortion. With a sharp intake of breath, Hubert summoned a rush of mana. The entire chamber seemed to tremble under the weight of his magic. The other elders joined him, unleashing their power in unison, a tide of invisible force crashing toward Gileian like a silent storm. Yet the young lord remained seated, calm, untouched. Hubert's voice cracked through the charged air, thick with anger. He accused Gileian of treating him like a fool, invoking an ancient law. Mages affiliated with a tower were forbidden to take part in territorial conflict. Calling for core mages to deploy in Perum was not only illegal, it was insulting. "To demand such a thing," Hubert snarled, "is worthy of execution. I should turn you to ash where you sit." And on paper, Hubert had a point. Gileian had made the first aggressive move. The tension in the air rose to a breaking point. Belinda, Gileian, and Kair readied themselves, magic brimming at their fingertips. Their opponents were 5th and 6th circle mages, powerful beyond easy measure. Even united, the odds weren't in their favor. Still, Gileian didn't flinch. Instead, he calmly asked the question that gave Hubert just enough pause. "Are you absolutely sure you won't regret that?" The room held its breath. Then, without theatrics, Gileian dropped his ace. A massive runestone vein had been found within Perum. What he'd brought today was only a sample. The real deposit was dozens of times larger. Shock rippled across the chamber. The elder's mana began to retreat, like a tide slowly withdrawing. Gileian continued, his voice measured. News of the find was already spreading across the northern territories. He didn't have to spell out what that meant. Soon, others would come. Gileian's tone softened, almost cordial. The Scarlet Flame. Tower has the opportunity to act first, help us endure this phase of growth, and will offer exclusivity. All of it, the full vein, yours alone. Hubert's eyes narrowed. Exclusive rights? He echoed. Gileian stood, extending a hand. It was a gamble, but a calculated one. If the deal went through, the Scarlet Flame Tower could surpass Crimson and reclaim its seat at the summit of magical power. Hubert's pride wavered. Greed crept in to take its place. A steady runestone supply, a chance to restore his tower's legacy. It was everything he'd dreamed of, and Gileian knew it. He'd hit the pressure point flawlessly, offering power, prestige, and security in one irresistible package. The fire in Hubert's eyes dimmed. He clasped Gileian's hand with a faint, satisfied smile, and for a brief moment, Gileian felt a flicker of unease. After the meeting, Hubert pulled Alfoy aside. "You'll go to Perum with him," he said plainly. Alfoy blinked. "Me? Surely." "There are others more suited." "There is no one more suited," Hubert cut in. "The greatest talent our tower has seen in a century isn't being sent as an errand boy. You're going because our future depends on it." The praise landed with force. Alfoy straightened, pride swelling in his chest. As the runestone crates were unloaded by mercenaries outside, Hubert added, "This mission isn't just support. It's preparation. One day you'll sit where I do. This is your proving ground." He laid out the task: monitor the estate, safeguard the runestones, prevent any attempts to redirect or smuggle them. If conflict broke out, Alfoy was not to fight, only to retreat. 1 year, that was all. Just endure, and the tower would rise again. Alfoy bowed, determination blazing in his gaze. Yet when he finally arrived in Perum, his enthusiasm died a swift death. The estate was underwhelming, to put it mildly. As the gates opened and Gileian welcomed his new guests alongside a small force of mercenaries and local aides, the mages exchanged quiet remarks. One noted the castle's old-fashioned design. Another commented on its practicality, despite lacking flair. A third complimented its structural symmetry. But Alfoy? He seethed in silence. To him, this was no noble stronghold. It was a remote dump, a pathetic shadow of the grandeur he was accustomed to. The thought of the tower's future heir stationed in such filth filled him with contempt. Only the weight of Hubert's command kept him from turning around, and so, the heir of Scarlet Flame Tower began his reluctant journey, not in triumph, but in grime. When it came time for introductions, Alfoy straightened his posture and delivered his credentials with practiced authority. He declared himself a third circle mage and heir to the Scarlet Flame Tower, officially appointed to lead the group of dispatched magic users. Before his words had fully settled in the air, Gileian cut him off sharply. No need for grandstanding.
"Stay alert. This isn't the academy." The interruption struck Alfoy like a slap. His jaw tensed, his pride bruised. Treated like a subordinate in front of the others. How dare he? Resentment curled tightly in his chest, coiling into a quiet.
Vow, once he inherited the tower, Gileian would pay dearly for this slight. But Gileian didn't grant him time to stew. "Where's Vanessa?" Alfoy turned half-heartedly and replied with a shrug. "Probably trailing behind with the luggage." As if summoned by the words, Vanessa appeared moments later, breathless and struggling under the weight of heavy bags. Her cheeks were flushed, sweat glistening at her brow as she stumbled into view. The instant she spotted Gileian, the young noble himself, she froze, wide-eyed, then dipped into a respectful bow. Behind clenched teeth, Alfoy muttered just loud enough for her to hear, "You actually made it. I had my doubts." Gileian shot him a glare, already debating how best to handle the arrogant fool. Humiliating the heir of a powerful tower could cause political backlash, but ignoring such disrespect was out of the question. Instead, he turned to Vanessa and beckoned her forward. "Set those down. Come here." Vanessa hesitated. "I haven't finished moving everything." Before she could finish, Gileian stepped forward and grabbed one of the bags himself. Alfoy scoffed. "She's always done chores. What else is she good for? The girl can't even use magic." But Gileian had had enough. Without a word, he hurled the bag straight into Alfoy's face. The impact knocked the mage off balance, silencing him with a shocked yelp. Gileian didn't flinch. "She's no longer of the tower," he said coldly. "From this day forward, Vanessa is under my protection. Any mistreatment from now on will not be tolerated." He let the warning hang for a beat, before continuing. "This time I'll let it go. Next time there will be consequences." Vanessa stood frozen, heart racing. No one had ever stood up for her, not like this. Her vision blurred slightly as a blush crept up her cheeks. For a moment, she forgot the weight of the bags at her feet. But Alfoy was far from subdued. Face burning with fury, he erupted. "Have you lost your mind? I'm the heir of the Scarlet Flame Tower, a third circle mage. How dare a backwater noble treat me this way?" His voice rose, rallying the other mages. "This estate could be reduced to ash if we so much as raise a hand. Are we to swallow this insult? Rise, mages, don't let them disgrace us." But Gileian merely sighed and raised a finger. Instantly, the mercenaries stationed nearby moved. Hardened veterans from the Forest of Beasts campaign, they encircled the mages in a tight, silent formation, their movements mechanical, disciplined, and swift. Alfoy paled. "You'd raise arms against us? Against mages?" Gileian cut through, his outrage with calm finality. "The contract is clear. You're mine to command for 1 year, signed and sealed by your own tower master." He let that sink in before continuing. "Refuse, and it won't be you who pays the price. It'll be the tower. You lose access to the runestones, and that's a loss your master can't afford." Sorry for the interruption, but if you're loving this series, you don't have to wait. Get up to 16 episodes ahead right now on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and stay ahead of the story. Links in the description. Now back to the video. The fight drained from Alfoy's stance. He stared at Gileian, knowing the truth of it. The Scarlet Flame Tower needed those rune stones. You're here to serve as mana reservoirs. That's your role. Accept it or leave. Alfoy seethed, teeth grinding. But there was nothing he could do. Humiliation settled over him like ash. Gileian turned away, issuing new orders. "Kyre, Gileian, make sure they understand their position." Kyre's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Life must have been soft in that tower." Gileian smirked. "They'll adjust. Quickly." Alfoy clenched his fists, trembling with barely contained rage, but still, he did nothing. Off to the side, Vanessa watched the scene unfold, torn between shock and something dangerously close to hope. Then Gileian turned to her again. "From now on," he said, "you answer to me alone." Her breath caught. She blinked in disbelief. "Me? But I can't. Even use magic. How could I be your personal mage?" Gileian extended his hand toward her, firm and unwavering. "That's something I intend to change." His voice was quiet, but sure. "You have potential. I'll help you unlock it." Vanessa stared at his hand, unsure whether to cry or laugh. Since the death of her old master, she'd been ignored, overlooked, and discarded. No one had offered her anything more than scraps, until now. Vanessa had once clung to the cold stone walls of the tower like a lifeline. Even if she had to endure the humiliations of a servant's life, it still meant access to the arcane texts, to her pursuit of magic. Leaving that sanctuary behind felt like cutting ties with her only purpose. But fate had other plans. Now bound to follow Gileian, the young lord of House Perum, she accepted his offer of help with quiet reluctance. His promise to assist with her magical progress stirred more suspicion than hope. After all, what could A swordsman know of the mysteries of mana. She was deep in thought when Gileian's voice called her back to the present. "Yes, my lord," she answered, straightening. His tone was gentle, almost curious. "Tell me, how far did you advance in your magical training?" With a hint of hesitation, Vanessa admitted she had reached the 5th circle, on paper. Her understanding, she added quickly, was largely academic, theory and formulas, not actual spell work. To her surprise, Gileian smiled approvingly. "That's no small feat," he said sincerely. "You've already climbed higher than most." Vanessa blinked, caught off guard by the praise. Praise wasn't something she'd heard much in the tower. There, she'd been an outsider, tolerated but never respected. She lowered her eyes. "It doesn't mean much. I've never been able to cast a single spell." Gileian already knew this, but he still asked, "Is there a reason? Something blocking you?" Her reply came softly, a fragile truth she barely dared to speak. "I've never felt mana, not once. Not since I was a child. I studied harder than anyone, hoping that if I just learned enough, maybe something would change. But it never did." Her mentor, Leonardo, had been the only one who believed in her. He had since passed away, and after his death, so too had any remaining patience the tower had for her. She wondered aloud if that loss had sealed her fate. Gileian listened quietly, then nodded with conviction. "That ends now. From this day on, I'll teach you how to cultivate mana properly. With your existing knowledge, that alone could push you to the level of the tower's elders." Vanessa blinked, uncertain whether to feel hope or doubt. Gileian's certainty unsettled her, but also intrigued her. He remembered her from another life. In that world, she had become a formidable mage, not by rote memorization, but by unlocking her own understanding of magic's deeper structure, its patterns, its purpose. She had once reached brilliance, though it had come at great cost. Magic wasn't just about formulas. It demanded intuition, discipline, and relentless testing of one's limits. She had the intellect, but lacked the inner spark, until now. Gileian believed she'd simply walked the long road, but she hadn't failed. A memory echoed in his mind. Claude, muttering about a formidable maid from his previous life. A woman from northern Lithuania who'd reached the 7th circle, only to fall to madness. Her error? Mixing mana cultivation with magic without mastering either. She had become infamous, her power matched only by her instability. Gileian swore he wouldn't let Vanessa meet the same fate. "I'm going to show you how to cultivate mana properly," he said at last. Vanessa stiffened. Her body tensed like a bowstring. The very idea made her uncomfortable. Her old teacher had tried to guide her through a cultivation technique once. It had gone poorly. The memory of that failure still haunted her. She frowned. Why would a mage need such a method? "Because both cultivation and spellcasting are rooted in the same source," Gileian explained calmly. "Mana." She stared at him. He was a noble, a swordsman, and yet he spoke like someone who understood. Still, her skepticism held strong. She had studied these techniques before, but always under rigid, inflexible instruction. The idea of receiving this kind of training from someone without a formal magical background seemed absurd. She shook her head. This is madness. To her, attempting to channel magic through cultivation seemed like a gamble with too high a cost. The risks, internal injuries, permanent damage, weren't just theoretical. They were real. Gileian simply smiled and offered her his hand. "Vanessa," he said, his voice calm and steady. "It's time." There was a tenderness in his gaze, a certainty that steadied the chaos inside her. He wasn't dismissing her fears, but he was asking her to trust him. And beneath that invitation was something more. A promise that this time, her journey would be different. He understood what had happened to her before. how flawed techniques and buried resentment had twisted her path. He had seen knights fall into the same spiral, overwhelmed by their own inner demons. But this was a new life, and he would guide her down a new path. Vanessa met his eyes. The sincerity she saw there made something stir inside her. Could this truly be her chance to become what she had always dreamed of? Once, in the tower, she had been called a failure, a burden, nothing more. Now, standing before this strange but resolute nobleman, she hesitated, not because she doubted the path, but because for the first time it might lead somewhere real. Her eyes dropped to the ground, masking the emotion threatening to spill forth. The decision was hers to make, but maybe, just maybe, she didn't have to walk alone anymore. Gileian could have forced her. She knew that. Refusing meant surrendering to the slow collapse of her mind, the descent into despair, and finally, death. So, trembling but resolute, Vanessa chose instead to accept his help. If there was even a sliver of hope to touch real magic, she would take it. Nervously, she turned away from him and sat down, her back exposed. With fingers that only slightly hesitated, she loosened her collar, pulling her shirt down to reveal the pale skin of her back. Gileian, watching her silently, saw something familiar in her eyes, the same desperate longing he'd witnessed in another lifetime, an insatiable thirst for magic, tainted by grief, fury, and sorrow. In that other world, she had clawed her way toward power with bloodied hands, ultimately becoming a creature consumed by it. But this time, he was here, early enough to change that fate. Without a word, he placed a steady palm against her back. The procedure was dangerous, precise, and excruciating. A single misstep could tear her apart from within. But Gileian's hand didn't tremble. Mana pulsed from him in a steady stream, humming low as it flowed into her. Vanessa gasped. The burning pain was immediate and immense, as if her very nerves were being scorched. The current traveled like fire through her veins, spiraling down into the space just below her navel. Gileian guided it carefully, his voice sharp and urgent. Silence. Your channels are starting to tangle, he explained. This mana was not her own. She had to anchor her focus to it, trace it, feel it, and stay connected to its rhythm. If she lost track of it, the transfer could destroy her. Nodding through clenched teeth, Vanessa shut her eyes and focused. She had to surrender completely to the sensation, to become one with the flow now threading through her. Normally, a novice would be eased into the process, taught the feel of mana slowly before attempting core formation. But Gileian knew time was not a luxury they had. Instead, he immersed her directly in the full force of mana, pushing her beyond the edge. Her task was to circulate that torrent through her internal pathways and begin compressing it into a core. And then something incredible happened. Her eyes flickered open, glowing faintly with recognition. She felt it. Mana. For the first time, it was real. Alive. Present. Now came the test. The temporary core Gileian had planted would soon fade, unless she managed to birth her own from it. Her future as a mage depended entirely on what she could do next. As the sensation deepened, Vanessa's mind drifted backward. She saw herself as a child, an orphan plucked from obscurity. It was Leonardo who had found her, recognizing not raw talent, but an intellect sharp enough to challenge theory itself. He had argued her case to the esteemed mage Hubert, insisting she had the potential to understand mana at its roots and reshape spellcraft from the ground up. Hubert hadn't been convinced. "She can't cast a single spell," he had scoffed. "All the brains in the world mean nothing without magic. A mage who can't use magic. Is she a mage at all?" Vanessa, just a child then, had overheard it all through a cracked door. She'd sat in silence as Leonardo pleaded for her. And when Hubert delivered his final judgment, that no amount of training or resources would bear fruit. She had wept in secret, apologizing to the one man who had believed in her. In her heart, she blamed herself. If only she had been gifted, if only she could feel mana, then maybe Leonardo would never have had to leave the tower. But he had left. Not out of disappointment, but in search of a miracle. Before departing, he had looked her in the eye and said, "Lift your head, child. Look to the sky. Darkness does not last forever. You too will see the dawn." And now, Gileian had become that dawn. Inside her soul, Vanessa finally understood. The light her master spoke of wasn't just hope. It was real, tangible, warm. Far from her inner world, chaos erupted elsewhere. A lone warrior clashed with a patrol of armed soldiers, his movements fluid and brutal. One soldier cried out in alarm, 4 of their comrades already down. "What is this man?" he shouted. "He's not human." With a mocking sneer, the wild-eyed warrior beckoned. "Come on then, try me." A soldier lunged, blade glinting. The warrior sidestepped effortlessly, grabbed the attacker by the arm, and slammed him into the ground with bone-rattling force. Another soldier tried to exploit the moment and attack from behind. But the warrior moved like lightning, swinging the first body like a weapon, crashing both of them through the barracks wall. Standing over them, unscathed and amused, the warrior cracked his neck. "Haven't even broken a sweat." Inside the same barracks, Victor sat at a small table, eating quietly, entirely unfazed by the mayhem just outside. One wide-eyed soldier whispered, "That man, he's the strongest fighter of our time." Victor calmly set down his cup, his meal finished, his silence more formidable than any battle cry. In search of a moment's peace amidst the chaos of night, Victor lay stretched out on the grassy edge of a quiet riverbank. His fishing rod rested carelessly in the dirt nearby, its line forgotten in the current. The hush of flowing water filled the silence until footsteps approached. Another man emerged from the darkness, the flicker of torchlight catching the edge of his armor. "Did your training go well?" he asked casually. Victor didn't bother to answer. He remained reclined, eyes half-lidded, voice low and indifferent. "What did you come to tell me?" The man straightened. "Orders from Count Desmond."
For a moment, Victor said nothing. The gentle hush of the river filled the air again. He closed his eyes briefly, letting the last threads of calm slip away. Count Desmond's summons were not the kind one refused at if you valued your life, your honor, or your station. With a sigh that carried no surprise, only resignation, Victor sat up and reached for his helmet. The cold metal met his hands like an old companion. He fastened it in place and stood, the calm in his chest replaced by something sharper, more purposeful. Back at the barracks, the aftermath of violence greeted him. His men, bruised and bloodied from a recent scuffle, loitered in disarray. Victor gave them no more than a passing glance. Discipline would come later. He had grown tired of waiting, tired of the stale routine that dulled his instincts and corroded his patience. But now at last there was movement, a mission, a name to chase. Victor didn't need to ask who the target was. If Count Desmond had chosen one, that alone gave it weight, and Victor intended to hunt. Count Dild's sudden declaration of war hit Perum like a thunderclap. A royal messenger, breathless and dust-covered, delivered the sealed letter straight to Zwalter's estate. In his study, Zwalter stood reading it with a cold intensity. While his brother Randolph waited beside him, tense and silent, Zwalter's expression darkened with each line. The declaration was thick with lofty rhetoric, listing a cascade of justifications, claims of betrayal, disrespect, and violations, of ancient accords, but at its heart, it was clear Count Dild was accusing the young Lord Gileian Perum of murdering Gilmore Diold, his heir, and for that, he demanded vengeance. ZW Alter didn't hesitate. "Call the vassals," he said to Randolph, his voice grim. "We must convene at once." Soon, the chamber was filled with the voices of Persium's lords. Randolph paced the room, fuming. Have the Duels lost their senses? He spat. There's no way Gileian killed that boy. This is madness. The others were no calmer. To declare war over a fabrication, one of them snapped, "This is more than an insult, it's treasonous," said another, disbelief in his tone. And now Duel turns on us. What could they hope to gain? Asked a third. This is suicide. While his council boiled with rage, Zwalter said nothing. He stood still, eyes focused on a distant thought. Unlike many lords, Zwalter had always ruled with honor. He'd refused to enslave his people and served as the bulwark between the north and the wild raiders who prowled the edges of the kingdom. War was not something he took lightly. His focus returned when his son Gileian stepped forward. "Father," Gileian said calmly, "do you remember the runist?" Zwalter frowned. "Two of our envoys visited Duel. While I was at the tower," Gileian continued, "those men betrayed you as if they leaked what they learned. Then this war may have begun with them." His words stirred the room into another storm. One vassal shot to his feet. "You're accusing our own envoys. What proof do you have?" But Gileian didn't flinch. His composure was unnerving, more like a seasoned veteran than a young heir. Zwalter studied him in silence. There was something deeper in Gileian, now a strength not born of youth. Though the others didn't know it, his son had once lived another life, carrying the title of the Mercenary King. Now that soul stood before him, calm and prepared. Randolph slammed his fist against the table. "We're wasting time," he growled. "They want to fight. Let's give them one. We have the numbers and experience. We'll crush them." But before anyone could respond, a knight burst into the room, panting and mud-splattered news from the gates. The knight shouted, "Duel's army has arrived." A hush fell over the chamber. Then disbelief turned to dread. Leading the vanguard was Victor Eyre, to Count Desmond, a knight said to be on the verge of transcending humanity. Clad in resplendent silver armor, Victor had been trained from boyhood to master the blade. Now, he marched under Duel's banner, his blade destined for Persium soil. Though Duel's lands were modest, the same couldn't be said for Desmond's. His house had quietly aligned itself with the duchy's growing influence. Meanwhile, in Raymond, Amelia, backed by the same duchy, was fanning the flames of rebellion. One by one, Persium's enemies were being drawn into the fray, all under the thin veil of revenge. Randolph stared, incredulous. How did they arrive so quickly? How long have they been preparing this? Albert, usually stoic, shook his head. It's as if this was set in motion long before Gilmore even died. Still, Zwalter remained pensive, calculating. The pieces were falling into place. Another soldier arrived, breathless. 6,000 confirmed troops, he reported. A supply division of at least 1,000 more is marching behind them, and siege engines, a full deployment, is underway. Panic rippled through the room. Homer, pale and stricken, turned to Randolph. This is a full-scale invasion, he said, voice quivering. What in the God's name is happening? The disparity in power was staggering, impossible to ignore. Albert, equally baffled, broke the silence. How is this possible? He asked. Duel is just as destitute as Persium. How could they field an army this size? Still grappling with the unfolding disaster, Randolph slammed his fist against the table. This is exactly why I told you not to reduce our forces, he snapped, anger coloring every word. Before the tension could spiral further, Zolter's voice thundered through the war chamber. Enough. All of you pull yourselves together. The arguing nobles fell silent as Zolter stepped forward, eyes cold with the weight of countless northern campaigns. This squabbling helps no one. Get every soldier to the walls. Evacuate the civilians into the inner keep. Seal the gates and hold position. This is no longer a disputed war. Far from Persium's ramparts, Tomos de Gold surveyed the massive fortress from atop a hill, a quiet hum escaping his lips. His gaze was calm, almost amused. With Count Desmond's backing, he was certain Persium would crumble, the death of his son. Gilmore hadn't bothered him much. The boy had been a failure lazy, entitled a waste of inheritance. But Gilmore's death served a higher purpose. It gave Tomos a perfect excuse to strike. Sons, after all, could be replaced. Opportunities like this, however, were rare. Turning To his ever-silent companion, Victor Tomos, said smoothly, "Come with me. I have something to say to Count Persium." Before the towering walls of the fortress, Zwalter appeared, standing defiantly atop the gate. "Tomos de Gold," he shouted. "Have you gone mad? What is this treachery?" Tomos chuckled darkly. "Treachery? I'm simply seeking justice. My beloved son, Gilmore, was murdered on these lands. I've come for retribution. By your own son's hand-gizzling, Persium, no less." His voice carried the theatrical sorrow of a man playing to the crowd. "Tell me, Zalter, what parent wouldn't be outraged? But I'm not unreasonable. Surrender your castle now, and I'll spare the rest." From behind, Zwalter Gislin watched silently. He knew Thomas's words were twisted half-truths, and worse. He knew that Count Desmond's involvement meant this was no skirmish, it was a calculated assault. Randolph couldn't hold back any longer. "Lies!" he roared. "All of it," Homer nodded grimly beside him. There's no use talking to him, but Gislin said nothing. His thoughts were elsewhere. Saving Alina had bought them time, but not much. Gilmore's death had made conflict inevitable. The siege weapons below confirmed his worst fears. Duel wasn't here to negotiate. They intended to obliterate Persium. Zwalter stepped forward once more, voice like steel. "Gislin did not kill your son, but even if he had, I wouldn't. Hand him over. If you care for your life, Tomos, turn back." The look in his eyes was fierce, forged by years of fending off barbarian raids in the unforgiving north. Tomos faltered, if only slightly. Victor, as ever, remained silent, though a flicker of respect passed through his gaze. "So this is the Northern Wolf," he thought. Zwalter Persiam, guardian of the frontier, a man worth fearing. Tomos cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. As expected of the famed Northern Wolf, but foolish nonetheless. "You'll regret this decision." He turned and walked back to his army, leaving only the echo of threat behind. Inside the fortress walls, Zwalter's expression darkened. He knew exactly how grim the situation was. Persium was poor, its land barren, its supplies low, and its defenses thin. A siege could break them. Randolph turned to him, voice filled with urgency. "Let me command the troops, my lord. We don't need numbers, we need strategy. I'll cut through that rabble like butter." Albert shook his head. "You're strong, Randolph, but this isn't a duel. Their numbers alone could bury us." Homer joined in, his voice low. "One misstep, and we lose everything." But Randolph wouldn't back down. "We can't just wait for death." Zwalter said nothing. The weight of leadership hung heavy on his shoulders. The vassals began to speak all at once, pleading for reinforcements, proposing alliances, even suggesting they abandon the castle and retreat to the northern keep. Their voices blended into a storm of desperation. Zwalter stood still in the eye of it all, silent but thinking. Always thinking. The sudden outbreak of war had struck with terrifying precision and ambush, executed by an enemy that was not only prepared, but overwhelmingly so. The scale of Diggle's forces defied logic. No one should have been able to raise such a massive army in such a short time. Lord Zwalter, standing atop the battlements of his ancestral keep, stared grimly into the horizon and could not help but wonder who was backing them. As a noble honor bound him to remain. As a father, his instincts cried out for justice. Gislin, his son, had been accused of killing Gilmore, and accusations Zwalter did not believe for a second. Yet surrender, under these false charges, was unthinkable. His thoughts were interrupted as Gislin approached and calmly recommended they prepare. The castle for a siege, Zwalter turned slowly, surprised by his son's composure. Amid the swirling panic of the court and the chaos of impending war, Gislin stood still, focused, resolute. Like an island in a storm, Gislin broke down the numbers. Duel's army stood nearly 7,000 strong. Persium, at best, could rally 2,000. The odds were staggering. Diggle's forces were organized, well-supplied, and carried high morale. In 15 days, they would complete their siege equipment and mount a full assault. In 15 days, Diggle's forces, now rumored to have support from Desmond's territory, would descend upon Persium. But Gislin had no intention of playing by the rules. That same evening, Gislin donned his armor, a deep obsidian hue that shimmered faintly beneath torchlight. It was time to gather his closest allies, Gileian, Cor, and Belinda. Gileian, a former mercenary not yet knighted, fought with the precision and presence of a seasoned warrior. He would later earn the name White Lion of Fenris for the way he tore through enemy ranks. He was the first to swear loyalty to Gileian Kor, known later across the Shadow Mountains as the King of Leather, had once been a wild, unruly blade, that is, until Gileian broke him down and rebuilt him through brutal training. Then there was Belinda. Shrouded in mystery, she had come to Perum through Gileian's mother, an assassin by trade. Belinda had been entrusted with watching over Gileian and his sister Alina after their mother's passing. Her loyalty was as deep as her secrecy. The war, as far as Gileian was concerned, had already begun in his previous life. Gileian had risen to the title of Mercenary King, one of the 7 most dangerous individuals on the continent. His raw power wasn't the strongest, but his tactical genius placed him among the top 3. If time permitted, he would have tracked down Claude, his most dangerous companion, the man who once brought kingdoms to ruin at Gileian's side. But there was no time now. He had to work with what he had donned, with a mind sharpened by memories from another life. That would be enough. Gathering his team, Gileian laid out the plan. Strike the supply lines. Without them, the old siege would collapse under its own. Wait, simple in theory, dangerous in execution. Belinda raised the obvious concern. The area outside the castle was crawling with enemy patrols. Any suspicious movement would be spotted instantly. Gileian turned to Kor and Gileian. Are our preparations complete? Kor nodded. We've already stationed a unit at the Forest of the Beast. They're deep enough in the trees to stay, hidden, just like you ordered. Gileian followed up. The ponchos made from Dyrison bark are distributed. The material blends perfectly in darkness, ideal for night ops. Gileian pointed to a map spread across the table. A large force would be noticed, but a small, elite unit in camouflage. That's our window. We strike fast, vanish faster. Even with his unwavering tone, Belinda couldn't hide her worry. She'd watched him grow. Beneath his armor and tactics, he was still young, still human. Yet the fire in Gileian's eyes made her hesitate to voice further concern. There was still one major unknown, the location of Diggle's supply unit. As Gileian laid his strategy bare, Lord Zwalter stood surrounded by his vassals, silent and grim. Despite the numbers, despite the enemy's advantage, he could feel something had shifted. The tides of war had begun to churn, and Gileian, reborn with memories of failure and a future no longer written, had just started to rewrite history. Gileian's voice cut through the stillness like a blade. Belinda, locate the Duel supply unit. I want their position immediately. Belinda blinked, momentarily stunned by the sheer audacity of the order. Her breath caught as she processed what this mission truly meant, venturing into enemy territory, risking everything. She glanced at the young lord, her eyes narrowing with concern. He's willing to gamble this much just to end it all. But there was no room for doubt. Straightening, she gave a sharp nod. Understood. I'll handle it. As Belinda disappeared into the shadows to begin her reconnaissance, Gileian watched her go, a flicker of tension hidden behind his cold demeanor. He knew full well the risks behind enemy lines was no small feat, but if anyone could pull it off, it was her. His trust in Belinda was unwavering now. All that remained was his final move, the trump card he had kept hidden until the time was right. Vanessa, in his former life, she had been known as the Red Nightmare, a woman feared and revered across kingdoms. After ascending to the rare rank of 7th Circle Mage, she had crushed the kingdom of Lithania almost single-handedly. Her unique erratic mana cultivation had made her a living weapon, one now aligned with Perum, the last stronghold. Standing in Gileian's way, she had become the cornerstone of Perum's defenses. But Gileian had planned for this. Every step, every risk call for the chance to deliver the final blow. A few days later, far to the north at the Diggle supply encampment, night fell heavy across the land. Thick clouds choked the moonlight, leaving the camp in deep shadow. Inside a well-lit tent, Baron Foe laughed heartily, raising a golden goblet high into the air. Finally, he boomed. The war begins in earnest. I can already taste the land Desmond promised me. Around him, other retainers, former nobles of Perum, who had defected to Duel, cheered. One clapped him on the back. Best move we've ever made, he said. Desmond rewards loyalty. Unlike the old crown, with a wide grin, Foe toasted again. To the fall of Perum, may it be buried in dust, and may the spoils be ours to divide. Laughter echoed in the tent as wine flowed freely, the officers oblivious to the threat crawling ever closer in the darkness. In the forest that rimmed the supply camp, a quiet force stirred. Gileian crouched low, scanning the campfire lights in the distance. Around him, his mercenary army, hardened, loyal, and silent, waited for his signal. The objective was clear: annihilate the DLD supply unit, severing the flow of resources to the enemy's main force before they reached Perum Castle. Without supplies, the enemy would collapse. One strike, and the war would tilt. Belinda stood nearby, eyes on the sky. The weathers turned sour. "Can't see a damn thing in this darkness," muttered Seer, adjusting his cloak. Gileian, helmet in hand, smirked. Perfect night for a massacre. With a practiced motion, he pulled down his visor and drew his blade. The steel caught the faintest glint of firelight from the camp. "No prisoners," he growled. "Cut them all down." With that, he surged forward like a shadow-given form, his army following behind like a tidal wave. There was no hesitation in Gileian's eyes-only fire. The memory of Desmond County's betrayal burned in his blood, and the ducal forces that once exiled him would feel his wrath tonight. The time for words was long past. Anyone standing in his path would fall, and by morning, the D-Old supply line would be nothing more than ash. Disguised beneath the banners of D-Old, dressed as recruits and mercenaries, the massive force pressing into the region was unmistakable to anyone paying attention. It was outside interference, a hidden hand pushing into the bitter war between Perum and Diggold. Under the thick veil of night, their approach was silent, concealed. No one in the Diggold camp noticed until it was far too late. The ambush descended like a shadow storm, and from within it, Gileian's forces surged forward. From the darkness, Kay stormed ahead with a gleam in his eyes and a savage grin curling his lips. His sword sang as it cut down soldier after soldier, stationed near Diggold's supply line. On his flank, Gileian swung a long-handled axe with devastating precision. Each strike sent bodies flying, cleaving through armor and bone alike. Through the chaos, Gileian moved like a phantom, his body brimming with mana, his blade infused with lethal energy. He tore through the enemy ranks with merciless force, each swing clean, deliberate, unstoppable. Fear might have gripped the hearts of lesser men, but he pushed through it with unrelenting focus. Behind him, Belinda closed in, ready to defend her young lord. Her heart was heavy with concern. It was his first true battle against human foes, but she remained steady, her blade ready. She would not let anything reach him. The D-Old soldiers faltered, caught unprepared and fragmented. They reeled under the assault. They had underestimated Perum's capability, never imagining such a coordinated strike. Their tactical arrogance would cost them dearly. Gileian and Gileian moved like avatars of war, no hesitation, no mercy. This wasn't a battle, it was a purge. Gileian's past life as a knight commander guided his decisions, each move deliberate and deadly. Gileian's hardened experience, forged through countless battles, made him a wrecking force on the field. The outer perimeter fell swiftly at full gallop. Gileian rode to the far end of the camp, reined his horse sharply, and shouted out orders. The plan remained unchanged: leave no DLD soldier alive. The battlefield became a slaughterhouse. Burning torches knocked loose and the chaos began to ignite tents. Flames crackled, spreading across the camp like wildfire. Panic set in. Soldiers screamed, scattered. High-ranking officers scrambled toward. Baron Foe's command tent, a breathless soldier burst inside, shouting that they were under attack. Foe stormed out, eyes wide at the sight of his camp in ruins. Fury boiling, he screamed at the guards. Where had they been? His hands trembled. His voice cracked as he bellowed orders to regroup, insisting they still held the numerical advantage. But reality soon crushed his bravado. A shaken scout returned moments later with a dire report. Over 70% of their force had already been eliminated. Just then, a thunderous presence followed close behind Gileian Gordon the Muscle. A legend forged in the brutal forest of beasts, his sheer power was monstrous. He barreled into enemy lines like a juggernaut, tearing through soldiers as if they were made of straw. Noticing the tide and wanting to preserve strength, Gileian sheathed his axe and switched to a lighter weapon. It cost him some sheer destructive force, but allowed for faster movement, deadlier strikes with sharper aim. Meanwhile, Kerr remained a whirlwind of destruction. Every swing was calculated and cruel, cutting down any soldier in reach. Gileian pressed forward, silent, focused. Mana pulsed through his limbs. His sword felt like an extension of his will, sharp, unerring, final, though weaker now than he had been in his previous life. He was still a reaper of men. Each strike was a promise fulfilled in blood. His mercenaries, well-trained and loyal, moved with him like an extension of his own mind. From afar, Baron Foe saw him and froze. Gileian was like no soldier he'd ever seen. This was no mere battlefield skirmish, this was judgment. Sweat drenched Foe's face. He realized to light that his army stood no chance. His confidence cracked, then shattered. Spinning around, he screamed for a retreat. One of his aides looked at him in disbelief, stunned by the command. Foe didn't care. Pride wouldn't save his life. If he stayed, he'd lose more than just the battle, he'd lose his head. Before the aide could speak again, a blade flashed from the smoke and struck his neck cleanly. He dropped without a sound. Shock flickered across Fabro's face as he stood frozen, paralyzed by the brutal efficiency of the ambush. The precision, the sheer speed of it was unlike anything he had expected. Though untouched himself, his knees buckled from sheer terror, and he collapsed to the ground as the dull thud of his aide's lifeless body echoed beside him. Belinda had arrived, perched atop her horse. She surveyed the burning remnants of the camp with cold detachment. Her voice, calm and sharp like a blade, cut through the chaos. "Well, what an unexpected meeting," she said icily. "A vassal of Perum. ... In such disgrace, Fabro's mind spun. His army, over 1,000 strong, was gone. He had relied too much on numbers, not enough on strategy. Smoke choked the sky. Tents smoldered, and the stench of blood filled the air. He'd waited too long to retreat, and now there was nothing left to retreat to. Dagold's supply lines had been annihilated. Fabro was the sole survivor and a bound one at that, kneeling before Gileian and his mercenaries. Fabro bore the weight of his defeat. Though a noble by birth, tradition dictated that captured lords were spared execution and held for ransom. There was a flicker of hope. Maybe he could still survive this. That flicker vanished when Belinda dismounted and slammed her boot onto his head, pressing his face into the dirt. "This man," she said to the gathered mercenaries, "was no mere soldier. He served as an envoy to Duel and doubled as their supply commander. He's been feeding them intel for months." Panic surged through Fabro. He turned to Gileian, desperation rising like bile in his throat. "Please," he cried, "I surrender willingly. Spare me. I'll serve Perum again. I swear it." It hadn't occurred to him until now that the young lord of Perum, mocked as the northern scoundrel, could field such a terrifying force. He had miscalculated everything. Gileian remained impassive. He calmly inquired whether Fabro had been bribed. Eager to preserve his life, Fabro confessed instantly. "It was Count Desmond. He forced my hand. I had no choice, he threatened me." Gileian didn't react. His mind was already elsewhere, drifting to memories from a former life, to the demonic forces he had once faced. Fabro's confession confirmed what he suspected. Desmond's county had secretly funneled troops into Duel, igniting war with Perum. Still kneeling, Fabro sensed his moment slipping. He pushed harder, practically shouting, "I've been loyal to Perum for years. Count Dagold will pay handsomely for my release. You'll profit far more by keeping me alive." At that, Gileian dismounted. His boots landed in the dirt with a finality that made Fabro shiver. "Raise your head," Gileian ordered. Fabro's eyes widened with hope. Relief spread across his face as he lifted his head. "Thank you, my lord," he stammered. "Thank you for sparing me. I promise I will dedicate my life." The blade moved before the sentence finished. A clean, practiced stroke. Silence. Fabro's head hit the ground with a soft, wet thud. His eyes frozen in confusion, as if he never truly understood why death had come so swiftly. Gileian stared at the body, not with anger, but with cold finality. "I've never heard of you in my last life," he said quietly. "You meant nothing then, and you mean nothing now. To him, Fabra was scum a parasite who betrayed his banner for coin. Gileian turned toward his troops. I don't make deals with men like him. I don't honor cowards in the field. His voice hardened with conviction. Anyone who raises a sword against Perum will find death at the end of mine. Without another word, he led his mercenaries away from the ruins of Duel's supply camp. Despite having faced a full battalion, his forces had sustained little more than fatigue. No real losses. The victory had been absolute. Belinda remained quiet as they rode. Her gaze lingered on Gileian, troubled. This had been his first real battle end, yet he had waded through it with eerie ease, as if the killing of men came as naturally to him as drawing breath. She had seen warriors cleave through monsters, but slaughtering humans was different. It should have been harder. Cheer rode up beside Gileian. What's next? He asked simply. Gileian didn't answer right away. His eyes were fixed ahead, somewhere far beyond the battlefield, locked on whatever war was still to come. With calm intensity, Gileian announced their next move. They would return immediately to the castle. His instincts told him that the enemy wouldn't wait. An attack was imminent, and he was right. From the distance, the thundering crash of stone echoed across the battlefield. Dagel's army had begun bombarding Persium's outer defenses with massive siege weapons. The stones hurled through the sky with frightening precision, smashing into the castle walls. Such heavy artillery wasn't something Dagel had on his own. It was clear now Count Desmond had provided them the means to launch a full-scale assault as the catapults roared. Duel's infantry surged forward like a black tide, aiming to overwhelm the castle before Persium's limited forces could organize. But Gileian was no amateur. As a seasoned tactician, he responded swiftly. Once they arrived, he directed Kerr and Belinda to reinforce the left flank of the castle walls, while he himself would command from the right. Then, turning sharply, he called out to Gileian. You'll strike their camp directly, Gileian ordered. It will be a surprise attack. You'll have far fewer men than they do, but the goal is to hit fast and hard. He locked eyes with Gileian. Think you can handle it? A quiet confidence spread across Gileian's face. His lips curved into a faint smile, eyes glittering with a dangerous excitement. Of course, he said. No hesitation, Gileian allowed himself a rare smile. Gileian was no ordinary mercenary. He was a dormant predator, silent and lethal. Waiting for the right moment to pounce off to the side, Kyer scoffed. The old man always gets the fun jobs, he grumbled. Blinder? More practical. Raise the obvious concern, then who's defending the gate? Leave it, Gileian said flatly. No explanation. Despite the uncertainty in his tone, none dared question him. Gileian wasn't just a noble playing at Moor. He was once known as the Mercenary King, a man who had raised kingdoms and survived where others had perished. There was always a plan buried beneath his silence. Still, among his aides, confusion lingered. Gileian was young, after all famous for his ruthless past as the Northern Scoundrel. Yes, but this was his first time officially leading an army. They had expected him to falter. Instead, his cold composure and rapid orders hinted at something far more dangerous. He didn't elaborate. He simply said, this battle will mark a turning point in Persium's legacy. Elsewhere, Zwalter, one of Persium's noble Heil knights, stood tall at the edge of the crumbling battlements. His voice rang out, commanding the defenders to brace for the next wave. Across the wall, Randolph, his brother and fellow knight, led the archers in relentless volleys, their arrows darkening the sky. But no matter how many fell, the enemy kept coming. Duel's forces were vast, and their determination unshakable. With ladders raised, the enemy began to scale the walls in droves. The sheer number of invaders was overwhelming. Engage them, Zwalter roared, drawing his blade. He plunged into the fray just as the first attackers crested the battlements. Randolph followed, sword flashing beside his brothers. Together, they fought to stem the tide. Far from the chaos, the commander of Duel's forces looked on, laughter rising from his throat like smoke from fire. He clapped his hands with glee, drunk on the thrill of impending victory. This is it, he declared. Even without sending out our best knight, the walls will fall. But not everyone in Duel's camp shared his arrogance. Victor, a shadowed figure at the rear, remained silent, eyes locked on the battlefield. As the catapults prepared to fire again, he murmured to himself, "Time for the northern wolf to die." He had longed to cross blades with Walter, but now, watching from afar, it seemed he wouldn't even need to raise a sword. The battle was already leaning in Diold's favor. Within the walls, Zolter the so-called northern wolf faced wave after wave of enemy fighters. These were not ordinary soldiers. Mercenaries disguised in Diold's colors surged toward him with bloodlust. In their eyes, with precise footwork, Zwalter sidestepped a thrust and countered with a clean strike across the ribs. Another enemy fell, but for every one he felled, 2 more took their place. Even with Randolph fighting fiercely at his side, the brothers were being surrounded. The enemy had breached the wall, and the defenders of Persium were about to face their most brutal test. Yet, Randolph kept his composure, but the frustration was evident in his tone. The castle walls were holding for now, but the gate wouldn't last much longer. With urgency growing, he turned and asked for the Lord's next move. Walter, placing his trust in Gislin's earlier orders, made a calculated decision. "The gate," he commanded, "hold the walls at all costs." Then, shifting his attention, he questioned Scoven about reinforcements. Scoven's expression darkened. "The messengers returned," he reported grimly. "None of the nearby territories will help. Zimbar and Rayfold both claim they're dealing with internal unrest. And as for Count Luz, every envoy we sent to him has vanished. No word, no answer. Not a single ally had stepped forward." Randolph clenched his fists, swearing under his breath. "Ungrateful bastards," he muttered. "Are we to stand alone then? Not one of them will lift a finger." Meanwhile, within the ranks of Diold's army, troubling news reached their command tent. A winded soldier arrived with a report that immediately unsettled both Diold and Victor. "Our supply unit," the soldier began, catching his breath. "Something's wrong. The troops we dispatched for resupply haven't returned. We fear the unit may have been attacked." Diold blinked, stunned. "Impossible," he said flatly. "That convoy had 1,000 men. How could they have been ambushed with Persium's entire force locked behind walls?" But Victor wasn't so quick to dismiss it. His sharp eyes scanned the distant horizon where faint smoke spiraled into the sky. Something wasn't right. "There's someone in Persium who still thinks like a tactician," he thought, impressed. A bold move for such a small force. His heart raced not with fear, but excitement. This siege had suddenly become far more interesting. Dagol, standing nearby, turned toward Victor. "What now?" he asked, worry creeping into his voice. "Without supplies, we can't keep this siege going. Not with Persium still dug in behind those walls." Victor lifted a hand, silencing him. "Then we don't wait," he said coolly. "If we can't starve them out, we break through. Numbers alone will be enough." His confidence didn't waver. "Persium will fall before nightfall." Diold looked at him, aghast. "If we charge headlong, we'll overrun them. Yes, but at what cost? We'll lose too many men." Victor's gaze turned cold. For a moment, he considered drawing his blade on Diold. A mouthpiece for Desmond, he thought with disdain. "You're only still breathing because Persium hasn't fallen yet." But he let the moment pass. There would be time for that later. Instead, he surveyed the battlefield again. The left and right flanks had long since begun their assault, but the castle walls held firm. Likely, Persium's elite fighters, the famed Northern Wolf among them, were still resisting fiercely. Then something caught Victor's eye. The front gate, it was exposed, unmanned. He narrowed his eyes. Why would they leave the gate undefended? Unless, he smiled, raising his sword high. He shouted to the remaining soldiers with all the conviction of a man certain of victory. "Charge! By dusk, this castle will be ours." Behind Victor, Desmond's army disguised in the armor and banners of Dagal's, soldiers advanced with grim precision. Towering siege engines rumbled across the field, their silhouettes casting long shadows over the land. The scale of the invasion was staggering far beyond anything the defenders of Persium could hope to match. Victor surveyed the unfolding battle from his position, eyes fixed on the mass of troops charging toward the castle gates. He gripped his reins tighter, the clamor of war echoing around him. Though he was already celebrated as one of the finest swordsmen in the northern realms, Victor yearned for something more enduring. titles, recognition, perhaps even a noble lineage, something to carve his name into history, resolved. He summoned one of his most trusted subordinates. Moments later, the thunder of hooves signaled Adon's approach. Adon was not a man of subtlety. In peacetime, he found pleasure in combat, for amusement's sake, using his brawn to dominate others. But on the battlefield, he was all discipline and steel. Towering and broad-shouldered, he carried a long-handled greatsword that few men could even lift. He dismounted and awaited Victor's command with unusual restraint. All traces of his usual arrogance vanished in the presence of his commander. Victor issued orders swiftly. He himself would lead the charge to the castle gate, while Adon would remain behind to anchor the formation. It was a precaution. Victor knew that, while one warrior might suffice to hold the rear, the Perchium defenders would not go down easily. They were holed up behind stone walls and would make any assault costly. As the army moved, Victor surged, ahead with the first wave, his cavalry and siege engines trailing closely behind. It was a display of overwhelming might, perhaps more than what was truly necessary. Yet in war, overkill often meant survival. Meanwhile, disguised Dagal infantry scrambled up wooden ladders, assaulting the high ramparts. Despite their numbers, the defenders proved formidable. Still, the attackers pressed on, undeterred by the arrows and blades awaiting them at the top. Their courage bordered on madness. On the castle walls, Zwalter and Randolph stood like sentinels of steel. Both were high-ranking knights, nearing mastery of their order. Every swing of their blades felled another enemy, and yet their resolve alone could not shift the tide. The enemy kept coming. The walls were shaking beneath the weight of the siege. Suddenly, a cry rang out. It was Scoven, a seasoned knight of Persium, his voice sharp with panic. Zwalter turned instinctively, scanning the field, and what he saw froze his blood. Dozens of siege towers now loomed at the edge of the battlefield, methodically moving into position. Their arrival, so coordinated and precise, hinted at long preparation far before Count Dild's son had fallen in battle. Jaw clenched. They knew the height of the walls, he muttered. How Randolph glanced back toward the ladders, where defenders struggled to hold against wave after wave. We're already barely holding, he said grimly. With those towers, it won't matter how well we fight. The walls will be theirs. Desperation mounting, Zwalter shouted for the catapults. One soldier responded. The first was ready, cobbled together in haste, but it might just serve. Within seconds, the crew loaded a massive stone, adjusted their aim, and launched it toward one of the siege towers. From the ranks of Diold's forces, a soldier swore loudly. Those damn Persium dogs. When did they build catapults? The boulder arced through the sky, its trajectory perfect. It would crash into the siege towers, frame, and send it crumbling. But Victor, now near the front line, wasn't about to let that happen. He seized a nearby spear, channeling a surge of mana into its shaft. The weapon gleamed with arcane power as he hurled it skyward. The air cracked as the spear struck the stone mid-flight. The resulting explosion was thunderous. The stone fragmented into dust, dispersed by the force of Victor's magic. A hush fell over the field. For a heartbeat, then a roar of approval rose from Dagold's forces. Their commander had turned back death itself, and with that, the tide pushed forward once more. On Persium's side of the battlefield, shock rippled. Through the ranks, a projectile had been stopped. Midair, something only possible with the skills of a Heil Knight. That revelation alone sent a chill down their spines. Swalter's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Diold wasn't supposed to have anyone of that caliber. Among all the Heil Knights known across the northern territories, none were aligned with Diold, at least not until now. And with that, the grim reality settled in. This wasn't just a minor regional conflict. It was the machination of a powerful Northern Lord One playing a much larger game. Leading the charge, Victor surged forward on horseback, his voice cutting across the battlefield like a blade. No resistance you offer will matter, he declared. Persium will fall. Without waiting for a reply, he raised his arm and gave the signal. The siege ram thundered ahead, its massive form charging toward the castle gates with earth shaking. Force Diggle's army pressed in behind it, a juggernaut backed by superior strategy and weaponry crafted specifically for this siege. To make matters worse, The presence of the Heil Knight made the power imbalance even more pronounced. The siege tower locked into position against the castle walls, and within moments, waves of armored infantry poured out. They struck like a flood, overwhelming Persium's defenders. Whatever hope the defenders clung to began to fray. The stone walls, once hailed as unbreakable, were trembling under the relentless assault. The gate shuddered with every strike of the ram, and no reinforcements were close enough to intervene. At this rate, the gate wouldn't last much longer. Standing atop the battlements, Walter watched grimly. Thoughts of his son filled his mind had the plan worked. But with every blow against the gate, his confidence faded. It seemed inevitable that Persium would be overrun. He had once hoped that the mercenaries under Gileian's command might turn the tide. Now even that hope was growing dim. Most of Persium's remaining soldiers were scattered along the walls, fighting tooth and nail just to hold their lines. Only a small contingent remained to guard the inner gate. It's inside the castle, deep within. Its stone corridors, a different tension brewed. The mages sent from the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower were bound in a ritual circle, seated on the cold stone floor. Magical symbols glowed faintly beneath them. Alfoy, red with fury, strained against his bindings. "This is absurd," he roared, glaring at the knights surrounding them. "We're mages, not some rabble to be tossed into your petty wars." Ferguson, his voice steady but tight, tried to calm him. "It's the young lord's command, Alfoy. We stay put," Alfoy snarled. "And you obey like a lapdog. Don't you see what's happening out there?" Vanessa stood nearby, clearly anxious. But resolute, her hands trembled slightly, but her eyes held fast. She followed Gileian's instructions to the letter, trusting in the plan, even as the sound of the battering ram echoed louder with each strike. Alfoy's anger only intensified. "They've reached the gate. Do you understand what that means? Persium is done. We should be out there doing something, not sitting here like prisoners waiting to die." Vanessa tried to calm him, her voice gentle but firm. "This is all part of Lord Gileian's strategy. We need to trust him. Everything's been thought through." He stared at her, incredulous. "Trust him. Don't make me laugh. That man has dragged us through Helland. Now you expect me to believe he has a plan that won't get us killed." Alfoy's glare Kudov cut steel. He hated being helpless, hated being bound physically and by orders. He turned on Vanessa. "Don't you dare say his name again." But even as she trembled, Vanessa didn't back down. Her faith in Gileian was unshaken. She believed in him not because of some naive loyalty, but because she had seen what he was capable of. She wasn't the same girl who had once swept the tower halls. She was a fifth circle mage now. Her journey had been shaped by Gileian's decisions. For better or worse, she wasn't the fragile servant he remembered. She had grown, but he didn't want to hear her reassurances. He barked. Silence. Vanessa obeyed, lips pressed together, but she didn't avert her gaze. The castle trembled under another thunderous blow from the ram outside, and yet she still believed. He questioned her with a sneer. Was she truly willing to obey the commands of a man he deemed nothing short of mad? Vanessa's expression tightened, her gaze sharpening with conviction. Her voice, calm but ironclad, rang out with quiet authority. "Gileian, Lord of Persium, is not insane." To her, Gileian was no reckless fool, but a visionary, a master of mana, manipulation. The very man who had guided her to the edge of death and beyond it when she broke through her mana barrier. With his guidance, she had endured torment that pushed her to the brink, yet she emerged reborn, true mage. Only days ago, that breakthrough had nearly killed her. The pain of unlocking her mana path was searing, her body racked by agony. But she hadn't given up. She had endured it all to fulfill her lifelong dream, and she had succeeded. Still, even now, as a fifth circle mage, the first time she attempted to cast using the mana refinement techniques Gileian had taught her, all she could summon was a faint shimmer, barely a flicker of light. The result had been disheartening. Shame crept into her voice as she apologized to Gileian, embarrassed by her weak display. But Gileian hadn't flinched. "You've done enough," he had said simply. "Magic is not tamed in a day. The power will come." He had seen her potential. That alone was enough to keep her standing. Now, as the two walked together toward the castle's outer ring, the air carried the sound of grunting effort. Mages, proud men and women once cloaked in prestige were bent over, digging furiously into the earth. A bizarre sight, almost surreal, buried in those trenches were runestones rare, powerful, and priceless. Gileian had ordered them buried outside the fortress walls, and not by common laborers, but by the mages themselves. They had balked at first, insulted. Yet here they were, sleeves rolled up, dirt on their robes, stripped of their dignity. The heart twisted at the sight. She understood the necessity, yet it pained her all the same. To see mages, once symbols of nobility, reduced to shoveling mudit, was jarring. But it was the sight of the runestones themselves disappearing beneath, the soil that stung the most. Just then, a loud voice cut through the wind. "Have you lost your damn mind?" Vanessa flinched at the venom in his tone. The man who had once tormented her now looked like a shell of himself, disheveled, red-faced, and fuming. He stormed up to Gileian, shouting furiously, "Why in the world are the mages doing this? We have soldiers. If the runestones must be hidden, why not move them outside our borders?" But before Gileian could utter a word, another voice interrupted. The man, the myth, the headache. Gordon stepped between them with a smirk, chiding Alfoy for speaking so brashly. Alfoy spat curses under his breath, but backed away. Vanessa turned to Gileian, unsure. "What's all this for?" she asked softly. Unbothered, Gileian responded without hesitation. "This is war preparation. I didn't sell all the runestones to the Scarlet Flame Tower. I kept them for this moment." He gestured to the earth being filled in around the glowing stones. War isn't won through pride or theatrics. It's won by numbers. Strategy. I know Perum won't hold the gates forever. They'll break through eventually. He turned to her, his gaze steady. "But that doesn't mean we're helpless." Gileian's voice grew heavier, more serious. "Your power. Vanessa, the strength of a fifth circle, mage paired with these runestones and the mana reserves of the other mages. That's our edge. With that much concentrated force, we won't just defend, we'll devastate them." Vanessa looked down at the churned earth, her hands curling into fists. She had become a mage to chase her dream. Now, she was being called to fight for something far greater. Vanessa understood exactly what Gileian was asking of her. His quiet words carried a heavy implication, one that couldn't be ignored. To follow through with his plan meant death. Not just of soldiers or strangers, but the taking of lives by her own hands. And for what? For the sake of the people of Perum, people she had never met. Her chest tightened with doubt. She had always held immense gratitude toward Gileian. Without him, her dream of becoming a mage would have remained just that, a dream. But gratitude wasn't the same as conviction, and she wasn't sure if she had the strength to kill for others, no matter how noble the cause. But refusing him now could mean Gileian's death. The war would consume him as it had countless others. The responsibility he'd placed on her felt suffocating. And yet, when the time came, Vanessa stepped forward. She stood before the ancient runes etched in the stone floor and activated the magic circle. Her fingers trembled only for a moment before a surge of determination took over. There was no more room for hesitation. The estate stood on the verge of ruin, and she, once the girl who couldn't even summon a spark now, stood in the eye of the storm, attempting one of the most dangerous forms of arcane precision, mana convergence. Across the battlefield, Alfoy's face twisted in disbelief. He watched the impossible unfold. Vanessa, initiating a mana transfer, the rare and volatile spell that siphoned power from multiple mages into a single conduit. The reward was unmatched power. The price, however, was often death. Should the spell's vessel falter even slightly, it wouldn't just drain the mages, it would rip their life force from them completely. Few dared attempt it. Fewer survived, yet Vanessa's gaze was calm, her concentration unbreakable. As arcs of raw energy surged around her, she heard Gileian's voice in her memory, steady, certain, full of belief in her. His faith anchored her, and as the blinding blue glow of mana surged through her eyes, she pressed onward. The circle blazed to life. Streams of magic twisted through the air, coiling around the gathered mages like ethereal serpents. Their energy flowed into her, feeding the storm. And then, as if on cue, Gileian's mercenaries thundered into motion, charging from the rear lines like a tidal wave. He placed everything, his strategy, his army, his trust in Vanessa's hands. If she failed, they would all fall. But Gileian believed in her, and that belief was unshakable. Within the estate walls, chaos reigned. The defenders, overwhelmed, scrambled to block the broken gate with anything they could find: crates, stones, shattered furniture, while archers loosed volleys through the cracks. The sound of screaming steel filled the air. Then, above the chaos, a cry rang out. "Zwalter!" Randolph's voice pierced through the din. Zwalter turned instinctively, pulling his attention away from the melee. His eyes scanned the horizon. Dust, a roiling, thunderous cloud kicked up by hooves, a cavalry unijet, black armor, glinting like obsidian, charged straight at the enemy's rear. There were barely 300 riders, but their advance was unstoppable. Zwalter's sharp gaze locked onto the figure at the front. Gizll in .4, a fleeting moment. Zwalter wished that Gileian had fled. If Perum was doomed, then at least he and Alina could have survived somewhere, hidden among the allied forces. But Gileian wasn't the kind of man to run. Not after everything he'd suffered in the past. He had watched his world collapse once before. He would never let that happen again. The black cavalry crashed into the enemy lines like a hammer striking glass. Though vastly outnumbered, their charge was precise and devastating. Gileian led the vanguard with unwavering focus, his blade a silver arc against the sea of red. Further, chaos erupted when Victor, one of the enemy commanders, was alerted to another incoming attack. "They've flanked us, both sides," he whirled in disbelief. On one side of the ambush, Kyer carved a path through the enemy with brutal precision. Behind him, Belinda's spells erupted like wildfire, creating openings for the mercenaries dressed in ponchos of bark and dust. They moved like a stormfast, wild and merciless. Meanwhile, Gileian pushed deeper into enemy territory, his eyes cold and unwavering. Every swing of his sword was fueled by something darker, something deeper and unrelenting, will-born of past failure and burning resolve. The air around him thickened as he summoned his mana, condensing it with frightening focus. Then came the release. His mana Korza radiant burst of raw elemental energy erupted outward in a shockwave. The battlefield bent under its force. Gileian carved through the chaos of battle, like a storm made flesh. His mastery of horseback combat, swordplay, and mana channeling formed a breathtaking harmony, each element flowing into the next with practiced precision. Enemies crumbled wherever his blade fell. To the untrained eye, he looked like a wild force, reckless and unrestrained. But in truth, every strike, every movement, every shift of weight was calculated to perfection. Not a single enemy could land a blow, not even on his galloping horse. Though far from the peak of power he had possessed in his previous life, Gileian's sheer presence on the battlefield was devastating. Once the enemy bowmen realized they were being flanked, panic rippled through their lines. Cries of confusion broke out. "Impossible! Perum has reinforcements." But before any order could be restored, hoping to bring him down by targeting his mount, arrows flew fast, precise, deadly. But then the impossible happened. Gileian's horse leaped into the air, had briefly bent to allow the horse and rider to soar like mythic creatures, and then they landed. Gileian didn't pause. His blade came down in an arc of silver light, and with each swing, another soldier fell. Flesh, bone. Armenovich slowed him. He moved through their formation like a reaper, his path marked with blood and broken steel. Even in his past life, this was his way, diving into the heart of danger and emerging as the embodiment of carnage. The surrounding infantry hesitated, unable to process what they were witnessing. One man on a horse, just one, and yet he was dismantling an entire detachment. The air thickened with fear as the realization set in. This wasn't just a skilled warrior. To them, Gileian had become a monster, breathing heavily, blood-staining. His armor, Gileian raised his sword high. Sunlight caught the steel, and the signal was unmistakable. His mercenaries saw it. They remembered the battles they had fought. Alongside him, their brutal campaign through the beast-ridden forest, the victories carved out of desperation. They didn't wait for orders. As one, they surged forward with a unified cry, racing into the fray behind their commander. And then came Gileian's voice. Outnumbered, outmatched, and surrounded, they would not cower. The counter-offensive had begun. Though they were vastly outnumbered, Gileian's black cavalry rode with unshakable resolve. There was no fear in their eyes, no hesitation in their charge as they thundered toward the right flank of the enemy lines. The siege engines of Duel had already anchored themselves against the walls of Perum, choking the defenders of air and space, yet the city's defenders stood their ground, unmoved by the tightening noose of enemy infantry. While Victor launched a fierce assault on the main gate, Gileian led a third of their mercenaries in a sweeping flanking maneuver. At the same time, Seer's detachment pressed in from another direction, with Belinda lending her crucial support. Meanwhile, at the enemy's rear, Gileian led the final strike team on a bold and brutal ambush aimed directly at Duel's command encampment. Massive Axe was a whirlwind of death. With each swing, enemy soldiers fell like wheat beneath a scythe. His assault was relentless, each movement backed by a hand-picked team of elite mercenaries who followed with flawless precision, reinforcing every step he took with deadly efficiency. As they cut a deep path into enemy territory, Gileian barked sharp orders to Gordon and Torrent. He would draw the enemy's eye, absorb their wrath, and act as bait. The others were to scatter, sabotage, and burn, crippling the enemy's command structure in the chaos without hesitation. Gordon and Torrent acknowledged the plan and vanished into the fray. Even in the thick of battle, the mercenaries traded clipped, breathless words. "They look rattled," Torrent observed, slicing through a soldier. "Can't believe so few of us came at them." Gordon chuckled grimly. "By the time we're done, they'll be lucky if their tents are still standing." The situation deteriorated rapidly for Commander Tomos of Duel. He was unprepared, stunned by a counterattack that should have been impossible from a cornered foe. Paralyzed by indecision, he failed to rally his troops, even as his aides urged him to flee. That chance never came. Gileian stormed forward, carving a path of blood and ruin. His axe was soaked with the lives of those foolish enough to challenge him. He charged straight for the command center, shouting above the chaos that he would take Count Daygold alive. His axe glowed faintly with mana, the weapon humming with purpose as it gleamed under the midday sun. Tomos, frozen with dread, could only watch as this monster of a man bore down on him. And yet, just when all seemed lost, salvation arrived in a blur of steel. A sword strike, swift and lethal, slashed through the air toward Gileian. Reflex took over, he turned, and met the attack with a powerful swing of his own. The two weapons collided with a thunderous clang, sparks exploding from the impact. The sound rang out, loud even above the clamor of war. Both warriors stepped back, studying each other with sharp eyes. Gileian immediately recognized that this was no ordinary foe. Until now, Duel's forces had lacked any figure capable of turning the tide, and the morale of the enemy had been hanging by a thread. The arrival of this knight, someone who could rival titans like Walter and Randolph, shook the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. This man hadn't come from Duel's pitiful ranks. Count Daygold, a self-indulgent noble with no sense of leadership, had never possessed the charisma or clout to summon warriors of this caliber. With just one clash, Gileian understood. This opponent was deadly, and he was now trapped deep behind enemy lines with a serious threat standing in his path. The knight, astride a tall warhorse, regarded him calmly. He was Adon Frasso. Voice was steady, almost respectful. For Persium's forces to strike so deep into our camp with so few, that takes courage. He casually swung his blade through the air, testing its balance. Then, with knightly formality, he asked, "Your name?" "I would know the name of the man who meets me with such strength." But Gileian did not speak. His silence was like steel. His gaze remained locked on Adon, filled with cold fury and unwavering resolve. He studied the knight's posture, breathing, stance, measuring everything. Then, without a word, he lifted his axe high overhead, his body glowing with a torrent of unleashed mana. The battle between titans was about to begin, with a voice steady and solemn. Gileian declared himself nothing more than a blade sharpened, nameless, and wholly devoted to the young lord of Perum. His loyalty, unshakable and fierce, had been forged in a single life-defining moment, the day Gileian saved his daughter from eternal torment. Since then, Gileian's allegiance had never wavered, bound not by duty, but by gratitude carved into his soul. Meanwhile, the left flank of Persium's castle wall trembled under a storm of enemy troops. Like an endless swarm of ants, Daygold's infantry surged forward, scaling ladders in relentless waves. But Persium's defenders held their ground not because they were the strongest, but because they were survivors. Battle-hardened from brutal clashes with the northern barbarians, they had learned to endure. Surrender was not in their blood. Among them, Belinda fought with the resolve of someone who knew the stakes. She moved with purpose, striking hard to buy the defenders time. If the wall fell, so would the city. Spotting 2 enemy soldiers climbing close, she lashed them together with a sweeping blow and flung them through the air straight toward Cheer, who rode the flank like a storm given form. Cheer's eyes lit up as the bound enemies spun toward him. With one fluid motion, he stepped forward and brought his blade down, cleaving both men as if it were a dance. Blood fanned out behind him like red mist across the sky. The doubts that once plagued him had vanished in the chaos of war, replaced by the certainty of purpose. He charged ahead, blade flashing, each strike flowing into the next like the notes of a violent symphony. Even amid the carnage, the battlefield still allowed for moments of levity. "Cheer," Belinda shouted across the clamor. "That's the second time you've splashed blood on me." He let out a short laugh, flashing her a cocky grin. "Then maybe stop whining and try dodging." Her face flushed with anger, but Cheer was already gone, swallowed up again by the fight. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the right side of the wall became a slaughterhouse under Gislin's command. Leading a third of the Black Cavalry, he crashed into Daygold's flank like a vengeful god. Every swing of his blade shattered enemy lines. Even Daygold's elite infantry, clad in thick iron, crumpled beneath his attacks as if they wore nothing at all. Here was the mercenary king unveiled grim, unrelenting, magnificent. Fighting at the heart of danger, Gislin breathed in rhythm with the second mana core he'd long since mastered. Each breath fueled his power, conserved his strength. The enemy could see it, feel it the way he tore through their best, as if they were made of paper. No one wanted to face him head-on. Numbers meant nothing. And when the mercenaries finally punched through Daygold's front, confusion spread like wildfire. Gislin raised his sword high and shouted for the final push. His soldiers obeyed without hesitation, trained by countless battles in the Beastwood. They knew what survival required: absolute faith in their leader. They charged with fury, fear forgotten. A Daygold captain watched helplessly as his formation disintegrated. Cursing under his breath, he saw once-proud warriors flee in panic before the unstoppable tide of black armor. Gislin pressed on, spurring his mount toward the siege tower now fixed to the castle wall. As he neared it, he exhaled a calm before the storm, his eyes narrowed with ice-edged focus. What followed would be nothing short of devastation. The Black Cavalry rallied behind him, closing in. Not one slowed, not one doubted. Ahead, a line of spearmen braced themselves, the last barrier before the tower. Blood stained the earth in Gislin's wake, yet still he advanced. His horse moved like an extension of his will. With elven grace, the spears struck out in perfect unison, a wall of death. For the first time that day, they made contact. Gislin had chosen not to evade, and then he was gone. The spearmen blinked, confused. The rider they struck had vanished into the air. His horse continued on, untouched, slipping between spearheads like mist. Before the soldiers could even shout, Gislin came down from the sky like a falling star, landed atop one of the spearmen with crushing force, locking the man in his legs as he dropped. Using the stunned body as an anchor, he twisted mid-air and unleashed a devastating arc with his blade, cleaving through the ranks like wheat before a scythe. Steel screamed, blood splattered, and in the middle of it all stood Gisling the Storm. That would not be stopped. Gislin moved like a tempest, silent, smooth, and absolute. Each step was calculated, each motion honed by ruthless instinct. There was no time for indecision. In this blood-soaked chaos, even a moment's hesitation meant death. As his spinning momentum carried him through one final arc, he released the body of the spearman he had used as a fulcrum and sliced cleanly across another soldier's throat. The man's eyes widened for a second, then the blood came. His sword dripped, crimson and heavy, coated in the lives he had stolen. Not one had survived his path. The battlefield behind him was a shattered grave, strewn with corpses, mangled limbs, and the brutal aftermath of his unleashed might. Formations had crumbled before him. No tactics or steel walls could withstand the power of his fully awakened second mana core ahead. His next obstacle loomed a siege tower, massive, grotesque, a metal beast vomiting Diggle's heavy infantry onto the crumbling ramparts. At its base, a thick wedge of enemy soldiers had formed, their bodies a wall of flesh between Gileian and the tower. He showed no fear, no hesitation. His gaze was pure, honed like a blade. There would be no mercy. Not here. Not today. He assessed the battlefield in a glance. The outer wall was deteriorating faster than he'd expected. At this rate, it would collapse before the main gate even fell. His black-armored cavalry had fought like demons, breaking through wherever they could, but the tide of enemies was endless. If they stumbled even slightly, the entire front would be swallowed whole. But there could be no retreat. Drawing a slow breath, Gileian steeled himself once again. His will hardened. Even if the sky fell, he would not break. Not until every last enemy was ash under his boots. A voice rang out over the clash of steel-diggled corps captain rallying his forces. He had seen the Black Knight. He knew who needed to die. The siege tower had reached the walls. The moment of collapse was near. They charged. Gileian raised his sword, its edge stained and eager. He closed his eyes briefly and reached inward, brushing the volatile energy of his third mana core. It was wild, unpredictable, especially after the blood python's venom had fused with his body. It hadn't yet achieved the fabled state of transcendence, but the mana refinement it offered made his blade unnaturally sharp, capable of slicing through iron as easily as cloth. His eyes snapped open. The first enemy lunged at him, a soldier armored in steel, determined. The blade flashed. There was no resistance. The sword split helmet and skull with terrifying ease. The man collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Another attacker took his place, howling, shield up, sword raised. Gileian didn't. Let him finish the curse that spilled from his lips. One clean cut. The man's head dropped from his shoulders like a ripe fruit. And still they came. A heavily armored fighter advanced, thrusting with mechanical precision. Gileian slid to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike, and carved a deep gash across the man's ribs. The enemy fell, screaming. Another attacker was on him instantly, blade whistling through the air. Gileian blocked it with brutal efficiency and countered with a spinning slash, cutting clean through the man's back. He was getting close now. The siege tower was within reach. But new danger arrived from above. Arrows a volley rained down, hissing death from above. The enemy had realized who he was and where he was going. The archer's commander roared, "Kill him! Do not let that knight reach the tower." But Gileian was already gone. His figure blurred, streaking through the storm of arrows. Not one found its mark. Only the faint shimmer of his murderous aura remained in the wake he left behind at the tower's base. His next opponent waited, a Diggled corps captain astride a nervous warhorse, eyes wide with terror. The man tried to muster courage, but whatever valor had once lived in his chest dissolved under the weight of the black. Knight's glare, the captain's grip trembled. Didn't wait, he surged forward. His blade pierced through the captain's torso before the man could even lift his weapon. The captain stood frozen in place, his courage dissolved by the overwhelming pressure radiating from the figure before him. Fear had locked his limbs. Resistance was no longer an option. With a brutal grace, Gileian seized him, lifting the man as effortlessly as one might lift a lifeless animal. He spun his victim in a savage arc and flung both man and sword as a single deadly projectile toward the central beam of the siege tower. The crashing impact shattered the resolve of the defense line. The captain's body slammed into the wood with a sickening crack, the blade burying itself deep into the structure. Crimson sprayed across the platform, a grotesque mural drawn in blood and bone. Archers on the upper levels, still struggling to notch fresh arrows, paused in disbelief. One of their own leader had just been hurled like refuse, used as a weapon to punctuate the Black Knight's wrath. No one dared move. Silence fell, but Gileian did not wait. With a flick of his fingers, he pulled on a thread of manan, invisible tether that connected him to the hilt of his blade. In an instant, the cord tightened, and his body launched upward like a shadow in flight. What the defenders witnessed next defied comprehension. The dark figure soared through the air, rising like a summoned nightmare toward the tower's peak. As he reached the summit, his hand met the embedded sword. Without pause, he tore it free, and with the same motion, brought it crashing down in a sweeping arc. Terror gripped the soldiers above. They remembered the tales of the slaughter he had left in his wake, the corpses piled where resistance once stood. None had stopped him then. None would stop him now. With a surge of raw force, Gileian invoked his third mana core. Fury erupted through his veins. His eyes gleamed with pitiless clarity as he split the tower's upper platform in two. The entire top buckled and collapsed beneath the weight of his strike. There was no counter, no answer to his power. This siege tower, so critical to Victor's battle strategy, positioned with meticulous precision, was suddenly, devastatingly, useless. Its defenses had been spread too thin across the front lines, and Gileian's intervention had arrived in the narrow window where chaos had peeled back the veil of order to the soldiers on the ramparts still struggling for survival. His action was nothing short of divine intervention. A small, crucial reprieve, but among the invading forces, shock rippled through the ranks. The tower had been brought down not by artillery or sabotage, but by one man in black armor. Yet not everyone viewed it as a triumph. Some whispered it was Recluse's desperate gambit that would leave him exposed. Once the tower fell, they believed he'd be overwhelmed and cut down. Just a man, after all, alone amid enemy lines. Victor, observing the scene from a distance, betrayed no emotion. He studied the crumbling ruin, quiet and pensive. His thoughts turned to a question. Was this the same black-armored commander who had shredded their flanks earlier? As dust billowed into the air, shrouding the battlefield in a ghostly haze, Gileian emerged from the wreckage. His stride was steady, his resolve sharpened. He had not acted out of careful calculation, but from an instinct honed in countless battles, a sixth sense that had spotted the flaw in Victor's formation. He had read the tempo of the chaos, felt the enemy's heartbeat, and struck before hesitation could take root. Victor turned to one of his men. "Has the gate been breached yet?" the soldier stammered, clearly rattled. "Not yet, sir. It's more reinforced than expected. Internal resistance slowed us down. We estimate 10 more minutes." Victor narrowed his eyes, lips pressed into a thin line. 10 minutes. Enough time for the Black Knight to do serious damage. That delay was unacceptable. "I'll handle this myself," he said coldly. Without waiting for a reply, he stepped forward. Orders rang out in his wake. The gate must fall within 5 minutes. While they breached the walls, he would engage the enemy commander directly. Then, just before vanishing into the mist of war, Victor cast a chilling glance over his shoulder at the hesitant soldier. His eyes gleamed with silent fury, a promise of retribution if those 5 minutes were wasted. The message was clear as steel. Fail, and death would not come from the enemy. His voice trembled as he stammered out his confirmation of the grim command, eyes wide with fear. Just then, a figure broke through the haze of war. A lone rider emerged from the thick swirl of dust. Grime streaked across his armor, ash clinging to his cloak. He sneered as he approached, shouting taunts toward Victor and mockingly referring to him as a winged tin can. The mounted warrior made his presence known with theatrical flair, clearly in no hurry to back down. His horse stamped the scorched earth as he leveled his sword at Victor, issuing a challenge with unmistakable confidence. Victor's eyes narrowed. Slightly, he didn't flinch, but his gaze sharpened as he spoke. "Who are you?" The man grinned wider, his voice carrying through the chaos. "Name's Kair," he said, "commander of the Cerberus mercenaries." He pointed his blade directly at Victor. A rush of battlelust coursed through him. Kair had stormed through the crumbling front lines of Duel's forces to reach the Koran now. Standing face to face with the most formidable warrior on the field, he could no longer hold back the thrill of confrontation. He had found the strongest, and now he wanted nothing more than to test his strength against him. With a fiery gleam in his eye, Kor urged his horse into a full gallop, charging straight at Victor like a force of nature, though he knew his foe held the upper hand in power. There was not a trace of hesitation in Korra's expression, only the wild thrill of battle. Victor, unshaken and watchful, met the redhead's approach with quiet confidence, his sword already in hand, his stance unflinching. He nudged his mount subtly to the side, a smirk curling on his lips at the sight of the charging mercenary. As a knight of Yahello lineage, Victor was a master of mounted combat. His every movement was smooth, honed by years of disciplined training. His horse responded with uncanny precision, gliding effortlessly beneath him. As Kor closed in, Victor's steed lashed out with a sudden, powerful kick that connected with Kor's horse, throwing its balance into chaos. Kor, driven more by reflex than thought, missed his initial swing. The kick and Victor's fluid repositioning had disrupted his timing. Even with years of battlefield experience, Kor found himself struggling to adjust. Still, he wasn't one to fall, so easily he righted himself quickly. But Victor was already upon him with a vicious counterstrike, his blade aiming straight for Kor's exposed neck. There was no time to block. Thinking fast, Kor hurled himself from his saddle, allowing Victor's strike to cleave through his horse's neck instead. The beast went down hard, but Kor hit the ground on his feet, rolling to a stop and immediately refocusing on his opponent. Though clearly disadvantaged in mounted combat, the fire in his spirit hadn't dimmed. He tightened his grip on his weapon. As he rose, then launched into a flurry of attacks. With a powerful shout, he brought his blade down twice in rapid succession, both swings charged with pulsing mana. Victor remained unmoved. He met each strike with almost lazy precision, his sword barely needing to shift to nullify the force behind Kor's blows. His ease made Kor grind his teeth, snarling with frustration. Kor unleashed a third, heavier swing, this one powered by raw strength and desperation. He poured every ounce of momentum and mana into it. But Victor, calm as ever, simply raised his blade and met the strike without a hint of strain. His confidence never wavered, as though he considered the mercenary nothing more than a bothersome fly.ca. You are cursed inwardly. He had assumed a knight fighting from horseback would be limited in movement, but Victor defied those expectations. Every one of Kor's blows was turned aside without effort. His rhythm began to falter. Victor read him with uncanny accuracy. He knew the type-brash sells words who relied on instinct and brute force, believing they could overcome technique. With aggression, they never lasted long. With a sharp twist of his wrist, Victor spun his blade and batted Kor's sword aside, killing its momentum entirely. Then, with almost surgical grace, he readied a final blow. He had no intention of dragging the fight out any longer. Kor, still mid-air from his last strike, barely managed to lift his sword to defend. He had been warned about Victor's prowess. Gileian had spoken of a Yahello knight hidden among Duel's ranks. A man named Victor, said to be Desmond's hidden ace butt words, had done little to prepare him for the reality. Their blades collided, and the clash of mana between them exploded with force. Kor's entire body shook under the weight of Victor's strength. His feet had yet to fully land when Victor's strike carved clean through his defenses, slicing into his shoulder with precise force. Pain bloomed instantly, searing and deep. Kor staggered, his earlier bravado now reduced to a grim effort to remain standing. The ferocity that had once lit his every move was now a flickering shadow. Victor, still seated atop his horse, looked down at him with condescension, a smug glint in his eye. To him, Kor was just another reckless warrior who mistook recklessness for strength. Sprawled on the ground, Kor gritted his teeth against the pain and humiliation. Victor said nothing, but the way he held himself with regal composure and calm superiority made his silence more cutting than any words. Struggling to breathe, Kor clenched his fists in frustration. He understood now more clearly than ever what Gileian had meant. Victor was not just another knight, he was a weapon, a monster, hidden behind noble bearing. And now, Kor realized with growing despair, he had charged straight into that monster's blade. Desmond County, one of many shadowy regions surrounding the war, quietly orchestrated a scheme to topple Perum. To ensure their victory, they dispatched their most lethal weapon, Victor. When Kair asked whether Victor surpassed Persium's young lord in strength, Gileian offered only a blunt reply. Victor was the fiercest opponent Seer would ever face, except for Gileian himself, who once left Victor battered and broken during the Marana trials. No one had ever matched Victor's sheer might. Gileian explained that Victor was using Daigel's overwhelming forces, not just to batter the walls, but to fix Persium's focus. It was a misdirection while they defended the gates. Victor would carve a path straight through them. Knowing This Gileian had deployed Vanessa inside the castle to prepare a devastating surprise. Yet he warned that if Victor breached the gate prematurely, their strategy would collapse. Gileian left Kor with a critical task: hold Victor back until Vanessa was ready to unleash their hidden weapon. Now, blood oozing from a wound, Seer gripped the hilt of a shattered sword, using his other hand to stem the bleeding. He had accepted this role, knowing he stood no chance of winning. A mercenary with no promise of survival, Kor's resolve burned all the brighter. Victor towered above him, a dark, looming figure in steel's his presence alone, enough to make the earth seem unsteady beneath Seer's knees. For a fleeting moment, nothing seemed more lethal than the night before him. Yet Seer braced himself. Mana flickered along the broken blade, and he chuckled bitterly. "At least, try to be beatable," he muttered, with defiant laughter. Wiping blood from his lip, elsewhere, chaos ruled the battlefield. On the walls, Digold's forces held strong, even with the young Lord of Perum and his mercenary horde pressing hard. At the rear of Digold's camp, Gileian clashed with a mysterious and unyielding opponent. Blow after blow, Gileian's axe smashed toward the knight, but nothing got through Adon the knight, parried with a towering shield, striking only when the timing was perfect. From behind, Count Diggle called out to Adon in admiration, but one of his attendants quickly urged him to retreat before the fighting swallowed him too. The mercenaries were relentless. Carving into Diggle's reinforcements, they fought not just for coin, but for Gileian, their loyalty forged in fire. Steel met steel in a cacophony of battle cries and desperate clashes, but Gileian's problem remained. No matter how ferociously he struck, Adon's defense held firm. It was as if he were trying to crack stone with a stick. Frustration built within Gileian. He questioned whether he was worthy of serving the noble-blooded heir of Perum, but his doubts didn't weaken him. He roared and brought his axe crashing down against Adon's shield again. "I don't have time to waste on you," he bellowed. Still, Adon didn't budge. With eerie calm, he said, "That was a good strike, but you'll never break through." As Gileian prepared another swing, Adon twisted his stance, redirecting the blow and thrown Gileian off balance. The massive knight wasted no time. His sword was already in motion, arcing behind his shield in a deadly counterattack. Gileian barely managed to deflect it with his axe. Stumbling backward, Adon did not relent. From the side, his sword cut in a wide arcand found the neck of Gileian's horse. The beast dropped with a lifeless thud, its head severed cleanly. Fighting a mounted knight was hard enough. Fighting Adona, master of sword and shield, was almost certain death. Gileian swore under his breath. Realizing he was vulnerable, Adon raised his shield high, his horse rearing with it. The combined weight was about to come crashing down. Still, Gileian lifted his axe to meet it, even if it meant death. Adon's eyes glinted with finality. He had found the opening he needed. At this time, he would end it. Adon brought his shield down like a falling boulder. The impact was brutal. Horse and rider crashed into Gileian with unstoppable force, hurling him to the ground. Pain surged through his body, but he didn't release his grip on his weapon. He couldn't. If he fell here, the entire Perum estate would be at risk. His daughter Rachel was still within its walls, safe only as long as they held. She had found comfort in friendship with Alina, the young mistress of Perum. He would not let that safety vanish. Elsewhere, on the bloodied front lines, Cheer stood firm despite the deep wounds marking his body. His mission was different from Gileian's, but no less critical. He had sworn to the young Lord of Perum that he would hold the line no matter the cost. At the gate, the relentless pounding of Digold's battering ram reached its climax. With a thunderous crack, the gate burst open, torn from its hinges. The path to the heart of Perum now lay wide open. Panic rippled through the defenders, compared to the enemy forces pouring in. Perum's garrison was a shadow of what it once was. Zwalter, Randolph, and Scoven had already been pushed to their limits atop the ramparts. They were exhausted, barely clinging to the walls. No one else remained to hold off the fresh assault. Victor watched from a distance, eyes narrowing. The moment had come. The final act of the war was at hand. Behind him, Gileian stood quietly, having done all he could. Cheer battled Victor directly, while Gileian struck from behind enemy lines, turning Diald's rear into chaos. And then there was Vanessa the Last. Desperate hope, despite her newly awakened power as a 5th Circle mage, Vanessa's mana pool was pitiful, hardly more than that of a 1st Circle novice. Still, she had been tasked with delivering a devastating blow that could shift the battle. Gileian had placed his faith in her inside the keep. Vanessa sat surrounded by fellow mages, whose only role was to lend her their mana. She took it all in, steadying herself, fighting to control the volatile power not her own. When the gate fell, Alpo, pale and near collapse, shouted at her. "The gate's down," he yelled, voice hoarse. "You're draining us dry, you have to do something." Her eyes shimmered with light. Calmly, she answered, "Just a little more. I can do it." Her voice held no hesitation, only quiet resolve. Beyond the ruined gate, Victor lifted his sword and barked orders. The full assault was to begin. Heavy infantry surged forward like a dark tide. Before moving to lead them, Victor called an aide. "Bring Count Diald forward," he ordered. "I'll deal with their commander myself." He still believed Zwalter to be the black-armored knight wreaking havoc in Duald's camp. He hadn't realized it was Gileian all along. Meanwhile, Kirbad, bloodied, stood in the path of Victor's forces. His sword was cracked, his limbs trembling, but his eyes burned with defiance. Channeling the last of his mana into his blade, he raised it once more. Victor approached, unimpressed. "Kayer, isn't it?" he said. "At your level, you should know better. This isn't where you die. Why keep charging into battles you can't?" When, in the rear, Adon echoed Victor's sentiments. "While engaging Gileian, the gate's down, your side has lost. You chose poorly." Victor glanced toward Cheer, speaking of Kor's daring surprise attack. "It was bold," he admitted, "but numbers decide wars." Adon turned his focus to Gileian, disapproving. "You filled your elite force with mercenaries. That was your downfall. They'll never stand against trained soldiers." Victor nodded. "A mercenary should know when to run. There's no shame in living." Adon finished the thought. "Even the most skilled fighter is no match for a disciplined knight." Both men, standing on different fronts, issued the same judgment to Kayer. And Gileian, there was nothing left in this battle worth dying for. But whether they were right, only the next moments would tell. Kayer stood his ground with a wry smile. "And if it is true," he asked, unconcerned, "this life is mine alone. None of you get a say." He and Gileian stood united only by the battlefield, but their motivations couldn't be more different. For Kayer, defeat was intolerable, a wound. To his pride, Gileian, by contrast, was resolved to give everything, even his life, in service of the young lord he protected. Their eyes met across the chaos, each glinting with an animalistic resolve. Titles meant little here. Knight or mercenary were equals in the arena of war. What mattered now was who would survive. Separated by the churn of battle, Kr and Gileian each launched toward their respective adversaries. The weight of the moment bore down on every stride. Pain howled in their minds, yet neither man slowed. They had no space for hesitation, and Adon steadied themselves atop their steeds. Adon readied his sword, drawing it back for a wide arc. His voice cut through the din, cold, absolute. "A loser's words are worth nothing." Steel met steel once again as Adon's sword clashed against Gileian's long-handled axe. But this time, Gileian subtly shifted the angle. Only the shafts connected. He ducked beneath the incoming blade, his movement fluid and calculated. Using the torque from his axis spin, he redirected Adon's sword downward. Forcing his opponent off balance, Adon realized too late Gileian had used the inner curve of his axe to pull the sword toward the ground. Before he could recover, Gileian's axe surged upward in a roaring arc. Their weapons howled as they scraped past each other. Adon dropped his sword, instinctively raising his shield. But it wasn't enough. The axe didn't stop, it cleaved. Through the neck of Adon's horse, with a sickening crunch, the beast collapsed, sending Adon crashing to the earth in a mass of limbs and armor. His voice rang out, furious and disbelieving. "You wretched dog of a mercenary." He had always been the executioner, never the condemned, now flat on his back. He looked up to see Gileian's figure looming, axe raised high for a killing blow. Gileian's eyes blazed with relentless purpose, a fury reserved for those who dared threaten the young lord he'd sworn to protect. The axe slammed into Adon's shield, a thunderous impact that would have shattered a lesser man's defense. Even in disgrace, Adon's form held strong proof of his status as a Hyel knight. But Gileian knew how to break even the mightiest. Even the strongest wall has its cracks, he said evenly. He reached back and drew a sword from the sheath slung across his back. I've surrendered everything for the young lord of Perch. I exist to carve his path to victory. He raised the blade and thrust forward with deadly precision, pinned to the ground. Adon saw through the slit in his helmet, saw the terrifying clarity in Gileian's eyes. This wasn't just a man. This was a weapon given purpose, attacking deep within Duel's stronghold with no care for survival. The sword found its mark. Blood sprayed violently, like a crushed fruit bursting in a clenched fist. Not far from the gates, Carr stormed toward Victor. His body ached, his form battered and bruised, but there was no sign of hesitation. He knew Victor was far stronger. He knew that facing this man might cost him everything, but he remembered Gileian's order: stall Victor until Vanessa was ready. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, the fire in Carr's eyes didn't waver. Chaos danced within them, wild, unrelenting. He needed only one thing to land a single blow on Victor. A flicker of memory stirred in Seer's mind. He remembered the day he shyly approached Gileian, asking him to explain a few of his elusive techniques. Back then, despite Kair's usual bluster, Gileian had listened seriously. It had taken no small effort for Kair to swallow his pride and ask how Gileian managed to evade that one clean blow during their duel at Morena's recognition. He was especially fascinated by the sudden dodge, followed by that rapid, cutting advance. Despite the awkwardness written all over his face, Kair had gotten his point across, and Gileian noticed. A faint smile touched his lips as he looked over his shoulder, acknowledging how much Kair had matured. Once, the younger man would have barked out challenges, not requests, but now, humbled, he sought guidance. Turning his gaze back ahead, Gileian had told him something important. The actual mechanics of his movement weren't the key. It was the illusion he created. Most people, upon seeing him for the first time, assumed he was all brute strength, a wild brawler who charged head-on, and because of that false belief, they underestimated him. Now, on the battlefield, those words echoed in Kair's heart. He surged forward toward Victor, despite the blood on his body and the shattered remains of his sword. He knew full well he couldn't win, but he was determined to make his mark. Just one hit? That was all he wanted. Victor, just as Gileian had described, sneered. He muttered something dismissive about Kair being nothing more than a charging red-headed beast. Raising his sword, Victor struck with practiced ease. But Kair was already in motion. He closed the distance and unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes. Victor responded effortlessly, parrying each blow and retaliating with precision. The pattern continued, Kair attacking desperately, Victor coolly neutralizing every move. Then, in a last-ditch maneuver, Seer spun back and, with a burst of force, flung his broken sword like a spear. The man-infused weapon whistled through the air, aimed at Victor's throat. But Victor simply scoffed. He batted the sword aside with an upward slash, certain this was nothing more than the dying gasp of a beaten opponent. Seer had failed to land even one clean hit. His body was ravaged, his weapon lost. It looked like the end. Victor's tone turned patronizing. The desperate always throw everything away thinking they've got nothing left. Final mistake. He hadn't yet realized what Seer had truly planned. In that moment, Victor went for the killing blow. His blade spun and lunged toward Kair's head, meant to finish the fight for good. But then Gileian's words came back to Kair again. Your true intent behind your fury, and you might just find your opening. The blade rushed toward him, but Kair didn't flinch. His eyes stayed fixed, fearless. At the final second, he angled his head just enough to avoid the strike. The blade slicing a thin line along his temple, but missing its mark, Kair reached out and gripped Victor's sword arm. As blood streaked down the side of his face, he twisted his body, yanked hard, and lunged toward the broken blade still spinning through the air. He caught it. Victor, momentarily stunned, found himself unable to recover his own weapon. Movement had thrown off all his timing. In one swift motion, Kair raised the broken sword and brought it crashing down. Victor, still mounted, had no room to evade. He knew it in that instant. Kair was about to land a real hit. But instead of striking Victor directly, Kair's blade arced downward, grazing the surface of Victor's gleaming silver armor and slicing deep into the spine of Victor's warhorse. Blood erupted as the creature buckled. Victor had assumed his sword would always be enough. Victor never anticipated the redhead's unpredictable gambit. He could only watch, stunned, as Seer's wild, almost reckless movements brought down his horse, literally. The beast crumpled with a sickening thud, lifeless before it hit the dirt. Forcing Victor to dismount with a rough, agile leap. Nearby, Kay landed face first in the mud with a graceless thump. The last of his strength drained after his explosive. Offensive. His chest heaved with each strained breath. His limbs betrayed him, unwilling to rise again, despite his ragged state. Victor couldn't help but recall the astonishing move the moment Seer had snatched a blade from midair after deflecting it. It had been more than desperation. It was strategy born of someone willing to die for even a sliver of hope instead of ending it. Victor hesitated. He approached slowly, sword raised, but voice almost curious. "You're not just a mindless brute after all," he said, almost impressed. Kair still couldn't lift himself, his body stubbornly refusing to obey. Victor had every opportunity to strike him down, and yet he paused, standing over the red warrior. Victor spoke of how warriors sometimes transcend their limits when the veil of death closes in. But Kay's final attack had missed just barely. His sword, now broken, remained clean of Victor's blood, except for when it pierced the horse. In contrast, Victor's own blade gleamed red, baptized by Seer's blood. The grounded man, asking if he had any last words, Seer whispered something under his breath. Barely audible, but Victor flinched. Even through his heavy iron helm, the twitch in his body betrayed him, and Seer caught it. A triumphant, almost gleeful smile spread across the redhead's bruised face. "Got you." Despite everything, he had landed a solid blow. Had Victor not been clad in full armor, that shattered sword could have been buried deep in his chest. Then came the knives. They sang through the air, sharp, precise, deadly. Victor's instincts kicked in, and he pivoted just in time, dodging them with minimal effort. The blades embedded themselves into the earth a breath away from Seer's skull. Belinda appeared as if from nowhere, a specter in a maid's garb, swinging effortlessly above the battlefield with a hooked line. It was a bizarre sight. Attire in the chaos of blood and steel, but every step she took was honed and lethal. With a snap of her wrist, the hook latched onto Seer's torn clothing, and she gave Victor a scoffing glance. Given the chance, she would have gladly taken on Desmond County's shadowy killers. But today, she had another mission. Belinda landed expertly on her horse, then surged forward, dragging the wounded Seer along with her. Despite his weight, she moved with ease thanks to a deadly mix of assassin training and potent mana cultivation. In moments, she vanished from the battlefield, leaving Victor standing alone amid the smoke and ruin. Victor's thoughts circled around Seer's final words. What had it meant? That last strike, from a tactical standpoint, it was reckless, not worth his life. But for the redhead, the blow was everything. A message. A victory carved out of certain defeat. Victor lifted his gaze, surveying the war-torn landscape. Flames climbed the stone of Perum's outer walls. Daegel's forces poured in, overwhelming the defenders with sheer numbers. The tide had turned. The castle's fall felt inevitable. He saw it. The redhead's suicidal strike hadn't been an act of desperation. It had been a delay tactic, buying time for the gate. The realization struck Victor like a second sword. Seer's gambit was never about killing him. It was about something far bigger. Daegel's army clustered tightly before the shattered gate, hemmed in by stone and steel. The choke point allowed only a single squad of heavy infantry to enter at once, bottlenecking their advance. From Victor's elevated position, his gaze locked on a flicker of arcane energy forming in the heart of the breach. Narrowing his eyes, he tried to make sense of it. Within the breach, surrounded by unconscious bound mages, stood a woman in a plain white robe. Her weathered staff gripped with purpose. She radiated fierce determination. "Vanessa." girl she once was had vanished. This moment was no longer about her past or loyalty to Persium. It was a reckoning she had chosen for herself for the sake of her young lord. Then Victor understood. The wild red-haired warrior was nothing but a distraction, a shield meant to delay him. Inside, beyond the reach of blades, magic stirred. It had all been a trap painstakingly constructed to bring Dagel's assault to ruin. A flicker of brilliance lit Vanessa's eyes as Gislin's voice echoed in her memory. He had told her that if the enemy reached the threshold, she held the key to changing everything. She remembered standing beside him during the burial of countless runestones along the path leading to this very gate. Doubt had weighed heavy on her then. "Can I really do this?" she had asked. Gislin's confidence had not wavered. "With your strength, yes, I believe in you." That faith now anchored her. As Seer held Victor at bay under the same crushing burden of responsibility. Vanessa whispered a single incantation, her lips barely moving, and then the mana surged controlled. Immense and utterly focused, the energy ignited with breathtaking precision. Glowing runic symbols began spinning around her, forming an intricate halo of power. Time seemed to halt. Everyone's soldier and sorcerer, friend and foe stood still as a vision unfolded before their eyes. From the ground beneath Vanessa, where the buried runestones waited in silence, a crimson veil rose like a living tide. It shimmered with the last rays of the setting sun. The barrier pulsed once, then erupted. A wave of flame burst forth, roaring with untamed fury. The gate, now open, became a furnace. The spell Gislin's final gambit had only ever been possible through Vanessa's unique talent. A spell, born of the Eighth Circle, far beyond the reach of most mages. Flames consumed Dagel's vanguard instantly. The earth trembled beneath the unrelenting blaze. But the inferno did not strike blindly. Every measure had been precisely tuned. Persium's defenders remained untouched as the torrent of fire crashed outward, swallowing siege engines, ladders, and the unlucky souls caught between retreat and advance. It wasn't a single explosive detonation. Instead, the magic built steadily, emanating power like a living entity. A pillar of fire stretched skyward, growing taller with each heartbeat. Walter said nothing. Randolph could only gape, struck. Dumb by awe, Belinda gripped the reins of her mount, keeping herself from being thrown off by the heat blast. Kair had to steel his body just to keep watching, as the smoke and light danced skyward. Gileian stepped toward the gate, calm and curious, studying the aftermath. Nearby, Gislin watched quietly, as if this was always the outcome he expected. Vanessa had shattered her limits, channeling the magic of a mage who had reached the outer edge of what humans could become in a single breath. Dagel's offensive crumbled. The soldiers at the front were pinned, unable to advance, yet unable to flee, and those behind. They ran, panicked, driven mad by the screams and searing heat. What had begun as a breach now burned as a monument to Vanessa's power and Gislin's faith in her. From the side of the battlefield, a storm of black thunder surged Gislin's cavalry. His riders burst through the haze of smoke and flame, crashing into Dagel's fractured ranks with unrelenting fury. The enemy's morale shattered. Soldiers bolted in all directions, discarding weapons and comrades alike in a mad dash. To escape, Gislin carved through the panicked crowd like a scythe through dry grass. Those who hadn't already been consumed by the fire were swiftly claimed by his blade. Without hesitation, Gislin called out crisp, brutal orders to his mercenaries. He directed them like a conductor leading an orchestra of death, circling withdrawing units like wolves, hemming in weakened prey. The battle's rhythm had changed, the outcome now unmistakably tilting toward Persium's favor. But Gislin didn't let up. His eyes held the cold finality of a man who believed mercy was for fools. From here on out, only a cat and its master had any hope of walking past him unscathed. The scattered remnants of Diggle's forces staggered from the inferno, only to be met by the iron tide of the black cavalry bearing down on them. Each man had entered the fray hoping to earn honor or acclaim. Now they were fleeing for their lives, faces twisted in terror. Victor, one of their few remaining high knights, gasped for breath. The heat pressed in on him like a wall of molten iron, though his knightly armor gave some protection. It wasn't enough to halt the creeping panic. He scanned the battlefield with grim calculation. If they moved quickly, perhaps a retreat through The outskirts might save what was left of his force. Just then, a soldier stumbled toward him, eyes wild, his breathing ragged. "Sir," the man rasped, barely able to stand. "They're all gone." The fire? It took nearly everyone. He dropped to one knee, pleading, "We must fall back now. There's nothing left to fight with." Victor clenched his jaw, muttering a curse under his breath. Everything had gone wrong. His once mighty army of 6,000 had been reduced to a pitiful 1,000, and even those were barely holding together. The battle must have appeared the culmination of years of careful planning. Chess pieces moved slowly, deliberately into place. Victor had spent so long cutting off Persium's paths, ensuring their destruction. Yet here they stood, still defiant, as if some unseen hand had rewritten the script entirely. And then there were the wildcards, Persium's black cavalry, the ruthless mercenary commander known as the Mad Dog of Sybaris, and the mage Victor still saw the image of his spell, a single blast incinerating thousands in one stroke. He exhaled. Slowly, this wasn't mere misfortune. It was as though the gods themselves had turned against him. Wiping ash from his face, Victor steadied himself on his blade. The battlefield had betrayed him, but he was not yet broken. He issued a sharp command for a full withdrawal, ordering his remaining troops to regroup beyond the scorched plain, there near the base and away from the burning forest. They could breathe plan anew. He wasn't done. Not yet. "Send word to Aden," he said, voice sharp with restrained fury. Before his messenger could move, a figure appeared emerging from the smoke like a specter. Victor turned. Through the narrow visor of his helm, his eyes widened in disbelief. The figure approached, slowly, deliberately. Blood dripped from the massive axe resting on his shoulder. In his other hand, he carried the unmistakable remnants of something horrifying. Adon's severed head and hand, still clad in armor and soaked in crimson. The helmet was smashed and glistening, as though mocking what it had once protected. It was Gileian. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Every step he took was a sentence. Every drop of blood, a declaration. Diggle was finished. Gileian stood, unwavering before the imposing Hyal Knight, his voice steady as he asked the question that made the battlefield hold its breath. "Are you the commander of Diggett's army?" Victor's eyes stayed glued to the severed head of Adon, shock coursing through him. The sight alone chilled him. Adon, one of the most stalwart and powerful knights, struck down like a mere pawn. Whoever this man was, he had just shattered the illusion of Diggett's invincibility. The implications were devastating. Until now, Perum's true strength had remained hidden in the shadows, unreported, elusive, and now terrifyingly real. Without a word, Gileian let Adon's head fall from his grip. It hit the blood-soaked earth with a dull, final thud. In one fluid motion, Gileian lifted his giant axe, leveling it at Victor, eyes cold and merciless. He gave his warning plainly. The main camp had been obliterated, and if Victor had any sense, he would surrender before he too was reduced to Ashdod. Victor hesitated. Was this another ploy? A feint to draw him out? But no matter how he tried to rationalize it, the reality was undeniable. His troops were being decimated by the minute, and that infernal wall of fire. How had a mage sustained it for so long? The flames had not flickered, had not dimmed. They raged unrelenting. For Victor, the battle had already slipped through his fingers. At least, the battle as commander. A dry, bitter laugh erupted from his throat, twisted by disbelief and fury. Madness danced in the edges of his gaze as he summoned his mana, forming a powerful barrier around himself. If this was his last stand, he would face it not as a leader, but as a warrior. Gileian didn't flinch. He met Victor's fire with silence, his ancient frame braced for death. The rank and title of his opponent meant nothing to him. This wasn't about glory, it was about resolve. Victor inhaled deeply and steadied his hands. Then, with a sneer, he barked out a defiant challenge. "Don't make me laugh, Gileian," he roared. "You think this is the end? I'll burn Perum to the ground myself." With that, something shifted in him. The wildness gave way to purpose, a terrible clarity born of desperation. "The real war," he said with grim certainty, "is just beginning." He knew what he must do now. There were no troops left to lead, no grand strategies to execute. If he was to gain the knowledge of a true commander, he would have to seize it with blood and fury, alone. The path ahead was singular: either die by Perum's hand, or transcend the limits of mortality and forge himself into something more. Victor's body surged with power as he prepared to cross that final threshold, not just to fight, but to ascend. As Diggle's troops were swallowed by a raging inferno, Zwalter seized the moment. Sensing Perseum's surge in momentum, his voice thundered across the battlefield with unflinching authority. All units were to rain bolts upon the retreating. Enemy no mercy, no hesitation. Cloaked in the heavy armor of the Dirus, Perseum's elite black cavalry charged forward like a tide of vengeance. Their advance was relentless, sweeping through the ranks of Diggle's soldiers with deadly precision. Any who dared resist were swiftly struck down, their efforts crumbling against Perseum's iron resolve from the heart of the battlefield. Gileian echoed the same merciless order. His voice, cold and resolute, rang over the chaos. No, the old warrior was to be spared. The command was not one of anger, but of absolute certainty. As if summoned by wrath itself, the flames consumed everything, transforming the field into a blazing prison. The inferno offered no escape and no hope of regrouping. Diggle's forces faltered, trapped within the blazing perimeter and powerless against the ferocious onslaught of the black cavalry. Their movements were disciplined and precise, their bodies shielded from the searing heat by the thick hides of the Dirus through the smoke and ruin. Belinda emerged, half carrying Kay. His body hung limp, bloody and broken, as though barely clinging to life. She called out to Gileian as she approached, prompting him to rein in his steed and take a breath. He was surprised when her words brought no news of tactical developments or impending threats. She had simply come to check on him. Her worry wasn't for the battle, it was for Gileian himself. He met her concern with quiet composure, assuring her that he was untouched, not even grazed. With a faint smirk, he asked how they were faring. Belinda, ever the irreverent one, even amid slaughter, responded with her usual sarcasm. She cast a look at Kay, silently prompting him to say something. Kay, drenched in blood and barely conscious, managed to lift a trembling thumb, his silent confirmation that he was, somehow, still alive. Gileian let out a low chuckle. The fire in his gaze remained, but his expression softened briefly. There was a strange comfort in the stubborn survival of his companions. Belinda kept her tone sharp, remarking that if they had delayed Gileian's plan even slightly, it would have ended in disaster. She remembered how mad it had sounded at first. He gave a simple nod, satisfied that it had worked. She added with a weary sigh that she never wanted to attempt something like that again. The cost had been monstrous. Burning through so many runestones had taken a toll on her conscience. Still, she admitted, it had changed the course of the battle. With a crooked grin, she told Gileian he should give Vanessa some credit for coming up with the idea. Gileian had no objection. He had already planned to, but his mind was elsewhere. He asked about Gileian, puzzled by his absence. Gileian had been tasked with assaulting Diggle's main camp, and there had been no sign of failure. Gileian reasoned that he had probably found another enemy force to engage. Belinda's face tightened with concern. She had no answers, but she too reached the same assumption. Without wasting another second, Gileian turned his mount sharply, lowered his visor, and took off toward the gate. Kay was in good hands. With Belinda, and with no word from Victor, it was clear who remained on the battlefield. At the gate, Victor surged forward like a force of nature. His eyes burned with a cold fury, and his oath was clear: he would cut down every last enemy himself. In Gileian, he had found a rival worthy of that vow. As he closed the distance, Victor twisted his blade into a wide, sweeping arc. Gileian, standing tall even after slaying Adon behind enemy lines, met him head-on. He raised the long handle of his axe just in time to block the blow. But Victor wasn't done. His footwork flowed into a deadly spin, graceful and lethal as a falling star. Victor spun once more, channeling momentum through his limbs as he brought his blade down in a brutal arc. The execution was flawless heat strike, honed by years of relentless training. Gileian barely had a moment to react. He raised his axe just in time to absorb the impact, the shock of the blow rattling through his bones. There was disbelief in his eyes. Victor's power was far beyond anything he had anticipated. Each strike landed heavier than the last, as if fueled by a compounding force. This wasn't brute strength, it was rhythm turned deadly. Victor pressed forward, his assault. A flurry of rapid, punishing strikes that left no room to counter. Though both men were battle-hardened, Victor moved with the efficiency of a man built for war, his blade an extension of a killer's will. Gileian, in contrast, was the weathered lion's guard by a life of mercenary toil. He stood firm, slower, but grounded, every stance a testament to years of survival. His body bore the punishment, but his spirit refused to yield. Just when it seemed the tide would consume him, Gileian found an opening. With sheer grit, he retaliated. His massive axe, whipped through the air in a wide, calculated arc, came squarely at Victor's neck as the swordsman closed in. But Victor moved like lightning. In an instant, he leaped into the air, soaring above the killing blow. His body turned mid-flight, the sword spinning with him, gathering deadly inertia. Before his feet touched the ground, he had already aligned, his blade for an upward slash. His eyes gleamed, sharp, cold. Certain the strike came the moment he landed. Gileian twisted just enough to avoid a fatal hit. But the blade ripped across his shoulder, blood spraying as the force tore away the iron guard from his arm. He let out a guttural growl, a mix of pain and defiance. Even as his body screamed, his mind raced. Victor, this so-called hidden blade of Desmond County, was a monster cloaked in speed and precision. There were no openings, no pauses, no rest. Victor surged forward once more, blade already in motion, forcing Gileian to raise his defenses again. At their level, a single misstep was death. There was no room for hesitation. Each strike from Victor came faster, harder. Once disgraced, as a commander, he now fought like a knight reborn in the crucible of blood. Every forward step drove Gileian backward, step by punishing step. Though battered, Gileian held the line, but Victor's patience began to unravel. He had thought to break the old warrior easily. Now, frustration crept into his thoughts, tainting them with contempt. Inwardly, he cursed Gileian, called him a filthy rat, a pest clinging to life. But Gileian ignored the venom. He knew the battlefield, knew pain, and swung his axe again steady and fierce. The weapons clashed. Victor's sword angled upward, deflecting the crushing force. In a flash, he twisted his blade into the notch of the axe, seizing control. Too late, Gileian realized what was happening. His grip faltered. The axe wrenched free from his hands, spinning away and crashing onto the ground out of reach. Behind them, firelight flickered, casting monstrous shadows over the duel. Victor stepped forward with grim purpose, blade lifted high for the final blow. His thoughts brimmed with disdain. This would be the end. Yet Gileian's eyes didn't waver. He tracked every muscle in Victor's frame, calculating the next move, grasping for any chance. Then it came. The thrust. Victor drove his blade forward, straight into Gileian's midsection. Blood burst from the exit wound. But Gileian hadn't stood idle. His instincts, forged in 100 close calls, had screamed just in time. He twisted mid-strike, guiding the blade away from his vital organs. The pain was searing. Blood poured from his mouth, but he lived, and Victor saw it too. Gileian's sudden movement dulled what would have been a killing blow. Now wounded and weary, the mercenary clung desperately to the sword, impaled in him, gripping it with raw defiance. For the first time, Victor hesitated. He reassessed everything. This wasn't mere luck. Gileian had defeated Adon, not by chance, but by strength and sheer will. Adon had been no minor foe. To survive that battle and still resist now, battered as he was, revealed something deeper. Perhaps it was recklessness, perhaps desperation, but to Victor, it demanded respect. In that moment, he realized that even Adon would not have begrudged falling to a man like Gileian. Decision made, Victor didn't retreat. He pressed forward, driving the blade deeper into the mercenary's chest, pouring mana into the steel to finish the job with finality. He would not leave this to fate. The old lion would die here. But instinct flared a flash of danger. Without warning, a blade laced with mana cut through the air with terrifying speed, heading straight for Victor's skull. Abandoning the finishing blow, he acted on reflex. He lashed out with a vicious kick, hurling Gileian's body away, and ripped the embedded sword from the mercenary's weakening grip in the same motion. He vaulted backward, landing hard, breath heaving as he turned to face the source of the attack. And then he saw him. A figure approached from the smoke-choked battlefield with measured grace, confident, unyielding. Victor's mind raced. This man, he wasn't in any of the intelligence reports. No name, no warning, not even a whisper. Yet he moved with the composure of a veteran and the threat of a storm. Gileian crumpled and bleeding on the scorched earth, exhaled in relief. He recognized the approaching warrior at once. It was the young Master Gileian. Silent, focused Gileian paused only to lift the massive, long-handled axe that had once belonged to Gileian. He spun it once in his palm, effortlessly adjusting to its weight, then rested it against his shoulder as he strode forward. Each step sent waves of pressure through the ground. His breathing was steady, his eyes cold and resolved. Behind him, the firestorm blazed, but Gileian didn't flinch. This chaos, it was where he belonged, to those who had survived his fury before. He was more than a warrior. He was an omen of ruin. Victor's eyes widened with dawning recognition. This was the force that had annihilated Duel's lines alongside the dreaded Black Cavalry. This was the unaccounted-for anomaly that had shattered the balance of the battlefield. Then, without visible command, a surge of power burst from within. Gileian, his third mana core, ignited. Mana coursed through him in a refined pattern forged by years of discipline. His gaze locked onto Victor, no words needed. Retribution burned. In those eyes, he moved Dot to ordinary soldiers. It was as if he vanished, reappearing 30 paces closer in the blink of an eye. But to warriors like Victor, time slowed. In those seconds, every shift in muscle, every ounce of intent became visible. The axe in Gileian's hands glowed with deadly promise. Its edge gleaming crimson from the blood of past battles. He leaped upward. Rising with the poise of a predator, drawing back the axe, he harnessed momentum beyond anything Gileian had ever mustered. A flicker of satisfaction passed over his face. He had grown stronger since the regression, strong enough to strike down any threat to Perum. Victor responded in kind, instincts driving him. His sword came up, colliding with the descending axe in a roar of steel and flame. The explosion of their clash ruptured the very air. Mana shields absorbed the blistering heat, but the force alone would have crushed lesser fighters. Still, Victor didn't yield. Now he understood. This was no mere ally of Perum. Gileian was its shieldits, wrath made manifest, and Victor knew the burden of ending this war lay with him, or no one. Just as the clash erupted, Victor realized with a jolt that his adversary's strength rivaled his own. With a sudden burst of mana-fueled might, he surged forward, his blade pushing back the tide of power surging from Gileian. The force of Victor's counter sent Gileian skidding several paces across the scorched ground. But there was no pause. Without a breath's hesitation, they threw themselves back into the fray. Sword and axe danced in a deadly rhythm, metal singing as it struck metal. Victor's technique was honed and precise, a masterclass in discipline, while Gileian moved with wild unpredictability, feral and instinctive, yet no less lethal. They spun around one another, weapons carving graceful arcs through the smoke-filled air, each blow driven by purpose and strength. Again their weapons met, a clash so fierce it echoed across the battlefield. This time, Gileian pressed harder, allowing the weight of his axe and a fresh surge of mana to drive his assault. Victor, rather than confronting the strike head-on, opted for agility. He leaped upward, narrowly avoiding the attack as the axe roared beneath him. Then, as gravity reclaimed him, he raised his sword high, aiming to hammer down with the momentum of his descent. But Gileian was ready. Calm and unmoved, he simply lifted his axe's handle, bracing it like a polearm. It absorbed the brunt of Victor's blow with ease. The fiery heat around them seemed distant, drowned out by the shriek of clashing steel. Though Victor's attack had been mighty, Gileian held his ground without flinching. Victor's blade locked against his opponent's flank, unable to press through. Then, with cold precision, Gileian made his move. He shifted sideways with deceptive speed, denying Victor the chance to disengage. In one fluid motion, he launched himself into the air, hooking a leg around Victor's neck. The maneuver stunned Victor, his vision blurred as Gileian twisted. Mid-air, locking Victor's head between his legs. In a vicious spiral, they plummeted downward. The impact shook the earth. Victor cried out as he hit the ground, pain shooting through his limbs. There was no evading it. He had taken the full brunt. Struggling to his feet, he stumbled back several steps, his sword hand trembling. Across from him stood the black warrior axe, now stained with blood. Victor's mind raced. Who was this man? Since when had Perum harbored a warrior of this caliber? As he tried to decipher Gileian's erratic yet devastating technique, a chilling realization set in one wrong move could mean death. Then, for the first time, Gileian spoke. His voice was level, his gaze unwavering. He revealed that he knew exactly who Victor was. He spoke of the Diggle forces of their plans, even hinting at Desmond County's covert influence behind the military curtain. Gileian wasn't just a brute. He was informed, strategic, dangerous. He declared his intent. Plainly, Victor would not leave the battlefield alive. The word struck Victor like a blade. Gileian knew of the hidden sword of Desmond, knew of Victor's role in it all. Had Perum truly unraveled such a deeply embedded secret? Doubt gnawed at him, but there was no time for hesitation. Steeling himself, Victor tightened his grip on his sword. He dismissed Gileian's claims as absurd lies. There was no way their mission had been compromised. With a defiant cry, he charged. Once more, steel met steel again, and the duel raged on. The clash reignited with renewed ferocity, and Victor's mind churned with disbelief. He was never meant to be synonymously whispered about in Desmond County's deepest circles, a phantom in steel. Yet here he was, locked in open combat. Across from him, Gileian remained stoic, drawing his axe back in a wide arc before pivoting and bringing it down like a falling mountain. Victor reacted on instinct, sword rising just in time to parry. The collision birthed a shockwave that scattered embers through the scorched air. Victor tried to dismiss the idea that Gileian actually recognized him. Surely, it was just a bluff battlefield. Mind games meant to unnerve. Steeling himself, he refused to be baited. They pressed in close, blades and bodies in constant motion, trading strikes with deadly precision. The firestorm around them faded into the periphery. Victor slashed wide and bellowed his defiance, his blade cutting a gleaming crescent through the chaos. Simultaneously, Gileian vaulted upward, twisting midair. His axe became a bar, his body a lever, spinning in perfect control. The counterstrike came from above, powered by momentum and raw intent. Victor rolled aside at the last second, narrowly avoiding the axe's bite as it smashed into the earth. Seeing his chance, Victor lunged, sword descending in a powerful overhead slash. But Gileian adapted instantly. Using the buried axe as an anchor, he twisted around the handle, fluid as a dancer. The motion propelled him just beyond Victor's reach, and as he spun, he gathered mana into his leg. The kick landed like a hammer, crashing into Victor's helm and launching him backwards. The force turned the world into a blur of sound and pain. Metal shrieked, his helmet caved under the blow, the ringing in his ears deafening. But Gileian didn't relent. Harnessing his remaining momentum, he whipped his axe free and swept it sideways in one fluid motion, drawing a brutal arc aimed straight at Victor's center. The blow was more than a technique, it was destruction incarnate, honed through fury and discipline. Victor barely got his sword up in time. The weapons met with a deafening clang that sent vibrations through the battlefield. Victor dropped to one knee under the pressure, every tendon straining. But the assault continued. It felt as though the axe had a will of its own, bearing down with relentless purpose. His defense finally shattered. Steel groaned. Then came the final. Earth-shaking strike mana exploded outward in a flash as the axe slammed onto Victor's helm. The helmet split. Blood sprayed the ash-covered ground. Gasping, Victor clung to his sword, still kneeling, his armor fractured and soaked. This war had devoured entire battalions. 10,000 lives lost in the blaze of 1,000 warriors. And now, in single combat. He was faltering before an enemy he didn't even recognize. Gileian strode forward with eerie calm, moving toward the greatsword he had cast aside earlier, his weapon of protection for Gileian. Smoke and flame licked at the edges of the field, but the knight walked through it undisturbed. His black armor shimmered ominously, a harsh counterpoint to Victor's silver. The sword and gave it a smooth spin, refamiliarizing himself with its weight. Though the axe had served him well, this was his true weapon. Crimson light danced along its edge, and in that moment, he ceased to be a knight. He became executioner. Even Victor Desmond's phantom blade had failed to shake him. Breathing shallowly, Victor finally asked the question that lingered heavy. "In the air, who are you?" Gileian already knew Victor's thoughts. He planned to retreat, to salvage what he could of his shattered army, but no such retreat would be allowed. The trap was already sprung, the end inevitable. So Gileian answered. He removed his helmet and cast it aside. Revealed beneath was the face of a young noble serene, untouched by war. Not a drop of blood, not a flicker of weariness. His gaze cut through the smoke like a blade of its own. "And the young lord of Perum," he said quietly. "The scoundrel of the north." Victor stood motionless, the weight of the revelation crashing down on him like a collapsing fortress. Gileian the rogue, long whispered about in tavern tales and soldiers gossiped, now radiated the terrifying presence of a High Knight. In another world, in another moment, Victor would have claimed that title for himself. He had always believed he was the North's pinnacle of strength, the sword all others measured against. Yet here stood Gileian, his hidden strength undeniable, his reputation till now utterly absent from any intelligence Victor had ever reviewed. A dry, breathless laugh tore from Victor's throat. He had masked his true self for years, yet it seemed Gileian had done the same, far more effectively. The absurdity of it burned in his chest. How had this ghost, this shadow of the North, managed to bring him so low? His breath quickened as disbelief turned to fury. Gileian had never even registered as a threat, and now he stood victorious. It was humiliating. Dizziness washed over Victor, his footing faltering before he snapped back into stance, whispering bitterly to himself, the great northern knight, bested by a man once written off as a mere scoundrel. Gileian's eyes glowed with intense, silent, deadly, resolute. Without a word, he declared the end of this duel, this rivalry. He wasn't just here to win. He came to rewrite the legacy of the North. He wanted the title Victor had long claimed in silence. And he made it clear he knew exactly who Victor was. The sound of his own name, spoken aloud by this man, cut through Victor's spiraling thoughts. His smirk twisted into something sharp. The arrogance in Gileian's voice irked him, but it also sharpened his mind like a blade plunged into ice. Water. Victor couldn't comprehend how Gileian had engineered this confrontation so perfectly, but it didn't matter. War had no regard for fairness. Only one truth reigned: victory belonged to the last man standing. Sword in hand, Victor summoned what little remained of his strength. His body throbbed with exhaustion, mana flaring and breaking within him. His armor, forged for protection, now scorched and cursed him with searing heat. His blade felt heavier, with every breath threatening to collapse from the strain. Still, his eyes were clear. He knew the stakes. Across the field, Gileian mirrored his resolve. He moved like a tide about to crash his silent, steady, unstoppable. His third core was fully open now, and with it came a surge of power so overwhelming it warped the very air around him. Victor's aura shimmered with cold blue light, while Gileian's pulsed with a deep, violent crimson violet, like a wound that refused to close. Their stares met and locked, neither flinching. Despite the rage simmering beneath his skin, Gileian stood calm, detached, as if already victorious. With a tilt of his blade, he offered a silent invitation to battle above. On the ramparts, cloaked in chaos and smoke, Zoltar's voice rang out, commanding and unshaken. Randolph and Scovin pressed into the fray beside him, their blades cleaving through what remained of the enemy. Belinda and Kerr fought like storms through Diggle's broken forces, cutting down stragglers with precision and fury. Among the ruins, Gileian, bloodied and barely upright, managed to flee atop a stolen mount. Within the gates, Vanessa lay unconscious, her body spent from casting a spell no Fifth Circle mage should have dared. Her strength had burned away completely. Now only Victor stood final pillar against the storm. Gileian had swept the battlefield clean, scattering Diggett's armies like ashes in the wind. And for this final challenge, he had come in person. With no signal given, both men exploded into motion, closing the distance in a blink. Their blades met in a deafening crash, the shockwave ripping through flame and rubble alike. They wove around each other with ruthless grace, swords slashing and clashing with precision born of countless battles. Though Gileian's power was immense, he lacked the endless reserves Victor still commanded, impervious to flame, letting him move through fire as though it were smoke. And so they danced in destruction, each stroke bringing them closer to the end. Their duel raged on, neither showing signs of fatigue or surrender. Gileian, though initially skeptical, began to accept what others claimed. Victor had truly earned his title as the North's greatest knight. There was strength behind his blade that couldn't be denied. Yet Victor, for all his precision and discipline, couldn't quite grasp how someone like Gileian emerging from the quiet obscurity of Perum could possess such power. Warriors of that caliber weren't forged in isolation, or so he thought. There, Victor advanced with newfound intensity. His strikes became a blur swift, surgical, honed. By years of noble training, each swing embodied elegance and lethal intent. Despite Victor's advantage in mana, Gileian's unyielding brute force kept him in the fight. Regaining his stance, Gileian subtly rotated his body, redirecting Victor's momentum with a defensive twist. He countered swiftly, bringing his blade down in a sweeping arc aimed at Victor's head. Victor responded instantly, his blade rising to block with unwavering resolve. The clash echoed like thunder. Victor's sword then pulsed with raw mana, as he pushed forward, attempting to overpower Gileian's weapon, but his technique, drilled into him by the legendary herald himself, stood strong under pressure. Spotting a fleeting gap in Gileian's defense, Victor stepped into striking range, swinging horizontally. But Gileian was faster. He lifted one leg and halted Victor's arms mid-motion. His movement spoke of hard-earned experience, the kind carved from 1,000 battles. Using Victor's halted motion as leverage, Gileian propelled himself upward. Seizing the tempo of the battle, Victor found himself exposed, his weapon mid-air and out of line. Gileian spun, his other leg sweeping across in a wide arc. The kick connected with Victor's face, blood streaking from his nose as the force sent him stumbling. Still, he held on, refusing to falter. Though unable to land a decisive hit, Victor sharpened his senses, tracking even the faintest twitch in Gileian's posture. Gileian, now in rhythm, twisted into another attack, his sword launching upward with brutal elegance. Victor scrambled to raise his weapon in time, intercepting the strike just as it crashed against his blade. This time, Gileian pressed the advantage. Blow after blow rained down in a furious barrage, their weapons clashing with deafening intensity. Each strike forced them apart, only to pull them together again in the next heartbeat. Between their grunts and the ring of steel, Victor snarled, frustration leaking into every word he hurled at his opponent. Sensing an opportunity, or perhaps driven by desperation, Victor gathered every ounce of remaining mana. He poured it into his sword with reckless abandon, unleashing a primal roar as he lunged. The burst of power slammed into Gileian's guard, finally sending him airborne. He hit the ground several meters back, boots dragging deep grooves into the dirt as he stabilized himself. Pain burned across Gileian's arm, a fresh cut, shallow but stinging. He knew the battle's end approached. There wasn't time to prolong it. Calm and control would decide the victor now. Victor, meanwhile, felt the thrill of finally drawing blood. But even with that small victory, he still couldn't comprehend how Gileian reached such a peak, especially from such an obscure place. Nonetheless, his respect had been earned, as if by silent agreement. Both fighters paused, chests heaving, blades lowered for a brief moment. Amidst the shimmering heat and smoke curling around them, their gazes locked. No words were exchanged, but the truth was clear in their eyes. They acknowledged one another as equals, warriors standing alone at the pinnacle of their craft. The clash demanded everything they had. Without hesitation, Victor sprang into action. In a burst of speed, he closed the gap, his figure a blur as he raised his sword for a powerful upward strike. A surge of mana deepened the glow around him to a vibrant, electric blue. He swung upward from behind, meeting the force charging at him with unshakable intent. Gileian didn't yield. His blade came crashing down, matching Victor's power, but Gileian wasn't done. Pivoting mid-motion, he twisted his grip and brought his weapon down a second time. Victor barely had time to adjust, raising his sword again to block. In that brief breath of space, Victor spun sideways, letting his cloak flare out to veil the angle of his next move. It was meant to distract Gileian's gaze just long enough for an edge. Gileian wasn't fooled. He launched himself into the air, dodging Victor's sweeping slash by inches. His blade carved through nothing but air. From above, Gileian funneled raw mana into his weapon. Its aura darkened, tinged with crimson. With a vicious spin, he hurled a devastating downward strike. Victor, already shifting from his previous motion, brought his sword upward to meet the blow. Steel met steel, energy surged and cracked around them. Gileian landed lightly, already winding, up for another punishing slash. Victor intercepted it again, the impact resonating like a thunderclap. Their blades sparked and flared, no longer ringing like metal but pulsing with the essence of their mana. Victor's technique was polished, precise, refined in discipline and training. Gileian's style, though wild and brutal, was carved from real survival, every move steeped in lethal experience. Victor lunged forward, his blade aimed at Gileian's head, but Gileian deflected the strike with a sidelong counter. Their blades locked. For a moment, both men pushed with raw force, muscles taut, unmoved by fatigue or pain. It was a battle of willpower now. Gileian's gaze gleamed with a strange violet hue, his mana intensifying. Victor's eyes, glowing, fiercely blue, stared back with unwavering focus. With a surge of strength, Victor overpowered the lock, driving Gileian's weapon downward. Taking the opening, Victor slid his sword along the trapped blade, aiming it for Gileian's throat. But Gileian didn't resist the pressure. He bent low, slipping under the strike with uncanny precision. Victor's blade passed harmlessly overhead, leaving him overextended. Gileian took full advantage. He caught Victor by the collar and used a swift leg sweep to slam him into the ground. Without delay, Gileian sprang into the air, sword raised, poised to finish it. Though Victor's raw power outclassed his opponent, Gileian's ruthless finesse, sharpened through life-or-death battles, made him deadly. Just in time, Victor rolled aside, escaping the strike by a breath. The blade plunged into stone where he'd just lain close, but not enough. Any lingering curiosity Victor once held about Gileian's past had long since dissolved. Now, only one thing remained in his mind: destruction. He landed hard on one foot, dragging his sword upward through the dirt in a sweeping arc. Soil and grit surged forward in a wave, aimed squarely at Gileian's crude attempt to shroud his vision. The tactic was far from conventional, but Victor was desperate. Even so, it was not enough to fool a warrior like Gileian. In a heartbeat, Victor's blade flared with mana, his energy violently surging into the weapon as he lunged in a direct, brutal stab at Gileian's head. But the move, while forceful, lacked subtlety. Gileian, hardened by countless battles, read it instantly and moved to counter. That kind of reckless charge was far too transparent. Yet in that breath of time, Gileian recognized the power Victor wielded. The gap between them had nearly vanished. It was uncanny, an echo of the past replayed in a twisted reflection, spurred on by the full awakening of Gileian's third mana gate. The memory came rushing back, the early days of the war. When Gileian had launched his siege on Desmond's county and Victor had stood in defiance. Barring his way back then, Victor was already revered across the north as its most formidable swordsman, his reputation respected by nobles and soldiers alike. Gileian, on the other hand, had no title, his nobility stripped away, his rise to power forged by rallying mercenaries and rogues under one banner. That battle had been long and brutal, but Gileian emerged victorious in the end, having slain the Northern Lion. It hadn't been easy. He'd been forced to lay his vengeance aside, just long enough to finish the fight. But that clash was just a prologue. Desmond's army seemed endless. They were just one piece of the storm, threatening to engulf the north. By the time Gileian lost everything: his father, his sister, his homeland, he made a vow among the ashes. Of his ancestral home, Perum, from that moment on, he swore to obliterate any who dared to threaten it. Victor was no exception. Neither was the mysterious force of regression, the arcane curse or blessing that had returned him to this timeline. None of it had dulled the inferno that burned within Gileian. Even if the strength he now summoned was only a fraction of what he once held, his will was sharper than ever. No matter what, Perum's enemies would know only death. Victor, drained but unyielding, summoned the last dregs of his power. With a roar like crashing thunder, he launched his blade forward in a final furious strike. All three of his mana sources strained against the burden, but Gileian didn't flinch. He anchored himself and prepared his counter. The two surged forward, blades poised for a mutual killing blow. Their weapons howled through the air, each aimed squarely at the other's heart. Then an explosion of mana split the space between them. Their clash shook the ground. In the aftermath, only a single crimson arc painted the result. Blood erupted from Victor's back as Gileian's blade pierced through his gut, cold and precise. Though the counterattack ravaged Gileian's own muscles and strained his bones, he twisted just enough to deflect Victor's fatal strike. Victor's eyes stretched wide, stunned. This wasn't a fluke. Desmond's forces had plotted every angle, every contingency. They had spies, strategies, and tactics for every known threat. But they hadn't accounted for this. A man equal to their strongest knight, Gileian of Persia. Victor choked out his master's name count. Desmond a whispered question, or maybe a curse. But to Gileian, it made no difference. Every foe of Persia was etched in his memory. With no more hesitation, he yanked his blade free and cast Victor's. Body aside, the dying knight crashed into the scorched battlefield, limp and disbelieving. Flames roared all around, heat licking the battlefield like a furnace. And amid it all, Gileian stood alone, towering over the broken remains of his foe. A low, bitter chuckle escaped him. Victor's ambitions now seemed like a farce. He wouldn't die as a hero or even as a noble. He'd perish nameless, forgotten, a mere footnote among Diald's military ranks, though pain screamed from every inch of Gileian's body. Victory's sweetness dulled all suffering. This was the cost of crossing someone who bore the burden of regression, someone who could rewrite fate and kill his enemies not once, but twice. There was no triumph to be found in a single kill. Gileian's mission was far from complete. More foes loomed on the horizon, more trials awaited. Without another word, he turned from the fallen figure and began to walk away. But then, a voice fragile and worn-cut through the silence. Victor Gileian paused mid-step, his head tilting slightly in acknowledgement. That faint movement gave Victor the space he needed to speak one last time. Lying broken on the battlefield, Victor struggled to understand the truth. Gasping for air, he asked the question that had haunted him since their clash began. Who was this man who had defeated him so easily? The name Gileian didn't seem enough. How could he, once heralded as a proud knight of Desmond, be struck down by someone long dismissed as a footnote, a disgraced heir? He uttered those thoughts aloud, his voice thin but laced with disbelief. Gileian offered no reply, no correction, no satisfaction. He merely let Victor say his piece, leaving him to wrestle with the truth. A faint, almost wistful smile played across Victor's lips. "It doesn't matter anymore," he breathed. There was even a hint of amusement in his voice. It was a good fight. His final words settled like dust, and with them came a kind of peace. He looked up, eyes dimming, and saw not a myth, but a man. Gileian per Tium, as the sun crept above the jagged peaks beyond the field. Light spilled across the smoking remains of Desmond County's failed invasion. The flames had withered. The battle was over. Victor's body lay motionless amidst the ruin. Gileian turned, sliding his sword into the strap across his back. There would be no peace for him, not yet. Ahead lay more enemies like Victor, more darkness. His path pressed onward, and the war within him was still far from its end. As dawn broke across the war-torn expanse, the first rays of light revealed the grim conclusion of battle. The land was soaked in blood and strewn with the fallen soldiers of Diald, their bodies silent witnesses to a devastating defeat. Despite the horrors of the field, the Black Cavalry mercenaries held firm to their commander's orders. Not a single corpse was touched. The silence was heavy. Reverent Dot, through the haze of smoke and dust, Gileian approached the gates of Persium Castle. He moved slowly, burdened by the weight of Gileian. The old warrior slumped against him, barely conscious. Gileian had taken a vicious blow from Victor Desmond's most fearsome secret weapon and now clung to life by sheer will. As they neared the stronghold, the gates burst open and Persium's soldiers flooded out to meet them. Their young lord had returned. Against all odds, the defenders of Persium had triumphed. Their army, though outnumbered, had held its formation and suffered remarkably few casualties. Yet every face bore the weariness of men and women who had glimpsed death and stood firm. Gileian, though visibly drained, carried himself with pride. The victory had been earned not by luck, but through meticulous planning, the courage of his allies, and the unshakable foundation of Perum itself. His gaze drifted across the battlefield to the familiar faces of his father, uncle, and the veteran. Warriors who had stood sentinel at the walls, their bodies were battered, armor rent and bloodied, but they stood tall. The disbelief of survival, etched into their expressions, matched Gileian's own. The mocking nickname, Northern Scoundrel, no longer held weight. That title had died with the enemy. To his right, Belinda remained upright, her armor scratched, but her spirit undimmed. Keir, once leaning on others, now stood tall, ignoring the pain in his wounds. Behind them, the mercenaries stared, caught between awe and relief. Many had feared, the worst when Gileian charged alone into the heart of Duel's army. Now seeing him bloodied but breathing, their silence broke. Gileian offered a crooked smile, the kind only exhaustion could craft, and muttered a question to the wind. Did we all make it? Before the quiet could return, cheers erupted. Belinda, Keir, and the mercenary band surged toward him, voices raised in joyous uproar. They shouted his name, laughing, clapping him on the back, their disbelief turning to celebration. They had seen him become a storm in human form, tearing through the enemy like a legend born in fire and steel. One grizzled veteran called it the fiercest battle he'd ever witnessed. Another whispered about the inferno magic flames that had devoured thousands of Duel's men in moments. That memory would be carved into their souls forever. Amid their cries, Gileian took a moment to speak, thanking them truly, them for their courage and loyalty. Without them, there would have been no victory. Of course, the teasing wasn't far behind. Kay couldn't resist throwing a barb at Gileian for getting himself cut by Victor. The old warrior waved off the concern with a grunt, wearing a lopsided grin as though he'd merely stumbled during training. Belinda scolded him, frustrated by his cavalier attitude toward wounds that still bled. She demanded he stop pretending, to be invincible, and let her treat him properly. Shifting his focus, Gileian asked about Vanessa and the rest of the mages. He remembered the immense toll their spellcasting had taken, and concern crept into his voice. Belinda explained that Vanessa had collapsed from pure exhaustion, her strength drained. But old Fergus had acted quickly, getting her and the others into the castle where they were now safe and recovering. Just then, a booming voice pierced the moment of voice, thick with emotion. Randolph Gileian's uncle called out. His tone carried the weight of pride, joy, and sheer relief. His nephew had not only survived the impossible, he had led them to victory. Overwhelmed with emotion, he didn't hesitate. Stepping forward, he wrapped Gileian in a firm embrace. His voice, laced with pride, rang with unfiltered praise for Gileian's accomplishments in the war. In his eyes, the young man had surpassed every expectation ever placed upon an heir to Perum. Gileian, momentarily stunned by the sudden affection, chuckled awkwardly. Still, he responded warmly, deflecting the praise to acknowledge the relentless efforts of the captain of the knights, who had stood alongside him with equal courage, defending the front lines. As he turned his gaze, he motioned toward a figure slowly approaching through the crowd. Zalter paused, locking eyes with his son from a distance. In that brief silence, memories from long ago stirred within him. His heart ached with the wish that his late wife could witness this moment, could see the man their son had become. With a deep breath, Zalter began to move forward. Now face to face, he studied Gileian up close. It was difficult to align this hardened, resolute warrior with the impulsive, noble-hearted youth he once raised. This was a man who had cut off enemy supplies with surgical precision, who had physically dismantled siege towers, and who had changed the course of battle with a trap as brutal as it was brilliant. His hands worn and trembling whether from age, fatigue, or unspoken emotion reached out to draw his son into a second embrace. Gileian stiffened, caught off guard. A rare softness gleamed in Zalter's eyes, matched by a voice, hoarse but steady, that broke the moment's stillness. He spoke without filters, proclaiming that Gileian's actions had defied logic and earned glory. He reminisced about the moment Gileian first shared his battle plan, how unthinkable it had seemed. Now, standing in victory's shadow, couldn't help but marvel that his son had not only dared to believe in such a plan but had brought it to life flawlessly. He laughed a mix of disbelief and, awe-shaking his head, Gileian, humbled, insisted that none of it would have been possible without Zwalter's faith and his dogged defense of the wall. It was the courage of those who held the line, he said, that allowed the strategy to succeed. But Zwalter would not. Let the spotlight shift. Smiling firmly, he dismissed his own part and placed the glory squarely on Gileian's shoulders. Then, unable to contain himself, Zwalter seized his son's hand and raised it high into the air. His voice, clear and unshakable, roared across the battlefield, naming Gileian the architect of their triumph, stirring the hearts of soldiers across the Fieldan army of 1,000 who had stood against 7 times their number, and won their victory was absolute. What remained of the invading force had been crushed, rooted entirely. In the center of that storm of celebration stood Gileian, mocked, not doubted, but exalted. He had become Persium's champion. The cheers surged, deafening in their joy. The battlefield transformed into a celebration of laughter, disbelief, and unfiltered relief. From every corner of the army, voices rose in triumph. Kair, Belinda, and Gileian added their cries too. The chorus, their faces bright with elation. The warriors of the Black Cavalry, once scattered souls brought together by coin and contract, now stood united, blades raised, voices lifted in tribute to their indomitable leader. Even Gordon, whose name echoed through legends, could not resist the tide of exhilaration. A roar escaped his lips as the elation swept over him. Gileian stood amidst them, silently absorbing the scene. The joy, the relief, the sheer disbelief that they had survived. He had trained for this alone, relentless, with a singular goal to bend destiny. Every hardship had brought him here, too. This moment, the toll had been brutal, but seeing the men and women he'd fought beside Smile in triumph reminded him why he had endured. In another life, vengeance had carved his path, pushing him to ascend the ranks of the continent's fiercest. But now, something deeper drove him. He didn't know why he had been granted this second chance. The mystery of his return lingered, unanswered, but his oath was certain Persium would endure. And for now, it had. As he clenched his trembling hand into a fist, emotion surged through him, not sorrow, not rage, but a fierce determination. This was only the prologue. Count Desmond, master tactician, and ever the opportunist, would no doubt be plotting his next move even now. And far behind Desmond, Duke Deliney's ambition remained coiled, eyeing the monster-ridden forests and the valuable territory beyond with cold hunger. With the king too weak to rule, the throne had become an empty symbol and invitation to conquest. As the victorious cheers slowly faded into the breeze, Randolph spoke up, suggesting they regroup the troops and tend to the wounded. Zwalter nodded and turned to his son, instructing Gileian to call the mercenaries back and take a moment to rest. But Gileian shook his head. His reply came swift and sharp, startling Zwalter into silence. "There's no time," Gileian said, firm and urgent. Zwalter frowned, but listened. The surrender of Count Daygold must be secured now. Before the sun sets, Gileian insisted. "Delay will cost us." Zwalter dismissed the urgency with a wave, assuring his son that it could wait until morning. Gileian's eyes hardened. "Tomorrow will be too late. Let me take the mercenaries. Grant me the authority to act as the Lord's proxy." Randolph tensed at the weight of those words, but chose not to interfere. Zwalter looked at his son, puzzled by his intensity. "The war is over," he said quietly. "Let your men rest. Let yourself rest." But Gileian stood his ground. "It's not over until Daygold kneels. If we give him even a night to breathe, he'll use it to regroup. He attacked us to tear apart our alliance and take our land. If we hesitate, he'll believe he has another chance." Zwalter studied him closely. Reading the fire behind his son's eyes, "We must move immediately," Gileian continued. "We strike now and impose terms so severe he will never dare challenge Persium again." Zwalter didn't respond at first. Instead, he watched his son with a mixture of awe and unease. The boy he once knew had been shaped into a man by fire. And Taimaman, who now bore the future of their realm on his shoulders, Gileian was no longer the impulsive noble many had once dismissed. His strategy stretched far beyond the immediate battlefield. He was sculpting a legacy. Zwalter, recognizing this clarity of vision, finally gave his assent. He passed on the authority of Lord's proxy, placing the remainder of the Persium campaign in Gileian's capable hands. Gileian acknowledged with a quiet nod, his expression calm. Before departing, Zwalter offered one last directive: extend formal respect to Count de Goat. Regardless of past betrayals, de Goat was still of noble blood, and how the realm perceived their actions mattered. Gileian assured him he understood he would do nothing to bring shame upon Persium. As always, if he strayed, he'd ask forgiveness after the fact. He turned to his battered allies. "Can you still fight?" he asked Kier. Gave a lopsided grin, one hand pressed against a bruised rib cage. "Just surface wounds," he declared. Belinda gave a determined nod, her eyes still sharp with resolve. When Gileian tried to fall in beside them, Gileian stopped him with a firm hand. "You've done more than enough. Rest." The command brooked. No argument. With orders set, Gileian and his company mounted up. The black-armored cavalry assembled in tight formation behind him. A single word from him sent them thundering down the road, hooves pounding earth and stone as they rode toward Daygold's lands. This wasn't merely a final clash, it was the wrapping of loose ends, the stamping of authority, and the silencing of any lingering threats. At the old castle, the mood was suffocating. The white flag had already been raised, its limp form visible from the tower walls, an unmistakable symbol of surrender. Yet within the Lord's chambers, Count Tomos burned with a fury that would not be doused. He had emptied his treasury into this war, convinced it would bring swift victory and greater glory. Instead, he stood amid ruin, humiliated and defeated. Breath came in short bursts. His heart pounded with rage and disbelief. He had scoffed at Persium, mocked it as a backward province ruled by a relic clinging to ancient codes. And yet, here he was, brought to his knees. How could Desmond of all people fail? He spat, the northern beast himself, bested by those Persium dogs. Lel, one of Thomas's long-serving advisors, stepped forward, voice low and calm. "My lord, please, you must gather yourself. There is still a way to preserve our dignity, to negotiate terms with structure intact." But Thomas's temper only flared further. "Dignity," he shouted. "Composure. What use are manners when everything is crumbling?" His voice rang. Through the chamber, as he barked orders, Lel was to prepare the surrender. They would offer compensation. Persium's fondness for honor and appearances would work in their favor. Zwalter would surely prefer reparations to prolonged conflict. Thomas's scheme was simple. Cast Desmond as the true aggressor. Wash his own hands of guilt and salvage what remained of his house's standing. But Lel paled as he stepped forward. His voice trembled. "My lord, there is nothing left. The treasury is empty. Every coin was spent to feed this war effort. We have nothing of value to offer, perhaps a few barren baronies or a fraction of future tax collections. But even that may not suffice." Tomos surged forward in a blind rage and grabbed Lel by the collar. The older man, untrained for violence, wheezed under the pressure. Tomos snarled, spittle flying. "Then what have you been doing?" "Bleeding the peasants dry was your specialty. What changed?" He hissed accusations, suggesting Lel's mercy for the people was rooted in his common birth. Lel could only choke. In silence, caught in the wrath of a lord whose world had just come crashing down, did the lives of peasants now outweigh allegiance to one's lord? Lel could barely utter a word, his voice strangled in his throat, legs twitching feebly as he gasped for breath. Tomos, still brimming with fury, hurled him to the cold stone floor with a disgusted snarl. "Get up, do your duty," he barked. Lel, weary from years of bearing the weight of the Diggle estate's mismanagement, had persevered through sheer grit. He had patched cracks, soothed tensions, and kept the machinery of a failing house running. But today, something shifted. This madness was beyond salvaging. He could feel it now clear. As sunlight, the people were nearing a breaking point. The fire of rebellion, once improbable, now felt inevitable. The moment shattered as a soldier stumbled into the chamber, panting. "And why?" "Persium's forces are here," he blurted. Shock froze the room. Outside, the elite black cavalry had arrived. Their horses foamed with sweat, driven hard across countless leagues with no rest. Yet the riders sat tall in their saddles, unshaken. They had charged from the battlefield straight into enemy lands, straight into Thomas's hall, they entered in silence. Forming two disciplined rows along the audience chamber's length, warriors, scarred, dirtied, and utterly resolute. No one dared oppose them. No knight moved, no servant breathed resistance. Fear sealed every hand. At the far end of the hall, Count Tomos sat rigidly on his dais. He tried to maintain the illusion of control, gripping his dignity like a drowning man to driftwood. Though defeated, he clung to his role, hoping posture might mask the despair. Inside, his mind raced. How had Persium's army arrived so swiftly? He had barely begun preparations for surrender. Could it be Walter himself had come? The thought offered a flicker of reassurance. Walter, the Lord of Persium, was known for his discipline and diplomacy. If he had brought the remnants of his elite guard, perhaps there would be room for negotiation. The presence of the Black Cavalry might be explained. The situation might still be navigated. That fragile hope crumbled as the true leader stepped into view. It wasn't Walter. It was Gileian draped in blackened armor, face streaked with dried blood. Only his helmet was absent, revealing eyes sharp with cold resolve. Beside him strode Kerr and Belinda, their footsteps as unwavering as his own. Gileian's presence dominated the chamber. He didn't falter, didn't pause. He advanced with quiet authority and addressed Tomos by title, formally inquiring whether he was ready to discuss terms of surrender. His voice was courteous on the surface, but the look in his eyes cut through any illusion of diplomacy. There was no warmth, no mercy, only contempt. When Tomos asked why Walter hadn't come himself, Gileian's reply was clear and unbending. His father, he said, was busy restoring order in Persium's own war-torn lands and tending to their wounded. Gileian had come as Walter's chosen representative, empowered to conclude matters in his stead. Those in the northern reaches had long whispered about Gileian, the wild son of Persium, troublemaker, rivaling even the infamous Gilmore, son of Count Daygold. Now, the very rogue, mocked by courts and corridors alike, had marched in as the official envoy of Persium, backed by the dreaded Black Cavalry. Tomos barely had time to process it all before Gileian raised a hand without ceremony, commanded his mercenaries to drag Daygold down. Several hours earlier, Gileian and his band of mercenaries rode hard toward the Daygold estate. The road stretched ahead in silence, offering no challenge, no excitement, just a dull, uneventful journey. The lack of resistance soon turned the march into a tedious crawl. Growing restless, Seer finally broke the monotony. He scoffed at Count Daygold's hasty retreat, his voice dripping with disdain. A noble who abandons his men without a fight. Pathetic, he muttered, questioning aloud how such a coward ever earned the title of Lord Gordon. Guilt edging his tone, offered an apology for failing to intercept the fleeing count. But Seer waved it off with a grin, shifting the blame toward Gileian instead. Everyone else did their part. Seer teased, his words biting yet playful. The exchange drew laughter from a few riders, even easing the ache in Seer's muscles. Gileian, watching quietly, wondered if it was time to drag Gileian into their next wager. The humor faded when Seer turned to Gileian, his voice laced with concern. If we're just here to negotiate surrender, does that mean Daygold gets to live? The thought seemed to disgust him. The idea of sparing a man like Tomos felt wrong. Gileian didn't answer immediately. His expression hardened as he considered the question. Everyone knew what kind of man Count Daygold was, a schemer who tried to seize Persium, hiding his ambition behind the guise of vengeance for his son. Negotiating too aggressively now could backfire. After a pause, Gileian finally spoke calm and measured. Tomos will likely settle for reparations. That will be enough. Seer scowled, muttering his frustrations. To him, noble diplomacy was a farce, blood and betrayal, neatly swept under the rug. He would rather storm the gates and end this charade. Belinda, riding nearby, broke her silence with a question. You really think disputes between nobles can be solved so simply? Seer gave a bitter laugh. In the end, they're just people like us. But they act like gods, free to do as they please, even after starting a war. Enough, Gileian's voice cut through their debate, his gaze fixed ahead, unyielding. This is the path my father would have chosen. The words silenced further argument, but Belinda's eyes lingered on him, troubled. His father might have shown mercy, but would Gileian? Her unease deepened as she caught the faintest hint of a smile on his lips, one that spoke of intent. Gileian was not his father. Not even a warning from Zwalter himself would sway him. That was why he had secured authority to act in his father's name, yet with his own purpose. As the estate loomed before them, his resolve sharpened. He would claim it, and he would do so without drawing complications for Persium Tomos. Never expected Gileian. He had braced for Zwalter's arrival and looked visibly unsettled when confronted. By the son instead, Gileian entered without the pomp of a victorious noble. No arrogance, only a cold, unwavering determination. Unlike his father, he wasted no time. After a curt exchange of formalities, his command rang clear. Bring him to his knees. Seer and another mercenary moved instantly, seizing Tomos and yanking him from his ornate chair. The grand hall fell deathly still. Not a servant, not a retainer dared to intervene. Furor, perhaps disillusionment, held them frozen as Gileian prevailed. Not one soul rose in defense of their disgraced lord. Tomos erupted in fury, his voice echoing through the hall as he demanded to know what insolence this was. Spitting venom with every word, he hurled insults at the mercenaries, restraining him, calling them low-born filth, unworthy of laying a hand on a noble, yet his defiance carried no weight. The mercenaries paid him no heed, forcing the count to his knees before Gileian. His desperate protests were swallowed by the heavy silence that gripped the chamber. As Persium's young heir, Gileian had no need to stoop to theatrics, yet he chose this approach deliberately, savoring the spectacle. Not everyone shared his unspoken approval. From the side, Belindo leaned in with a hushed whisper, her voice tinged with unease. Was he truly certain about this? She added with a nervous laugh that, should Lord Zwalter demand answers, she would swear this wasn't her doing. But Gileian stood firm, his expression carved from stone. Tomos, still kneeling, clung desperately to his last thread of hope. He shouted that he had sworn loyalty to the crown, insisting that only the king possessed the authority to judge or punish him. He pleaded for restraint, demanded respect, and warned that Gileian's reckless act would not go unnoticed. His desperation, however, earned him nothing but the cold gleam of a blade hovering inches from his face. The young lord's hand did not waver. His voice was calm and merciless as he delivered his verdict. Tomos Daigold was a traitor, a man who had severed the alliance, driven by greed, and sought to carve Persium for himself. Tempted by whispers of the enemy's promises, his rebellion was no righteous crusade, it was opportunism laid bare. In that instant, Gileian's killing intent surged like a storm. The pressure was suffocating, crushing the count beneath its weight. The message was clear. Those who turned against Persium would find only one fate: death. Stunned, Tomos stared. At the poised blade, his mind reeling, in a trembling voice, he asked if Gileian truly intended to kill him. The heir's reply was cold, resolute. After dragging countless others into chaos, it was only fitting Tomos pay with his life. Tears brimmed in the count's eyes as the truth struck him like a blow. This was the scoundrel of the north the unpredictable madman whispered of in courtly halls. Tomos realized Gileian might one day face retribution from the kingdom, but that would be meaningless to a dead man. The heir's sword rose high, its arc smooth, inevitable. The killing intent radiating from that single motion left no doubt. This was no bluff. As the blade began its descent, Tomos broke. Panic seized his voice, and he screamed for Gileian to wait. The sword halted mid-swing, trembling in the air. A flicker of triumph passed through Gileian's eyes. This reaction had been anticipated. Tomos had fallen neatly into his trap, breathless. Drenched in fear, Tomos stammered, asking if compensation could mend this rift. It was no negotiation, merely a desperate bargain struck under the shadow of steel. And so, he offered what little he still possessed, his lands, and a few berries of Dildes reparations to Persium. Belindo flinched at the offer. Even Lel, who had stood still and silent until now, stiffened. Such a concession was unheard of. A noble stripped of his land was no noble at all. Gileian's expression barely shifted, though a faint smile threatened at the corners of his lips. He had foreseen this outcome, yet the game wasn't finished. Terms needed to be sealed before victory could be claimed. With a measured voice, Gileian pointed out the obstacle. Inheritance law forbade casual transfers of territory. Only blood or rightful heirs could inherit a domain. Surely Count Tomos knew this better than anyone. Lands were not trinkets to be bartered like goods in a market. Thomas's voice cracked as urgency consumed him. He insisted that he would take care of all the technicalities himself. In his desperation, Tomos proposed a bold idea, recognizing Gileian as a distant blood relative. His vassals, he claimed, could easily forge the necessary documents. All Gileian had to do was accept them, without waiting for a response. Tomos barked an order at Lel to fetch paper and ink immediately. Still, Gileian remained silent, his hesitation clear. When he finally spoke, his words carried a sharp edge. Land alone might not be enough. The implication was obvious. He expected more. Tomos understood instantly. His voice trembled as he offered restitution funds on top of the land. Though the gold wasn't on hand, he swore he would raise it through taxes, squeezing every coin. From his people, if necessary, anything to buy himself time. A poor lord, after all, was better than a dead one. Desperation consumed him. He promised everything he could think of, all pride stripped away, reduced to begging for Gileian's mercy in the hope of being spared. Gileian, however, looked upon the broken noble with cold disdain. Inwardly, he wondered if such a man's life was even worth saving. A lord groveling so pitifully was that even a lord anymore. Then, to Thomas's astonishment, Gileian spoke. He would give him a chance. Relief surged through Tomos as he imagined a plan forming, refuge with a loyal ally. A message sent to the capital, time to reclaim his lands. But before he could cling to that hope, Gileian seized him by the front of his armor and hauled him up with brute force. Without a word, he dragged the disgraced noble through the estate halls and out into the open square. There, before the manor gates, Gileian hurled Tomos to the ground. The people of Diggle watched in stunned silence. This wasn't just a spectacle, it was the ultimate humiliation. Their once proud lord, who had marched to war beneath high banners, now lay in the dirt like a defeated criminal, overpowered by a single young man. Whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd. Tomos, choking on panic, pleaded for the display. To end, "This isn't necessary," he insisted. But Gileian dismissed him coldly, warning him to keep quiet and reminding him of the truth. His fate no longer rested in noble hands, but in those of the common folk he once ruled. Stepped forward, his voice ringing clear over the murmurs. "I am Gileian Persium, heir to the domain of Persium," he declared. "Count Daygold waged an unprovoked war out of vengeance hand he has lost. Now, reparations must be paid." The words struck like a hammer. The crowd erupted in protest. "We've given everything already," one man shouted. Others cried that their homes were ruined, their coffers empty, accusing the nobility of feasting on war while the people bore the cost. Gileian silenced them with a commanding gesture. "As Persium's representative, I offer mercy on 2 conditions," he said. The choice was brutal in its simplicity. Either the people pay a heavy price to save their lord's life, or they kill him and pledge allegiance to Persium, securing freedom from all further burdens. The square fell silent. The decision now lay in the hands of those who had suffered most. A heavy silence gripped the crowd like a vice. The common folk, conditioned from birth to bow before nobility, had never imagined such a sight. To raise a hand against a lord was unthinkable. To even speak out of turn could mean imprisonment or worse. Yet here they stood, offered a choice that shattered the chains of fear: remain in servitude or seize freedom. Thomas's face twisted with rage and disbelief. Spinning toward Gileian, he barked for the humiliation to end immediately. But his command had barely left his lips when a stone sliced through the quiet. It struck his temple with a sharp crack, blood trailing down his brow as he staggered. Another followed, then another. Hesitation gave way to fury, and what began as a single act became an avalanche. A man shouted an insult, his voice quivering with long-suppressed anger. Another roared about how Thomas's collectors had stolen the last crust of bread from his children's mouths. A woman's voice broke as she cried out that her mother's keepsake had been seized for war. They had been stripped of everything. Now they returned to pain in kind, driven by years of silent suffering. They descended upon him with a purpose far beyond mere rage. Fists, boots, and crude weapons rained down. The man once elevated by blood and title now lay broken before those he had oppressed. Tomos writhed under the weight of their judgment, a feeble arm raised in a desperate, useless defense. But no scream escaped him. Mercy had no place here. At a distance, Gileian turned away, his cloak stirring in the wind. He walked toward his waiting mercenaries without so much as a backward glance, granting the mob the right to finish what they had begun. This was his design and execution delivered. By the hands of the people, freeing Perum from any official stain. It wasn't that he lacked the strength to end Tomos himself. He simply chose not to. A calm, almost serene smile played upon his lips as he reached his men. "Our work here is done," Gileian said softly, finality in his tone. "The war with Daigle is truly over." Turning to Belinda, he remarked with quiet amusement about his father's earlier warning. Belinda, caught between unease and resignation, forced a nervous smile. "I suppose I was never worried," she admitted, though her voice betrayed her. "You've always had your own way." Before long, they returned to Perum. When Gileian relayed the outcome of the campaign, the great hall fell into stunned silence. A chill swept through the gathered vassals. Even Lord Zwalter wore a look of unease. Gileian spared no detail. He laid bare every fact how he had mocked the kingdom's laws and driven Count Tomos to his brutal end. There were no omissions, no gentle phrasing. He ended with a simple, cold truth. Count Daigle was dead. Lord Zwalter's expression darkened. He reminded his son of the counsel he had given to treat fellow nobles with respect. But before he could press the point, Gileian cut in. He assured his father he had not forgotten those words. But what he had witnessed on the battlefield demanded a different judgment. Had Tomos been offered peaceful surrender, he would have seized the time to strike again. These were the reasons he spoke aloud. Others, more private, remained locked behind his calm gaze. Still, the explanation held weight. Albert struggled to comprehend the necessity of such ruthlessness. With Daigle's army shattered, the thought of another uprising seemed absurd. Homer echoed the sentiment. Neither understood the deeper currents at play, the unseen hands behind the war. Gileian then laid the truth bare. Daigle had marched on Perum with 7,000 soldiers of force, far beyond its means. That alone proved the involvement of a greater power. Finally, he revealed the name that confirmed their fears. Desmond County had stood behind Daigle, feeding the rebellion with men and resources. The situation grew darker with the revelation of Rayfold's secret hand in the conflict. Its nobles had worked tirelessly behind the curtain, intercepting and eliminating every envoy Perum had dispatched for aid. The silence they left in their wake was deafening. These were not minor players. They were among the most influential territories in the northern region. Desmond, for all appearances, had always maintained a stance of neutrality. Yet Gileian alone had seen through that facade. In truth, Desmond was little more than a loyal vassal to the duchy, its supposed impartiality nothing but a crafted illusion. Mind sharpened as he pieced it together. Someone within Rayfold had acted independently of their house. That someone was Amelia. The blockade bore her mark: cold, efficient, absolute. He even suspected she had executed the envoys herself. It was her style. Isolate the prey, cut every lifeline, and let them suffocate. Now, with Daigle firmly in his grip, the balance of power had shifted dramatically. The region's geography worked in Gileian's favor. Daigle shared borders with both Desmond and Rayfold. Any future aggression toward Perum could now be met swiftly and decisively. Still, the gravity of the situation was just settling over Zwalter when another obstacle emerged: the question of rightful ownership, with Lord Tomos of Daigle dead. The land could not simply be seized by force. Kingdom law dictated that such estates pass only to blood relatives or officially named heirs. Zwalter voiced the concern bluntly. Even with Tomos gone, Perum held no legitimate claim. Without one, the land remained beyond their grasp. That was when Gileian calmly reached inside his coat and withdrew a scroll, sealed with authority. He laid it before his father with deliberate care. Zwalter's eyes scanned the parchment, and his expression shifted in quiet astonishment. The document declared Gileian as a distant relative of Tomos Daigle, more importantly, the first in line to inherit the estate. Unflinching, Gileian explained that this was no fabrication of convenience. The declaration had come from Tomos himself. With that, Gileian asserted, any disputes over succession were effectively resolved. The chamber fell into weighted silence. The implications were staggering. Whether forged or not, a document carrying Thomas's own seal bore undeniable legitimacy. In such matters, perception often carried as much weight as law, and the lands in question were the prize Gileian claimed for ending a war no one else dared. Concludes so decisively, breaking the stillness, Zwalter offered a word of caution. Ruling a territory, he reminded his son, was no simple feat. It demanded infrastructure, loyal officials, and relentless oversight. Did Gileian truly have the manpower to govern such vast lands? Gileian's response was a measured smile. He assured his father that he already had someone in mind, perfectly suited for the role. The narrative shifted, far from Perum to a corner of the Siren Kingdom, a place known not for nobility, but for luck and risk, the city of Austin. Within its lively streets stood a tavern steeped in smoke and noise, a sanctuary for gamblers and dreamers. Laughter and curses tangled in the air as fortunes turned at every table. Tonight, however, all attention centered on a single game. At its heart sat Claude, a man whose reputation stretched beyond the city's borders. Across from him loomed a bald brute, leader of a local gang, flanked by grim-faced enforcers. The tension was thick, but Claude appeared untouched by it, his posture loose, his grin unwavering. He wasn't just a gambler, he was the embodiment of the game itself. With a casual elegance, Claude gathered for dice, dropped them into a cup, and gave it a deft spin. The cup soared briefly before slamming down upside down, trapping the dice beneath. The gang leader's warning was low and edged with threat sheet, and you die. But Claude only smiled wider. To him, this wasn't risk, it was art. With a flick, he lifted the cup. Gasps rippled through the room. The dice stood perfectly stacked, one atop the other, in an impossible column. In Austin, they called him the dumb genius of the gambling dens. But to those who knew the truth, he was far more a sworn brother to the Mercenary King, a brilliant strategist, and the man Gileian now intended to bring into his service. At last, the matter was settled. Gileian would officially assume control of a territory. With this step, he ascended as the young lord of Perum, and, more impressively, was formally acknowledged as the ruling baron of Fenrir. It was a monumental resonance, even by noble standards. For someone his age to claim not just one, but 3 baronies, and do so with what seemed like effortless certainty, was virtually unheard of. His father, Zwalter, struggled inwardly to keep pace with his son's unrelenting ambition. Yet even Zwalter could see the wisdom in this. Gileian was the future of Perum, and first-hand experience governing a territory would harden him for the responsibilities ahead. With that in mind, Zwalter conferred upon him the official title of Baron Fenris, solidifying his position and securing his place among the nobility. As the ceremonial rites concluded, the hall erupted in cheers. The knights and vassals of Perum rose in celebration, their voices carrying the weight of loyalty and pride. In that moment, the relationship between Zwalter and Gileian shifted. No longer just father and son, they now stood as lord and sworn vassal, their bond reframed by politics and power. Now that Gileian possessed a firm territorial foundation, the time had come to begin the real work. Fortifying his forces, he knew too well that the threat ahead wasn't just limited to internal strife or petty rivalries. Something larger, darker, loomed. A calamity was rising. Before the formal investiture, Gileian had gathered in council with Zwalter and the vassals of Perum. The agenda, a strategy to seize Dagold's divided lands. Gileian believed firmly that Amelia would soon gain control over Rayfold, and though the others lacked all the specifics, none could bring themselves to question his insight. With steady hands, Gileian pointed to Fenris on the mappa. Centrally located barony among the 5 once belonging to Dagold, he made his case. Fenris offered the most advantageous position, both militarily and logistically. It would serve as the ideal command center. After carefully outlining his plan and explaining each decision with precision, he turned to the council. "Are there any concerns?" he asked. He knew that approval would only come if his reasoning was airtight. Randolph, usually quick to challenge, was silent, realizing there was nothing to contest. Gileian had earned this. Even the reserved and cautious Homern, after some quiet deliberation, gave a small nod. Giselin's logic was simply irrefutable. Meanwhile, Albert leaned close to Zualter, whispering in hushed tones. The words didn't carry, but the topic was clear enough: the financial strain on Persium after the war. Zualter eventually stood, his voice heavy with contemplation. Regardless of everything, someone must step up and govern Dagold's territory. It must be done. His tone, while cautious, conveyed agreement. Giselin bowed with formality and respect. "I accept, as a vassal of Persium." Yet despite the celebratory air, one matter remained unresolved. Zualter coughed lightly, then sighed. Reluctant to speak, "There's another issue. One we can't ignore," he admitted, his tone turned awkward, almost apologetic. The war had bled Persium dry. Resources were gone, and the treasury stood nearly empty. Giselin, already anticipating his father's tendency to soften hard truths, raised a brow. "Just say it, father," relieved Zualter confessed. "They might need to sell the runestone's valuable magical relics to rebuild their coffers." But Giselin shook his head. "There are no runny stones left." The room froze. Zualter repeated the words slowly, almost unable to believe them. "No, runestones." Giselin's face remained calm as he elaborated. "They were all destroyed, every last one during the final battle. The explosion near the estate's gates consumed the entire supply. What should have lasted a decade is gone." An oppressive silence descended on the chamber. The weight of what had been lost, what that meant for Persium's future, hung in the air like a storm about to break. With a steady voice and unwavering resolve, Giselin stepped forward and vowed to take full responsibility. He promised to secure new resources to ensure Persium's continued survival and prosperity. Once that matter was settled, the room froze. Zualter repeated the words slowly, almost unable to believe them. "No, runestones." Giselin's face remained calm as he elaborated. "They were all destroyed, every last one during the final battle. The explosion near the estate's gates consumed the entire supply. What should have lasted a decade, is gone." An oppressive silence descended on the chamber. The weight of what had been lost, what that meant for Persium's future, hung in the air like a storm about to break. With a steady voice and unwavering resolve, Giselin stepped forward and vowed to take full responsibility. He promised to secure new resources to ensure Persium's continued survival and prosperity. Once that matter was settled, a modest banquet was held in Persium's Great Hall to celebrate Giselin's elevation. The mood was warm and joyful, a rare reprieve after the long hardships. Among the first to approach him was Belinda, who offered her heartfelt congratulations. As the last living servant of the former king, the same king who had once trained Giselin's father, she continued her silent duty. Cure burst out laughing, leaning in. "Or maybe it's because you smothered him that he turned out so stubborn." Giselin took their teasing in stride, a soft smile spreading across his face as he soaked in the rare sense of peace surrounding him. Belinda, her pride overflowing, couldn't help but confess how happy she was to see him become a proper noble at last. Then, without missing a beat, she kicked Cure squarely in the stomach, silencing his antics with a thud that sent the hall into laughter. Just then, a clear, familiar voice rang through the hall. Drawing everyone's attention, Alina had arrived. There was a new lightness in her step, a brightness in her eyes that hadn't been there before, one that reflected Persium's hard-won victory. Day by day, she was beginning to resemble their mother more closely. She walked in confidently, pulling along a hesitant but healthy Rachel Gileian's daughter who had fully recovered from her long-suffered punishment. With a mischievous grin, Alina poked at her brother. "Is this really you, big brother? A nobleman now? Should I start calling you Lord Giselin too?" He waved her off, smiling warmly. "Just call me what you always have." Then, turning his gaze to Rachel, his expression softened. He offered kind words and asked if she was adjusting well. Seeing the two girls together brought him a quiet sense of comfort. Alina had been alone for far too long now. Perhaps she wouldn't be anymore. Though shy, Rachel greeted Giselin with perfect poise and grace, her voice calm as she thanked him sincerely for saving her life. Giselin chuckled gently and said, "If Alina ever gets too bossy, don't be afraid to complain. She's got a habit of using her fists before her words when she's angry. Rachel's mouth fell open in stunned silence. Alina turned crimson and, in a flash of mock outrage, lunged at her brother, smacking him in the chest to protest the accusation. Gileian only laughed harder. He then turned to Gileian, remarking, "How well Rachel seemed to be recovering." Gileian responded with a grateful bow. "It's all thanks to you, Lord Gileian." At that, Gileian rose from his seat and clapped his hands sharply. The hall fell quiet as all eyes turned to him. Standing tall, he addressed the crowd, his mercenaries, vassals, and companions with the calm confidence of a true leader. He spoke of their bravery, of the victories they had won together, and of how none of it would have been possible without their loyalty. Then came a bold announcement. As the newly recognized Lord of Fenris, he would be relocating his command from Perum to Fenris's central territory. But more than that, he would no longer treat them as mercenaries. He would raise a standing army. A ripple of shock moved through the room. The men exchanged puzzled glances, some frowning in disbelief. Soldiers them, before doubt could take root. Gileian pressed on. "You heard me right," he said firmly. "No longer mercenaries. You'll be trained as proper soldiers. Knights even, with access to true mana cultivation techniques." The room erupted into hushed murmurs. For these hardened, wandering fighters, the dream of becoming knights had always felt unreachable, like a tale meant for nobles, not men like them. And yet Gileian's voice rang with conviction. "You've earned this. On the battlefield, you proved yourselves. Now, it's time the world sees it too." A new chapter had begun not just for Gileian, but for all who followed him. Belinda leaned in close to Gileian's side, her voice low with concern. "Transforming this many men into knights. It'll cost a fortune." Gileian didn't flinch. A calm smile played on his lips. "Then I'll just have to earn that fortune whatever it takes." Without missing a beat, his gaze shifted to Gileian. "Are your wounds fully healed?" Gileian stood tall, answering with quiet confidence. "There's nothing left to worry about." Satisfied, Gileian issued a new command. "Then lead our people to Fenris." Gileian hesitated, visibly taken aback. "You're not coming with us. There's one more place I must go first. The war may be over, but Fenris is likely in disarray. It needs a firm hand until I arrive." He placed a hand on Gileian's shoulder. "Hold the city. Keep it steady for me." Gileian looked uneasy. He had lived his entire life as a hardened mercenary, someone who followed commands, not gave. Them, the thought of leading soldiers, of maintaining order in a barony, seemed far beyond anything he believed himself capable of. But Gileian's voice cut through his uncertainty. "I'm entrusting you with this because I believe in you, Gileian. Of all people, I trust you the most." Then he turned to leave, letting his words linger behind him like a command written in stone. Faced with such trust, Gileian had no room left to doubt. He bowed deeply, his voice firm and steady. "As you will, my lord, I will see it done." With that settled, Gileian called over Seer and Belinda. "You too, with me?" Belinda asked. "To the Siren Kingdom," Gileian replied, "specifically, the city of Austin." Belinda's eyes widened. "Across the border?" Seer let out a knowing chuckle. "That place is infamous for its gambling houses and games of chance." Their expressions lightened, intended to reward them with a well-earned vacation after the brutality of war. But while the estate of Perseum basked in newfound quiet, not everyone was at ease. In a hallway not far, her expression fierce with determination. "You've lost your mind. There's nothing left in me to drain." But Vanessa remained firm. "If I can draw just a little more mana from you, I'll be able to unleash everything I have, every spell I can think of." Albo threw up his hands in exasperation. "Why does it have to be me?" "She. You're my personal mana reserve. Remember." He knew better than to provoke her now. Just then, the door to the chamber creaked open. "You two seem lively," Gileian commented dryly. Alpo jumped at the chance. "My lord, please. She's trying to drain my mana again. Stop her." But Gileian ignored his protests, turning instead to Vanessa. "How are you feeling? Is your recovery going well?" Vanessa nodded seriously. "I'm ready." Gileian gave her a small, approving smile. He gently rested his hand on her head, a quiet gesture of warmth and reassurance. "You've shown great strength, Vanessa. I'm proud of you." Her cheeks flushed with emotion. and she bowed her head. "Thank you, my lord, for believing in me." Alpoi's voice cracked with scorn, his sarcasm cutting through the air like a blade. He belittled his own role in the war, downplaying his contributions with bitter irony. Gileian glanced at him, offering a dry, half-meant compliment. Though he spoke plainly, there was a thread of sincerity in his voice. He admitted that watching Alpoi carry out his responsibilities with such consistency stirred a quiet sense of pride. But Alpoi wasn't ready to soften. His temper flared. He snapped back, promising with venom that one day, when he returned to the magic tower, he'd repay every ounce of humiliation he'd suffered tenfold. The words hung in the air, heavy with threat. Then, suddenly, Alpoi fell silent. The realization hit him. He had come to Perum without any official sanction or permission. That mistake could cost him dearly. Gileian caught the change in his expression. He knew exactly what Alpoi was thinking, and he also knew he couldn't let the mage return to the tower just yet. So, with a measured tone, he proposed a detour. They'd take a trip, he said. To the magic tower, of course. But that wasn't the real destination. Their journey took several days, winding through open plains and forested hills until they reached the city of Austin, nestled deep in the Siren Kingdom. From a distance, the brilliant gleam of lighting, enchantments bathed the streets in gold, a dazzling testament to the wealth pouring into this gambler's paradise every single day. Once inside the city, Gileian wasted no time and led the group straight into Kraken Casino, a sprawling palace of noise and chance. The air pulsed with excitement. Dice clattered against polished wood, cards were slapped down with force, and coin-heavy purses changed hands faster than anyone could blink. Kair exhaled deeply, inhaling the mingled sense of sweat and wealth. "Ah," he said with a wistful grin. "I've missed this chaos." Alpoi, meanwhile, stood stiffly at the entrance, staring around in bafflement. "Why are we here?" he muttered. "This isn't the tower." He had been tricked poorly at that. In response, Gileian casually tossed a pouch filled with gold toward Kair. "Take him somewhere to wait," he said. Almost bored, K caught the sack midair and grinned like a predator. The gleam in his eye betrayed exactly where those coins were headed. He began counting them with glee, lips curling in anticipation. Alpoi narrowed his eyes, already suspecting the worst. Kair noticed the wary glance and chuckled. He clapped a meaty hand onto Alpoi's shoulder. "You've never seen real life, have you? Always in that tower with your dusty scrolls. Today's your lucky day, mage boy. Consider this an educational outing." Alpoi didn't answer, only scowled. Deeper, unsure what exactly he was being taught or whether he wanted to learn it. Back inside the casino, Belinda stayed close to Gileian, eyeing the crowd. She'd assumed, naturally, that her young lord intended to indulge in a bit of reckless fun. A few bets, perhaps, maybe a drink or two. After all, with his title, no one would dare criticize him. But Gileian had something else in mind. "I didn't come here to gamble," he told her calmly. "I'm looking for someone. I need a competent administrator to manage the new territory." Belinda blinked. "And you expect to find this person here?" "He practically lives here," Gileian replied. "And if I don't pull him out now, he'll probably gamble away his arm." She looked unimpressed. The idea of entrusting such an important role to someone who lived in a casino filled her with unease. "You're seriously recruiting someone?" From this place, Gileian didn't waver. "He's clever, sharp, a little wild, sure but worth it." He paused, then finally gave the name Claude. Before Belinda could reply, a loud voice echoed across the casino floor. "Claude, that bastard's at it again." There was a commotion at the far end of the hall. Gileian allowed himself a brief, satisfied smile. It seemed he wouldn't need to search for Claude. After all, the surrounding voices joined the chorus quickly, that cheat's always pulling tricks. Claude, the guy's a walking scam in nice clothes, thinks he's clever, but never won a game fair in his life. One man spat on the floor and added with relish, "Someone's finally putting him in his place. About damn time." Beside him, Belinda's expression darkened. If this was the genius Gileian intended to hire, she feared what chaos would follow next. Claude's arm was slammed down across a grimy table, the splintered edge biting into his wrist as one thug held him in place. Another stood nearby, looming like a shadow with a crooked knife in hand, nonchalantly wiping the blade on his own tattered sleeve, leaving behind a dark smear from across the smoke-choked room. Someone hollered, "Caught him red-handed, boss! Tried to pull another trick!" The call stirred a round of murmurs and curses from the gamblers circling the table. Like vultures, the boss stepped forward, a thick-necked brute with a bald dome that glistened under the hanging oil lamp. This was Crank, a name muttered in half fear and half reverence throughout the slums. His mouth curled into a sneer as he rolled a pair of battered dice across his palm. Crank said lazily, his voice low and taunting, "No sleight of hand in my den." He gave the dice a final spin, then suddenly clenched his fist. The wooden cubes cracked audibly under the force, splinters falling like dust to the floor. Swapping. Dice, mid-game, sloppy. Even for a sewer rat like you. Gasps and laughter rippled through the crowd. Claude, already bloodied from the beating he'd taken before the accusation, raised his head. His eye was swollen shut, lips split, but rage burned undimmed in his one good eye. "I didn't switch anything," he shouted through clenched teeth. "You think I'd cheat here? This was a setup from the start, Non. Have you ever meant to let me walk out of here with my winnings?" Crank chuckled, a sick, knowing sound. He stepped closer, eyes glinting with malicious glee. "Poor Claude, still playing the innocent. You think you're owed an explanation? This is a pit of thieves. Sooner or later, everyone turns on everyone. You're no different." Claude knew then there'd be no reasoning with him. He wasn't a brawler, never had been. In this place, he was prey. His hand was stretched out helplessly, the knife raised overhead, ready to come down like judgment. He shut his eyes tight. Jaw clenched in anticipation, the roar of blood in his ears drowned out the crowd. His heart pounded violently against his chest. He prepared for agony. Steel hissed through the air, but no pain followed. Instead, a sharp clang echoed through the hall, followed by a stunned silence. Claude cracked one eye open, just in time to see a gleaming blade thin, elegant, and utterly unmoving lodged precisely between his wrist and the executioner's descending knife. The would-be executioner staggered back, his arm trembling from the shock of the block. Around the room, eyes darted toward the source of the interference. A voice followed, calm, almost amused. "My, such energy in here. Is this how all your games end? Mind if I sit in?" Crank spun around, his expression darkening. Who the hell? Standing just inside the threshold was a young man, barely past 20, dressed in travel-worn finery and wearing a sword at his side that shimmered faintly in the firelight. He looked out of place, almost delicate amidst the room full of scarred gamblers and back-alley killers. But his posture radiated absolute command, and not a flicker of fear crossed his features. Crank's sneer faltered. The young man stepped forward, slipping his sword back into its sheath with a motion so smooth it was barely visible. Then, with all the calm confidence of someone untouchable, he met Crank's gaze. "I am Gileian," he said, his tone even and resolute, Baron of Fenris. "I speak with the authority of Lithania's crown." No one moved, no one dared. The name dropped like a hammer in the hall, and for a moment, even the air seemed to hold its breath. Crank was momentarily caught off guard. A nobleman, no less, and from a foreign land, had appeared out of nowhere to interfere with his affairs. It was baffling, the idea that someone of such status would personally disrupt a low-level operation. Like this seemed almost absurd. Yet, here he was. Crank's men didn't wait for instructions. The thug on the right lunged forward, blade raised high, aiming to bring it down on Gileian without hesitation. Meanwhile, the man on the left, who had only just finished restraining, Claude drew his weapon in a smooth, deliberate motion, the kind you'd expect from someone toying with helpless prey. But Gileian responded with lightning speed. His sword flashed upward in a blur of silver, slicing cleanly toward the attacker's neck. At the same moment, Belinda drew her dagger from her hip and hurled it without hesitation at the thug beside Claude. Then Crank's voice cut through the air like a whip. "Enough." Despite the chaos, his tone was calm, calculated, composed. As ever, Crank turned toward the intruder and gave a courteous nod. "Baron Gileian Fenris," he said smoothly. "A pleasure." Though the greeting sounded polite, his eyes betrayed his irritation. The underlying message was clear. A nobleman from another kingdom. Ought to think twice before stirring up trouble in a place like this. With a wave of his hand, Crank ordered his men to lower their weapons. They obeyed immediately. Their blades vanished into their sheaths with practiced ease, and they stepped back under the cold, watchful gaze of their bald-headed leader. Seeing the shift in tone, Gileian mirrored the gesture. He slid his sword back into its scabbard, turning to Belinda with a nod. She hesitated for only a moment before complying, though her lips curled with disdain. The insult of being challenged by such lowlifes in front of her master had clearly not gone unnoticed. With tensions eased, Crank finally asked the question on everyone's mind. "What brings a Baron of Fenris to this den of smoke and dice?" Gileian answered plainly, "I'm here for someone." His gaze swept the room before falling upon Claude, who still sat on the floor in stunned silence. "I've come to retrieve him." His tone left no room for interpretation. This wasn't a coincidence or idle curiosity, it was a mission. He had come here for Claude, and no one else. Claude sat frozen. Just moments ago, he had been seconds from mutilation, and now, out of nowhere, a noble had arrived and spoken as though claiming him like lost property. His mind reeled as the confrontation died down. The tavern slowly returned to its usual rhythm. In the far corner, gamblers resumed their play, the brief disturbance fading into the background hum of dice and muttered wagers. It was Alpoy's turn. He sat at the table, his fingers lightly brushing the 3 dice as he contemplated the next. Roll the game was deceptively simple. Roll the lowest total possible. Yet behind its simplicity lay layers of superstition, bluffing, and subtle tells an art form in itself. He rolled, the dice tumbled across the table, skittering and bouncing, drawing the attention of nearby onlookers. One by one, they settled. Alpoy leaned forward, stacking them slowly and dramatically, then revealed the result. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by a burst of excited chatter. He had won. The final pot, rich with coin and glowing with the soft sheen of gold, now belonged to him. Seasoned gamblers stared in disbelief, their expressions a mix of admiration and quiet dismay. Alpoy himself could hardly believe it. His eyes locked on the glittering pile as if it were a mirage. The room erupted into cheers. A newcomer had toppled a veteran, and the crowd reveled in the upset. It was a rare, electrifying moment, the kind that would be remembered for weeks. Seated nearby, Ka burst into laughter. "Who knew our little mage had such a talent for gambling?" he joked, clapping his hands. "If this streak keeps up, we might never have to work again." His tone was playful, but the awe in his voice was genuine. Alpoy, on the other hand, said nothing. He wore the calm of a seasoned player, but inside, a storm of emotion stirred. He was exhilarated more than he cared to admit. For a brief moment, he compared this life to the one he had left behind at the Magic Tower. The dusty scrolls, the hours spent enchanting meaningless objects. None of it felt real anymore. This was real. This was living. The pulse of adrenaline, the cheers of strangers, the weight of gold in his hands, it all came together in a vivid, almost surreal clarity. And then, beneath the laughter and disbelief, a single truth settled in his heart. In just one lucky roll, he had earned more than an entire circle of mages might scrape together after a full day of labor. And seated at the edge of the room, calm and composed, was the one who had come for Claude Gileian, Baron of Fenris, proudly bearing the banner of Lithania. Once, the title of mage was synonymous with awe and authority. But now, in the glow of glittering gold, even that revered name seemed hollow. Alpo sat still, overwhelmed by the enormity of his own realization. Then, as if awakened from a trance, he placed a hand to his chest. His heart thudded powerfully beneath his pommelive, vibrant, surging with excitement. Not anger, not fear, but something far more exhilarating. For the first time, Alpo's face burned with the heat of triumph, not fury. His heartbeat echoed with purpose. That was the spark the moment a legend was born. The first step on the path of Alpo, the Dragon Killer, a name that would one day rival even Claude, the Gambler, cursed and praised in equal measure. Alpo remained seated, a slight tremor in his hands betraying the emotional storm within him. He was still reeling from what had just transpired. Across the room, a sharp voice rang out clear and loud enough to pierce the din. Cor turned his head instinctively, drawn to Belinda's unmistakable tone. Her words cut through the air like a whip, indignant, confused, and accusatory. She stared daggers at Gileian. Is that really who you came looking for? She demanded, pointing at the slumped figure barely conscious at the table. Claude disheveled, broken, and lost in a haze of failure, was the very image of ruin. Gileian couldn't meet her eyes. He scratched the back of his neck sheepishly, his voice awkward. Yes, that's him. Before the moment could hang too heavily, Crank stepped in, voice calm but firm. I'm sorry, he said, but your request can't be fulfilled. Claude cheated, Mashided Usin, a game that isn't just entertainment, it's sacred, it has rules, and he broke them. Gileian didn't argue. He already knew this story. He had heard Claude recount it in another lifetime, with tears and fury, cursing Crank's name through clenched teeth. But this time, instead of leaning into that past, Gileian played the fool. Oh, he said, tilting his head. What happened? I'd like to hear it from you. It was a calculated move. As Crank prepared to explain, Gileian's eyes gleamed with something dangerous. He straightened just slightly, his face relaxing. A grin crept across his lips, subtle but telling. A plan had already begun to form. And then, to everyone's surprise, Claude moved. He fell to one knee before Gileian, trembling. The bravado was gone. What remained was desperation and regret. With a voice laced in shame, he addressed him formally. Baron Fen, please forgive me, the room-tense Claude continued. His head bowed. The funds you entrusted to me, they're gone. I was scammed, fooled by something I didn't see coming. He paused, then pressed on, explaining that Crank himself oversaw every die in the building. No cheating tools slipped past the staff, yet somehow, the dice used during Claude's biggest bet had been tampered with. He didn't know how, only that it had cost him everything. Belinda's disbelief was immediate. She spun toward. Claude's eyes narrowed. What kind of nonsense are you spewing now? She snapped. You don't even know my young lord. Don't pretend there's some grand history here. Claude had no answer, at least not one he could say. The truth lay buried in a life already lived, but Gileian did not flinch. Silently, he raised a hand. The gesture was gentle, yet unmistakably commanding. Belinda fell quiet. Gileian looked down at Claude, then turned his gaze to Crank. Everything he said is true. It didn't matter whether he believed it. What mattered was protecting Claude in that moment. Gileian wouldn't let him lose more, not tonight. Crank didn't argue. Instead, he stared quietly at Claude, clearly trying to piece together. Where someone like him could have gotten such a large sum to begin with, he didn't voice the question, but it lingered heavily. Lighting his pipe with practiced ease, Crank took a long drag before murmuring, I don't know how you two met, but I do know one thing. Claude's words, as always, were laced with charm and danger, but never trust. His smirk deepened as he casually commented, swindlers are the best liars because they believe their own stories, especially when the net's closing in. Crank, sitting comfortably in his domain, leaned back in his chair with the confidence of a man who knew the house always won. You're standing in Baron Austin's hall, he said, tone even but firm. This place isn't just protected, it's sacred. Even the noble class knows better than to stir trouble here. Push this too far, and you won't just spark a fight tool trigger an international incident. Then, with the practiced ease of a man who'd talked bigger men down from worse, Crank extended a diplomatic hand. Let's all pretend this never happened. No blood, no scandal. We walk away, no winners, no losers. He glanced pointedly at Gileian, his voice taking on a quieter, colder edge. This is your chance to exit with dignity. Use it. But Gileian didn't budge. Turn back now, he said, voice quiet but unshakable. After all, I've risked to get here. That would make this whole journey meaningless. I didn't cross nations and face down shadows just to let a boy get robbed in front of me. Crank's lips twitched not in amusement, but in intrigue. His eyes, sharp as flint, narrowed slightly. Gileian had just shifted the board, taking a seat beside Claude. Gileian softened his tone. We're both after the same thing, aren't we? The boy, the winnings. Maybe there's a way we settle this without a blade or scandal. Crank cocked his head slightly, listening. Gileian placed his offer on the table, a single game to decide it all. If he won, Claude and the money walked free. To make it worth Crank's time, Gileian upped the ante. His name, his lands, his entire fortune were on the line. A collective hush rippled through the room. This wasn't some brash act of pride. Gileian might look like a pampered noble, but there was something else beneath the surface, something colder, calculated, dangerous. In another life, he had been the master of cons, the king of liars, the whisperer in every northern tavern. To the crowd watching, he seemed no more than a reckless aristocrat with too much money and not enough sense. Even Claude, who had unknowingly pulled Gileian into this mess, stared wide-eyed. He had expected a clever trick, a diversion, maybe, a subtle sleight of hand, but this was madness. On the opposite end, Crank's shock quickly twisted into hungry anticipation. To him, this was a fool walking willingly into the jaws of the beast. A few steps away, Belinda stared, aghast. The man she once knew, the legend who had vanished into whispered tales, was stepping into the fire once again. For what? A con artist? A boy? Claude, still stunned, turned to Gileian. "You didn't have to do this," he murmured, voice shaking slightly. Why go so far for a swindler?" But Gileian didn't answer with words. He pulled Claude close in a brief, strong embrace. Not dramatic, just real, the kind you give a comrade before battle. "I need you," Gileian said simply, "for something that matters far more than either of us." There was a weight behind his words. Not desperation purpose, and Claude, for the first time, saw him not as some foolish lord, but a man with secrets and strength far beyond his title. Chuckling from his seat, Crank finally stood. "It's been a long time since I met a noble with teeth," he said. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. "All right then, I accept." His voice rose as he added with relish, "What's a gambling den without a little spectacle?" The air in the hall shifted. Moments ago, the crowd had buzzed from Alpoy's surprise wind, but now, silence reigned. This wasn't just a game. Anymore, a nameless noble was stepping into the lion's mouth, facing down the boss of the hall, and wagering everything to do it. The atmosphere in the room crackled with anticipation. Every gambler's gaze was fixed on the center table. Tension pulsed like a drumbeat. Tonight wouldn't be ordinary not. With the stakes sky high and nerves riding the edge, Crank stepped forward and casually tossed a die onto the table. A grin tugged at his lips as he laid out the rules with smug simplicity. Each participant would roll a single die. The one who landed the lowest number would be the victor. If there was a tie, they'd roll again? Straightforward, deceptively childish, just the way Crank liked it. The game wasn't meant to challenge, it was meant to mock, especially the so-called elites, who, in Crank's view, couldn't handle anything more complex. Gileian didn't bother responding. His eyes, flat and disinterested, said enough. He wasn't amused, he wasn't impressed, he just wanted to get on with it. "Are you done rambling?" he asked, voice sharp. "Let's start." The smirk slipped from Crank's face. A glint of something more calculating replaced it as he scoffed under his breath about Gileian's impatience. But he didn't argue. Instead, he reached for a coin. With a flick of his fingers, Gileian launched a gleaming gold coin into the air. It spun high, catching the light, all eyes following its arc. "Heads," he called smoothly. "Tails," Crank shot back. The coin hit the table and bounced before settling. "Tails," Crank smiled. First move was he picked up the die and dropped it into a cup, rolling his shoulders as though warming up for a grand performance. Then came the showmanship. He shook the cup with sweeping, deliberate gestures, side to side, up and down, twisting, spinning, each motion exaggerated like a magician's act. The crowd howled with excitement, caught up in the flare. But not everyone was impressed. Belinda let out a sharp breath through her nose, rolling her eyes. "All that for a dice roll," she muttered. To her, the flashiness was a dead giveaway. Crank was bluffing with drama because his substance was paper-thin, and she was right. Crank had no intention of playing fair. Hidden in the cup was a small, clever mechanism barely noticeable. With a subtle flick, he opened a false bottom and swapped the die inside with another nestled between his fingers. Then, with a final flourish, he slammed the cup onto the table. The sound rang like a drumbeat, cutting through the room's noise and dragging everyone into silence. Slowly, he lifted the cup. The die sat beneath it, a single black dot facing up, a perfect one. Gasps followed by cheers erupted through the crowd, a roll that couldn't be beaten. The excitement surged. Gileian, the outsider noble, was already on the ropes. Didn't even get started, and it's already over. Someone chuckled from the crowd. Another voice chimed in. Who the hell takes on Boss Crank in his own house? That's just suicide. To most, the game was over. A fool's lesson served hot and brutal. But Gileian sat unmoved, his expression unreadable. The cheers, the taunts, they washed over him like wind through stone. Only Belinda, standing beside him, felt the churn beneath the surface. Her heart pounded, not with fear of defeat, but of what might come next. She knew her young master's strength. If provoked, he could reduce this entire hall to rubble without raising his voice. Yet power wasn't the concern tonight. Reputation was. A scandal here, in front of these lowlifes, could stain Gileian's name for good. Claude, watching anxiously from the sidelines, felt sweat forming at his brow. He was the one who had led them into this. Not on purpose, but still. And if there was one thing he'd learned in life, it was to never underestimate the man with nothing left to lose. Crank chuckled under his breath, clearly pleased with himself. What a shame, he said, loud enough for all to hear. A fine match ruined by a poor draw. A noble defeated in a children's game, priceless. He carried on with his taunts until Gileian finally spoke. Enough. The word cut like ice. Gileian reached for the die with measured calm. His hand moved with practiced elegance, slow and deliberate. He glanced at Crank with mild disdain. You talk far more than your stature warrants. No fury, just contempt. Crank hesitated, reading the steel behind Gileian's words. Then, masking his unease with a casual shrug, he gestured toward the table. All yours, my lord. Still, deep down, Crank remained convinced of his victory. Gileian was calm. Sure, but Crank saw that as nothing more than a noble's attempt to save face. A bluff, a front. He believed the game was already decided. The rigged cup sat ready, perfectly positioned. If Gileian used it, the die inside would ensure he lost. Everything had gone exactly to plan. The sleight of hand, the hidden mechanism, the flawless execution. Crank had used this trick countless times. No one had ever caught him to Crank. The result wasn't just likely, it was inevitable. No matter how many times the dice rolled, Crank believed the outcome had already been decided. Victory was his. Gileian, in his mind, didn't stand a chance. But Crank's confidence came from ignorance. Ignorance of who Gileian truly was. With an almost meditative calm, Gileian began his turn. He slipped the die into the cup with the ease of someone who had done this countless times. Quietly, he rested his left hand along the rim and channeled a steady current of mana into the cup. A soft bluish glow shimmered beneath its surface, a warding seal of sorts. To ordinary onlookers, it looked like nothing. But to those sensitive to magic, it was a quiet declaration of intent. Unlike Crank, Gileian made no show of the roll. No dramatic flourishes, no bravado. He simply lowered the cup to the table. Before revealing the result, he turned to Crank with a casual tone. Just to confirm, he said, lowest number wins. Crank, eager to see his opponent fail, gave a quick, smug nod, satisfied. Gileian lifted the cup. But instead of a die, there was nothing. No, there was dust, where the die had been just moments ago. Only a faint gray residue remained. I rolled a 0, Gileian said flatly, as though it were the most normal thing in the world. Crank lurched back in disbelief, mouth agape. It made no sense. His entire career full of fixed games and rigged rolls had never prepared him for something like this. The room, once alive with rowdy cheers and drunken laughter, fell silent. A single gasp broke the tension. The die turned to dust. Is that even possible? Can someone roll a 0? All eyes fell on Crank. That's not in the rules, is it? Someone demanded corner. Claude finally let himself smile. His bet had been on Gileian all along, and this was why. Beside him, Belinda exhaled, finally releasing the breath she'd been holding. She knew Gileian well. He always found a way, always turned the game on its head. Cranked face reddening. With rage, slammed both hands on the table and stood. This is outrageous, he roared. You cheated! That's not a roll, it's a trick. A disgrace. He pointed a trembling finger at Gileian, his voice trembling with fury, and from a noble, no less. How dare you stoop to such deception? Gileian met his glare. Without flinching, in one smooth motion, he reached forward and grasped Crank's wrist, the one subtly curled into a fist. Crank struggled, but Gileian's grip was immovable. With a practiced twist, he forced Crank's fingers open. Something, small and heavy, dropped to the tabletop with a muted clink, a weighted die. For a second, no one moved. A rising wave of whispers and gasps rippled through the crowd. Crank had been cheating the accusations he'd thrown at Gileian, boomeranged right back at him. Undeniable now that the evidence was in plain sight, Gileian straightened, voice calm as, "Ever didn't you say this hall was sacred ground? That fairness was the foundation of every game played here?" He let the silence stretch. The betrayal didn't come from outside, it came from you, Crank, the one who claimed to uphold honor. Crank's eyes widened in realization. Gileian had known all along. He had walked into this match with full awareness of the deception. And now, before the entire room, he had exposed it. Cornered and humiliated, Crank reverted to instinct. He reached for his blade. The steel flashed as he lunged. A desperate swing aimed straight for Gileian's head. But Gileian was already moving. With a single step to the side, smooth, effortless, he avoided the strike like it was little more than a gust of wind. Gasps erupted around the room. Chairs scraped, weapons shifted. Belinda reached instinctively for hers, while Claude stood frozen, eyes wide, unable to believe a blade had just cut through the air where Gileian's neck had been. For Belinda, witnessing moments like these had become routine, just another day shadowing Gileian. There was no shock left in her, but Claude, standing stiffly beside her, looked like he'd been dropped into a nightmare. Everything felt too sharp, too raw, like the edges of reality had been peeled back. Gileian, as always, remained composed. His cold gaze was fixed on Crank, his voice low and edged with disdain. "I would have respected you more," he said, "if you'd just dropped the act from the start. Pretending to be civil while reeking of low-life ambition, what's the point?" As if on cue, the two men flanking Crank stepped forward, unsheathing their weapons in a flurry of desperation. The fear in their eyes betrayed them. They weren't fighting for power anymore. They were grasping for a miracle. If they could silence Gileian here and now, maybe they could escape the consequences. Crank, still clinging to the illusion of control, widened his eyes in mock confusion. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, feigning ignorance with the skill of a seasoned liar. But the charade was over. Realizing there was no turning back, Crank snapped out a guttural order. "Kill him." His men leaped into motion without hesitation. Steel gleamed in the dim light, but they were already far too late. They had triggered something far greater than they could understand. Whatever control they thought they had vanished. The moment they crossed Gileian, he had held back until Nor restrained himself, perhaps out of mercy, but that mercy had run dry. The fury lurking beneath his calm exterior was about to be unleashed, and if provoked further, Gileian would not hesitate to tear this entire place down, brick by brick, with nothing but the force of his will. Crank didn't waste a breath. He barked the command to charge, and his men surged forward without hesitation. The two attackers advanced rapidly, blind to the reality of who they were up against. They had no inkling that their target, Gileian, was not just some ordinary noble. They were charging headfirst into the jaws of something far greater than they were prepared for. Gileian, however, remained composed, unshaken. He had walked into this den fully anticipating every possible outcome, and retreat was never an option. As the first attacker lunged, blade flashing, Gileian stepped aside with almost lazy ease, letting the strike whistle past him. The second man didn't pause. He closed in from the flank, swift and coordinated. But Gileian was faster, as both blades cut through empty air. Gileian launched upward. His boots landed squarely on the attacker's shoulders, using their own momentum. As leverage, with a burst of grace and force, he propelled himself toward Crank like a hawk diving from the sky. Crank's eyes widened. The sudden assault threw him off balance. For a moment, his instincts kicked in. He raised his sword, trying to swat the young noble out of the air. But he was far too slow. Before his blade could reach its target, Gileian had already landed behind him. Steel sang faintly in the air. The tip of Gileian's sword now hovered precisely at the nape of Crank's neck. The entire maneuver had taken seconds. Yet in those seconds, Crank had been completely undone. He froze sweat, collecting on his brow. He had not just been outmatched, he had been dismantled. There had been no chance to block, no opportunity to strike back. Only silence and cold steel against his skin. Behind them, his two men turned, stunned. The fight, their so-called ambush, was already over. Their commander, the backbone of their operation, had been brought to heel in less time than it took to shuffle a deck of cards, and their fate was no different. One of them felt a dagger pressed to his throat. The other, a blade pointed directly at his chest. Kerr and Belinda had moved in with deadly precision. Their timing was perfect, their tactics flawless. Against opponents like these, mere thugs, like Crank's crew, never stood a chance. Out a dry chuckle, his tone laced with amusement. Really now? They should have picked a better target. The ease of their victory was almost comical. Belinda, by contrast, was calm and focused. She turned toward Gileian. "What's next, my lord?" Gileian didn't even glance away from Crank. His voice was measured, cold. "As agreed, we're taking Claude." And every coin he won, the message was clear. There would be no compromise, even with a blade pressed to his neck. Crank clung to the last shreds of pride. His lips tightened, his body tensed in refusal. But Gileian's resolve didn't waver. "You," Gileian said, "low and lethal, run Baron Austin's most profitable operation. And tonight, you tried to cheat a foreign noble." The accusation was damning and true. This wasn't just a scandal, it was suicide, as he spoke. Gileian's blade slid slightly, leaving a shallow cut on Crank's neck. A bead of blood welled up and trickled down. The threat was no longer hidden, it had become real. "If you cross me again," Gileian warned, "there won't be a conversation, just consequences." Crank stood rigid. He couldn't even lift a hand. The pain was minimal, but the presence behind it was unbearable. Gileian's calm was more terrifying than any shout. The air around him seemed to crush resistance. For Crank, this gambling den was everything. His power, his territory, his life. And if this debacle ever reached Baron Austin's ears, he would lose it all. The truth hit him like a hammer. His knees didn't buckle, but the fight left him slowly. Reluctantly, Crank gave a short nod, his only gesture of surrender. He understood now. Gileian wasn't just another noble with a sword. He was someone to fear. Gileian offered no further words. He simply turned, scanning the room. "Let's go," he said. "Find Claude." But Claude was nowhere to be found. The very man at the center of this chaos had disappeared the moment swords were drawn, and had yet to reappear. Then Belinda's voice rang out, sharp and furious. "He ran. That bastard ran." Her anger echoed through the den like a whip cracks, was livid not just at Claude's cowardice, but at what he'd taken with him, every last coin Gileian had. One cur standing nearby exhaled with a half smile. A gambler like him, he'll turn up again, probably at another den. They always do. Belinda's hands clenched tightly at her sides, her entire body shaking with fury. Rage simmered in her chest as her eyes swept the area, determined to find the man who had dared to insult them so boldly. But beside her, Gileian remained unshaken. Calm and composed, he spoke evenly. His voice a steady contrast to Belinda's fury. "There's no need to go searching," he said quietly. "I already know where Claude is headed, somewhere deep within the winding alleys of Austin Barini." Claude rode hard through the dimly lit streets, a worn sack heavy with gold slung over his shoulder. His face was drawn with tension, but beneath it flickered traces of relief. He urged his horse forward, every beat of its hooves pounding like the echo of his own thoughts. He had narrowly escaped as the wind tugged at his cloak. Claude's mind drifted to the strange noble who had appeared so unexpectedly, someone he barely knew, yet who had stepped forward to help him. The memory lingered in his thoughts. Why, had that man intervened? What could he possibly gain from helping someone like Claude? The question went unanswered. Still, with the weight of gold in his grasp and the dangers of the gambling hall behind him, Claude felt for the moment he had accomplished what he set out to do. The sting of guilt crept into his chest, and he whispered an apology under his breath. It was a silent offering to the young noble he had left behind. He hadn't meant to lie to Gileian, but he needed the money far too badly to be honest. Earlier, far from the city, a rundown cabin nestled in the heart of the Austin forest sheltered a quiet figure. Anna sat silently on the cold, hard floor pale, veiled and solemn. She was Claude's lover and the only daughter of his late mentor. From her, Claude placed a modest stack of gold coins between them, his voice laced with pride. He told her how he'd won them through gambling, boasting that luck played no part in it. To him, gambling wasn't chance, it was numbers, observation, strategy. A system he believed he had finally cracked. With each win, his belief grew stronger. "We can leave all this behind," he had said with a hopeful glimmer in his eye. "No more hiding, no more fear. We can live like real people." But before he could finish, Anna spoke only, yet firmly. Her voice trembled with emotion as she begged him to stop. She understood why he did what he did, but it hurt to watch him consumed by it. She knew Claude hadn't chosen this path. Lightly, life had pushed him into it. But still, it broke her heart to see him walking deeper into the abyss. Reaching out, her hand found his and held it gently. Tears rolled silently down her cheeks. "That's enough," she whispered. "You don't have to carry it all." She reminded him that she didn't blame him for her father's death. In her heart, she had always known Claude meant no harm. But even so, the pain lingered fresh, deep, and unhealed. Claude sat across from her, battered and bruised, both in body and spirit. Her words struck something within him. The guilt, long buried, surged back. He had been used. The kingdom's elite, threatened by the teachings of his master, had twisted events to make Claude the scapegoat. In the end, his teacher was branded a traitor, cast down by the very nation he served. Now, the woman Claude loved bore that same mark. Hidden away in a forgotten cabin, buried in the wilderness, their lives had become a slow, shared descent into sorrow. Anna never blamed him, not truly, but Claude couldn't forgive himself, and he couldn't leave her, not after everything she had lost, not when the world had turned so cold. Their fragile peace shattered the day Baron Austin caught wind of Anna's existence. Her connection to the Revolutionary Army through her father's legacy at Siren Royal Academy was enough to draw suspicion that bloodline alone sealed her fate. The Baron moved swiftly. With Crank and his soldiers in tow, he descended upon the cabin. Claude could only watch in horror as Anna was bound and dragged away before his eyes. His mind raced, but his body failed him. Brilliance meant nothing in the face of brute force. He was helpless. He already bore the guilt of his mentor's demise. Now, as Anna was taken from him, another weight pressed down, heavier, sharper, and more unbearable than before. His heart sank under the crushing truth. Once again, he had failed to protect the one person who mattered most. Baron Austin fixed Claude with a frigid stare, his voice devoid of warmth as he confirmed the young man's name. With Anna now in his custody, the Baron issued a chilling ultimatum: was to bring him 2,000 gold coins within 1 year. Though his words were calm, there was an undercurrent of cruel amusement, as if the Baron found satisfaction in dangling hope. He hinted at the possibility of mercia, rare pardon for the daughter of a known traitor if the sum was paid in full. Without the gold, Anna's fate was certain. Girls like her, he said, were usually executed without question. That moment branded itself into Claude's soul. It became the defining motive of his life. Cast out from society because of his father's disgrace, no one dared offer Claude an honest job. With no prospects left, he turned to gambling. It was a desperate choice, but the only one available. The world had shut every door except this one. And then, fate seemed to shift. With the winnings he had just claimed from Gileian, a flicker of hope ignited in Claude's chest. For the first time, the impossible no longer seemed so far away. Maybe, just maybe, he could meet the Baron's demand. Gripping that hope like a lifeline, Claude set off toward Baron Austin's estate. His goal clear: pay the ransom and reclaim Anna's freedom. Meanwhile, deep within the lavish halls of the Austin estate, the Baron remained unaware that his gambling den, a key source of his revenue, had been compromised. His mind, instead, was on another concern. New reports had arrived from the prison camp, where hostages languished while their families were extorted for ransom. With open disdain, the Baron scoffed at their existence. They consumed food, drained resources, and offered no return, addressing his aid with casual cruelty. He decided they were no longer worth keeping alive. If they're not bringing in gold, he said coldly, they're just dead weight. Without a second thought, He commanded one of his knights to execute any prisoner whose ransom had not been paid within the next 7 days. The knight received the order silently, ready to carry it out without hesitation. Almost offhandedly, the knight remarked, "It's been nearly a year since that one case." Austin paused, lifting his gaze in faint curiosity. "A year?" he repeated. The realization struck him. Ah, the traitor's daughter, Anna. He asked for updates on the man he disdainfully referred to as Mirat-Claude. The knight's report was brief. According to the latest rumors, Claude had repeatedly failed to win enough at the gambling hall. Every attempt had fallen short. Austin gave a satisfied nod. Crank, it seemed, had done well in sabotaging the boy's efforts. Briefly, Austin considered whether Anna might be useful as a maid, perhaps, but the thought soured quickly. Her bloodline made her a liability. "Have her executed," he ordered flatly, and to ensure no trouble followed, he added, "Claude must not know, not a word." The knight nodded but asked one final question. What if Claude did manage to show up with the ransom? A slow, wicked smile crept across Austin's face. "Then we take the money and dispose of him quietly. Who's going to miss a gambler?" The Baron chuckled to himself, already savoring the scheme. At that very moment, the heavy wooden doors to his office creaked open. Another knight entered, looking uneasy. "What is it?" the Baron asked sharply. The knight bowed. "My apologies." "My lord." "But Claude has arrived. He's at the front gate, shouting that he's here to pay the ransom." Baron Austin's expression didn't change. "Let him in," he said coolly. Moments later, Claude stood before him, placing a hefty leather sack onto the polished desk. His voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed the hardship of the past year. 2,000 gold coins, he said. "As you demanded, I've come to Friana." He had no idea of the cruel irony playing out around him, that the very man now, eyeing his gold, had orchestrated every failure he'd endured. Every lost bet, every setback, every rigged game had all been Austin's design. And still, Claude stood there, unaware. Clinging to hope, Austin took his time opening the bag. He examined each coin methodically, as if this were a genuine transaction. But in truth, the decision had already been made. Somehow, Claude had done the impossible. Despite Crank's sabotage, despite the stacked odds, he had returned with the full amount. The Baron's eyes narrowed. Something didn't add up. "How did you come by this money?" he asked, his tone sharpening. Claude, still oblivious to the trap, answered truthfully, "I won it on a bet." There was no tremble in Claude's voice, no flicker of falsehood. Yet Baron Austin was not. A man so easily swayed. He understood the game too well. Claude had never truly been allowed to win, only thrown crumbs. Every time he placed a small bet, he was permitted a modest gain, just enough to kindle hope. But whenever he dared wager something larger, Crank ensured the odds turned suddenly, cruelly, against him. There had never been a path to victory, and now, hearing Claude's words, Austin's distrust only deepened. Without hesitation, the Baron gave a curt signal to one of his knights. "Arrest him." The order rang out like a death sentence. Claude was seized. Austin, cold and calculating, had already decided Claude and Anna would be executed. The ransom had been paid, and so they no longer served a purpose. Claude's face crumpled in shock, confusion tightening his features. It made no sense. The gold had been delivered. Every coin accounted for. The deal had been fulfilled. Why was this happening? He barely had time to process it before armored hands closed around his arms. 2 soldiers advanced and grabbed him. Claude struggled, but his resistance was pitiful. He had never trained with a sword. His life had been built around learning, surviving, not combat. They overwhelmed him easily. "Why are you doing this?" he shouted, straining against the guards. "You have the ransom, the deal is done." But Baron Austin only watched, face unreadable, his tone dismissive. "The source of the funds is questionable. I will speak with Crank before deciding anything further." Cold, methodical, heartless. "If you wish to avoid the blade," Austin added, "go quietly. There will be no second chances." Claude's blood boiled. His fury pulsed in his veins like fire. He cursed the world that gave so much power to corrupt nobles, a world where the poor had no voice and no shield. In the end, he was just another tool used, discarded, forgotten. As the soldiers dragged him away, the Baron muttered aloud, mostly to himself. Hard to believe a man like Claude managed to gather so much wealth, even with the odds stacked against him. There was unease in his voice now. Crank had rigged everything. There should have been no way Claude could succeed. In the guards' grip and roared, his voice sharp with pain and truth. Baron Austin, you and Crank stole everything from me. You cheated me out of my life. His cry thundered through the chamber. And then, without warning, the world shifted. 2 sharp cracks split the air. In the blink of an eye, the guards holding Claude crumpled to the floor. They hadn't even seen the blows coming. One moment, they had Claude bound. The next, they were unconscious on the marble floor, struck with such speed and precision, seemed supernatural. The chamber fell into stunned silence. Baron Austin recoiled. Even his personal knight stepped back, eyes darting around in confusion. How had someone infiltrated his estate? His home was a fortress. This should have been impossible. Claude stood motionless, stunned. His fury dissolved into disbelief. Then, a hand rested gently on his shoulders, steady, reassuring. It was him, the same nobleman who had appeared at the gambling den like a phantom, and now, again, like fate itself, he moved forward with quiet poise, passing Claude without a word of explanation, offering only a brief nod of approval. You did well. Then he walked on, straight toward Baron Austin. With a graceful bow and perfect calm, he greeted the Baron. With the composure of someone born to command, Austin's voice cracked with panic. Who are you? What is the meaning of this? Gileian raised his hand and snapped his fingers once at his fingers. At his signal, the chamber doors opened, and Kerr and Belinda strode in flanking a bruised and bloodied Crank. The crooked manager's wrists were bound in thick rope, and his expression was one of utter defeat. Clearly, he hadn't gone quietly. Without pause, Belinda shoved Crank forward, forcing him to kneel before the Baron. Her voice was steel. You'll want to hear this. Crank didn't resist. Not a word passed his lips. Austin's world began to crumble, his most trusted fixer his shadow behind the curtain. The man who kept his secrets and enforced his will now knelt like a criminal at the feet of a stranger. The Baron's face drained of color. Everything he thought controlled was suddenly beyond his grasp. And Gileian, he hadn't even drawn his sword. Here's a fully rewritten version of your script that keeps the characters, setting, pacing, and plot intact while completely the content and removing all time codes. As Belinda fastened Crank with firm efficiency, Kerr moved with quiet deliberation. He fetched a chair and positioned it squarely before the Baron's desk, calm, precise, and without a word, without waiting for an invitation. Gileian strolled over and dropped into the seat with the kind of ease that only someone born into privilege could muster. He leaned back lazily, boots finding their way onto the polished surface of the Baron's desk, as if he were lounging in a private salon rather than a place of authority. From this insolent pose, he gave a lopsided grin and said dryly, "We might as well have tea while we talk this through." Every element of his demeanor, the slouched posture, the cavalier tone, the complete disregard for decorum, was a calculated performance. Gileian was playing a role, one he knew well, the cocky aristocrat who always got what he wanted. But beneath that thin veil of theatrical charm, there was something much sharper and far more dangerous, and the Baron felt it. The confidence, the control, the veiled menace, it pierced through the air like a blade. The room shifted, and whatever composure the Baron had walked in with had been quietly and thoroughly dismantled. Gileian was far from being a mere disgraced noble of a bygone era. In his previous life, his very presence carried a quiet authority capable of unsettling even the mightiest figures in the Lithania kingdom. If he had chosen to wield his influence without restraint, it could have thrown entire regions into chaos, making the downfall of a small corrupt barony seem like child's play. Baron Austin stared in stunned disbelief as a young nobleman strode into his office, radiating a confidence that bordered on defiance. The tension in the chamber thickened when a Baron Knight, eyes blazing with hostility, unsheathed his sword and hurled insults at Gileian, demanding he show the Baron the respect he was due. Before the knight could finish his outburst, Seer moved with lightning precision, drawing his own blade. The steel hovered between himself and the aggressor, effortlessly halting the knight's advance. Ka, standing calm and collected, told the knight he had done enough and should keep out of the matter at hand. The knight's knuckles whitened around his hilt, his face flushing with suppressed rage. Yet, despite the tremor in his stance, he restrained himself. Baron Austin, however, could not contain his fury. His voice thundered through the room as he demanded to know how Gileian dared act so brazenly within his estate. With a snap of command, he ordered his men to remove the intruder at once. Gileian, unmoved, spoke evenly. He explained that he had not come to cause disorder, nor was his appearance meant as mere support for Clodagh. He was here because Crank, at the casino, had wronged. Hemday, he was here to claim rightful compensation. His words were measured, but the weight behind them silenced the room. Not a soldier moved. Even on their own ground, they seemed rooted in place. Baron Austin's glare sharpened as he demanded clarity. With a subtle nod from Gileian, Belinda acted. In a sudden motion, she hurled the baldy to the ground, making Crank stumble in shock. Gileian's voice cut through the air, laying bare the truth. As manager of the gambling house, Crank had sought to swindle him, a scheme that had nearly cost both him and Claude their entire wager. Understanding flickered in Baron Austin's eyes. The sack of gold on his desk, the same Claude had brought in, was at the heart of it all. Crank had tried to claim the winnings through deceit. Crank's voice broke the tense silence as he protested, declaring himself the true victim. While there was a grain of truth to his words, it was a convenient half-truth, ignoring that he had been the one to set the trap in the first place. Belinda's patience snapped. She struck him sharply on the back of the head, her voice dripping with disdain as she mocked his shamelessness. Inwardly, Baron Austin cursed Crank's stupidity. If the man had intended to cheat someone, he should have chosen his target with more care. Finally, the Baron exhaled his frustration aloud, asking Gileian what he expected him to do now. Gileian answered with cool deliberation. In a place where trust was the cornerstone of every bet, there could be no tolerance for such treachery. Gileian, keeping his tone even, insisted on proper and substantial compensation for both himself and Claude. Baron Austin wavered, remarking that Crank, too, claimed to be a victim. The Baron openly wondered who was telling the truth, then suggested that Gileian take the matter to court, declaring that he would accept no responsibility for the dispute. Gileian dismissed that idea without hesitation, calmly pointing out that it would be far more prudent for the Baron to deal with the matter. Himself perplexed, Baron Austin asked why. Gileian laid it out clearly. The Kraken gambling house wasn't just a local den of cards and dice. It drew aristocrats from across the borders and enjoyed a sterling reputation. He'd heard it generated more than half of the territory's income. If rumors spread that cheating took place under your roof, Gileian warned, it would look like you engineered a con against the nobility. The consequences, he implied, could reach far beyond a single scandal. The Baron's expression changed. The weight of those words settled heavily on him. His title, his influence, his carefully cultivated authority all suddenly felt fragile, balanced on the edge of ruin. He muttered a curse under his breath and narrowed his eyes at Gileian. In a voice sharp with suspicion, he asked whether this was simply an attempt to extort hush money. Gileian didn't bother to deny it. He demanded that the Baron double the gold already offered, and added a second condition, the immediate release of Anna Arcus, Claude's lover, currently held as collateral for a ransom. Claude's head jerked slightly at the mention of her name. How could Gileian know about Anna or the anguish tied to her capture? The details were so specific, so personal, that it left Claude's thoughts tumbling. His teacher's betrayal had been broadcast across the kingdom, but that was public knowledge. This was different. Gileian had stepped in precisely at the moment Claude was about to be caught in another snare. With unwavering calm, Gileian made his terms plain. Accept both demands, the payment and Anna's free demand, the entire incident would vanish. The cheating, the insult, the deception, it would all be buried. For a fleeting instant, it seemed the Baron might relent. His gaze dropped, his muttering turned thoughtful, as though he was beginning to understand the danger. But then his mood shifted. Violently, his voice thundered through the room as he spat venom at Claude, calling him an ungrateful wretch. Claude recoiled, bewildered by the sudden hostility. Soldiers rushed in at the Baron's command, raising his voice. Baron Austin accused Claude of conspiring with foreign nobles to weaken the barony from within. He even claimed to have once spared the life of a woman who should have faced execution. Twisting the tale into a weapon against him, Kerr stepped forward, telling Claude to get back. His stance left no doubt he intended to meet the soldiers head-on. Belinda gave a dry laugh and remarked that they had, apparently, become accomplices in a matter they'd never agreed to. Gileian, unfazed, turned to her and politely asked for the loan of a dagger.